About my understanding of Strange Tales. The World of Strange Tales game loading confirming player identity. Jiang Yan player title. Encyclopedia of Strange Tales task. Progress. 100 The game panel will update task progress in real time. Good luck. In response, numerous strange tales. Do not come near. Chapter 1. Xinlin High School. In a dilapidated residential building far from the bustling city center, a frail, elderly woman with white hair slowly ascends the stairs, clutching a stack of newspapers. She meanders to the staircase landing, where an iron door stands ajar, and a gentle male voice follows, tinged with surprise. Grandma Sue, you're out for a walk so late today? Grandma Sue turns to the source of the voice, where a tall young man approaches her. The dim yellow light obscures his features, yet his deer-like eyes shine with clarity. As he draws nearer, his handsome and gentle visage becomes apparent, harmonizing with his voice. He glances at the newspapers in Grandma Sue's hand and exclaims, "Oh, how forgetful of me. I completely forgot today is the day the Strange Tales Daily is delivered." Since the onset of the collective disappearance case that has spread globally, this newspaper, titled The Strange Tales Daily, has been systematically delivered to every household. Each month, providing citizens with updates on the latest advancements in the study of strange tales. Grandma Sue reminisces about the first disappearance case from 3 years ago. At that time, people merely believed it to be a severe case of mass kidnapping until the dismembered bodies of the missing individuals mysteriously reappeared in the neighborhoods, from which they vanished. Soon, more and more individuals inexplicably disappeared, only to resurface in grotesque states of death, their disappearances occurring without warning and with no connections between them. The only commonality was the appearance of a twisted blood inscription reading "Welcome to the World of Strange Tales" near their last known locations. 3 years have swiftly passed, and society has transitioned from initial panic to a state of numbness, while this newspaper, purportedly a beacon of hope for humanity, continues to compile an array of obscure terminologies without offering a reliable solution. The experts have reached a consensus on one matter. This is the 5th calamity in the annals of human civilization, which they have dubbed the World of Strange Tales. Grandma Sue. At that moment, she notices a bulging backpack behind the young man, who seems poised to leave, and a wave of confusion washes over her. Following dusk, the number of disappearances rises sharply, leading people to forsake venturing out at night to minimize the risk of being ensnared. Moreover, a recent incident of strange tales occurred in the vicinity of this residential building, which has been designated by the government as a high-risk area. Out of concern, she cannot help but advise, "Xiao Jiang, are you planning to go out? It's already dark, it would be wiser to wait until morning." Jiang Yan bends down to converse with the stooped Grandma Sue, nodding in acknowledgement but not accepting her well-meaning caution. "I know what I'm doing, you needn't worry." Seeing the determination in his gaze, Grandma Sue realizes his mind is made up. Although her acquaintance with Jiang Yan is limited, moved in after the strange tales began to unfold, stood out among the hurried departures of other residents, carrying his belongings. This instance is no exception. A flicker of surprise crosses the young man's face, quickly replaced by a gentle demeanor. With a smile in his voice, Jiang Yan remarks, "You might want to peruse today's Strange Tales Daily to pass the time." After gently securing the door for Grandma Sue, he strides away with purpose. As his footsteps fade, Grandma Sue remains rooted in place, lost in thought. The emergence of strange tales is akin to a plague. The remedy lies in delving into the heart of the epidemic to uncover its source. Meanwhile, the author of this sentiment has exited the residential building and skillfully turned into a dimly lit alley devoid of streetlights. The evening sky is overcast, the dark clouds eclipsing the moon's abode, rendering the alley pitch black. The evening breeze whistles through the crevices between buildings, producing a haunting whose sound. Aside from the eerie stillness reminiscent of a graveyard, the only disturbance comes from the occasional crunch of dry leaves beneath his shoes, startling the insects hiding in the shadows into a frenzy. This is a high-risk area marked by strange tales. He retrieves a small booklet from the left pocket of his jacket, flipping to the page containing photographs, and marks the last line with a red pen from his right pocket. This fluid motion has become second nature to him. The wind rustles the booklet, and the pages turn, densely filled with meticulously recorded details, each line chronicling the circumstances of confirmed deceased individuals from The first disappearance case, including their time and place of death. May this prove useful, Jiang Yan murmurs as he closes the booklet. I've spent 3 years compiling this encyclopedia of strange tales. Surely it deserves some recognition. Stowing away the Encyclopedia of Strange Tales, he shifts his gaze to the yellowing photograph in his hand. It features a pair of individuals. The boy on the left beams brightly, a youthful Jiang Yan, while the right side depicts a peculiar, faceless white figure. Despite the figure's blurred form, Jiang Yan senses its gaze upon him from beyond the photograph. He has long grown accustomed to this silent exchange and addresses the white figure in the photo. I should be seeing you soon, shouldn't I? I have a myriad of questions, and I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. After taking a moment to check his other belongings, fully prepared, Jiang Yan looks again at the warning tape lying before him. His heartbeat quickens slightly as he inhales deeply, allowing the frigid air to fill his lungs. Without hesitation, he lifts his leg and steps over. The moment his foot touches the ground, even the sound of the wind ceases. The last sight before him is the ground beginning to seep blood, twisting trails of crimson forming distorted letters. In the next instant, his vision warps, shrouded in a layer of scarlet fog, and an intense dizziness compels him to instinctively close his eyes. Accompanied by the beeping sound, a chilling mechanical female voice suddenly resonates in his ears. Dear player Jiang Yan, welcome to the survival game of Strange Tales. The Strange Tales survival game is designed to provide each player with the most authentic gaming experience. The mechanical tone remains monotonous, reciting a preordained script that resonates with an indescribable absurdity. Jiang Yan anticipates further information and bows his head in silence. Indeed, after a brief pause, the female voice resumes. Selecting your novice instance name. Xinlin High School, the continuous sound of water in the corridor, the girl forever facing away from you, the crimson eyes in the darkness. Here, you shall experience the long-forgotten vitality of youth. Instance task. Complete the Campus Strange Tales Handbook. Duration, unknown. Chapter 2. The eerie campus. As the words conclude, the surroundings illuminate in an instant. The whispers of people, the patter of footsteps, and the chirping of birds. Shattering the silence, Jiang Yan slowly opens his eyes, the overly bright sunlight stinging his pupils. He squints, allowing his body to acclimatize to the temporal shift while surveying his surroundings. He stands at the entrance of the campus. Directly ahead lies a stone tablet inscribed with 4 powerful characters. Xinlin High School, as the mechanical voice had stated. Students with backpacks pass by in clusters, casting curious glances in his direction. Fear and numbness are etched on every face. Now, as Jiang Yan observes the pure and simple smiles of the students at Xinlin High School, he feels no warmth. Instead, an overwhelming sense of unreality envelopes him. The mechanical voice subtly shifts in tone, seemingly bored by his lack of enchantment. Now, I shall introduce the game rules. Your identity information serves as your sole authentication. Within the instance, it is imperative that your actions consistently align with your identity. Should you forget who you are within the instance, it will lead to your demise. You may access the game panel at any time to review your current status. Be advised that a significant and rapid decline in your sanity will result in physical discomfort, mental disorientation, and diminished stamina as side effects. Should your sanity reach 0, you will perish. Each time the mechanical voice utters the word die, its chilling tone escalates sharply, infused with a technological fervor that distorts the cadence of the sentence, evoking an instinctive shudder. The facade of tranquility within the instance was shattered mere minutes later by the relentless, high-pitched shrieks of the mechanical voice. It appears unwilling to maintain its guise before the humans who have entered, revealing its true natura, genuine hell that threatens to destabilize human civilization. The identity verification task will now commence. The identity verification task is a necessary initiation for every new player prior to formally entering the instance. Failure to complete this initiation will bear consequences equivalent to forgetting one's identity. Players must take it seriously. Suddenly, a pair of red high heels appeared in his line of sight, causing Jiang Yan's eyelids to flutter. He collected his thoughts and, upon raising his gaze, donned a standard smile. Before him stood a middle-aged female teacher clad in a suit, with a name tag reading Director of Education. Their eyes met, but she remained silent, evidently waiting for him to speak first. Jiang Yan discreetly observed the director's expression, though she regarded him with a smile. Her eyes brimmed with overt malice. He had no doubt that should he utter a single misstep, the director would promptly dismantle him. After all, the mechanical voice had stated that the consequence of failing identity verification is death. Though thrust into a high-pressure environment where death loomed at every turn, a genuine smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Yan's face. He was exhilarated to the point where his lips involuntarily curved upwards. This was how it should be. He thought this was the essence of the bizarre world he had strived so hard to enter. "Director, what brings you here in person?" The strikingly handsome youth's smile was sincere, yet a hint of anxiety lingered in his eyes. Noticing the woman remained unresponsive, he bit his lip and cautiously inquired, "Did I arrive late?" The director glanced at her watch, and Zhang's gaze instinctively followed her movement, growing increasingly tense. "You arrived 5 minutes early, Teacher Jiang." Upon hearing this, the lamb-like youth's eyes widened, his fingers nervously entwined, and his lips parted in haste. The director interrupted his impending apology. "Enough, Teacher Jiang. Let us not waste each other's time. This shall be the last occurrence." The youth's eyes instantly brightened, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, joy, and appreciation blooming on his fair face. This polite yet naive reaction only served to bolster the director's judgment. He was precisely the type of newcomer she could easily manipulate, perfectly aligning with her expectations for new teachers. "Come, I shall guide you in familiarizing yourself with the campus." The youth nodded vigorously, his comical demeanor pleasing to the eye. After casually casting this remark, the director stepped forward into the building. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned her back, Jiang Yan's tension swiftly dissipated. He observed the director's silhouette, silently forming his own assessment. Referring to the new teachers as subordinates, she exuded a strong desire for control, relishing in nitpicking and veiled reprimands. Such individuals may seem challenging to manage, yet they often share a common trait: they relish the sensation of superiority. By merely exhibiting a semblance of submission and demonstrating that he would not threaten their standing, he could swiftly diminish their hostility. Identity verification complete. Your identity information is Intern Class Director of Class 5, Grade 1, Xinlin High School. Congratulations on successfully passing the initiation. Your personal belongings have been stored in the system's space and will be returned collectively upon exiting the instance. The earlier tension had been a facade at this moment. He genuinely exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the painstakingly crafted Encyclopedia of Bizarre Tales and the carefully preserved supernatural photographs remained intact. The mechanical voice's announcement alleviated his concerns as he glanced down at his crisp white shirt. It was a shirt, not a tactical jacket. Before entering the instance, he had reviewed all the corpses he could access, discovering that the clothing of most victims would change before and after their disappearance. This realization had allowed him to eliminate the possibility of being a student based solely on his impeccably pressed shirt upon receiving the identity verification task. Now, based on your traits, we shall generate your personal achievement. Your personal achievement has been created. Your personal achievement is Encyclopedia of Bizarre Tales. In this world, you possess the most profound understanding of them. Your personal achievement has been automatically equipped. The Encyclopedia of Bizarre Tales? A fleeting moment of astonishment passed, yet the mechanical voice provided no time for contemplation. We shall now formally commence the beginner's tutorial. Please diligently follow the system's prompts to complete the tutorial within the allotted time, otherwise, you too shall meet your end. Before nightfall, you must document at least one bizarre tale in the Bizarre Tales manual. Task progress. 0. The game panel will update your task progress in real time. Best of luck. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Dormitory Building. As a mechanical voice concluded its emotionless announcements, it vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Recollecting the information at hand, Jiang Yan silently prompted the game panel to open, and a transparent screen materialized before him. The panel brimmed with a plethora of information, yet its layout remained orderly. He swiftly navigated to the pertinent details. Sanity level, 99. The structure of Xinlin High School was indeed peculiar. The girls' dormitory stood alone, while the boys' dormitory was connected to the teaching building via an aerial corridor. To traverse from the school gate to the teaching building, one had to navigate past a sizable artificial lake. Teacher Lee. As he reached the midpoint of the artificial lake, a faint voice called out to Jiang Yan. Instantly alert, he glanced at the oblivious figure of the director before searching for the source of the voice. Emerging from the shadow cast by the aerial corridor was a female student with braided hair, nervously making her way toward them, her steps uneven, her anxious gaze fixated on them, her voice rising slightly. Teacher Lee. This exclamation interrupted the director's introduction. She shot a disapproving glare in the girl's direction, her words dripping with sharp criticism. Can you not see that I am busy? And how many times must I remind you not to call me teacher? I apologize, Director Lee. The girl trembled slightly, her head bowed in avoidance of eye contact. I left something in the old dormitory, and I am too frightened to retrieve it. Could you possibly? Before she could finish her plea, the director shot her a scathing look, impatience radiating from her expression. Where were you when the students moved dormitories together? How can you dare to tell me that you left something behind now? The girl's face drained of color at the rebuke, her voice laced with a hint of tears. Xiao Yi and the others hid my important belongings. I only left the dormitory after. She gathered her courage to explain, but the director remained unyielding, refusing her the opportunity to complete her thought. The stern director seemed convinced that the girl was merely making excuses, escalating her reprimands. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who had remained silent, scrutinized the director's profile. Beneath her anger and disdain lay a flicker of unease. This same unease had emerged when the girl mentioned the old dormitory. He keenly sensed something amiss, redirecting his gaze to the pale-faced girl. Her nervousness and fear seemed genuine, though she was uncertain whether it stemmed from confronting the stern gaze of the principal or the necessity of returning to the dilapidated dormitory. Curiously intriguing, an opportunity not to be missed. As the one-sided reprimand drew to a close, the principal, having vented her anger, helplessly retrieved her phone, furrowing her brow in search of assistance. Just as she began to press buttons, a quiet voice emerged from the seemingly invisible young man beside her. Principal, may I assist this student with her luggage? The principal paused her actions, regarding him with a skeptical gaze. The young man, with his head bowed in submission, inadvertently revealed his emotions through a glance at the female student's eyes compassion. Recognizing this, the principal scoffed, deeming him foolishly naive, possessing a heart brimming with misplaced kindness while remaining oblivious to the school's regulations. Well then, go ahead, she replied, her crimson lips curving into a sinister smile. Don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Jiang, your students are still waiting for you to ensure you don't miss your class. After the principal departed, Jiang Yan followed the female student across a significant portion of the campus. They walked until they reached a desolate area overrun with weeds, where the shadow of the old dormitory finally appeared before them. The dormitory was modest in height, approximately 6 stories, with all windows above the 3rd floor tightly boarded up. The glass door at the entrance had been partially dismantled, leaving a gaping void. The female student's dormitory was on the 4th floor. Jiang Yan did not rush to enter. He subtly turned his head, meeting the girl's gaze, which she quickly averted, fixating on her own toes. In the span of merely 10 minutes, the female student had cast hesitant and conflicted glances at him no fewer than 5 times, each time faltering and lowering her head. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow inwardly, though his smile remained unchanged. Feigning ignorance, he began to observe the looming dormitory. The building itself was unremarkable, resembling an ordinary red-tiled house, save for one peculiar detail. All the windows above the 4th floor were tightly sealed with wooden boards. The sight of half the windows in a dormitory being boarded up was sufficiently eerie. Here lay a realm where common sense faltered, and with just a glance, Jiang Yan could surmise that the issues surrounding the old dormitory lay on the 4th floor, or at least, were linked to it. How fortuitous, he mused, as the female student had mentioned her dormitory number was 404, conveniently situated on the 4th floor. She evidently still concealed something from herself. Classmate Sun ran, with a plan forming in his mind. Jiang Yan tilted his head. You have yet to inform me where your mother's necklace was hidden by your roommate? Sun Ran was taken aback, realizing that she had been avoiding mentioning that dormitory throughout their journey, failing to convey anything to her newly appointed teacher. Striving to appear nonchalant, her lips drooped instead. It should be in dormitory 414. Dormitory 414. Jiang Yan observed her reaction keenly, seemingly casually continuing the conversation. I recall you mentioned feeling too afraid to go. What makes this dormitory so special? As his words trailed off, Sun Ran anxiously lifted her gaze. Yet the young man's expression held no trace of ulterior motives, radiating nothing but sincere kindness. Perhaps noticing her discomfort, he kindly remarked, "It's perfectly all right after all. It is our first meeting, and it is entirely normal for you not to wish to share." Sun Ran gazed into his untainted, doe-like eyes, which sparkled with an extraordinary purity, as if reflecting the luminous moon in a clear night sky. He should not be here, she thought absently. A pure soul should not be entangled in the murky depths of this school, for he would be tainted, becoming part of the very corruption. He stood apart from us. This realization settled within her. A pang of compassion stirred. Tipping the scales of her conscience, Sun Ran finally divulged everything she knew. 5 days prior, an incident had occurred in dormitory 414, resulting in the death of a student from class 3 of the second year, named Chundua, who had been missing for an entire week before her body was discovered. At this juncture, Sun Ran cast a timid glance at Jiang Yan, only to find shock reflected in his eyes as well. She clenched her hands at her sides, steeling herself to continue her account. No one knew how the deceased Chundua had come to conflict with her roommates, and the police were beset with questions far beyond this one. Chapter 4. Found you the first to discover the corpse was a roommate sleeping on the lower bunk beneath Chundua. In a state of panic, she recounted that ever since Chindua's disappearance, she had been dreaming of sitting back to back with a girl whose face she could not discern. Coincidentally, on the day the body was found, the girl from her dream was seated back to back with her, while Chindua's body was found lying face down, as if they were separated only by the bedboard, leaning against each other. Jiang Yan had a general understanding of what followed. Rumors of hauntings spread like wildfire. The school authorities urged students to vacate the dormitory promptly, while Sun Ran's necklace was deliberately tossed into dormitory 414 by her fellow roommates. Sun Ran rubbed her arms. Despite the incident having occurred several days prior, goosebumps still prickled her skin, not to mention the pale-faced youth, who furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you afraid that if you speak out, I want to help you?" His words pierced her heart, causing it to race. With a quivering voice, she pleaded, "I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. I shouldn't have kept this from you, but that necklace is my only keepsake from my mother. Could you please help me?" Prepared for the possibility of being left alone, she was taken aback when she heard a soft sigh. "When my parents passed away, they had no time to leave me anything, which has always been a regret in my heart." The warmth of his touch was fleeting. After uttering this, he patted Sun Ran's shoulder and strode determinedly towards the dormitory. Sun Ran widened her eyes, watching as his tall figure was gradually engulfed by the darkness of the doorway. A surge of warmth flooding her heart as her vision blurred. Just as the tears of emotion fell to the ground, Jiang Yan, who had been inspecting the game panel, paused in his movements, a genuine astonishment crossing his face for the first time. Sun Ran's affinity for him had increased. Task progress, 40. Outside, the dormitory appeared unremarkable. Yet all the windows had been coated with opaque black paint from the inside. Despite the bright sunlight outside, the interior was dark and damp. The air a chilling degree lower, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Quickly adjusting to the dim environment, Jiang Yan stood at the entrance of dormitory 414, weighing a rusted wrench in his hand. He had picked it up from a pile of debris in the stairwell, and it felt somewhat substantial in his grip. The door to the dormitory was ajar, with remnants of tape still clinging to the frame and door. As he pushed the door open, dust swirled in the air, and a profound sense of unease washed over him, though he could not articulate its cause. His brow furrowed slightly, regardless of whether or not vengeful spirits were at play. The usually stern director had shown apprehension towards the old dormitory building, indicating that the incident in room 414 had indeed instilled fear among the students. Thus, Sun Ran's roommates likely dared not enter this haunted dormitory to hide anything. Looking down, he noticed the floor was thickly coated in dust, devoid of any footprints, corroborating his suspicion. Scanning the entrance, Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon a silver chain lying on the ground. He crouched down, carefully retrieving the necklace from the dust. It was a pure silver necklace shaped like a feather, yet a piece was missing from the smoothly curved plume, detracting from its overall beauty, as he had surmised. Sun Ran's roommate must have tossed the necklace through the door crack, causing it to land and break. The prankster had a method, but their courage was less than anticipated. Shaking his head with regret, Jiang Yan gently touched the pendant and tucked it into his pocket. moving deeper into the room. Helping Sunrin find her necklace was merely a side quest. He had not forgotten his true purpose for being there, collecting eerie tales. Hearing information from others might yield at most 40 points, but the bulk of it had to be gathered directly from the crime scene. Dormitory 414 was a 4-person room with bunk beds, and now it was left with only empty wooden bed frames, cold and lifeless. Additionally, the wardrobe and desk had all been removed, offering an unobstructed view of the entire room from his position. Excellent, Jiang Yan thought. Now he could focus entirely on searching beneath the beds. Time was of the essence. He chose one of the lower bunks and crawled underneath. The vertical distance from the bedboard to the floor was considerable, yet for a physically active adult male, it still felt somewhat cramped. There was barely a few centimeters of space above him, and dust inevitably flowed into his nostrils, causing an itchy discomfort. Fortunately, Lady Luck seemed to favor him. As he brushed away the dust, Jiang Yan keenly noticed a few drops of dried dark red stains on the floor. Moving further ahead, the bloodstains became more concentrated, transforming from sporadic droplets into a continuous trail, resembling the markings of a bloodied finger writing. However, he certainly did not perceive this jagged script as mere scribbling. No matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be deliberate. His train of thought was interrupted by the irritating tickle from above, as strands of black hair fell against his neck, writhing as if alive. The sound of dripping water reached his ears, quickly followed by a nauseating stench. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yan's mind. Uncontrollably recalling Sun Ran's description, Chen Diyue had been nailed beneath the bedboard, as if leaning back to back with the girl on the lower bunk. The angle of the blood writing on the floor clearly suggested it was written from above. Gritting his teeth, he slowly raised his head, only to meet a ghastly pale face. In an instant, a piercing alarm seemed to explode in his mind. Rationality wavered violently as the distorted grin of the ghostly visage was gradually replaced by a vivid crimson hue, consciousness beginning to unravel. The next moment, Jiang Yan blinked. Locking eyes with the ghost whose expression was filled with resentment, his voice steady, "You are Chen Diyue." The specter stared incredulously at the new player's game panel. Sanity level 99, remaining utterly still. How is this possible? Yet, regardless of how the mechanical voice assessed the situation, Jiang Yan's sanity level remained firmly in place. Unfazed, he wiped the sticky blood from his face and even offered the ghost a radiant smile. "I apologize," he said with a hint of regret. "Your hair is blocking my view. Did you write these? May I take a look?" The ghost's grinning visage momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of confusion in its bloodless eyes. Chapter 5. The sole glimmer of hope. The bloodstains were intermittent. Jiang Yan mimicked the strokes on the floor, striving to decipher the message while engaging in casual conversation with the ghostly figure above. The blood script read, "Painful, save me, I dare not speak." Jiang Yan inquired, "Dare not speak? What have you discovered? I can't shake the feeling that this school harbors secrets. I can't be mistaken, can I?" The blood inscription continued, "They must have seen me. How can I escape? I do not wish to remain here." Jiang Yan pressed, "Who are they? Did they cause your death?" The blood script twisted, brimming with intense hatred. "I will not spare you. You must all die." The writing abruptly ceased, and large droplets of blood fell to the ground. Jiang Yan's hand stilled, and he looked up. Chen Diyue's vengeful gaze was shedding blood tears, her writhing black hair tightening around his neck. Breathing became labored, yet the youth remained composed, his tone sincere. "It is daytime. You cannot harm me, nor frighten me. We have yet to introduce ourselves. I am Jiang Yan, the new intern teacher." The constricting hair loosened slightly, and Chen Diyue's eyes, devoid of whites, revealed a trace of confusion. "Bottling up negative emotions will only harm yourself in the end," the youth continued gently. "I was once your age. It is normal to feel this way, and you need not feel embarrassed." The ghost remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in disarray. Jiang Yan seized the moment. "There's no rush. You can think it over. Come find me when you're ready." The implication was clear. You could wait until nightfall to seek me out. As the words fell, the grip around his neck loosened entirely, leaving several deep imprints on the pale skin where his hair brushed against. The once vacant head was now devoid of anything, and the pool of blood that had dripped to the ground vanished without a trace. This scene should have been a cause for relief, yet the circumstances were hardly improved. As the unsettling tale dissipated, Jiang Yan promptly emerged from beneath the bed, bolting down the stairs with an urgency that completely eclipsed his previous calm demeanor. His face a ghastly shade. Upon reaching the third-floor stairwell, he dared not tarry for even a moment. Gripping a wrench, he struck forcefully at the black-painted window, the glass shattering upon impact, allowing a long-missed ray of sunlight to flood in. Simultaneously, a torrent of suppressed emotions surged forth, nearly suffocating him. Unable to contain himself, he doubled over, clutching his abdomen and retching violently. Anger, despair, hatred, and a deeply buried sentiment, sorrow. He had never before felt such unadulterated grief. All his resentment stemmed from it and extended towards it. If the raw malice had sent chills down his spine, this sorrow was akin to a dull blade, relentlessly slicing into his flesh. These intricate emotions were born from the haunting tale of Chen Diyue in Dormitory 414. He was uncontrollably empathizing with it. Wiping away the physiological tears at the corners of his eyes, Jiang Yan opened the game panel. Despite the task progress having reached 90, his focus was drawn to a new line beneath the achievements of the tale encyclopedia. Only you can hear their voices. The voices. He pressed his palm against his chest, feeling the rhythmic thump of his heart. In a world transformed by eerie tales, amidst the grim remains of the deceased, there occasionally emerged living souls. Yet, their mouths spewed frenzied proclamations of inevitable death, having long lost the ability to communicate normally. Their spirits had been shattered, and the scientists' judgments had all but confirmed the brutal carnage of the tales. However, now, with the existence of the tale encyclopedia, that tinge of sorrow pierced through the veneer of slaughter, presenting itself before Jiang Yan. The mechanical voice announced that achievements were generated based on personal traits, while the small text indicated that only he could hear it. Why him? Teacher Jiang, are you upstairs? In that fleeting moment of distraction, something darted through his mind, elusive and ungraspable. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Yan steadied himself against the wall, his voice barely above a whisper. Student Sunran? The voice from below brightened instantly. Teacher Jiang, I think I just heard glass shatter. What happened? Are you all right? Jiang Yan glanced at the shards scattered across the floor, momentarily embarrassed. The urgency of the situation had compelled him to break the window and let the sunlight in, fearing that Chen Diyue would catch up. Now, confronted with Sunran's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he stammered an evasive response. Perhaps some glass broke somewhere. I'm fine. I'll come down now. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and her eyes immediately lit up as she hurried over. Before she could speak, he retrieved the necklace from his pocket. I'm sorry, but when I found it, it was all ready. Though she had anticipated this, the missing piece of the pendant seemed to carve a hole in Sunran's heart as well. Her hand trembled as she clutched the necklace, and she began to cry softly. Minutes later, her sobs subsided. Through the misty veil of tears, Sunran noticed the deep fatigue etched into the young man's concerned gaze. His complexion alarmingly pale. While he appeared to be frightened as well, he patiently endured her emotional turmoil. She had thought herself numb, yet at this moment, she realized she could not stand by and watch him be consumed by the school. Thus, under Jiang Yan's astonished gaze, Sunran solemnly bowed. Teacher Jiang, I know this may be offensive, but please consider resigning. This school is not as simple as it seems, and Chen Diyue's case is not an isolated incident. You have only been here a short while there is still a chance to leave. Her words came rapidly, a stark contrast to her earlier timidity. Please, you must leave quickly. She hesitantly glanced up, finding Jiang Yan staring at her, seemingly unable to comprehend her meaning. Growing anxious, she bit her lip, unsure how to continue persuading him. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she began to speak, the mechanical voice eagerly invaded Jiang Yan's ear, effortlessly seizing his attention. Task progress 100. The tale back-to-back has been recorded. The mechanical voice watched with satisfaction as a crack appeared in the young man's previously composed expression, coldly announcing, Night will fall in 30 seconds. Before the countdown ends, evade the pursuit of the tale with your head down. Chapter 6. The Tale Attacks. Beneath the cloak of night, a figure swiftly traversed the corridors of the old dormitory. Following Jiang Yan, a shadow, resembling a grotesque human spider on all fours, trailed closely, leaving vivid streaks of blood in its wake. Navigating through the floors along the route etched in his memory, Jiang Yan moved rapidly. But even as he leaped down the stairs in haste, the rustling sound behind him grew ever closer. 2207. The top floor was within reach. But his taut calves suddenly weakened, and Jiang Yan stumbled, careening around the corner to confront a face devoid of features. To say it was blurred would not suffice. It resembled a clay figure molded by a child, with melting features using crimson wax. The area where the mouth should have been gaped open in a crescent shape, emitting raspy sounds from its severed vocal cords. This visage was far more terrifying than Chen Diyue's. In that moment of confrontation, every pore on Jiang Yan's body screamed in instinctive terror, and his grasp on rationality began to slip. 2157. Just before it lunged at him headfirst, Jiang Yan seized a whiteboard discarded at the corner and forcefully hurled it at the creature. Seizing the opportunity, he turned and kicked the door leading to the rooftop. The rusty lock rattling before shattering apart. Dust and debris filled the air as Jiang Yan plunged onto the rooftop. Bang! The grotesque melting face was thwarted by the door that slammed shut behind him. Jiang Yan quickly pressed his palm against the groaning door, the violent impacts causing his arm to tingle with numbness. The force from outside intensified, and several times, a bloodied hand nearly breached the door's barrier, reaching for Jiang Yan. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Yan beheld the grotesque visage expanding before him, a serpentine crack stretching from its skull to its neck, an eerie aura emanating from within. The tale encyclopedia projected the emotions of the creature, enveloping Jiang Yan in a torrent of murderous rage, his heart aching under the weight of its intensity. Beyond the desire to tear Jiang Yan apart, the creature harbored no other emotions. The next moment, the already strained door splintered and crashed to the ground. 1837, the desolate rooftop fell into silence. Jiang Yan stood in the center, fixated on the advancing head-down figure. Its bent neck emitted ominous cracking sounds, and the severed head struggled to rise. Hollow eyes shot forth malevolent glances as it quickly locked onto its prey, issuing menacing huffs. The creature's intent shifted from mere murder to vengeful wrath, a desire to rend Jiang Yan apart with reckless abandon. It began to approach slowly, herding him toward the edge of the rooftop, poised to pounce him off the ledge. This plan seemed foolproof, its confidence blinding it to the fact that Jiang Yan was acutely aware of its intentions. Though the tale encyclopedia had subjected Jiang Yan to dual pressures, both physiological and psychological, he had gained insight into the creature's thoughts through its emotions. Very well. This was not a loss. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan abruptly raised his hand, forcefully hurling the wrench concealed beneath his clothing. The wrench traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto one side of the rooftop. It lay motionless, head down, poised as if ready to spring into action, taking a step forward. This defied logic. Even in the obscure darkness, the resounding impact of its fall should have diverted its attention. The frantic tug from earlier in the stairwell had only prompted evasive action when the whiteboard pressed down upon it. The position of that whiteboard was hardly concealed, just as the trajectory of the wrench was easily discernible. Yet, it remained unresponsive, as if the path of the wrench had vanished from its sight. Understanding dawned on Jiang Yan, who, in tandem with the bizarre tale, continued to retreat, drawing nearer to the edge of the rooftop. His movements were frantic, often stumbling due to his longer limbs, which excited the head-down entity. Meanwhile, in a place unseen, Jiang Yan meticulously unfastened the buttons of his shirt, freeing his arms from the sleeves, draping the garment over himself. Throughout this process, he rushed forward with disheveled steps. The head-down being, filled with eagerness, took a significant step forward, and indeed, Jiang Yan lost his footing, teetering on the brink of a fall. The long-awaited opportunity for the entity had finally arrived. Its bent limbs unleashed a formidable force, lunging toward Jiang Yan. This leap was enough to send Jiang Yan tumbling down, yet it was insufficient to quench its fury. The head-down creature clung to its prey like barbed wire, its limbs firmly gripping the expanse of pure white. The sound of a whistle abruptly ceased, and it tightened its grip in disbelief. With a tremendous impact, its body was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, leaving the head-down entity bewildered. The prey it had long anticipated had transformed into nothing more than a lightly floating garment. Had it not lost its sight, it would have seen the exhilaration mirrored in Jiang Yan's eyes as they brushed past each other. The head-down entity could only perceive the brightness of colors, while the air conditioning unit of the old dormitory could momentarily bear Jiang Yan's weight. Jiang Yan had made the right call. The instant his shoe met the ground, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The countdown froze at 13. Jiang Yan had completed the task in merely half the allotted time, rendering the head-down entity immobile. The mechanical voice seemed to have grown accustomed to this new player's unorthodox tactics, devoid of the initial astonishment, tinged with discomfort. You have officially become a beta player in this game. Please continue to strive for survival. From this moment forth, you will share the experience of the instance with other players. Other players? Jiang Yan wiped the sweat from his brow and blinked at the moonlight. Welcome to the world of strange tales. The full moon abruptly vanished, and light flooded in. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yan squinted, his expression subtly complex. He recalled that he must always act according to his identity information, to avoid raising suspicion in Sun Ran. He seemed to have fabricated a reason for his presence. Chapter 7. Life mentor, his palms dampened with sweat. Fortunately, the other party interpreted his silence as dissatisfaction and refrained from further questioning. But having spoken, he now had to remain vigilant, crafting a suitable excuse for any unforeseen circumstances. All right, he waved his hand, halting Sun Rant's incessant apologies. I understand you meant well. Mid-sentence. He paused, half shifting the topic. Isn't it almost time for class? 5 minutes later, two silhouettes rushed into the teaching building, leaning against the wall, breathless. After bidding farewell to Sun Ran, Jiang Yan followed her indicated path to locate Class 5 of the first year. The words of the principal lingered in his mind. A blend of reminder and threat, he had no desire to discover the consequences of tardiness. Though there was still some time before the bell, he continued his ascent. The teaching building stood nearly as tall as the old dormitory, with classrooms for grades 1 to 3 concentrated on the 2nd to 4th floors, while other levels housed laboratories and functional classrooms. Coincidentally, the first-year classes, where he taught, were situated on the 4th floor. Climbing the stairs unbothered, he finally had the leisure to open the game panel. Rationality. 89 instance task. Complete the Campus Strange Tales Handbook task progress. 310 seeing the task progress. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened. He delved into the detailed task description, which included back-to-back prominently listed among the strange tales, alongside the head-down entity he had already resolved. The progress of players merged, and only an hour had passed since the daytime at Xinlin High School. Despite the unknown number of players, they had managed to document 2 strange tales in such a short span. His companions seemed formidable. Hey, transfer student. Don't you know I like her? Can't you be a little more perceptive? The discordant noise shattered the rare tranquility, and Jiang Yan reluctantly stowed away the panel. Feeling a headache coming on, turning the corner of the stairs, he spotted a male student in uniform standing at the stairway, expressionless as he glared at a classmate blocking his path. The transfer student faced the class's worst-performing student academically, yet the best in sports, whose claim to fame was a naive, endearing crush. Jiang Yan had never enjoyed interacting with such individuals. I'm asking you a question, don't you? The so-called bookworm with good grades, look down on me, a special talent? Is it that you only enjoy talking to the girl I like? As the special talent spat with fervor, Jiang Yan, lurking in the corner, shielded his eyes in disbelief, his mind racing. Had he stumbled into a quintessential scene of high school romance drama? Was this truly an emotional dispute? Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, stealthily observing from his concealed position. Isn't it just that you're a little better in academics? Is being attractive such a big deal? Huang Yutong would never like you. Indeed, this was the archetypal emotional conflict stemming from adolescent infatuations. With a slight frown, Jiang Yan sighed in exasperation. He was not one to seek trouble, but could these two refrain from blocking the staircase and shouting? It was quite disruptive to other students trying to attend class. This farce seemed only to be commencing, and he had no time to waste in this chaos. Moreover, as a teacher at this school, he could not allow these two to disturb his fellow students. No, I don't like her. Your feelings for her are your business, and they really have nothing to do with me. I don't believe it. If you don't like her, why, just then, a timely cough echoed through the corridor, interrupting the robust special talent, who turned with a scowl. Against the sunlight, a tall figure stood before them. The special talent had not noticed when this person had arrived, but he glared with hostility, dismissing the interruption. The newcomer stepped forward, his elevated stance casting a condescending air. His gentle features tinged with a hint of disdain as he remarked playfully, "It seems Shaoli was right. Students at Xinlin High School certainly need some discipline." Upon hearing this, the special talent froze in shock. He had never encountered this young man on campus but recognized that of all the teachers, only the principal, the infamous female tyrant, bore the surname Li. As the principal was at the pinnacle of the faculty, the only one permitted to call her Shaoli would be. Cold sweat trickled down his back as the special talent tentatively inquired, "Are you the one from the administration?" A dismissive snort from above made him tremble. The young man replied slowly, "Oh, since when did this school fall under your jurisdiction? I was unaware. Should I report this to you?" This effectively implied acknowledgement, and the special talent cursed his bad luck for crossing paths with someone from the administration. He instantly adopted the demeanor of a compliant student, shedding his previous bravado, trembling like a leaf. At Xinlin High School, early romantic relationships are strictly prohibited, and even harboring secret affections is frowned upon. As a freshman, he was keen to avoid any rumors about a crush that could lead to expulsion from school. Such a fate would be utterly disgraceful. The imposing Jiang Yan observed the accelerated departure of the talented student with a sense of surprise. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon significant information. There existed an authority within the school capable of instilling fear in even the most brazen bullies with just a few words. At that moment, Jiang Yan was unaware of the numerous rules within the campus that could lead to a student's expulsion, including those concerning early romance and the public display of affection. The talented student had left, but the transfer student, mistakenly believed to be in a romantic relationship, remained leaning against the wall. Having come this far, Jiang Yan felt compelled to intervene. I must have startled you. I am the new intern teacher. You may address me as Jiang Yan. Upon reaching the doorway of Class 5, Jiang Yan paused, contemplating the earlier words of the male student, his expression complex. I too am new here and not well acquainted with the particulars, he continued. The other student, with beautifully arched brows knitted together, was only aware of a recent unfortunate incident in the class. Rumors suggested that someone had died. Mr. Jiang, do you really teach Class 5? Jiang Yan detected an air of mystery in the sparse remarks exchanged, yet when he sought to inquire further, the student deflected with a simple, I truly don't know anymore. Students at Xinlin High School typically remained tight-lipped about malevolent events. The case of Sun Ran was a testament to this. To avoid raising suspicion, Jiang Yan hastily concluded the conversation. It was a safe, sunlit day, sunlight streaming through the glass into the corridor. The sounds of studying mingling with whispers. Everything appeared to be as normal as any typical school. Yet, this harmonious and inviting campus was but an illusion, and he had to assimilate into this fade. Thus, the gentle and kind young man pushed open the door as the class bell rang. Casting his gaze upon his students. Hello, he greeted with a smile, maintaining composure amidst a sea of scornful and challenging eyes. I am your new homeroom teacher. You may call me Mr. Jiang. The classroom's clamor fell instantly into silence, as students silently scrutinized the fresh-faced instructor, their expressions tinged with indifference. Chapter 8. The new urban legend. The young teacher seemed genuinely hurt by the student's coldness. He retrieved the attendance register from the lectern, his tone tinged with melancholy. How quiet it is. Let us commence with roll call, so I might learn the names of my students. This illogical statement only heightened the atmosphere of tension within the classroom, yet he remained blissfully unaware, leisurely calling out names from the register. Had they not displayed expressions of amusement at his expense, Jiang Yan might have felt a genuine pang of emotion. He proceeded to announce, Xia Jiahao. No response came. From the perspective of Class 5, the young teacher looked up from the register, seemingly searching for Xia Jiahao among them. This only elicited suppressed laughter. After all, he could never find Xia Jiahao, for the latter had long since passed away. Ah, how could I forget? The young man lamented, my memory fails me. Xia Jiahao just requested a leave of absence. The smile that had blossomed on his lips froze on his face as the students of Class 5 were taken aback. Who took leave? They murmured, isn't Xia Jiahao already dead? The teacher appeared completely oblivious to the gravity of his words as he descended from the podium. By the way, Xia Jiahao asked me to place today's assignment on his desk. Which one is it? Could someone kindly inform me? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, pleased to see the students' expressions shift dramatically. Just a few simple words had planted seeds of fear in their minds. As he walked among the students, he quickly scanned the classroom, noticing a solitary desk tucked away in the corner. Though obscured by curtains, a charred corner remained glaringly visible. This must be it. Under the watchful and uncertain gazes of the students, he approached it directly, pulling back the curtain. The charred desk, scarred by flames, spoke of the mercilessness of fire, causing Jiang Yan to momentarily catch his breath, a wave of compassion washing over him. Stop spouting nonsense. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted. Jiang Yan turned to see a boy with a rebellious demeanor. Xia Jiahao is dead. How could he have requested a leave? Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the boy. Yet he remained silent, observing as the bravado in the boy's eyes was replaced by fear. How can you speak so callously? He queried. Xia Jiahao was just here at the classroom door asking for leave. Didn't any of you see him? Of course, he continued. You were all so engrossed in your studies that he expressed he didn't want to disturb you. However, cursing a classmate was unacceptable. By the way, as the intern teacher rambled on, the expressions of the rebellious boy and his classmates grew increasingly grim, yet he suddenly paused, regarding the boy with a knowing smile. The boy's heart raced with trepidation. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yan's gaze felt as though it pierced straight through to his soul. Yang Xi. During roll call, Jiang Yan had noted several names, including this one. I remember, Jiahao specifically mentioned you. He expressed his gratitude for your usual kindness and asked that you help him with the lessons he missed today. If Xia Jiahao had not mentioned this to him, how could this newly arrived teacher possibly know that Yang Xi often looked out for him? As thoughts of Qin Du's increasingly erratic roommates flitted through his mind, Yang Ci felt a wave of terror. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Chaos ensued in the classroom as students stared at the young teacher in astonishment, murmuring, "What just happened?" They hurried to carry Yang Ci out of the classroom. Their concern genuine and unfeigned. But deep down, they understood that this was a being who thrived on instilling fear, a true demon. Yet Jiang Yan, the great demon, was thoroughly bewildered. He had merely frightened Yang Ci with words, and the boy had fainted. This hardly seemed indicative of possessing the ability to transform Xia Jiahao into an urban legend. However, surveying Class 5, the remaining students appeared similarly dazed, a band of simpletons. This was amiss. While the roommates of Qin Diyue remained oblivious, Sun Ran's companions had already confirmed that they dared not enter dormitory 414. Especially when considering the school bullies and Yang Ci. As he rapped on the nurse's office door, his mind raced with thoughts. The school bullies were increasingly timid, and such a collection of individuals could disrupt the peace of Xinlin High School and conjure urban legends. The dissonance felt even more pronounced. Jiang Yan sensed that matters were more intricate than they appeared. With the help of the school nurse, he laboriously lifted Yang Ci onto the examination bed. He certainly did not wish for any real harm to befall the boy, and his expression betrayed a hint of tension, drawing the nurse's curious glances. Mr. Jiang," exclaimed the nurse, who had exchanged names with him earlier, "you need not be overly anxious. This student is fine." However, the frequency with which Class 5 visits the nurse's office has been alarming. You should monitor the student's health closely. With that, he handed Jiang Yan a case file chronicling the visits of Class 5 students. Jiang Yan accepted it with gratitude, flipping it open to find a familiar name, Xia Jiahao. His brow furrowed, and as he turned the page, his expression grew increasingly grave. Each page bore the name of Xia Jiahao, until it abruptly ceased on a certain date, at which point names of other students began to appear. His finger traced the last entry concerning Xia Jiahao, and he looked up to see the nurse lowering his voice in regret. "I remember this student. He was a polite and good-hearted boy. Such a shame." The nurse hesitated, and Jiang Yan immediately pressed, "Do you recall what occurred on that day? How could Xia Jiahao suddenly end his life and become a victim of the fire?" After a long pause, the elderly nurse sighed. "I remember that day. Xia Jiahao was here for treatment, and then directly said the principal needed to see him, and he took him away." The principal's management team observed Jiang Yan's increasingly inquisitive demeanor, prompting him to earnestly advise, "Teacher Jiang, consider the days ahead. By the time your class is next called, you will have acclimatized to this school. It would be prudent to refrain from further inquiries for now." Chapter 9. Unlocking new areas. This statement struck Jiang Yan as peculiar. He squinted, scrutinizing the school doctor who was lost in his own lamentations. Thus far, he had categorized his encounters at Xinlin High School into 3 distinct groups: the director and the elusive management team, who seemingly upheld the order of the campus while unabashedly revealing their malice; Sun Ran and the old school doctor, who subtly conveyed troubling information about the school, appearing to embody the narrative's benevolence; and those like the arrogant Yang Ci, who aided the oppressors, embodying neither pure evil nor inherent goodness, but rather an absurdity. While it would be advantageous for him to cultivate a rapport with Sun Ran, distancing himself from the director and deftly navigating the likes of Yang Ci, his curiosity was piqued by the narrative's deliberate categorization of characters into 3 archetypes and its connection to the task of completing the campus's ghost story compendium. After class, students poured out of the classroom, while Sun Ran quietly organized her belongings. She heard a rhythmic tapping from the window beside her. Turning, she saw a familiar young man waving, seemingly having awaited her arrival for some time. Jiang Yan, assisting Sun Ran as she nearly stumbled, asked directly, "Do you know the way to the principal's office?" The utterance of the words "principal's office" rendered the corridor abruptly silent. The students, who had been chatting and laughing, suddenly wore expressions of shock, their gazes fixed intently on the unfamiliar young man, akin to snakes emerging from their burrows. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yan's brow as he realized he had inadvertently uttered a forbidden phrase within the school. Yet, having spoken, he could only inwardly chastise himself for his recklessness, saying, "I am deeply honored by the principal's kindness. On my first day at work, I wish to report on my duties." Only Sun Ran's visibly shaken expression confirmed to him that he was not imagining the situation. "Teacher Jiang, you terrified me. One should not venture to the principal's office lightly." Her voice lowered to a whisper, almost conspiratorial. "You must never go there uninvited." Experiencing a rare moment of near cardiac arrest, Jiang Yan felt his anxiety linger, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "Actually, I heard that Xia Jiahui visited the principal's office before his demise. He was, after all, my student and seemed to have faced bullying within the school. I thought. He trailed off, lowering his head as if confessing a misdeed. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination, as if resolved to seek an explanation from the principal. Sun Ran, aware of Xia Jiahui's circumstances, noted Jiang Yan's expression, her heart pounding with urgency. She understood his kindness better than anyone, yet her hand clenched and then relaxed. Their essay saying at school that those called to the principal's office are often students with little time left. She was acutely aware of the weight of such words. Sure enough, Jiang Yan's eyes widened, scanning the surroundings as if gripped by a sudden dread. How could this be? That is utterly absurd. Sun Ran too found it absurd. Yet was this school not the epitome of absurdity? She resolved to dissuade him, biting her lip. Before Chundiue's incident, someone claimed to have seen her coming down from the 7th floor, where the principal's office is located. This means she, too, visited the principal's office before her demise. The young man appeared somewhat swayed, igniting a flicker of hope within Sun Ran. However, the next moment, she abruptly exclaimed, "Teacher Jiang, where are you going?" "Where else?" "To the 7th floor, which is desolate and chilling." Unimpeded, Jiang Yan followed the directional signs, swiftly halting before a door. The principal's office. The handsome young man immediately assumed a respectful posture, casting sidelong glances while wearing an attractive smile. "Secretary, when may I speak with the principal?" The near 50-year-old secretary paused, her gaze softening with compassion but remaining resolute. "I previously informed you, Teacher Jiang, that the principal is quite busy and does not see visitors. Is that so?" Jiang Yan's hand reached for the forlorn teacup, pausing midway as he noticed an open ledger beside it. "May I take a moment to peruse this sign-in book, Secretary?" The secretary found it difficult to refuse, as the young man had already lingered at the principal's office door for nearly an hour, seemingly determined to wait for the principal and had intentionally chosen a time devoid of classes. On the waiting room table, he had explored every object within reach, and now, fixating on the sign-in book, it seemed to provide him with a semblance of tranquility. With the secretary's consent, Jiang Yan finally flipped open the ledger. Since the secretary had invited him to wait, he had not anticipated meeting the principal today. All who enter the principal's office must sign, and his eyes brightened as a familiar name leaped from the page, Xia Jiahui. While he was unsure of the precise timing of Xia Jiahui's incident, he was aware it had occurred approximately 2 weeks prior. Remarkably, the date on the medical office's records coincided precisely with the sign-in book. 2 weeks ago to the day. "Ghost story, fireman, has been recorded." As the mechanical voice echoed, Jiang Yan nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. Fireman was the name of the ghost story associated with Xia Jiahui. Such a kind-hearted individual had ultimately been consumed by flames. Overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation, he forced himself to redirect his focus, with the task progress surpassing 50% as he endeavored to document the fireman. Another player successfully recorded a ghost story as well. The speed was astonishing, prompting Jiang Yan to ponder whether this instance was merely facile or if a particularly formidable player lurked among them. He had yet to encounter any other players, and a subtle anticipation began to brew within him. As he completed the ghost story documentation, his objectives within the principal's office remained unfulfilled. Jiang Yan turned a page back, his attention caught. Following Xia Jiahui's entry, he discovered the sign-in record for the ghost story back-to-back. Indeed, Chen Diyue had also visited the principal's office. Upon inspecting the date, it was precisely 1 week ago. He knew the timing of Chen Diyue's death. It occurred the day after her visit to the principal's office. 2 weeks for Xia Jiahui, 1 week for Chen Diyue, with no other students in between. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. Jiang Yan glanced at the secretary, ensuring she was not observing him, and discreetly flipped through several pages of the sign-in book. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed, causing his heart to race. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the principal's office door. Night had fallen. Chapter 10, Are You a Player? A withered hand emerged, and Jiang Yan barely had time to discern its form before his vision plunged into suffocating darkness. The countdown commenced. 13,000. It appeared that before he could meet the principal, he must first survive the night. After enduring the harrowing escape tutorial, as the outlines of the scene crystallized before him, Jiang Yan readied himself to flee. However, preceding the appearance of the ghost story was an eerie sound, reminiscent of a soft-bodied creature writhing. Aware that curiosity could be fatal, Jiang Yan understood the caution it warranted. Yet, this was merely a step away from the principal's office in the waiting room. Blinking, he followed the source of the sound, steadying his breath and cautiously turning his head. His pupils contracted, Even in the face of countless bizarre corpses, the moment he beheld the entity, his heart raced. A mass, an indescribable heap of flesh and bone, lay before the principal's office door. The exposed surface was a decayed black, yet as it writhed, hints of pale pink emerged, revealing veins within. As the mass drew closer, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, nearly provoking tears. He squinted, realizing the shape bore a striking resemblance to a human brain. What if it truly was a brain? The very thought startled Jiang Yan. However, if all the students entering the principal's office were to be sentenced to death, then the principal's office could very well serve as the central brain governing the operations of Xinlin High School. His gaze lingered for a moment on the writhing mass of flesh, and amidst the occasionally exposed pink tissue, he seemed to glimpse a golden key. The key lay quietly ensconced in the sanguine embrace of flesh, yet it exerted an irresistible allure upon the onlookers just a few steps away. Reflected in his eyes was the key's resplendent golden hue. Before he knew it, all his thoughts revolved around the desire for this key. Jiang Yan took a step forward, followed by another. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by overwhelming longing. He soon found himself before the brain, the pulsating flesh quickening in intensity as if inviting him to seize it. And indeed, he did just that. His hand plunged into the viscous decay, the flesh adhering to his skin. Madness, hatred, resentment, despair. Just as his fingers were about to touch the key, an onslaught of torn emotion struck his heart like a heavy axe. Jiang Yan jolted awake, yanking his arm back with force, staggering slightly from the momentum. His eyes regained clarity as he clutched his chest, nearly collapsing to the ground. A searing pain radiated through his arm, and his gaze shifted from the viscous skin to the brain before the door. Jiang Yan's expression gradually dimmed. This marked yet another misjudgment since entering the world of bizarre tales, nearly costing him his life. The brain, formed from a heap of corpses, was an unrecorded tale, or rather, it was part of a tale. The compendium of bizarre tales only applied to those tales, and as the holder of this compendium, Jiang Yan could perceive that more intense emotions surged behind the door of the principal's office. At any moment, they could break free from their confinement and assail him. This emotion instilled a primal fear within him, a terror he had not felt even when back to back or head down. It signified that a formidable tale lay within the principal's office. Only when that potent emotion surged towards him did he finally awaken from his confusion. Now, upon realizing that the entity before him was indeed a bizarre tale, the sense of disorientation dissipated. Just as one could only perceive colors when upside down, this segment of the tale seemed to possess its own rules for killing. And once discerned, it could no longer pose a threat to players. The pain in his arm subsided somewhat, and Jiang Yan steeled himself mentally, opening the game panel. Rationality value, 76. The cost of his misjudgment was painfully evident, as his rationality plummeted from nearly 90. The moment he beheld that number, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. Yet, this also served as proof that entangling with the tale within the principal's office was an imprudent decision. Exiting the waiting room, a chilling wind swept through, causing him to shiver. The temperature here was unnervingly low. The 7th floor was eerily quiet. Yet his recent experience felt like a knife plunged into his heart. Was this stillness a result of the tale that resided within the principal's office? Shaking his head, Jiang Yan resolved to leave the 7th floor. After all, tales were not to be trifled with, and even with the compendium at his disposal, he could not rely on luck every time. He pondered his next move. The 6th floor housed laboratories, while the 5th floor contained the auditorium. Although the task progress would update the recorded tales in real time, it would not divulge detailed information about them. Among the existing tales, he only knew that Back-to-Back was in the old dormitory building, and firemen resided in Class 5 of the first year, but those were merely their death locations. Tales were mobile. With his vision obscured, Jiang Yan descended slowly, preparing to circumvent the classroom of Class 5. However, Lady Luck did not grant him that opportunity. As he reached the stairwell, a wave of heat surged towards him, and the distorted warmth drew ever closer. Additionally, he heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching him. He could only manage a bitter smile before encountering a student with a buzz cut sprinting towards him. Their eyes met, and the buzz cut student widened his eyes, frantically waving his hands while shouting, "New player, run!" Without needing to be told, Jiang Yan had already identified the source of the heat. A figure engulfed in flames, or perhaps a humanoid being wrapped in fire, was advancing toward them in sync with the buzz-cut student's frantic pace. With each inch it drew closer. The sound of flesh sizzling grew louder, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning protein. The tale known as fireman, Xiajia Hao. From several meters away, the flames were already threatening to blister his skin. If it made contact, he would undoubtedly ignite, becoming a fireman himself. Fleeing was imperative. The pressing question was whether to ascend or descend. The buzzcut student had reached the stairway, his face displaying a conflicted expression. Descending would likely lead to encounters with other tales on campus, but ascending risked being trapped if the route was blocked, leaving him to await his doom. Resolute, he lifted his leg. "Follow me," he commanded, his voice calm and authoritative. The buzzcut student glanced up in alarm. The young man who had issued the command was already sprinting upwards. The confidence in the stranger's voice inexplicably inspired trust, and the buzzcut student pivoted, hastening to keep pace. Just as they were running, the leading young man suddenly halted, prompting the buzzcut student to skid to a stop, nearly colliding with the stranger's chest. Chapter 11. Willing to sacrifice for you move. That thing is about to catch up. The buzzcut student was drenched in sweat. Yet the young man showed no inclination to continue fleeing. "I intend to wait for it to catch up." Under the buzzcut student's incredulous gaze, Jiang Yan remained composed, observing the flames around the corner. The fireman's pace was slow. If they could run just a little faster, they would surely shake it off. He was certainly not mad. He had called upon the buzzcut student merely to prevent him from leading the tail into unsuitable areas. Long before the buzzcut student appeared, the fireman's emotions had already transmitted alongside the heat wave, and the incessantly roaring flames conveyed a singular message. It was in agony and yearned for release. Upon perceiving this plea, Jiang Yan resolved to assist in its liberation. The searing flames caused the tiles to warp, and the buzzcut student forcefully slammed the door shut, panting as he glanced at the young man who had taken the lead. After a brief exchange, "Yin Feng, brother." He gestured toward the hidden rear door of the laboratory. "You can escape through there. Head towards the artificial lake." Yin Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to maintain his composure. "Jiang Ge, after all this time, you don't have complete control over the situation?" Who had he placed his trust in? There was no time for complaints. As the laboratory door was suddenly breached with a loud crash, and the fireman, enveloped in flames, staggered inside. Yin Feng anxiously clenched his palms, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, the sound of calm footsteps reached his ears as Jiang Yan stepped forward with a smile. "Jiang Ge." As soon as the name slipped from his lips, Jiang Yan turned his head, placing a finger against his lips, shushing him. With his mouth effectively sealed, Yin Feng fell silent, holding his breath in trepidation as he watched Jiang Yan approach the fireman. The fireman emitted a low growl, clearly aware of the audacious young man before it. The scorching wave of heat accompanied its growl, making Jiang Yan's face feel as though it were on fire, as if he were trapped in the depths of a desert. The charred humanoid figure bore no discernible features, yet he focused on where its face should be, displaying his sincerity. He bore no hostility. In fact, he empathized deeply with its plight and felt its suffering keenly. "Xia Jiahao," he raised his hand before him. "I am the new homeroom teacher of Class 5. Though this is our first meeting, you are still one of my students." Behind him, Yin Feng was momentarily stunned, glancing toward the tail. The fireman remained undeterred, continuing its advance, and upon hearing the words Class 5, the flames upon its body blazed even fiercer. He felt a sense of foreboding. The prospect of using emotional manipulation akin to a ghost story left him utterly astonished, and he silently regretted having been so impulsive as to trust the other party. His gaze wandered between the young man and the back door, as Yin Feng sweat profusely, calculating the likelihood of successfully escaping with the other person. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan remained oblivious to Yin Feng's inner turmoil, his attention unwavering as he cautioned, "Jiahao, if you proceed any further, the smoke detector in the laboratory will trigger an alarm." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng abruptly looked up at the ceiling. Indeed, although concealed in shadows, he could faintly discern the outline of the smoke detector. More critically, beside the detector, he spotted the sprinkler head. While it was certainly a straightforward and effective means of extinguishing the flames, executing such a plan swiftly required an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Yet, the one capable of this feat was a newcomer he had never encountered before. Even more surprising was that after Jiang Yan uttered those words, the figure of the fireman actually halted its advance. It could comprehend. Jiang Yan had anticipated that Xia Jiahao would pause, as the ghost story encyclopedia transmitted his confusion incessantly. It was precisely this vivid shift in emotions that allowed him to deduce that the fireman still retained some semblance of reason. Now, the fireman's blurred gaze pierced through the smoke with a scrutinizing intensity. Jiang Yan smiled calmly and remarked, "I know you do not wish to remain in this state, but I must inform you, Jiahao, that you are likely to meet a dire fate, much like being backed into a corner. The choice is yours. The teacher will not interfere with your decision." He could not glean the other's intentions from Jiang Yan's expression. Yet the brilliance in those deer-like eyes seemed capable of illuminating the darkness. Were he still alive, encountering a homeroom teacher like this young man would have astonished him. Yin Feng, who had been disregarded by both, gaped in shock as he watched the fireman step by step enter the range detected by the alarm. The deluge of water cascaded over the flames, generating a thick cloud of smoke, while the fireman stood motionless within the curtain of water. At that moment, Yin Feng could not fathom what the fireman was contemplating, but the scene before him was imbued with a profound, silent sorrow that rendered him momentarily speechless. After struggling in the world of ghost stories for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such a sight. The ghost story had chosen to conclude itself. The fireman wailed endlessly amidst the flowing water. The flames that served both as weapon and protection gradually extinguished. Jiang Yan pressed his palm against his chest, an indescribable sadness gleaming in his eyes. He softly inquired, "What do you need me to assist you with, Yang Ci? I can aid you. Whether it be with the teacher, your classmates, or anyone else." Logically, this was an inevitable requirement for clearing the quest, emotionally. He could not bear to see the virtuous oppressed while the wicked thrived. He articulated these names slowly, knowing that if the fireman's emotions morphed into resentment or anger at any moment, he could identify the object of his vengeance. However, unexpectedly, by the time he had listed the guidance counselor and the principal, the emotions perceived by the ghost story encyclopedia were solely gratitude. Jiang Yan realized that Xia Jiahao did not seek revenge. As the flames were extinguished, amidst the rising smoke, Yin Feng beheld Jiang Yan approaching him, while the fireman had vanished without a trace. "Brother Jiang," the ghost story, he struggled to find suitable words, stiffly stating, "is dead." Jiang Yan rubbed his temples and acknowledged, "I wish to know, will the ghost stories and other quests also experience a second death?" The smoke was too thick, and they exited through the back door, conversing as they walked. Yin Feng remarked, "It is rare for a quest to feature so many ghost stories. In my previous encounters, there was only ever one ghost story per quest, the implication being that those ghost stories would not experience a second death." Jiang Yan nodded, for indeed, one could glean a hint of this from Yin Feng's overwhelming desire to flee. This confirmed his own assessment. Chapter 12. "It's your turn that's quite peculiar," he said. "I did not expect to encounter such a quest on my first attempt." Yin Feng muttered, "I doubt ordinary people would think to do this." Noticing the concealed malice in the young man's smile beside him, he quickly changed the subject. "Brother Jiang, how did you discover that ghost stories can communicate? That's truly remarkable." Just then, at the end of the corridor, a wheelchair slowly emerged from the darkness, occupied by a girl with her head bowed, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face. With quick reflexes, he seized Yin Feng and urged, "Run." The stairway was drawing increasingly closer. Had the timing been more opportune, Jiang Yan might have burst into laughter. His relationship with the stairs had become quite profound, as if he resided in the stairwell itself. It was a mix of the absurd and the frustrating. The wheelchair girl was among the first 3 ghost stories documented, having been recorded by other players after Jiang Yan had dealt with the head-down figure. He was not well acquainted with the circumstances of this ghost story, and neither did Yin Feng seem to be. Without knowledge of the wheelchair girl's situation, negotiation was impossible. Leaving him with but one path ahead, discover the ghost story's death rules and then shatter them. Before long, they arrived at the juncture where they had to choose between ascending or descending. Yin Feng glanced at the young man, whose brow was furrowed in concentration, trying to decipher something from his expression. Yet the other's visage was serious, and his steps had slowed, clearly in a state of indecision. As a seasoned player who had traversed the world of ghost stories multiple times, he had been compelled to develop the habit of analyzing the behaviors of ghost stories. It was rare for a ghost story not to hastily pursue players, and veteran players generally viewed this behavior as a signal. The death rules of the ghost story had been triggered, and a dead end lay ahead. Being caught by the wheelchair girl would lead to a dead end. Choosing incorrectly between ascending and descending would also result in a dead end. Yin Feng had always found mental tasks to be a headache, and seeing Jiang Yan remain still, he hesitated no longer and summoned the game interface. Personal achievement. Wolfhound. A wolfhound stripped of its fangs and claws still retains its beastly instinct. Player Yin Feng, please confirm whether to activate this personal achievement. You have 3 remaining uses in this quest. As Yin Feng observed the ghost story drawing nearer, he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Use, use, use," with a chime. The personal achievement radiated a brilliant light, and almost instantaneously, an instinct seemed to materialize, guiding him upward. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Yan made the same judgment. Taken aback by being a step behind, he looked at Yin Feng in astonishment, only to find the latter's eyes gleaming like a predator's in the night, brimming with primal ferocity. The wheelchair girl, belatedly realizing the situation, extended her pale, emaciated hand, yet the humans instinctively fled upward. The ghost story grasped at thin air, its fingers tightening with a sound akin to cracking bones. Jiang Yan, undeterred, grasped Yin Feng's clothing, insisting, "Stop going up. It's sufficient here." Ascending further would lead them to the 7th floor, where a grotesque mass of flesh and bone awaited. As well as a terrifying ghost story poised to break through the door at any moment, this was the most perilous area within the known map. And he did not wish for Yin Feng to charge in and meet his demise. Yin Feng's eyes continued to sparkle, his pupils elongated, and he blinked in a daze. Jiang Yan stood face to face with him, raising a hand to gesture backward, deliberately stating, "Did you not know it could not follow you? Which is why you chose to ascend." While a wheelchair might plunge down the stairs with ease, it could not ascend without difficulty. Coupled with the wheelchair girl's nonchalant demeanor during the chase, he could surmise that descending would invoke the death rules. As for how Yin Feng had reached this conclusion, it likely had something to do with his eyes. Jiang Yan did not wish to delve into it further. The experiences of just a few hours had inflicted a dual toll on both his intellect and stamina. His head felt somewhat dizzy, and he opted to dust off the steps before turning around and sitting down unceremoniously. Supporting his head, he locked eyes with the wheelchair girl. And as he sensed the ghost story's emotions transform into exasperation, he relaxed and stretched his body. It truly could not ascend. However, given the rare opportunity for an appropriate rest, Jiang Yan was quite content. "Brother Yin Feng." He patted the empty seat beside him, realizing that we couldn't go anywhere at the moment, and suggested casually to chat for $5. Yin Feng glanced over and suddenly remembered that the person beside him was merely a novice entering the realm of strange tales for the first time. He then shifted his gaze to the wheelchair-bound girl below the steps, who was fuming with anger, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was indeed the first time he had encountered a newcomer who could so effortlessly intimidate the bizarre tales. Nevertheless, despite his internal grumblings, Yin Feng dutifully explained the unwritten rules that govern the players, one of which explicitly stated that one should not casually inquire about another's personal achievements. When he mentioned this, he carefully observed Jiang Yan, who displayed no particular reaction, instead responding with an unusually earnest mm. Relieved, Yin Feng felt assured that Jiang Yan had not detected his unease. At that moment, Jiang Yan contemplated the notion that personal achievements could also be activated voluntarily, unlike his own forced empathy with the wheelchair girl's fury, which was now making him feel somewhat nauseous. Time trickled away under the glaring gaze of the bizarre tales, and as the countdown approached its conclusion, Yin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, looking at Jiang Yan as if he were a long-lost brother. Although the first half of the night had been tense and exhilarating, the latter half felt excessively easy. After spending a full day and night at Xinhai Middle School, he sensed that he was drifting further from the truth. While Xia Jihui's self-destruction subtly shifted his thoughts, this murky water, which others were keen to avoid, was something he felt compelled to stir. When daylight arrived, everything returned to its normal state. To avoid raising suspicions, Jiang Yan hurriedly pushed open the door to the infirmary. "School doctor, you mentioned it would be my turn," he began, raising his eyes to see Yang Xi's evasive gaze peering from behind the hunched form of the old-school doctor. He quickly swallowed the rest of his sentence and instead addressed Yang Xi. "You're awake. How is your health?" Jiang Yan did not have the luxury of lingering in conversation. After greeting the old-school doctor, he pulled up a chair and sat down. His tone was gentle, but to Yang Xi's ears, it felt like a tender blade. Jiang Yan was acutely aware of Yang Xi's fears, yet he was determined to utter those 3 words. "I'm going to see Xia Jiahui," he added. Smiling brightly before Yang Xi could roll his eyes, "He asked me to tell you the light." Airy words fell, and Yang Xi's eyes widened in shock, tears gradually filling his gaze. Under Jiang Yan's watchful eyes, he stifled a few sobs before ultimately bursting into tears. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan retrieved the final tissue, glancing at Yang Xi with exasperation. A man may shed tears sparingly, but Yang Xi appeared capable of crying for another 10 minutes. He shoved the tissue into Yang Xi's hands and bluntly stated, "If you've cried enough, the teacher still has a few questions for you." Jiang Yan employed a strategy of both kindness and authority, and Yang Xi's attitude had shifted from disdain to trepidation, marking a significant transformation. Yang Xi wiped his nose and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I will tell you everything, Teacher Jiang, as long as it can help you, in Jiahui." Jiang Yan, satisfied, stroked his chin, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I want to know, since you were so close to Xia Jiahui, why did you lead the bullying against him? He observed the struggle and hesitation etched on Yang Xi's face, realizing he had asked the right question. Xia Jiahui had firmly rejected Yang Xi's proposal for revenge. Yet when Yang Xi's name was mentioned, the firebrand's emotions exhibited a faint ripple, not resentment, nor fear, but concern. Why would Xia Jiahui be worried about Yang Xi? In the world of strange tales at Xinhai Middle School, to achieve his goal of purging evil, he needed to find a point of vulnerability that was both close to the source of malice and easily exploitable. Others failed to meet both criteria. But the timid Yang Xi fit perfectly as a potential breakthrough. According to his calculations, Xia Jiahui and Yang Xi were likely not enemies. Rather, before the self-immolation incident, they had been good friends. Thus, Jiang Yan relayed the firebrand's last words to Yang Xi, saying, Xia Jiahui asked me to tell you that he forgives you. Completely ensnared in the trap, Yang Xi vigorously wiped his face, realizing he had been selected by the management. At first, they only wanted me to sever ties with him. But he glanced at the infirmary door, confirming it was securely locked by the old-school doctor before continuing. Then they said if we couldn't break apart, we would have to choose a sacrifice from among us. Sacrifice? Jiang Yan attempted to discern any signs of concealment on Yang Xi's face. But the latter's honesty was disarming, and he appeared poised to burst into tears again. I have no choice, Teacher Jiang. I still have my parents. I want to live to see them. Yang Xi spoke the truth, and after a few more probing questions, it became evident that he had revealed all he knew, leaving no room for further inquiry. The conversation could come to an end. Jiang Yan sighed heavily, his gaze towards Yang Xi filled with complex emotions. He has already forgiven you, and I have no right to condemn you. Just rest well. I will excuse you from class this afternoon. He drew the curtain for Yang Xi and pondered how to address the old-school doctor. The old-school doctor had not forgotten his secretive guidance. And Jiang Yan shook his head. I was merely wondering about Xia Jiahui's parents. I went to the principal's office but did not see him, he said hurriedly. A student was escorted into the principal's office by the disciplinary director, insisting that it shouldn't be their class's turn. School doctor? May I ask what turn means? The old-school doctor regarded the young man before him, noting his exceptional appearance and character, as well as the fierce determination that mirrored his own youth. Having drifted through the school for many years, the doctor's own sharpness had dulled. But could this young man become a beacon of light amidst the ancient darkness of Xinhai Middle School? The old-school doctor discovered that he still possessed a flicker of hope, and he wished to gamble on this possibility. Your rapport with Zhang Qingyang has increased. Jiang Yan was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Qingyang must be the name of the old-school doctor. Had he earned yet another trust? Suppressing a whirlwind of thoughts, he attentively listened as the old-school doctor began to elaborate. The principal of Xinhai Middle School was a mysterious figure, never having shown his face on campus since the school's inception. No one knew how many principals had come and gone, or if there had always been just one. To demonstrate his concern for the school's development, the principal would select a student each week to personally assess their academic progress. The term referred to the sequence in which students were chosen based on their class. However, Teacher Jiang, this order has recently been disrupted. The old-school doctor took a sip of tea. It seems that a change is truly upon us. Jiang Yan immediately connected the dots. You mean Qindiue? The blood-written characters of the bizarre tales revealed narratives that had been witnessed by them. And Sun Ran's unease when mentioning Qindiue suggested that her death had disrupted the established order. Adding to that was the student he encountered in the principal's office. Within a few short weeks, the sequence had been altered twice. No wonder anxiety gripped the hearts of those at Xinhai Middle School. Receiving the old-school doctor's affirmative response, Jiang Yan expressed his profound gratitude before taking his leave. It wasn't that he wished to depart hastily, but he was pressed for time to reach his next destination. The disciplinary director's words echoed in his mind. After escorting that student into the principal's office, the director had said, Teacher Jiang, since you have some free time, keep an eye on the student who will be checked next week. If there is even the slightest error in front of the principal, I will ensure you can no longer remain at this school. Removing the veiled threats from her words, the essence of her message was clear. He was to monitor the next student likely to take their own life. Coincidentally, the unfortunate student was someone he knew well, indeed. The very one who had clashed with the special talents. It seemed their relationship had soured not merely due to a girl, but because of issues stemming from the management. Targeting a transfer student was truly despicable. Chapter 13, The Unexplainable During the Lunch Break. most students were cherishing their precious moments of respite. By the time Jiang Yan arrived at the floor where the senior class was located, only Lian Hongge remained in the classroom. Just as Jiang Yan was about to call the name of the transfer student, a commotion erupted in the corridor. From a distance, he spotted a student with a flamboyant hairstyle striding towards him with an air of aggression. It seemed that ill fortune had befallen him. The very thing he feared had come to pass. Without time to explain to Lian Hongge, he dashed into the classroom, seizing the student's wrist and racing out. Caught off guard by the sudden pull, the transfer student nearly bit his tongue, adjusting his chaotic steps while casting a bewildered glance at Jiang Yan. "Help me catch that fraud. He is not even from our academy. And that pretty boy transfer student has issues too." The young man referred to as the pretty boy frowned, digesting the fact that he was also being targeted. Then looked at the fraud who still managed to smile beside him. "Where are we going?" Lian Hongge inquired, clearly perplexed by the other's intentions. He was forcibly dragged across a significant portion of the campus, from the teaching building to the vicinity of the old dormitory. They maintained a lead of several paces ahead of the aggressive student. Upon stopping, the special student finally arrived, panting heavily, cursing as he exclaimed, "How did we end up in this wretched place? What bad luck! No one will come to your aid here, even if you scream." He pointed at Jiang Yan, grinding his teeth as he said, "You almost had me fooled. How dare a newcomer impersonate a school leader and use regulations to intimidate me? Just wait until I take you to the security office and have them expel you." The special student flaunted his bravado, but the young man being accused ignored the insults, his voice remaining clear amidst the vulgarities. Yin Zhou leaned in to listen, and upon discerning the content, his expression momentarily stiffened. "You are right. There are few people around the old dormitory." With a smile, Jiang Yan approached the special student. The steadiness of his gait contrasted sharply with the swiftness of the punch he unleashed. "So, today, no one will come to your rescue, no matter how loudly you shout." Jiang Yan pinned the first aggressor to the ground, and from behind, a seemingly weak figure disguised as a student lunged forward, bearing an unusual expression. At that moment, Jiang Yan's grip remained firm against the special student's neck as he braced for the impending blow. The sound of wind and a muffled thud resonated simultaneously as he lifted the special student from the ground, only to see Lian Hongge holding a plastic flower pot, his face reflecting the realization of what had just transpired. Beneath them lay a frail student, frothing at the mouth. His attempted ambush had failed miserably. Jiang Yan surveyed the scene and then turned back to the special student, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. "Now, truly, no one will come to save you." He crouched before the trembling special student and asked, "Let us hear it. What do you know?" The special student was astonished, realizing that this seemingly delicate young man was quite adept at fighting. As he witnessed the state of his companion sprawled on the ground, he trembled and pleaded, "You are magnanimous. As long as you spare me, I will divulge anything you wish to know." With that, he rattled off his name, height, weight, and everything else he could think of. Jiang Yan was left speechless, and before the special student could reveal the color of his underwear, he placed a hand on the student's shoulder. "You seem quite perceptive about the school's dynamics." "Yes, my legs are weak." The special student desperately attempted to prove his worth. "I am known as the all-knowing one in the school. I know everything about the students." It was no wonder that when Lian Hongge was chosen, the special student rushed over to take advantage of the situation. However, since he claimed to know all, Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes like a fox gauging its prey. "Tell me, why was there a sudden change in the order today?" The special student's gaze wandered, sweat pouring down his face. He feared the administrative staff's scrutiny and attempted to evade. Perhaps the principal changed his mind. This has happened before. The hand resting on his shoulder tightened suddenly, producing a sound reminiscent of bones dislocating, prompting the special student to wail, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Teacher Jiang, please. My bones are going to break." The pain did not lessen. Jiang Yan's grip intensified, his impatience evident in a sharp click of his tongue. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, the special student had no choice but to spill everything he knew. There's a dry well near the grove by the artificial lake. No one is allowed near it except the leadership. That person must have gone there. It was true. There was indeed such a well, rumored to only grant wishes if visited at midnight. In the classroom, Sun Ran cradled a steaming cup of tea in her hands. "Teacher Jiang, are you really going? Can't you refrain from going?" Through her interactions with Jiang Yan, she had discerned his temperament. She knew he would certainly go for Lian Hongge's sake, but still pleaded with little hope, if Director Li and the others find out. "It won't just be Senior Lian who suffers, they will target you too." She was aware that Lian Hongge had been chosen as the next offering, and she understood that her attempts to dissuade Jiang Yan were, in effect, cutting off Lian Hongge's path to survival. Yet, her inclination leaned towards Jiang Yan, and she braced herself to offend others. Unexpectedly, Lian Hong's cold voice interjected, also serving as a deterrent. If your assumptions are correct, going to the wishing well would be futile and might even increase the risk. I do not support your venture into danger. Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback. Lian Hong's serious expression filled her with gratitude, prompting her to turn and gaze at the young man sitting across from them. Two sincere pairs of eyes converged on Jiang Yan, leaving him a bit flustered. These two students were different from the rest. They were good students. He had personally assisted and verified their character. He truly did not wish for them to worry for him. However, how could he explain that the campus would be filled with strange tales by nightfall, ensuring that not only would Director Lee remain oblivious, but that the well might not even exist come morning? Chapter 14. Water-shaped apparitions defeated by the students concerned, Jiang Yan frowned and resolved to abandon his explanation. He lowered his gaze, observing the ripples of tea leaves swirling in his cup, and reluctantly said, "Yes, you are right. I shall refrain from going." It was no surprise. Sun Ran exhaled in relief, loosening her grip on the cup and blowing on her reddened fingers. Jiang Yan chuckled, then turned his attention back to Lian Hong. Upon seeing him for the first time, he comprehended why the special student had referred to Lian Hong as a pretty boy. After all, such an extraordinarily handsome face could incite envy even among the gods. Yet, as he interacted with Lian Hong, he had never perceived any significant emotional shifts on his face. Even now, when Jiang Yan clearly stated his intention to forego seeking the well that could potentially save him, Lian Hong remained composed. Jiang Yan was reluctant to suspect. But Lian Hong's indifference towards his own life was perplexing. Was this simply his nature, or was there a deeper reason? "Teacher Jiang." Lian Hong gently called out to him, "I have something to discuss with you." His hesitant demeanor prompted Sun Ran to understand immediately. She quickly rose, saying, "I just remembered I haven't finished today's assignment. Teacher Jiang, Senior Lian, I'll go do my work now." With that, she hurriedly exited the office, closing the door behind her. With only the two of them left in the office, Jiang Yan leaned down, striving to appear more approachable. "What is it you wish to say?" Lian Hong lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes fluttering. "I'm a bit scared." From this angle, Jiang Yan could not discern the expression on Lian Hong's face, merely hearing him continue. "I have been striving to appear indifferent. Yet when I think of Xia Jiahao and Chen Diyue, Teacher Jiang, will it hurt much?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart tightened. He grasped Lian Hong's hand resting on the table, only to discover the steaming tea nearby, while the boy's palm felt as frigid as ice. Lian Hong fell silent again, without receiving an answer. Just as he resolved to accept reality, the gentle voice of the young man echoed in his ear, heavy with the weight of an unspoken truth. "You will never know, for I shall not allow you to perish." Enough. Lian Hong swiftly raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes, his voice hoarse as he responded with a faint momentarily lost in the warmth lingering in his palm. Jiang Yan observed these actions, accompanying Lian Hong as they walked outside, his brow slightly easing. Such a reaction was indeed normal. This previously stoic youth had finally come to life, alleviating some of Jiang Yan's concerns. Although the special student had vowed to follow Jiang Yan faithfully, many bullies lurked within the campus, and he could not guarantee that no one else would stir trouble. He certainly did not want to boast only to see Lian Hong abducted by some reckless troublemaker. After all, dealing with these ruffians would consume considerable time. However, perhaps due to the special student's painful lessons being shared, they encountered no malevolent gazes during their walk. Upon reaching the door of the classroom safely, Jiang Yan still felt uneasy and urged, "If you encounter anything insurmountable, come find me. If I am not in the office, I will be in class 5 of the first year. Do not hesitate. Do you understand?" Lian Hong remained silent for a while before nodding, his voice thick with nasal tones. "I understand. Thank you, teacher." Having spent so long at Xinlin High School, he was startled to realize that even his speech had taken on a serious tone. Truly, one's identity can be burdensome. From last night until now, he had been too occupied to focus on his task progress. Only now, when he had a moment's respite, did he open the game panel to scrutinize it. Rationality value, 73. Task progress, 610. He recalled that after being controlled by the brain at the waiting room door, his rationality had plummeted to 76. This meant that the combined effects of the fireman and the wheelchair girl had only drained him 3 points of rationality. This trifling loss was likely the result of witnessing Xia Jiahao's tragic end. His rationality value remained relatively safe, and he pulled out a sheet of paper from his folder, organizing his thoughts. After the first night, the compilation progress of the strange tales had evidently slowed down, and the newly added tale of hide-and-seek had become increasingly ambiguous. Yet, it was a given that the subplots would not allow them to pass easily. Although the urgency of the task loomed, he did not feel a sense of panic within. As he began to write, linking the leadership and the wishing well, Jiang Yan first circled the wishing well, then promptly noted sacrifice, followed by a question mark. The former school doctor had mentioned that Xinlin High School had not changed its principal in many years, making it highly likely that the principal extended her life through the sacrifice of students. However, he would need to inquire further at the wishing well to ascertain the specifics. If all went well, resolving the mystery of the wishing well tonight would unveil much of Xinlin High School's enigma. The next pressing issue was the principal's office strange tale. Furrowing his brows, he added the word strange tale after the principal's office. He still had no inkling of how to confront the strange tale within the principal's office and did not wish to expend energy without direction. The arrangements for tonight had already taken shape, and Jiang Yan meticulously folded the paper before tucking it into his pocket. Adjusting the chair behind him, he reclined casually, closing his eyes to rest. As night descended, he, with his robust mental fortitude, managed to sleep undisturbed in the office until the mechanical voice announced the onset of darkness, at which point he slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue in his gaze dissipated quickly. Before the countdown appeared, he made his way outside the teaching building. His impatient demeanor rendered the mechanical voice momentarily silent. 20,000. Upon seeing the display on the panel, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The countdown had extended by 30 minutes compared to the previous night. While this may not be favorable news for other players, for him, it meant he had more time to interrogate the wishing well. What a delight. However, he did not head directly to the grove. Instead, he deliberately took a detour. Arriving at the front of the old dormitory building, the cold wind rustled the leaves, twisted branches obscured the sun, and behind the pitch-black windows lurked watchful eyes. It felt as though only he and this dilapidated structure remained in the realm. Proceeding cautiously, he noted the remnants of blood on the ground from where someone had crawled with their head down. Entering through a half-shattered glass door, he scanned the surroundings in search of something. First floor, second floor, third floor. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Yan ascended to the fourth floor. A series of dripping sounds reached his ears, and the corridor lights flickered to life. Narrowing his eyes, he caught sight of a figure standing at the far end of the corridor. Chapter 15. I have arrived. The silhouette faced away from him, long hair swaying as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The lights flickered again, and amidst the interplay of shadows and brightness, the figure seemed to draw nearer. Before he could react, the overhead light extinguished once more, only to illuminate again. In the brief moment of darkness, the figure closed the distance, now merely an arm's length away. With a sudden pop, darkness enveloped them again, and his eyes, unaccustomed to the gloom, blinked laboriously. The air grew thick and stifling, reminiscent of a sauna, and a foul odor assaulted his senses, inducing a visceral sense of nausea. Without needing to look, he knew the figure was now face to face with him. Long hair, matted with blood, brushed against his face, creeping down his collar and wrapping around his neck. The sensation was damp and prickly, akin to an eel wriggling beneath his clothing, or leeches crawling upon him. Were it anyone else, under such an onslaught of horrifying sensations, they would have turned to flee, legs weakened and unsteady. Yet Jiang Yan merely grasped a strand of hair, shaking it gently as if to shake hands with Chen Diyue, saying, "How many times must I say it before you believe me?" He felt the hair tug at his hand, exasperatedly declaring, "You will not frighten me, even if you wish to strangle me." The hair constricting his neck tightened suddenly, affirming the strange tale's intent with its actions. "But you must wait until I turn around to act, right?" He patted the thick tresses around his neck. "This is your death rule, strange tale, back to back." The salty, rancid odor lessened somewhat. The entity stepped back. The death rule had been deciphered, and it could only reluctantly abandon its plan to eliminate this ungrateful youth once more. However, the figure showed no signs of understanding its brush with death, its words dripping with nonchalance. "Do you think we can have a proper conversation now?" Chen Diyue scrutinized him with a sullen gaze, already having experienced the other's flowery words and wishing to send this towering figure away as swiftly as possible. Jiang Yan recognized that he could now converse with it. Clearing his throat, he recounted what he had witnessed in the principal's office. "We suspect that the principal, in her desperation to violate regulations and eliminate this student prematurely, did so because she saw something she should not have. Specifically, she ventured to the dry well." The dancing hair struck the wall behind him like a blade, causing dust to cascade down. An overwhelming surge of anger and sorrow washed over him. This statement awakened the memories of death lurking behind him, threatening to plunge his already unstable emotions into turmoil once more. Jiang Yan wiped away the blood splattered on his face. His heart, steeped in murderous intent, throbbed painfully. A creature out of control cannot be reasoned with. All its emotions morph into a thirst for slaughter. Calm down, Chindyue. Before the back-to-back madness could fully manifest, he hastily declared his intention to end it all. I must go to the dry well and tell me, did you see the principal by the well as you bid farewell to Chindyue? Jiang Yan, clutching a notice board, followed the contours of his memory towards the artificial lake. Indeed, not only did he obtain the answer he sought from Chindyue, but he also casually appropriated a board from the abandoned room of the dormitory matron. He recalled the palpable silence that emanated from the back-to-back individual when he had asked if he could borrow the board. Sensing a hint of bias from Chindyue towards him, approaching the artificial lake, a clear full moon cast its reflection upon the still waters, which appeared as a dark, unyielding canvas. Pebbles lined the lake's edge, reflecting a dim light under the moon's glow, facing the old dormitory building. To the right lay the grove mentioned by the rooster-headed figure. The uniformly tall trees resembled a congregation of mourners at a funeral, ominously clustered together. As if the wind had lost its way in the solemn stillness, Jiang Yan halted before the grove, tightening his grip on the notice board. Someone was watching him, but the gaze seemed to come from all directions, rendering him unable to discern the uninvited observer's location. This was abnormal. Typically, after being watched for an extended period, one would instinctively sense the source of the gaze, even if only vaguely. In other words, he felt not as though he was being singled out by an individual, but rather ensnared by a multitude of gazes. It was a tale of the uncanny. Yet none of the recorded folklore correlated with the sensation of being watched. He detested this pricking feeling on his back and frowned in displeasure. He did not wish to alter his plans for the night due to this sudden turn of events, forcing himself to disregard it as he stepped into the grove. Within the grove, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than it appeared from afar. Following the rooster-headed figure's description, he ventured down one of the narrow paths. What he encountered could only be described as a humanoid form. Its waterlogged body had distorted the human silhouette, and water continually surged from its mouth and nostrils. It resembled a corpse freshly retrieved from the water, yet its clothing remained dry, devoid of even a trace of moisture. A mixture of contradiction and fear twisted across his face, an indescribable absurdity. The folklore spoke of the sound of dripping water, the hauntings occurring at the artificial lake. He quickly assessed the situation, and Jiang Yan found himself unusually silent. He had witnessed many grotesque corpses, but had never observed another player's body from a player's perspective. No, this was not merely a corpse, it was a living person, much like himself. Every second spent here could coincide with the demise of other players. Much like the stranger who had perished at the hands of the dripping water, their family in the real world might still be awaiting their return, only to receive news of their tragic fate. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan stood silently before the player's body for 3 seconds as a form of mourning. Then, with a sense of urgency, he hastened deeper into the grove. Soon, a well emerged from the embrace of the trees, its edges low and the bricks weathered, surrounded by rampant weeds. Before he could approach, a potent wave of greed surged towards him, encircling the dry well like a heart-pounding barrier. Judging by the intensity of the folklore's emotional weight, it promised to be a formidable adversary. Yet, he was inherently curious about the correlation between the recording of folklore and the activation of death rules. It would be a shame to miss such a splendid opportunity to test this theory. Who knew when he might next encounter a chance for trial and error within the game? Chapter 16. The absence of martial virtue. The moonlight remained resplendent that night. Recklessly appearing at the well's edge, given his stature, should the well contain water, he would be doomed to endure an inevitable fate. He leaned the notice board against the well's edge, shaking his aching arms, and, with a perplexed expression, struck the well for the second time, asking, "Why are you silent? Did you not help the principal resolve numerous issues?" As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the grove shifted once more. If someone were to gaze into the well at that moment, they would discover a pale face emerging from the water's surface. Its black hair, like seaweed, clung to the bricks, resembling not a submerged individual but rather a solitary visage floating in the water. Jiang Yan. Each utterance was accompanied by the unsettling sound of bubbling. Imbued with an indescribable terror, named, Jiang Yan gradually clenched his fist. The wishing well could engage in dialogue, which was somewhat expected. However, the fact that it accurately called his name was decidedly disconcerting. Some folklore possessed abilities akin to divine powers under specific circumstances. Jiang Yan was uncertain whether he qualified to wield such tales. His muscles tensed, akin to a deer sensing the presence of a lurking wolf, compelling him to contemplate strategies with heightened focus. You are the new homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the first year? I am correct. Am I not? The voice bubbled forth. I know you and some of your affairs. Jiang Yan strained his voice to convey a sense of panic, feigning tension. Yet, his tightened grip gradually loosened, and a familiar calmness returned to his gaze. How do you know me? It appeared that the well indeed recognized him, but had not transcended the narrative confines of the scenario. Its understanding of him was limited to the identity assigned within the story. This implied that it could only perceive the tale illuminated by daylight, remaining oblivious to the events that unfolded under the cover of night. Simultaneously, it indicated that it was not the rules-bound folklore Jiang Yan was familiar with, lacking any divine capabilities. I not only know you, but I am also aware that you have come for your students. The pale lips elongated as the face in the well intoned. Let me think. His name is Lian Honga, correct? Perhaps, in a certain sense. He was merely a well-intentioned do-gooder to the wishing well, the sole altruist at Xinlin High School, eager to resolve conflicts among students. Jiang Yan relished this characterization and resolved to embody it fully. Thus, the wishing well eagerly awaited the youth's anxious query, do you have a way to save him? According to Lian Honga's current fate, he was destined to perish in a few days. Extending the life of the doomed required considerable sacrifice. This esoteric rhetoric was initially imposing. Yet Jiang Yan found himself disinterested, remaining silent as he feigned contemplation. The wishing well, unlike other folklore, could not act autonomously, and it would not let the opportunity for prey slip away. Sure enough, when he failed to respond, the face in the well finally broached the main topic. However, if the conditions are sufficient, I might be able to assist you. He had been waiting for this declaration, immediately inquiring, really? What conditions? As long as I can fulfill them, anything is possible. His sincerity was palpable, his tone escalating with fervor. Had it not been for the fact that he himself was the one speaking, Jiang Yan might have been moved to tears. Regrettably, the wishing well could not perceive his expression, mistakenly believing it had ensnared its prey, even as the emotions captured by the folklore encyclopedia began to shift towards elation. Do you know why your principal remains eternally youthful? Why students at Xinlin High School often meet untimely ends? The youth outside the well inhaled sharply, realizing that the folklore could indeed hear the sound of his anxious footsteps. Sacrificing students was not mere rumor. It was a reality. This was the condition for prolonging life. Yet within the mysterious confines of Xinlin High School, it was not an insurmountable challenge, was it? The wishing well had been recorded. Task progress. 710. The crumpled sheet of paper containing his thoughts bore the weight of a chilling realization. It truly was nothing more than a laughably absurd justification. Jiang Yan hesitated, his next move lingering in the air, causing the wishing well to grow anxious, eager to continue guiding him. Its strands of hair clinging to the wall detected a faint shift. The subtle vibrations caused by friction emanated from the well, and the full moon in the sky appeared to be gradually devoured, as if nibbled by a celestial dog. No, that was not a lunar eclipse. A look of bewilderment flashed across the pallid face. It suddenly realized that it was not a moonlit phenomenon. Yet, its reaction came too late. The long, twisting hair surged towards the well's mouth, only to crash heavily against a notice board that proclaimed the excellence of dormitory evaluations. Inside the well, darkness reigned supreme. The well's mouth had been sealed, and it was done with a board bearing the announcement. Realizing it had been deceived, the wishing well futilely pounded its black hair against the notice board again and again, but it was evidently to no avail. Jiang Yan listened to the furious thuds from the bottom of the well while gazing up at the full moon above. Sun Ran had once mentioned that wishes were only effective at night, and he had meticulously observed the nights at Xinlin High School, which were always graced by a perfect round moon. Tonight was no exception. As he engaged in conversation, he pondered whether this could also be a part of the rules of death. Without moonlight, there could be no killings, which seemed rather romantic. Damn it, do you realize that your actions will infuriate me? Do you not wish to see Lianhong Pavilion survive? Deprived of moonlight, and thus its powers, the wishing well could no longer contain itself and unleashed a torrent of curses directed at the youth, while simultaneously scratching at the notice board with its nails. How could there be such a despicable young man, lacking in martial ethics, who would launch a surprise attack on the weak and frail? Undeterred by the vitriol, Jiang Yan calmly remarked, the absence of moonlight equates to a loss of sustenance. If I were to make a wish at this moment, would you still trigger the death rule? As his words fell, the malevolent entity within the well, which had been vehemently struggling and cursing, finally ran out of energy. Even the seemingly enigmatic principal never considered the possibility of coming to the well at night, blocking the moonlight with a notice board to threaten it. What do you intend to do? The wishing well momentarily yielded, unwilling to gamble on the consequences of a wish made in the absence of moonlight. Chapter 17. It was erased. Fulfill my wish, or reveal the hidden secrets of Xinlin High School to me. The young man was determined to not let the wishing well escape, for compared to other malevolent entities, the wishing well's demeanor resembled that of a nightmare, luring one into an abyss. With a careless wish, a person could lose years of life or, worse, become a malevolent entity of Xinlin High School, unable to escape forever. Not to mention its collusion with the principal, undoubtedly claiming many lives in recent years. Your wish, speak of your wish. Time ticked by, and the silhouette of the humanoid entity within the well became increasingly indistinct. Deprived of moonlight, the wishing well struggled to maintain its human form, drifting between being and shadow, its voice growing colder and filled with malice. My wish? Yes. As the entity's voice faded, a system notification echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. Congratulations! You have triggered a side quest, the transaction from the wishing well. Quest description: please complete a transaction under the witness of moonlight, causing the wishing well to experience extreme emotions. Failure to complete the quest will result in death. The rules of the malevolent entity were activated, and the unfathomable depths of the well filled with murky water, tainted with red, yellow, and black filth. Upon the youth's agreement to the transaction, a sticky bubble emerged from the figure. The wishing well, with its eyeless gaze, fixed its stare upon the youth before it, due to the triggering of the rules. It could only observe and not act directly. All right. Jiang Yan approached the edge of the well, his left hand involuntarily delving into his pocket, clutching the photograph tightly. You are one of the few attractive intern teachers I have ever encountered. Such a pleasing appearance. How I wish you were mine. The intense jealousy stirred within the humanoid monster, prompting it to no longer remain confined to the well, as it began to writhe eagerly like a blurred mosaic. In the next moment, it severed its connection to the well and propelled itself out. Its gossamer body leaned closer to the youth, resembling a grotesquely hunched figure. Peering down at him, strands of hair brushed against Jiang Yan's smooth neck as veins faintly pulsed beneath his fair skin. How envious, how jealous, how desperately I desire. The entity failed to restrain its deepest desires, and a drop of corrosive slime slid from its lip-like fissure, landing precisely at Jiang Yan's feet. Disgusted, Jiang Yan shivered with goosebumps, nearly losing control of the hand that wasn't clutching the photograph. Almost, he would have struck out. The entity also sensed that it had nearly acted against the youth, recalling the terrifying backlash brought by the rules, causing it to instinctively retreat a few steps. As it spoke, the temperature in the air plummeted, and several twisted strands of hair detached from the entity's head, akin to bacterial spores, inching towards Jiang Yan's ears. This was the only ability the wishing well could employ outside its corporeal form, allowing it to effortlessly probe into the deepest secrets of others' hearts. Combined with its capacity for non-equivalent exchange, it found it exceedingly easy to breach the psychological defenses of students and teachers alike. So it did not deem assisting Jiang Yan in recovering his lost memories to be a challenging task. However, as the wishing well continued to delve into the youth's memories, some long-sealed past events began to resurface. It saw a void, and within that void stood him. You, who are you? The wishing well emitted a piercing shriek as the strands it transmitted to Jiang Yan were abruptly severed. It seemed to have suffered an unbearable injury, causing numerous small malevolent entities hidden within the forest to be instantly disbanded and absorbed into the well, mending its grievous wounds. How could this happen? The wishing well, engulfed in extreme terror, could not fathom why such a being, akin to a deity, resided within the youth. Such a person should not exist. Especially not within Xinlin High School. Approaching me. The wishing well could not comprehend it all. This backlash from a deity-like entity stripped it of most of its sanity. And more strands of hair lunged towards Jiang Yan, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Jiang Yan understood that while his identity might be absurdly different from the person in the photograph, he never anticipated it could be this outrageous. Could even the wishing well not comprehend the memories it had lost? Regret lingered in his heart, yet he dared not relax his vigilance, fearing it was merely a facade orchestrated by the wishing well. As the holder of the Encyclopedia of Malevolent Entities, Jiang Yan was acutely aware that cunning predators often feigned weakness to lure their prey into a false sense of security. Boom. Instead of witnessing the next move of the humanoid monster, Jiang Yan was taken aback by the shattering of the wishing well. a shock mirrored by the other malevolent entities observing it, for they discovered that the wishing well had been erased without a trace. What just transpired? The wishing well was actually eliminated. Who could have performed such a miraculous feat? It seemed there was an issue with its own existence. No wonder it was the only one to blame. The eternal rules had been shattered, and the principle was likely to emerge. Some weaker malevolent entities, under the condition of not infringing upon each other's rules, hastily chose to huddle together, trembling as they discussed how the wishing well had been eradicated. To be erased meant never to cycle into the second round, signifying true death. Even malevolent entities could no longer exist. In stark contrast to the trembling entities, players not belonging to Xinlin High School, including Jiang Yan, received a notification from the system. Congratulations to the holder of the Encyclopedia of Malevolent Entities for erasing the malevolent entity, the wishing well, and achieving the side quest in an unprecedented manner. After the system's voice delivered this news with gritted teeth, it provided Jiang Yan with a special lead regarding the completion of the side quest. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Album. Side quest completed. Congratulations, holder of the Encyclopedia of Malevolent Entities, you have gained the ability to make a wish at Xinlin High School, which must be triggered before a designated person at a specified location. The mechanical voice concluded its emotionless announcement and promptly vanished. Is this the end? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the damaged wishing well, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Unable to suppress his murmurs, the memories I have lost are undoubtedly poison for certain eerie tales, a poison from which there is no self-rescue. Watching the wishing well shatter before him, Jiang Yan could not deceive himself. In a certain sense, he had indeed transcended the realm of humanity. Considering that the knight was still young and his stamina was not yet depleted, he resolved to wander through other areas of the campus, hoping to encounter more captivating tales. If only he could come across a few more strange tales akin to the wishing well. Believing himself to possess the traits of a lone wolf, Jiang Yan was surprised to find 3 players gathered at the entrance of the auditorium where a school event was organized. The faint scent of blood in the air, coupled with the peculiar atmosphere among these 5 players, compelled Jiang Yan to slow his pace and observe. He found it perplexing that these 5 players appeared to be familiar with one another, yet maintained a significant distance apart. Furthermore, one of them bore severe injuries that hampered his mobility. Before Jiang Yan could speak, a nearby player, unable to contain himself, pointed an accusatory finger at a man with long silver hair, exclaiming, "Qin Yang, are you even a man? In a moment of crisis, you abandon us and run away." The speaker was a pale, frail student, and Jiang Yan keenly noticed the severe injury on the student's calf, which clearly hindered his ability to walk. The 3 men standing beside him were also somewhat injured, the scent of blood emanating from them. Following the student's furious gaze, Jiang Yan observed a man standing aloof, dressed in a teacher's attire, holding a cane adorned with golden embroidery. He resembled a refined yet morally dubious educator, regarding all present players with a condescending glare. Qin Yang, known for his enigmatic demeanor and dubious reputation, had long occupied the top of the list of untrustworthy players, often referred to as a helper of eerie tales. In response to the student's accusations, this seemingly composed player merely smirked in disdain, choosing to disregard the reproach. After all, he was precisely that kind of person, acting solely based on his mood. What kind of attitude is that? If it weren't for you, would we have been chased by the girl in the wheelchair? Seemingly provoked by Qin Yang's nonchalant demeanor, the pale student vociferously condemned him for his recent transgressions. The 4 of them had initially banded together to record eerie tales, and with their respective skills, they typically managed to avoid injury when encountering such tales. However, during the process of recording an immobile tale, the serendipitous presence of Qin Yang caught the attention of the girl in the wheelchair. Thus, this unfortunate quartet inadvertently triggered the rules of her eerie tale. Had it not been for a member willing to sacrifice themselves, they would have perished in the corridor. Although injuries sustained within the instance could be healed after its conclusion, it did not imply that they were willing to serve as stepping stones for triggering death rules. You are foolish, yet you blame others, Qin Yang scoffed, stroking the intricate patterns on his cane, preparing to leave the auditorium. In this instance, everyone relied on their own abilities. If they had the capability, they might as well try to eliminate me. The players present regarded Qin Yang with shifting expressions. Had they been capable of overpowering him, they would have acted already, rather than squabbling here. Thinking along similar lines, Qin Yang took a step towards the auditorium, but merely that, a single step. Suddenly, a young man, who had been stealthily observing from the sidelines, nimbly appeared before him, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. "Hello, my name is Jiang Yan, and I am a new player. Would you be willing to team up with me tonight?" Qin Yang silently advanced 2 steps, using his cane to block the young man's approach before slowly responding. "You wish to team up with me?" At that moment, Jiang Yan was quite taken aback, his azure eyes narrowing slightly in confusion. He could not fathom where this player had emerged from nor understood the motivation behind his approach. Even if a new player sought to cling to a stronger ally to survive the night, it was unlikely they would seek him out. Moreover, Jiang Yan was certain the young man had overheard their earlier conversation and was aware of his true nature. He scrutinized Jiang Yan. It was no easy feat for a new player to survive until the third night, as most seasoned players bore varying degrees of injuries. Yet Jiang Yan appeared unscathed, dressed similarly in a teacher's attire, which left Jiang Yan perplexed. However, observing the young man's utterly benign gaze, Jiang Yan, who typically preferred solitude, chose to accept the partnership. "If you are not afraid of me, then follow me. But should you trigger the death rules, I will merely remain an indifferent spectator," he implied. Making it clear to Jiang Yan, "Do not expect me to save you." Wow, how ruthless, Jiang Yan understood, touching his nose as he followed along. His choice to join was not driven by curiosity about Chun Yang's abilities, but rather by the peculiar scent of eerie tales that surrounded him. As a holder of the title Encyclopedia of Eerie Tales, he would not misinterpret such nuances. Thus, the two wandered through the perilous campus. Considering the possibility of encountering the girl in the wheelchair at any moment, they opted to explore the building designated for specialty students in search of eerie tales. Unlike other teaching buildings, the art students' building stood only 2 stories tall. The atmosphere here diverged from the others, becoming even dimmer at night. A heavy red carpet covered the floor, and pure black wooden frames lined the carpet, resembling a row of memorial portraits at first glance. "Let's split up and regroup here later." Jiang Yan, who had remained silent throughout, was the first to depart, heading toward the second floor. "No problem. I want to search more on the first floor," Jiang Yan replied, choosing to remain below as he quickly scanned the layout. He discovered dozens of frames of varying sizes, about half of which contained timestamps in the lower right corners. Utilizing the temporal information provided by these photos, Jiang Yan swiftly reached a startling conclusion. The subjects of these photographs seemed to correspond with the times at which each eerie tale appeared in Xinlin High School. Realizing this, Jiang Yan hurried to the innermost part of the photo wall. His gaze swept over the images, and he extended his right hand to remove one of the frames. The photograph depicted Qin Diyue with a radiant smile. The background suggested she was engaged in a club activity, with her former roommates present, their gazes clean and pure. The time the photo was taken coincided perfectly with the emergence of an eerie tale on this timeline. Chapter 19. A new instance is set to launch. Having grasped this insight, Jiang Yan prepared to take down the frames of the other eerie tales. When the mechanical voice echoed once more, "The rules of this eerie tale are as follows. 1. Before the challenge time concludes, do not enter the black mist area or touch any unrelated items. Violators shall face death. 2. As a thoughtful reminder, the eerie tale requests that you wipe the frames before you and rearrange the photographs in chronological order to hang them in the corridor. Note, this eerie tale will not manifest during the day until it has been recorded." Listening to the strange sounds emitted during the mechanical voice's explanation, Jiang Yan could not help but suspected enjoyed watching players being mercilessly tormented by eerie tales. However, clues to unraveling these tales often lay hidden within the task descriptions. According to the previous prompt, the task of wiping and arranging the frames was not time-restricted. This revelation made him less anxious to act, since the eerie tale that did not exist in Xinlin High School required him to rearrange the photographs chronologically. It implied that there was an error in the sequence of the photos displayed in the corridor. The majority of the photos occupying the corridor depicted the orientation meeting and graduation ceremony, with intervals measured in years, making them easily distinguishable. The earliest photograph likely captured a moment shortly after the establishment of Xinlin High School. The faces of the teachers blurred, leaving only a vague impression. Upon careful observation, one can discern the approximate age, gender, and physical characteristics of the teachers. In the second photograph of the faculty, the number of individuals appears diminished, and the youthful exuberance has entirely vanished, with Director Li standing prominently in the central left position. To the right and in the center, Jiang Yan gazes intently at the principal, only to realize that it is impossible to ascertain from the photograph whether the principal is male or female, or old or young. How peculiar, this principal, perhaps an elusive specter. Despite the teasing remarks, the task must be accomplished. With the principal's visage hidden from view, Jiang Yan turned his attention to the other frames. Xinlin High School is relatively new, and the number of students who have met untimely ends is not particularly high, resulting in a limited number of photographs. However, Upon arriving at the last photograph at the end of the corridor, Jiang Yan's expression momentarily stiffened. 15 years have passed, and the once unifying portrait of the faculty now features only the over 30 Director Li and that perpetually indistinct principal. Surrounding them are numerous memorial portraits of the teachers from the school's inaugural year. Beneath these images lies a haunting inscription, an everlasting memory of the teachers who made significant contributions to the school. In a mere decade and a half, have all the educators perished in the line of duty? This institution is truly absurd, as more than half of the frames were polished and arranged. Jiang Yan's sense of unease intensified. Something was amiss. The task was alarmingly simple, so much so that it seemed out of place for Xining High School. Gazing at the rows of pure wooden frames that embody the school's memories, an eerie discomfort compelled him to cease his actions. Jiang Yan possessed a remarkable memory. From the moment he entered the scenario, he could recite the mechanical voice's tasks and prompts verbatim. The previously triggered main tasks and the rules of the supernatural narrative had a clear sense of time, counting down from morning to night, from minute to minute. Yet, this task of cleaning frames and arranging them in order bore no time constraints. This meant that as long as Jiang Yan wished, he could linger in this area for an extended period, whether to catch up on sleep or to ponder the peculiarities of Xining High School. While this sounded like a boon, interpreting it from another angle revealed a more sinister implication. The supernatural narrative was not in a hurry. How could there be a supernatural entity that was not eager to eliminate players? Entities such as the back-to-back fireman exhibit a potent desire to attack players from the moment they are detected, with murderous intent escalating over time. If Jiang Yan had not been adept at tuning into their inner feelings and resonating with their emotions, his fate would have been sealed. The survival game of the supernatural narrative would go to great lengths to eliminate players, a fact corroborated by the tremor in the mechanical voice. Yet now, the entity seemed to be leisurely biding its time, not in the least bit rushed. What could render a creature of the supernatural so composed in its pursuit of player death? The answer was singular. The entity was likely confident that he would trigger the death rule, becoming its sustenance. Upon deeper reflection, it was chillingly plausible that he had already violated some death rule, yet the entity's powers had yet to be unleashed. The month and year of student enrollment could not be fabricated, and the photographs were undoubtedly accurate. Thus, the hidden rules and questions resided in a sudden realization. Jiang Yan identified the source of the dissonance. He had initially misinterpreted the sequence of time. It should not have begun with the establishment of the school, but rather with the order of the principal's appearance. In several group photos of the students, there was always a vague silhouette, which Jiang Yan had assumed was due to poor focus. Now, it appeared that this indistinct figure must represent the principal. The principal was no longer human. Their form lacked any definitive concept. As if a brisk, icy breeze had filled his chest, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had uncovered the principal's uniqueness. Perhaps the principal had always been in plain sight. It was merely that he had failed to notice. Task progress. 100. The supernatural narrative of the Black Hospital has been recorded. Task progress. 810. The supernatural narrative has been documented. Congratulations to the holder of the Supernatural Narrative Encyclopedia title for recording the essential item from the Black Hospital. The 3-star supernatural narrative scenario Black Hospital will be launched on the 5th of next month. Players preparing for exploration, please be ready. What is this? Is Xining High School not enough? Now, a new scenario is set to open next month? I agree. But am I the only one curious about who the holder of the Supernatural Narrative Encyclopedia is? How did they manage to prompt the system to issue reports consecutively? Enough chatter. Did you not see the wheelchair girl approaching us? We must flee. Yanfeng, you too, hurry. Upon hearing the notification of task completion, Jiang Yan turned. The dim light casting shadows across his face, accentuating the depth of his smile, captivating and profound. The Black Hospital? It certainly does not sound like a pleasant place. Chapter 20. The strengthened supernatural entity, Chen Yang was undoubtedly one of the top players within this scenario, and at the sound of the notification, he suspected that Jiang Yan might be the one unlocking the Black Hospital. A novice? Standing at the top of the staircase on the 2nd floor. Gazing down at the youth partially obscured by dim light, Chen Yang allowed a smirk to grace his lips. A holder of the Supernatural Narrative Encyclopedia title? How intriguing. Sensing Chen Yang's keen interest, Jiang Yan resolved to maintain his FAAD as a novice. Big shot. Did you hear the system's notification? The one unlocking the Black Hospital is actually in the same scenario. Responding dismissively to the little trickster, Chen Yang descended the spiral staircase, leaning on his cane. Judging by the strength of titles previously awarded by the system, The holder of the supernatural narrative encyclopedia title was certainly not weaker than himself. While nothing was apparent at the moment, the true conclusion of the scenario was still distant, and he had ample time to observe this little trickster. Until he fully grasped the capabilities represented by this title, Jiang Yan was unwilling to engage in conflict. Since there were no supernatural entities in this building, why not leave? The silver-haired man turned, a smile playing on his lips. Or do you have other clues? What clues could there be? There is nothing here. Jiang Yan strode forward, swiftly reaching the silver-haired man's side, his expression akin to that of a cunning fox. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in their ears. Ha! Both paused abruptly, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. That voice did not belong to any of the players. It was distinctly feminine. Among the players descending into the Xining High School scenario, there were no females, making the laughter unmistakably not from a player. The laughter was high-pitched and sharp, reminiscent of either a supernatural entity or a woman. Was it a supernatural being or a neutral faction? For Jiang Yan, this presented an opportunity to gather clues. Yet considering another player was present, he decisively halted, glancing at Jiang Yan. Let us peer through the crack in the door. It's best not to venture out. Ignoring the peculiar sounds of the night was the wisest choice. Driven by curiosity, even Jiang Yan felt an irresistible urge to investigate. The mystery surrounding this game was too profound for anyone to resist. Let us just take a look. If things seem off, we'll head to the second floor. Peering through the door's crack, the two stealthily observed the wheelchair girl, who held a carving knife, laughing maniacally while meticulously etching a skull in her hands. With each incision, she erupted into laughter, the force of her carving exceeding that of an ordinary human. From a side angle, one might mistakenly believe she was butchering livestock. Jiang Yan examined the skull she held. It did not resemble that of an adult player, but rather appeared to be a prop pilfered from some laboratory. Suddenly, the wheelchair girl seemed to sense something, halting her carving of the already formed skull. Her pale arm remained raised, the carving knife whirling rapidly. As her wheelchair slowly turned towards the hiding place of Jiang Yan, the girl in the wheelchair wore a morbid smile, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing that her lips were sewn together with threads. Blood dripped slowly from her smile onto her hospital gown, resembling a deranged individual. Jiang Yan, feeling a mix of concern and sarcasm, instinctively pulled Jiang Yan away from the door before the wheelchair girl could act. It seemed that the wheelchair girl had grown stronger. Prolonged observation of her would easily lead to discovery. The young man's words naturally carried an air of credibility, and the rebellious Jiang Yan did not dispute him. Leaning quietly against the wall. According to the design of the scenario, the longer the wheelchair girl and other supernatural beings survived at night, the stronger they became. A smile flickered on Jiang Yan's face. Indeed, being with the right company yielded reliable information. Unlike the taciturn Yin Feng, who never spoke unless prompted. If only dawn would arrive soon. With less than 5 minutes until daylight, regardless of how formidable the wheelchair girl was, as long as they adhered to the rules, they would be safe. As for whether tomorrow or an unexpected event would arrive first, Jiang Yan, feeling fortunate, was filled with confidence, unperturbed by the prospect of becoming a victim. But who could have imagined, Jiang Gu, what are you doing here? The loud, crew-cut Yin Feng suddenly appeared from around the corner, beaming with excitement and intent on giving Jiang Yan a bear hug. Jiang Yan, shut the hell up. The young man's beautiful doe eyes transformed into lifeless fish eyes as he dragged Yin Feng into the building. Was he blind to the enormous wheelchair girl outside? Did he have to stir up trouble for them in the final 5 minutes? Wait. The wheelchair girl is outside? Yin Feng's jaw dropped in shock, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Am I too loud? She didn't hear me, right? She won't come over, will she? Jiang Yan's expression turned serious as he pulled the other away, running backward. Jiang Yan, who had been watching the scene, quickly abandoned his playful thoughts and silently sprinted deeper into the corridor. In the next moment, the door crashed down, and from where Yin Feng had stood, a statue appeared, smashing violently onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yan's mind. There were no statues nearby. Where could one have come from? The only explanation was that the wheelchair girl had come for them. Would you like to become my one-of-a-kind statue? The wheelchair girl rolled into the building, delighted with its layout, devoid of bothersome stairs, perfectly suited for her to pursue her prey, believing that statues possessed life. The wheelchair girl eagerly anticipated each statue formed from living beings, certain that these figures, refined by her, would become unique treasures of the Black Hospital. At that time, the position of the hospital director would change hands. I'm terribly sorry, but we do not wish to become lifeless sculptures. No, you will come to love it. The wheelchair girl closed the distance to her unsuspecting victims, the trickle of blood from her lips transforming into a splatter. Her eyes bulged, and her crimson lips twisted into a grotesque arc. Before her stood a pallid-faced Yin Feng. Run. Jiang Yan couldn't help but doubt that Yin Feng had been sent by the scenario to ensnare him. However, dwelling on that was futile now, he observed the wheelchair girl, who remained stationary, while her eerie wheelchair accelerated, narrowing the gap between them. Chapter 21. The chase in the dimly lit teaching building. Jiang Yan pulled Yin Feng along, following the lead of Qin Yang, who dashed down the corridor. Behind them, a girl in a wheelchair brandished a carving knife, like a vengeful spirit relentlessly pursuing her prey. Unlike being tracked head down, tonight the wheelchair girl's supernatural abilities had been significantly enhanced. Rows of statues resembling malevolent deities materialized out of thin air, crashing towards Jiang Yan and Yin Feng. Had Jiang Yan not reacted swiftly, anticipating the general direction of the wheelchair girl's summoned statues, they would have met their demise long ago. 3 o'clock. With 3 minutes remaining until nightfall, although time seemed to fly, dawn was imminent. Yet the statues summoned by the wheelchair girl became increasingly absurd. The once straightforward ram-headed statues could now split in two, with the fragments nearly slicing Jiang Yan's neck. This was becoming too dangerous. They had to split up. Running side by side in the narrow corridor was perilous, as they risked being struck by the splitting ram-headed statues. What to do? Should we climb? Yin Feng grimaced as a piece of a shattered statue struck his heel, his face contorting in pain. Jiang Ge, let go of me. I still have a fighting chance. Stop saying foolish things. Head for the stairs on the left. The wheelchair girl can't follow you up there. While dodging debris, Jiang Yan directed him. Qin Yang and I can still run. We can afford to circle around her again if necessary. Heeding his words, Qin Yang, still maintaining his brisk pace with his cane, chimed in, and ultimately, Yin Feng reluctantly accepted their assistance, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to leap awkwardly up to the second floor. 214, creak, creak. The wheelchair girl slowed her pace, her large, white-less eyes fixed on Yin Feng as he ascended the second floor. After a moment's thought, she decisively abandoned the idea of using him as her perfect masterpiece. He was too ugly, not to her taste. Thus, having come to this conclusion, the wheelchair girl accelerated, pursuing the two ahead who were more to her liking. Seizing the opportunity as the supernatural entity slowed, Jiang Yan signaled to Qin Yang, and they split, one veering left and the other right. With less than 2 minutes until nightfall, unless something unforeseen occurred, the outcome would be the same for anyone the wheelchair girl pursued. Utilizing the dust from the exploding statues as cover, the young man turned left and swiftly closed the half-open door behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the wheelchair girl's expression darkened as she commanded statues to assault the door, refusing to believe that the dark-haired youth could escape her grasp. Meanwhile, within the confined space, Jiang Yan busied himself, hurriedly moving tables and chairs to barricade the door, buying himself precious time. 1 o'clock, the countdown began. Only 1 minute remained. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Yan adjusted his breathing, his doe-like eyes fixed intently on the door. Boom. No matter how resilient the door, it could not withstand the suicidal assault of the supernatural entity as it shattered. A mingling scent of blood and some peculiar spice wafted through the air, creating an odd aroma. The wheelchair girl's smile widened, gradually stretching to the roots of her ears, her black, smiling eyes reflecting the young man's visage. You are special. I believe you will become my masterpiece, my one-of-a-kind collection. With her mouth agape, she extended her tongue to lick the blade of her knife, revealing a satisfied grin. This marked the second time she had encountered the youth. I am not special. I am merely an intern teacher at Xinlin High School, nothing more. Jiang Yan calmly assessed the wheelchair girl, noting her thin hospital gown, a helmet resembling those used for treating mental patients, and an intravenous drip beside her wheelchair. The skull on the wheelchair, along with the knife she clutched tightly, indicated that her appearance was not typical of a student from Xinlin High School. She resembled a patient who had escaped from a certain hospital. The hospital, the Black Hospital's patients? With that thought, Jiang Yan waved his hand, instinctively asking, Did you escape from the Black Hospital? The Black Hospital? How do you know about that? Upon hearing the term Black Hospital, the wheelchair girl's deranged smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a face twisted with hatred, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. The emotions of the supernatural entity transmitted to her, and the girl, trembling and clutching her legs, could no longer maintain her composure. The graveyard. The treasured carving knife plunged fiercely into the cement floor, causing the surrounding air to warp. Clearly, the youth had struck a nerve with the wheelchair-bound girl. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so frenzied. Jiang Yan stood in a daze, barely managing to maintain his composure, wondering if the girl was indeed connected to the newly unlocked quest. Before he could voice his doubts, the 1-minute countdown ended, and the night vanished in an instant, the sun once again hanging high in the sky. The girl in the wheelchair and the graveyard she had manifested also disappeared. Rules are rules. Even the most formidable of urban legends cannot break the designated rules of the game. Xiao Jiang. Is that you, Xiao Jiang? Jiang Yan's gaze shifted to the doorway, where the crew-cut man, Yin Feng, peered curiously, his expression betraying his astonishment. The night has ended, and our location hasn't refreshed? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed. With each transition from night to day, the location and dimensions of each player changed, making it impossible to form teams or exchange information during daylight. However, it now appeared that the system had updated. Dear players, the Urban Legend Collection task has reached 10 participants. To ensure the most authentic gaming experience for each player, the day and night modes have been cancelled. Quest duration, unknown quest reminder. Urban Legends will also appear during the day post-update. Be cautious not to be drawn into a quest within a quest. Failure leads to certain doom. Quest precautions. Do not violate neutrality. Be diligent in your role assignments. Players whose identities are discovered face inevitable demise. In stark contrast to the emotionless mechanical tone, the latest voice prompt came adorned with a gothic lilt, leading one to wonder if the rules of the urban legend world had indeed changed hands. Shivering from the chills, Jiang Yan regarded the crew-cut man with a wary heart. Come here. I have some questions for you. What is it? Ask away, Jiang Ge. As long as I know, I'll tell you. After all, my life is thanks to you. Chapter 22. The Slaughterhouse Canteen. Before long, having acquired the information he sought, Jiang Yan decided to part ways with Yin Feng. After all, he was merely an intern teacher, while Yin Feng was a new security guard maintaining order on campus. The two were hardly suited to band together during the day unless one of them had a reasonable excuse to do so. Furthermore, based on the system's recent updates regarding the quest and rules, it appeared that New Forest High School harbored far deeper waters than he had anticipated. Moreover, saving Lian Honga's life was a pressing matter. Without the wishing well, the repugnant principal might resort to even more outrageous actions. With players losing the privilege of wandering freely during the day without fear of urban legends, Jiang Yan noticed many players forced to reveal their identities, discussing matters during their break. Presumably related to the current quest, he had no intention of intervening in their discussions. After a brief glance at their faces, Jiang Yan intended to seek out Sun Ran and Lian Honga, when suddenly he spotted the long-missing director of education. Director Li, are you looking for me? The adeptly disguised youth resumed his guise of a harmless little rabbit, his innocent doe-like eyes reflecting the woman's visage. After several days apart, the director, who held a measure of authority within the school, appeared significantly aged. Director Li, addressed by the youth, wore an unfriendly expression and spoke in a harsh tone. Jiang, many in your class have fallen ill from the canteen food and are now lying in the infirmary. As an intern teacher, you seem somewhat. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes flickered with a momentary panic. Just as Director Li prepared to reprimand him further, he interjected, how could this happen? I've heard our students have always had poor health. It seems the canteen staff failed to properly wash the ingredients, leaving the students malnourished. Director Li, I understand completely. The youth did not afford the woman a chance to respond, as he earnestly patted his chest, his eyes clear and resolute. I will thoroughly investigate the canteen's hygiene issues on behalf of the students, ensuring they regain their health and restore fairness to the school. Let me bear the brunt of the blame. After a brief pause, Director Li, adorned with bright red lipstick, regarded the youth with skepticism before patting his shoulder. Her tone unexpectedly softened. I didn't expect you, a new intern teacher, to care so much about the students. I misjudged you. However, since you are keen to investigate the food safety of the canteen, by all means, proceed. The director, over 30, gave the youth a meaningful glance and kindly warned. The depths of the canteen are a forbidden zone within the school. Even I cannot punish them. I hope you conduct your investigation thoroughly, and afterward, I will certainly express the gratitude of all faculty and students on your behalf. Thank you for the compliment, Director. You flatter me. Now it was Jiang Yan's turn to be taken aback. It seemed that New Forest High School was indeed a vast quest zone, with danger lurking in every corner. He had merely made a casual remark. Watching Director Li leave with a smile, her towering red heels clicking away, he felt like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly defeated. It seemed the system took particular pleasure in witnessing this youth, who often broke the rules of urban legends, faced setbacks. The next moment, that infernal mechanical voice resumed its announcement. Congratulations, player, for prematurely encountering the 4-star unreleased quest fragment, the Slaughterhouse Culinary Processing Plant. The following is the task description and prompt. Task description: the canteen, established since the founding of New Forest High School, conceals unspeakable secrets. Players must adhere to the canteen rules, maintain their assigned roles, and uncover the mysteries of the New Forest Canteen. Friendly reminder: players who fail this exploration task will become sustenance for the canteen. Conversely, successful players will earn the canteen's acknowledgement. Feeling pushed into an unavoidable corner, Jiang Yan could only lament his misfortune, believing himself to be a mere pawn of fate. Grabbing a fortunate soul, he inquired about the canteen's location before resolutely making his way there. A 4-star unreleased quest linked to the canteen of New Forest High School. The system truly had audacity, hence the term Urban Legend Survival Competition. Upon entering the canteen, it was notably empty, likely due to the time of day, with only a few middle-aged women in staff uniforms cleaning. Upon seeing Jiang Yan enter, they merely raised their heads symbolically before returning to their task of cleaning up trash and leftover breakfast. Not wanting to disturb the staff, Jiang Yan proceeded towards the small door on the left. A sign on the door stated no entry for non-canteen staff. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to intrude. Yet, caught between the system and the director, he felt compelled to explore this area for the sake of the students and to discuss food safety with the person in charge. As he approached the small door, the sound of chopping meat grew increasingly distinct, sending shivers down his spine. Through the crack in the door, he glimpsed a tall man in a chef's hat, black apron tied around his waist, laboriously chopping away. This man, who could be labeled as a chef, wielded a cleaver, rhythmically bringing it down onto a colorless cutting board. Each strike sent splatters of meat flying in varied sizes. At times, the splashes were so large that the chef would shove them into his mouth and chew indiscriminately. Well, having witnessed this, I've decided to avoid meat for the next few days, Jiang Yan thought, feeling queasy. Suddenly, the chef, engrossed in his task, seemed to notice something and turned rigidly toward Jiang Yan. The discovered youth showed no sign of fear as he slowly opened the small door and greeted the meat-splattered chef. Hello, I am the new intern homeroom teacher for the first year, specifically sent by Director Lee to investigate the food safety of the canteen. His delivery was natural, his demeanor reflecting the unique pride of Director Lee. Upon witnessing this situation, the chef's previously stern countenance softened into a somewhat ingratiating smile. For it turned out to be a colleague of Director Lee's. I had initially thought some oblivious student had once again trespassed into the cafeteria. His words were imbued with a strong insinuation, implying that there had indeed been careless students wandering into the kitchen. As he cast a sweeping glance across the back kitchen, the young man, relieved to find no dismembered corpses of students, remarked, "These days, students are rather mischievous, daring even to intrude upon the kitchen." Chapter 23. The chaotic cafeteria. Jiang Yan and the chef engaged in a face-to-face discussion on how to deal with the unruly students, providing a perfect angle to observe the entirety of the kitchen. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Yan noticed an unusual shift in the position of the meat on the cutting board. Unsure, he decided to take another look. The chef, oblivious to the young man's wandering gaze, was immersed in lamenting the troublesome nature of the students, commenting on their delicate stomachs. This generation of students is truly hard to satisfy. In my days at the food processing plant, the delicacies I crafted were unparalleled locally. If it weren't for the director's cough, well, enough with the idle chatter. I must prepare lunch for them now. Upon hearing the chef mention the food processing plant, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing that this indeed was a reference from another narrative. Furthermore, as the chef spoke of the food processing plant, the minced meat on the cutting board began to tremble violently. He was eager to uncover the reason behind this peculiar quivering, but the chef, who was cheerfully preparing the dishes, seemed to be more of a hindrance than a help. It appeared necessary to devise a strategy to discreetly send him away. After some contemplation, Jiang Yan feigned a sudden recollection, his features contorted in a mix of concern. Chef 2, when I first arrived at the cafeteria, I overheard a group of athletic students plotting to skip class to come to the cafeteria and play pranks, possibly tampering with the electrical and water systems. The chef's evident disdain for the students of Xinlin High School suggested he would prioritize addressing their antics before turning to cooking. After all, the narrative's premise dictated that they could not entirely behave like rational beings. As anticipated, upon hearing that there would be special students causing trouble in the cafeteria, Chef 2's demeanor shifted dramatically. His entire aura turned dark and foreboding as he waved his hand dismissively, tossing his indistinct knife onto the cutting board. With a smile that revealed his intentions, he declared, "Troublesome students are indeed troublesome. Instead of attending class, they come here to wreak havoc. Just wait until I deal with them." Without a moment to spare to remove his chef's hat, he eagerly departed the kitchen. Chef Tu's actions demonstrated to Jiang Yan what it meant to embrace one's true nature. It seemed that his day blended into night. The characters within this narrative became less vivid and animated. Rather than adhering strictly to the roles imposed upon them by the system, they preferred to pursue their own desires. Once the kitchen was devoid of personnel, Jiang Yan regarded the quivering mass of meat with keen interest. Under the scrutiny of the young man, the meat, now reduced to filling, trembled uncontrollably, sensing that this stranger was far more terrifying than the chef. "Help! Is it too late to play dead?" The answer was a resounding yes. It was already too late. Jiang Yan approached the cutting board and gently prodded the quaking mass with his fingertip, softly inquiring, "Can you understand our conversation? If so, please tremble a bit more vigorously." The mass of meat remained motionless on the cutting board, as if everything Jiang Yan had observed was merely a figment of his imagination. "Hey, do you think my eyesight is failing?" he teased, poking the substantial lump of meat once more. When it failed to respond, he could only chuckle helplessly. "If you refuse to cooperate, I might just have to toss you into the pot myself." The back kitchen was replete with various cooking implements, and Jiang Yan was ready to cast it into the hot oil. Upon hearing such a menacing remark, the already unfortunate mass of meat began to writhe and attempt an escape from the cutting board. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yan seized a nearby slotted spoon and brought it down upon the squirming mass. "If you don't cooperate, I truly will put you in the oil." The mass of meat, sensing the sincerity in the young man's tone, ceased its struggle and began to shake up and down as if indicating its willingness to cooperate. Realizing that this lump of meat could indeed comprehend his words and seemed to be connected to the student's stomach troubles, Jiang Yan considered a more specialized line of inquiry. Within 3 seconds of his query, the meat quivered once more, signaling that it understood Jiang Yan's words and would actively cooperate. The first question weighed heavily on Jiang Yan's mind, but to unravel the truth behind the cafeteria, he felt compelled to ask, "Are you a student of Xinlin High School?" Under the scrutiny of the young man's gaze, the meat remained still, indicating that it was not composed of students from Xinlin High School. "Then, were you an employee of the processing plant? In other words, were you once human?" As soon as the young man's words faded, the mass of meat began to shake violently, confirming that it had indeed once been human and an employee of the processing plant. The enigma surrounding why it had transformed into a mass of meat and how it had ended up in the kitchen of Xinlin High School, destined to become a meal for students, loomed like an unresolved fog over Jiang Yan's mind. Considering the limited time available, he could only pose a few critical inquiries. Through his questioning, he ultimately concluded that Chef Tu was the sole individual working in the kitchen. The deliveries to Xinlin High School varied each time, with some delivery personnel themselves becoming food for the students. The meat had only arrived at Xinlin High School within the past month and had spent the preceding period confined in the kitchen's freezer, unaware of the external world. The final question, which stemmed from a genuine desire to assist, was, "Can I help you? Is there a chance for your revival?" This was not reality, but a narrative of strange tales, where logic could not be relied upon. The mass of meat had not anticipated that the young man, who had posed so many questions, would conclude with an offer of assistance. As if sensing a glimmer of hope, the mass of meat attempted to divide itself, producing a string of minuscule characters that were nearly imperceptible to ordinary eyes. "If you take a part of me, perhaps I can revive." Unable to vocalize its thoughts, it resorted to this method to convey to the young man that it still possessed a potential for resurrection. After splitting off these words, the mass of meat observed Jiang Yan pocketing the separated piece, and it slumped back onto the cutting board. It had glimpsed the possibility of survival, a hope bestowed upon it by the young man. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of life being temporarily secured, the mass of meat, previously limp on the cutting board, began to shift, gesturing for Jiang Yan to investigate the kitchen's freezer. The freezer? Jiang Yan had actually noticed the freezer on the far right since entering, its door fashioned to resemble a coffin, starkly contrasting with the kitchen's overall decor. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan hastened to the entrance of the freezer. Likely designed for optimal freezing, this coffin-like door lacked a glass panel, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Yet, as Jiang Yan approached, a wave of intense unease, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, surged through the gap in the door, constricting his limbs. Casting a glance back at the writhing mass of meat, He confirmed that it posed no threat to him and resignedly gripped the handle of the door. Taking a deep breath, he twisted the handle with all his might. Detecting that the player has uncovered the secret of the Xinlin High School kitchen, task progress 80, Jiang Yan's heart raced with excitement. He had not anticipated that simply opening a freezer could unlock 80 of the task's progress. The difficulty of tasks from a 4-star yet-to-be-unlocked narrative could not be that simple. Surely, other traps awaited him. What could they be? As Jiang Yan instinctively prepared for potential dangers, a heavy breathing sound emerged from behind him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Was he alone in the kitchen with the meat? Who else could be breathing? Someone had entered the kitchen. However, if someone truly infiltrated the kitchen, why did the meatball not sound an alarm? Jiang Yan did not believe that the meatball would betray him at the critical moment. Unless the intruder moved with such swiftness that the meatball had no time to alert him. Forcing a congenial smile onto his face, Jiang Yan turned his head. Even if his acting was commendable, akin to that of an award-winning actor, in that fleeting moment of turning, he struggled to maintain composure, nearly bursting into a shout. Unbeknownst to him, the butcher chef had stealthily approached from behind, his greasy, meat-smeared face only a few centimeters away. The young man, with his keen eyesight, could discern the blackheads on the chef's nose and the protruding dark mole. Behind the grinning chef, the trembling meatball quivered in fear. Indeed, the intruder was the chef, the only one capable of subduing the writhing meatball. Butcher chef, I never expected your freezer to harbor contraband. Under the shocked gaze of the meatball, Jiang Yan poked the chef's side with his elbow, reminding him that harboring contraband within the campus was a violation of regulations. The astonished expression on Jiang Yan's face shifted to that of the meatball and the chef, and even the humanoid specter lurking in the freezer, poised to attack, appeared momentarily dumbfounded. It was the first time they had encountered such brazen audacity in a player, leaving them momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity while the chef was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yan discreetly cast a glance at the freezer behind him. A blood-red figure darted past, unmistakably another employee from the processing plant. It seemed the meatball's memory was faulty. With this thought, the young man reached out and patted the chef again, saying, "Brother Butcher, why are you silent?" The unprepared butcher chef stiffened, his visage losing its former terrifying quality. "What did you say?" The chef's lips twisted downward, adopting a woeful expression. "There is no contraband in the freezer. Everything is supplied through legitimate channels." After saying this, he forcefully pressed his large hands onto the young man's shoulders, applying pressure that nearly brought Jiang Yan to tears from the pain. How frustrating. With so much grease on his hands, it seems this outfit is ruined. Suppressing his obsessive cleanliness, Jiang Yan endeavored to maintain a smile. "Butcher chef, do not forget that I represent the school's administration, here to inspect the food safety of the cafeteria. Would you care to explain the contents of your freezer?" Observing the chef's murderous glare, Jiang Yan chuckled softly and continued. "I understand that you dislike others rummaging through the kitchen, but this time, it wasn't my doing." "What do you mean?" The chef coldly regarded the young man, refraining from further crushing his bones, perhaps intimidated by the school's administration or curious about the young man's final words. Jiang Yan was wagering that as he twisted the handle of the freezer door, the monster concealed within would mirror his actions. Furthermore, even if the monster left no trace on the inside of the handle, he could still claim he had not approached the freezer. The position would not deceive. The monster's eyes were sharp. The man's breathing intensified as he forcefully shoved Jiang Yan aside, gazing at the handle on the inside of the freezer door. Indeed, there was a mass of frozen meat paste on the handle, confirming that Jiang Yan had not lied. The goods sent by the processing plant had betrayed him, leading to his exposure. The man, ensnared in a logical conundrum, began to contort into a grotesque visage, his weight visibly increasing at an alarming rate. Within 3 breaths, the once rugged chef transformed into a 2-meter-tall, rotund creature. He seized a knife from the cutting board and charged into the freezer with the speed of a battering ram, drooling while muttering, "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I should have slaughtered you first." Jiang Yan watched in horror as the chef morphed into a monstrous figure, rampaging through the dark freezer. He did not remain idle. He quickly dashed to the front desk of the cafeteria and dialed the security office where Yin Feng was stationed. "Hello, is this the security office? There has been a disturbance in the kitchen. I request assistance. This is an order from Director Li. Please come quickly." Without waiting for a response, he hung up and redialed the school's administration line. Thanks to Secretary Zhang, he was aware that the principal's office shared the same phone number with the rest of the administration. Thus, the person who answered his call would either be the principal or another administrator. "Who is this?" "I'm busy. Speak quickly." The familiar, piercing soprano nearly shattered Jiang Yan's eardrums. He quickly held the phone away, feigning innocence and grievance. Directorly, it's terrible. The butcher chef has started a fight in the freezer over smuggling contraband. And he has threatened to eliminate you and me. Given the blending of night and day, Jiang Yan was cautious not to reveal the existence of the specter outright. He could only emphasize key points while obfuscating others, leaving the rest for the school to handle. After all, he was merely an unremarkable intern class advisor. Very well. I understand. I will bring people over immediately. Directorly took the situation seriously, recognizing the cafeteria's impact on the students and striving to resolve the issue promptly. Jiang Yan, you have done well. Chapter 24. Reasonable operations relying on external forces to resolve dilemmas is gratifying, but only if the task's progress reaches 100%. Otherwise, all prior efforts are in vain. At present, he needed to create chaos, stirring the seemingly tranquil campus into a turbulent mess. Only then could the gains from this operation be maximized. Calming himself, Jiang Yan forced himself to forget the butcher's disheveled, slovenly appearance. He then turned back into the kitchen, flinging open the freezer door with a feigned panic. Oh no, Brother Butcher, the school. The chef, keenly aware of the school's partnership with the food processing plant, was ensnared by Jiang Yan's deliberate concealment of the school's news, precisely hitting the mark. The butcher chef, engaged in combat with the meat creature, lifted his head, a fierce expression on his face. What about the school? Feigning embarrassment, Jiang Yan's gaze remained fixed on the suppressed meat creature. The school has received a report from the cafeteria staff and is sending people to apprehend you. What? The chef's belly jiggled with disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. No way. The employees of the food processing plant would never betray me. There must be a mistake. With that, he violently severed the meat creature's legs with his knife. Pushing past Jiang Yan to peer into the mirror by the sink. I am still human. I am still human. I cannot be exposed. It won't happen. The neurotic muttering abruptly ceased. When the mirror reflected the chef's face, he incredulously touched his own flesh, now grotesquely bloated, letting out a wild boar-like roar. Why is this happening? Just a few more months, and all the students who had lunch would have transformed into qualified meat creatures. At that point, I could seize control of the academy and establish another food processing plant through the cafeteria. Without the kitchen, without the students, how could he hope to rise again? Detected player has uncovered the secrets of the kitchen chef. Task progress. 95. The sudden system notification made Jiang Yan feel vindicated in his gamble. Observing the now even bulkier chef and the progress bar still needing 5%, he sighed in resignation. Brother Butcher, perhaps there is still a viable solution to ensure your survival in Shilin Middle School. Jiang Yan's repeated benevolent reminders managed to calm the chef slightly. The chef's frenzied screeches halted, and his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Yan with intensity. Speak. Tell me what I should do. The plan that had been concealed for over a decade was shattered by an unknown individual, and the chef, now teetering on the brink of madness, had only moments ago doubted the young man, but now regarded him as a lifeline. It must be said that the reactions of the specters in certain situations mirrored those of humans, flipping allegiances faster than one could turn a page. The more Jiang Yan looked down upon the specters, the more compliant he appeared on the surface. He did not become arrogant due to the chef's plea for help. Rather, he appeared even more innocent and harmless than before, devoid of any aggression. Such behavior successfully alleviated the chef's wariness. The dim-witted monster, noticing the young man remained silent for too long, grew anxious and attempted to shake him, desperate for a solution to his plight. As the filthy hands of the monster approached him, the young man finally spoke. Perhaps, Brother Two, you should consider finding a scapegoat to take the blame and appoint someone more compliant to replace the chef's position, allowing yourself to take on a secondary role. This way, the school will be unable to pursue accountability for your mistakes. Why do you suggest this? Chef Two asked, his expression one of confusion. And why are you helping me? Aren't you an investigator sent by Directorly? A flicker of perplexity crossed the monster's sinister eyes, overshadowed by a strange emotion. Yet he truly required a reason to remain alive. Otherwise, the monsters at Xinlin High School would not spare him. Firstly, the school has a partnership with the food factory behind you, Brother Two, and as a bridge between the two, you cannot easily be sacrificed and silenced. Secondly, there are numerous infiltrators within the school, and the management does not have the capacity to deal specifically with you. Therefore, as long as you find a suitable scapegoat and voluntarily demote yourself, exposing yourself to the management's scrutiny, your survival in the short term is assured. Why are you helping me? The moment the words left his mouth, the knife hovered perilously close to the young man's neck. Surprisingly, the young man merely frowned slightly, showing no concern for the blade poised against him. Jiang Yan had a natural talent for deception, and he believed that after the merger of night and day, the system would provide these monsters with coherent backstories and previously absent information. This was evident from the dark hospital and food processing factory that emerged from Xinlin High School. Upon hearing that Jiang Yan hailed from the dark hospital, Chef Tu's expression instantly shifted. He awkwardly moved the knife away, wearing a countenance that was a mix of confusion and relief. "So, you come from the dark hospital? If only I had known sooner. Our injured employees at the food processing factory owe their recovery to your hospital." The sudden flattery seemed to please the young man, who nodded in acknowledgement before shifting the conversation. "Have you decided who to use as a scapegoat?" Of course. After the compliments, the chef suddenly plunged the large knife into his own abdomen, as fat and blood splattered onto the floor, forming a grotesque puddle. The chef pointed to the meat person struggling in the freezer and uttered a command. The liquid rapidly crawled towards the meat person, accompanied by the sound of roasting flesh. And a middle-aged man, entirely naked and devoid of any flesh, materialized before Jiang Yan. Seeing the chef employ this tactic, the minced meat on the cutting board began to stir as well, yearning to regain its original form like the middle-aged man from the freezer. Jiang Yan could not feign ignorance. He cleared his throat to capture the chef's attention. "You have a scapegoat now, but where's the new chef? Don't forget. You need to lower your status to the academy and willingly accept surveillance while seeking a new path." Gazing at the unconscious scapegoat on the ground, the chef, having just used his ability, found himself in a quandary. Finding a scapegoat was easy, but locating an employee who could adequately replace him in the kitchen and be easily manipulated was a challenge. Additionally, time was of the essence. Seeking help was a fanciful notion. Recognizing that the chef could not cultivate a new recruit in such a short time, Jiang Yan, as a life mentor, became intrigued. Chapter 25. One wave after another. Is it possible that your ability might also affect that mass of moving flesh? As the chef turned to look at what the young man pointed to, his melancholic expression quickly transformed into one of elation. Slapping his forehead, he laughed heartily. "Heaven has not closed off my path. Fortunately, I didn't throw you into the pot to be served to the students, ha ha ha." Repeating his previous actions, he spread the liquid over the meat mound on the cutting board. Before long, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s emerged onto the board. Unlike the middle-aged man from the freezer, this young man was clothed and displayed signs of awareness, clearly understanding what had just transpired. "You will be the chef of this kitchen, and I will be your second in command. Do you understand?" Even after losing a significant amount of fat, the chef, now a creature of urban legend, could still lift the young man from the cutting board with one hand. He hoisted the young man as if he were a chick, bellowing in his ear, "Do you understand?" Perhaps it had been a long time since the young chef had spoken, but clad in his chef's attire, he expressed gratitude to Jiang Yan with his eyes. Had it not been for Jiang Yan's assistance, his fate would have likely been to become one dish after another, consumed by students, or to be decomposed into a mass of sentient flesh, incapable of transforming back into a speaking human. With the support of the meat mound, coupled with the chef's complete trust in Jiang Yan as a spy, it wasn't long before he received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, player, for completing the task with distinction, earning the favor of the kitchen." Favor of the kitchen. The probability of triggering death conditions in similar dungeons, and with similar urban legends, is reduced by half. With such a reward, Jiang Yan regarded the three men with softened eyes, thinking to himself that they were all mere transient figures in his journey. After refining the script they were to perform, Jiang Yan first exited the kitchen, arriving at the condiment station in the cafeteria. He smeared ketchup on himself and then sprinted out of the cafeteria at breakneck speed. As fate would have it, just as Jiang Yan stood under the blazing sun, Director Lee and her security team appeared within his line of sight. Wearing sky-high heels and adorned in a deathly red hue, Director Lee glanced at the young man who bore the marks of chaos and expressed her surprise. "What happened to you? If the students see you like this, what kind of spectacle will it create? Where's the butcher?" "Excellent, I knew you would ask that." Director Lee nodded, only to be taken aback as she incredulously exclaimed, "What did you say? The poisoner was subdued by Chef Tu?" Director Lee had not anticipated such a twist. This was supposed to be her opportunity to clean up the cafeteria, restructure Xinlin High School, and secure a promotion. How could the poisoner not be Chef Tu? Confounded, she waved her hand, instructing the security team to follow her inside to uncover the truth. A group of individuals, uncertain of whether they were human or ghostly entities, stormed into the cafeteria, while Jiang Yan chose not to follow them to observe the unfolding drama. The reason was simple. He was averse to filth and wished to change his clothes. Furthermore, he did not see Yin Feng among the security personnel, so there was no need to witness the play he had orchestrated. His room was at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wooden table, a medium-sized wooden bed, and a half-open wardrobe. The wardrobe was crammed with teacher's attire, all emblazoned with the emblem of Xinlin High School. Closing the door, Jiang Yan removed his soiled outer garments and pants, reaching toward the wardrobe when he heard a rustling noise. Cockroaches? No, even in a world of urban legends, it was impossible for real cockroaches to infest a teacher's building. Jiang Yan instinctively tried to dismiss the chaotic sounds, focusing on changing his clothes. However, the incessant rustling did not relent. In fact, it grew increasingly piercing. Hastily donning clean clothes and confirming that the photograph and small meat mound remained in his pocket, Jiang Yan leisurely approached the room's only blind spot, by the window, obscured by curtains. As he leaned near the curtain, the rustling grew louder, as if enticing him to draw them back. With a swift motion, Jiang Yan yanked the curtains aside, gazing outside. Aside from the sun hanging high in the sky and a few clouds, there was nothing unusual to be seen. Unexpectedly, the vines clinging to the wall were not the verdant green that Jiang Yan was accustomed to. Instead, they leaned towards a dark brown hue. Peering through the vines, Jiang Yan glanced downwards and around, assuring himself that no peculiar entities lurked nearby before he drew the curtains shut. However, mere seconds after closing the curtains, a rustling sound emerged from the window, accompanied by a strange knocking noise. Jiang Yan muttered irritably, "What is wrong with these ghost stories? Can't one enjoy a peaceful bath without being interrupted? Must they insist on delivering a head on a platter?" With exasperation, he pulled back the curtains to inspect the upper region, finding no traces left by the ghostly tales. Nothing on the left, nothing on the right, only below remained. Upon looking down again, he was met with a sight far more disturbing than the earlier vines. This time, the tendrils encircled a person, a corpse. The deceased entangled within the vines was a player, identifiable by the uniform he wore, one of the individuals who had previously clashed with Chunyang in the building. The thought of a player transforming into a ghostly figure had never crossed Jiang Yan's mind as he watched this vine-wrapped player gradually approach the window. Through those unblinking eyes, he perceived a profound confusion and astonishment. The player appeared to have perished from a backstab or an unforeseen accident. Yet, this proximity instilled a sense of wariness in Jiang Yan. Were it not for the absence of suitable tools at hand, he would have undoubtedly opened the window to shove the player away or eliminate the encroaching vines. Death is irreversible. Regarding the deceased, Jiang Yan could only wish for them to find peace in a future existence free from this twisted world. In a moment of daze, the vines, still clutching the corpse, knocked against the glass once more, their sharp tips scraping against the tempered surface, producing a jarring noise. With the dual assault of the vines and the corpse, Jiang Yan had no choice but to secure the window latch and rush into the room to procure a more effective tool. As fortune would have it, after a brief and frantic search, he discovered several suitable implements, a pair of notably sharp scissors and a hammer with a screwdriver. Armed with these tools, Jiang Yan approached the window and swiftly opened it, aiming the scissors at the unruly vines. Snip, snip. Chapter 26. The gardening teacher. Surely this would teach them to behave? Why must these perfectly ordinary vines stir up supernatural disturbances, resulting in such an unsightly appearance? Standing at the window with scissors in hand, Jiang Yan contemplated the origin of the vine's mutation. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, the sound of glass being struck echoed from outside, more piercing than before. He glanced down at the vines, still engaged in their relentless assault with the lifeless body of the player. How bothersome. Could they not grant him even a moment of peace to bathe? Irritated by the unseemly disturbance, Jiang Yan steadied the sharp scissors in his hand and opened the window, swiftly severing the vines that manipulated the player's corpse. As the body thudded heavily to the ground, the vines writhed and twisted upon impact. Realizing that if he did not address this troublesome plan immediately, it would continue to rattle the glass with its cacophony of noise, Jiang Yan discerned that the vines originated from the ground floor window. Resolutely, he brandished his tools and descended from the lodging building, unconcerned about encountering any ghostly apparitions on the first floor. After all, he was still an interned teacher at the school, with careful handling. Even the weaker specters would not dare to confront him. Filled with indignation, the young man stormed down to the second floor, pausing momentarily before the door of the room adorned with vines, and knocked upon the firmly shut entrance. To his surprise, it opened with a mere twist. The room beyond was far more spacious than Jiang Yan had anticipated, with a floor made of exquisite mahogany, marred by numerous scratches. Were these vines cultivated by someone? Or had they simply found a prime location to reside? Jiang Yan found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why any rational player would willingly nurture such mindless vegetation within the building. Driven by a desire to foster a serene and harmonious environment in the teacher's quarters, the ever-helpful Jiang Yan eagerly stepped inside, targeting the coiled vines nearby with a swift snip of his scissors. Before long, he had reduced all the vines in the living area to a disheveled state. In their final throes, the vines convulsed, releasing an indescribable stench. Jiang Yan, plagued by his cleanliness obsession, covered his mouth and nose, struggling to open the window a fraction for better air circulation while also allowing the brainless vines from the first floor to enter easily, where they could be easily dispatched. Once he confirmed that the vines had been sufficiently vanquished and could no longer maneuver the player's body upstairs, Jiang Yan felt a sense of satisfaction in setting down the scissors. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, he noted that he still had over an hour before his lesson with the students. Slowly, he ascended to the second floor, preparing to freshen up before class. Strangely, despite possessing a house and a car in the real world, Jiang Yan found little fondness for his home compared to what many deemed a safe haven. He preferred this place. Perhaps he had always been a peculiar individual. At the end of the second-floor corridor, near the intersection of the third-floor staircase, Jiang Yan caught sight of a vague shadow lurking in the darkness. Although the shadow loomed close, he could not discern what it was. Reminiscent of the last visual shock he had experienced from the principal's photograph. Intrigued, he approached quietly, sensing a connection between the shadow and the principal. But time was of the essence, and he did not dwell on the reasoning. The atmosphere grew tense as he slowly placed the scissors in his left hand and raised the hammer in his right. His body poised like a hunting leopard as he aimed the hammer at the shadow before him. With the backing of his reputation as a ghostly encyclopedia, Jiang Yan was unfazed by the possibility of harming a player, for only a ghost could possess such a nebulous visual effect. Nonetheless, considering that some ghosts might adhere to a logical framework, he opted to wield less force, aiming merely to intimidate. The hammer passed through the shadow's form, striking nothing but air. Jiang Yan blinked in confusion. Not only had he missed his target, but the shadow had also vanished entirely. Bewildered, he gazed at the spot where the shadow had disappeared, uncertainly calling out, "Hello, are you still there?" At that moment, Jiang Yan remained oblivious to the warning scrawled in shattered glass at the staircase's entrance, signaling him to flee. Thus, he overlooked the altered angle of the open door. After finishing his shower and tidying his clothes, he found that only half an hour remained before his first class. Determined to leave a punctual impression on his students, he resolutely abandoned the notion of resting further and stepped outside, hammer in hand. As he entered the second-floor staircase, a shadow from a blind spot lunged at the young man. Bang! The hammers clashed, the recoil nearly numbing Jiang Yan's arm. Had he not reacted swiftly enough, this blow might have cost him dearly. Frustrated with himself for lowering his guard, he rubbed his arm and turned to confront the creature before him. "Oops, my apologies, Mr. Jiang," said a man wearing a clown mask, brandishing a hammer of his own, as chilling words spilled from his lips. "I had intended to smash your skull and present it as a trophy, but unfortunately, you were too quick for me to succeed in one fell swoop." The bizarre tone, coupled with the jester-like expression, sent a chill down Jiang Yan's spine. Who on earth was this? Why had he singled him out? Was he truly there to assassinate him? As a diligent and selfless intern teacher, burdened with the concerns of Director Li and the tranquility of the faculty building, I dare say it would be challenging to find another like me in the entirety of Xinlin High School. How could this transpire? Though I am unaware of your origins, it is imperative that students who neglect their studies face the consequences imposed by their educators, without granting the other party ample time for contemplation and dialogue. Jiang Yan brandished a pair of scissors, aiming for his opponent's thigh. He sought an incapacitated question-and-answer machine to aid him in unraveling the truth. Bang! Who triumphs in the contest of scissors against a hammer? It is evident that the hammer prevails. The beloved scissors were forcefully bent, and realizing their futility, Jiang Yan promptly relinquished this hard-earned tool. Subsequently, wielding the hammer in one hand, he engaged in a strategic duel with the student clad in a clown mask. Chapter 27. The Tale of the Haunted Wall. It must be said that students remain fundamentally students. Even when tasked with an assassination, they fail to prepare adequate tools. Although their weapons are feeble, Jiang Yan's physical prowess ultimately grants him the upper hand. With such diminutive strength and meager attacks, how dare they threaten a teacher? The clown student narrowly evaded the assault of Jiang Yan's heavy hammer, but due to an inability to control his force, He sustained an injury while feebly resisting with the hammer in hand. Do not run. How dare you skip class to attack me, yet possess such paltry courage? Grasping the hammer firmly, Jiang Yan pursued the clown student, and a tug-of-war ensued around the staircase. The clown student stumbled down the stairs, believing he had escaped danger and could call for help, only to find the layout of the building had altered. This was no longer the first floor. It resembled the fourth or fifth, and the disordered terrain instilled fear within him. Why? Is this not the first floor? How has it transformed into this eerie place? Run. Keep running. Do not worry, I will lead you out. With a slightly deformed hammer in hand, Jiang Yan descended the stairs after the clown student. He too noticed the building's layout had shifted, and recalling the strange shadow from earlier lurking at the stairwell, he arrived at a suffocating conclusion: the haunted wall. Teacher, Mr. Jiang, I believe we could further discuss this. Do not approach. If you advance, I shall flee. The clown student exhibited palpable fear, even now. His arm was not fully healed, and the occasional tremor indicated that, despite being a gifted student, he could not best the seemingly fragile intern teacher. Had he succeeded in his ambush in the darkness, none of this turmoil would have arisen. To this moment, the clown student remained unrepentant. He could feign weakness and fear, yet he did not experience regret. Cease your flight. I believe you have recognized that this building is ensnared by the haunted wall. If you wish to avoid aimless running, it would be wise to abandon the hammer and approach me. Heed my words, and I shall not harm you. Mr. Jiang, perhaps you should first relinquish the hammer. It frightens me. The clown student did not surrender his resistance, continuing to flee down the staircase with the hammer in hand. His speed outmatched his strength, Jiang Yan mused, preparing to pursue once more. However, before he could take a step, an artificial voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, player. You have triggered a side quest. You have entered a faculty building from which you can never escape. It appears to be the manifestation of a deceased individual's resentment. Please locate her and assist her to gain significant insights regarding the principal. Quest key points. She was once the most devoted plant lover at the school, yet tragically, due to her kindness and timidity, she ultimately perished here, burdened with regret and bitterness. Quest rewards. Vital clues regarding the principal, and a pair of scissors that shall never be damaged. Please confirm whether you wish to accept the side quest. Should the player choose to decline, they must locate an escape route within the allotted time. Otherwise, they shall remain trapped within this building indefinitely. Unlike previous task descriptions, the system seemed to offer him assistance, perhaps even wishing to observe him eternally ensnared in a cycle of eerie tales until he met his demise. Logic dictated that Jiang Yan should accept this quest. With a glance at the clown student, who was nearly out of sight, he decisively opted to accept. Only children make choices. He intended to seize both the information and the quest. Observing the youth fleeing in panic, the clown student scurried through the seemingly endless floors. As time passed, the student, burdened by the mask, visibly fatigued, struggled to breathe. Yet, he dared not remove the mask to gasp for air. For if the young man glimpsed his face, should he desire to pursue, they would inevitably cross paths again within Xinlin High School. At that moment, their identities would plunge the student into an abyss from which escape would be impossible. Just as the clown student felt his strength waning, he spotted a vague shadow beckoning him around the next corner. The shadow exuded an inexplicable warmth, yet as Jiang Yan drew nearer, the clown student resolved to follow its lead. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yan noticed the familiar shadow, perplexed. He pondered why it would aid an ordinary individual in evading him. However, he quickly reconsidered. What if the entity issuing the assassination order was, in fact, a humanoid tail capable of commanding minions? It was entirely plausible. The clown student dashed into a room, firmly shutting the door behind him. Once he confirmed it was locked from the inside, he collapsed to the floor, removing his mask to wipe the sweat pooling on his forehead. Thank you. You saved me. That teacher is utterly insane. Upon recognizing the shadow before him, the clown student's pupils dilated, and his heart nearly ceased to beat. Before him stood not a benevolent figure, but a long-dead corpse, its gender indiscernible. The corpse's neck was ensnared by a coarse rope, its feet defying Newton's laws as they dangled in midair, and its hollow eyes fixated on the student. The student could not endure such a fright. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. The corpse. Yet this act triggered the corpse's own death rules. The student's hair shifted from black to white, and then back to black. In the blink of an eye, the youth on the floor appeared aged beyond his years. Correspondingly, the suspended corpse appeared slightly younger, its form undergoing a notable transformation. The corpse, in disbelief, touched its aged hands, glanced at the student, and with a piercing scream, transformed into a shadow, fleeing from this sorrowful room. It was this shrill scream that allowed Jiang Yan to pinpoint the room's location, standing outside the door. He twisted the handle, but it would not budge, prompting him to resort to brute force. The hammer struck the dilapidated door repeatedly until it finally gave way, revealing the soulless corpse and the unconscious student sprawled on the floor. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on the student's chest, confirming he still breathed, before shifting to the corpse suspended in midair. Unlike the tales he had previously encountered, this apparition resembled a true corpse. Observing its exposed, aged skin, Jiang Yan pondered what ulterior motives this tale harbored. Chapter 28. The principal's visit. Jiang Yan circled the suspended corpse, scrutinizing it closely. After some time, he noticed the left hand, dangling at its side, clenched into a fist, as though it contained something within, confirming that the body was indeed immobile. Jiang Yan cautiously extracted the item, revealing a crumpled piece of white paper. Unfolding the paper, he turned it over to find it was not just any ordinary sheet, but rather an old Polaroid photograph. In the center of this vintage photograph stands a girl with a single ponytail, her radiant smile illuminating the frame as she poses alongside her fellow students. Their innocent and playful gazes directed at the camera suggest that she is, in fact, a teacher at Zinlin High School. Jiang Yan had never contemplated such a peculiar narrative, particularly one involving a teacher, which left him momentarily speechless. This educator, a dedicated mentor, clung fiercely to the photograph even in death, perhaps desiring to protect her students in a grotesque and twisted manner. In a moment of emotional resonance, Jiang Yan grasped the obsession of the tale, solemnly placing the photograph into his pocket. When he lifted his gaze back to the haunting presence, only kindness remained in his eyes. I shall assist you in dealing with the principal, ensuring that the operations of Zinlin High School resume smoothly, providing you, as a spirit, with a place to call home. With an understanding of the tale's fixation, and having confirmed that Jiang Yan was not a malevolent figure wishing harm upon students, the unique influence of the female teacher's ghostly rules dissipated. When he encountered the shadow once more, Jiang Yan felt no apprehension. Rather, he discovered that the spirit had a profound passion for gardening. In life, her greatest joy had been tending to the flowers near the faculty building and the vines that adorned the walls of the campus. However, following her betrayal and transformation into a ghost, the vines became distorted and the faculty building fell into desolation. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Yan enter the faculty building alone, her instinct was to intimidate the young man, urging the new teacher to steer clear of perilous grounds. Subsequently, she mistakenly perceived Jiang Yan as a cruel instructor who abused students, triggering her unique ghostly powers and creating a surreal barrier intended to shield students. Perhaps because the spirits had chosen to trust Jiang Yan, the previously dormant mechanical voice reactivated. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest. Reward: a pair of indestructible scissors. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a lead on the designated principal. He could be anyone, standing right beside you, witnessing your demise. Reflect on who the principal might be. Could it be you? Or him? The hint concluded. A pair of silver-gray scissors materialized within their line of sight, prompting the shadow's immediate instinct to protect Jiang Yan and the students, wary of any new threats that might arise. Observing the scene, Jiang Yan contemplated the identity of the principal while awkwardly explaining to the shadow that the scissors were not a ghostly artifact, but rather his tool. Due to her prior love for gardening, the shadow sensed the scissors' significance and, realizing their owner was the young man, extended her hand, requesting to borrow them. Jiang Yan, not one to be stingy, was instead intrigued by her intentions. Unlike before, the shadow now held a seed in her hand. With the seed in her grasp, she gestured for Jiang Yan to accept it. Is this for me? Thank you, he replied, accepting the seed with polite gratitude. It's a rather special gift, and I will take great care in planting it. The shadow shook her head, indicating that the seed was not meant for planting, but rather a protective tool to be thrown in the face of danger. Understood. Jiang Yan took her words to heart, tucking the seed into his waistband before casting a glance at the still unconscious student. The shadow's emotions conveyed confusion. She could not fathom why Jiang Yan wished for her to guard the students. He might be connected to the principal. Jiang Yan, indifferent to the fate of the students serving the malevolent administration, believed the decay of Zinlin High School's ethos stemmed from these rotten apples. However, considering the potential secrets held by the shadow and the principal, he reluctantly decided to have the spirit watch over the unconscious student, allowing him to attend to his teaching duties. The shadow nodded in understanding, and Jiang Yan ceased further explanation, hastily departing the faculty building that weighed heavily on his spirit. Upon arriving at class, the bell rang, and he surveyed the room, finding each student dutifully seated, appearing studious and obedient, feigning self-study. The student who had previously bullied Xia Jiahao shot Jiang Yan a glance, pointing to the freshly prepared textbooks on the desks, seemingly declaring his reformation and refusal to yield to the pressures of the administration. Satisfied with the student's behavior, Jiang Yan retrieved his lesson plan from the drawer and began the class, though the lesson was rather dull. Most students had experienced the memorable moments of their intern homeroom teacher, so despite their fatigue, none dared to openly succumb to sleep. As soon as the lecture concluded and he stepped out, Jiang Yan encountered Director Li, whose expression was grim, a hint of something red staining the corner of his mouth. With traces of a crimson liquid on his hands, it seemed their negotiations had faltered. Was the chef truly so incompetent? Jiang Yan pondered this internally while maintaining his outward demeanor of a compliant, easily manipulated novice. With a flutter of his eyelashes and a slight bow of his head, he signified respect. The young man's flattery consistently quelled Director Li's dissatisfaction, and the disgruntled director, adjusting the ring on his finger, proclaimed, "The cafeteria matters have been resolved. Come with me to the principal's office. The principal wishes to see you." "Me? The principal wants to see me?" Jiang Yan expressed disbelief, pointing to himself. And upon receiving Director Li's affirmative nod, his demeanor visibly brightened. "You seem quite pleased?" Director Li adopted an air of superiority, as if guiding Jiang Yan through a significant milestone. Indeed, for a new intern to garner the vice principal's recognition within a month was a commendable achievement. Vice principal? Jiang Yan's voice dipped, and he quickly adjusted his attitude, fearful of providing Director Li with any leverage. "So it's not the principal who seeks me?" "Of course not. Did you think the old principal would want to meet you? Just look at how few days you've been here." Director Li's remarks seemed to serve more as a means to boast and belittle the new intern. Since the establishment of Zinlin High School, apart from ceremonial occasions, the principal had devoted himself tirelessly to the institution. How could he possibly find time to meet you? Grateful for Director Li's guidance, Jiang Yan acknowledged that if he were to meet the vice principal without clarification, it could lead to confusion between their roles. He feigned gratitude, his expression displaying appreciation for Director Li's reminder, which cast him in a favorable light. Pleased with Jiang Yan's compliance, Director Li narrowed his eyes and, as they walked, suddenly broached a tangential topic. "I heard there's a trend in the neighboring class regarding ghost stories. Those rascally kids stay up late, venturing into abandoned buildings to concoct terrifying tales for thrills. Teacher Jiang, as the new intern, you should step in for the neighboring teacher, find them, and escort them to the administration office. At night, with rascally children, ghost tales, these elements could coexist in the real world, but this was a survival scenario." With such a multitude of factors, Jiang Yan began to suspect that Director Li's true intention in summoning him was to assign a death-defying task, perhaps hoping for his early demise. "What is it, Teacher Jiang? Are you unwilling?" Director Li leaned in closer, a potent mix of perfumes overwhelming Jiang Yan's senses. "No. Contributing to the school is our duty as teachers. I am merely curious as to why the neighboring teacher isn't handling this matter. Why is it necessary for me?" "Understood." They parted ways midway, and Jiang Yan followed Director Li's instructions, arriving at room 403, gently knocking on the door. The door was eerily quiet. After lingering for several seconds at the entrance, Jiang Yan only heard the voice of a middle-aged man from within when the school bell rang. "Please come in." Upon pushing open the door, his eyes were immediately drawn to a middle-aged man seated at a desk, his fingers ceaselessly tapping on the keyboard. Dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses along with a playful mustache, the man initially appeared amiable. However, Jiang Yan was not deceived by outward appearances. A person capable of reaching the position of vice principal and remaining in it could not be as benevolent as they seemed. If he truly possessed kindness and a love for the school, he would not have allowed the principal's bizarre schemes to persist for so long. The thought of countless students and teachers being forced into becoming myths, enduring endless torment within their narratives, weighed heavily on him. "Young man, do not let anger cloud your judgment," the middle-aged man sighed, shutting his sleek laptop and gazing out the window. "At your age, I was just as naive, believing that diligent work alone could lead students to excellent graduations and make their parents proud. Yet, I came to realize that this school has been rotten from the very beginning. Twisted students, parents, teachers, and monsters have occupied its fertile grounds. diminishing the goodness of Xinlin High School. The man's voice carried an unexpected sadness, leaving Jiang Yan perplexed. Was the vice principal calling him to the office merely to utter these nonsensical words? The decay of the campus ultimately stemmed from the management's failures. They had not only failed to mend the situation but had also exploited it. How could the principal's strange dealings with the wishing well go unnoticed for so long? I do not understand, Jiang Yan began, but his words were drowned out by the middle-aged man's voice, which was now tinged with an unusual intensity. The man opened a drawer, retrieved a picture frame, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Look at this. Once you do, everything will become clear. Confused, Jiang Yan lowered his gaze to the frame he was handed, carefully studying the photograph within. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he gazed upon a familiar face. Was that truly him? Had he once been a student at Xinlin High School? It felt as if he had stumbled upon an unspeakable, forbidden truth. And a wave of sorrow surged from the depths of his soul, filling his eyes with tears. Miracle? What miracle? Jiang Yan's captivating doe-like eyes fixed intensely on the middle-aged man. He was prepared to confront the truth. This is something you cannot yet comprehend. Sometimes, knowledge can be toxic. I summoned you here to clarify one thing. The principal is not the enemy. The school itself is. Once you grasp why the school is the enemy and how to address it, come find me. You have changed significantly since the past. With that, the vice principal offered no further opportunity for inquiry, waving his hand as an unseen force gently propelled Jiang Yan out of the office. Was he being dismissed by some mysterious power? Was the vice principal also a part of the legends? Jiang Yan, entangled in confusion, intended to knock on the door once more, but to his astonishment, the office vanished right before his eyes. With no other options, he resignedly exited the building that had filled him with sadness. Lacking purpose and direction, he contemplated for a moment before mustering his spirits and heading towards the dormitory. Had he truly not awakened after all this time? Chapter 30. I am here to capture employing some common pressure techniques from textbooks. It wasn't long before the student groggily regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the smiling face of a trainee teacher and a vague, shadowy figure standing beside him. Ghosts, there are indeed ghosts. The student closed his eyes again, intending to feign unconsciousness. But the young man spoke calmly yet cruelly. If you faint again, I'll transform you into a legend, destined to serve Xinlin High School for eternity. Please, no? Teacher Jiang, let us discuss this calmly, the student implored, springing up in a panic. I will tell you everything I know, but before that, I have a small request. Will you grant it? What request? Jiang Yan replied curtly, showing no kindness to a student who dared to threaten teachers. The student seemed to understand this. And after a moment's hesitation, he boldly stated, I hope you will allow me to hide in your dormitory until the holiday. Why do you want to hide in the dormitory until the break? Jiang Yan probed, scrutinizing the student with suspicion. Teacher Jiang, if I fail this task and bring you to the abandoned well at night, death awaits me. The student, Sujia, was among those specially recruited students who had little interest in academics. His days were often spent playing basketball or running, with more time dedicated to uncovering the school's darker rumors for amusement. He had heard tales of a secret to immortality within the management and knew for certain that something sinister lurked within the school. Last night, a malevolent entity had approached him at the dilapidated well, demanding that he bring Jiang Yan as a sacrifice for some ritual. If Sujia failed, he would become the substitute offering, trapped in eternal torment. The entity had warned him that escape was futile if he could not deliver Jiang Yan. As he spoke, Sujia rolled up his sleeve to reveal dark claw marks on his arm. What is this? Jiang Yan grasped Sujia's arm, observing the ominous marks with a grave expression. Congratulations, player, you have encountered the ominous St. Hall's claws. As this curse does not belong to Xinlin High School, we shall now introduce the background of this curse. The well of the blood church, under daily prayers, gave rise to thoughts of defection. Thus, with the help of St. Hall's claws, it escaped the blood church narrative, becoming a wishing well with autonomy in Xinlin High School. The tale of the wishing well has not forgotten St. Hall's claws, nor have the claws forgotten the wishing well. Therefore, when the player completely erases the wishing well, the claws, bearing the curse, will come for you. Players are advised to be cautious at night, especially of black cats. Being caught within 3 nights will result in being erased in place of the wishing well. The mechanical voice took on a somewhat gleeful tone at the end. Realizing the system was not benevolent, Jiang Yan scoffed, glancing at the shadow that seemed to embody an adversary before turning back to the student. In that case, you may stay in this dormitory. With the shadow guarding you, ordinary malevolent entities will not dare to enter. As for your meals, I will bring them to you. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I am immensely grateful. The student's eyes welled with tears. His previous school life had been fraught with peril. Do not worry. However, I still have more questions for you. Jiang Yan sat down, gesturing for the student to join him, casting a considerate glance at the shadow. Once assured that it was unconcerned with his feelings, he slowly turned back, smiling. Apart from that, I wish to inquire if you know about the legends. Dealing with Su Jie was straightforward. Despite his poor academic performance, he was far more knowledgeable about gossip and the supernatural than others like Sun Ran. Within just a few hours, Jiang Yan gathered a wealth of invaluable information regarding the composition of the legends, areas of the school to avoid, and locations where fatalities had occurred. After compiling this information and noting that the sky was still light, he considered that as a member of the security team, Yin Feng might encounter trouble during his night patrols. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to Sun Ran's classroom, intending to borrow a phone to contact the security office where Yin Feng was stationed. After repeatedly reminding Yin Feng about the precautions to take on campus, ensuring that his words truly resonated, Jiang Yan dedicated some effort to retrieve a sum of money from the cafeteria to procure the necessary equipment for the night. He acquired a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a backpack to hold his hammer and scissors. Having prepared all these items, Jiang Yan patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall before setting out alone towards the dilapidated old student dormitory. Unlike his earlier visit to the girls' dormitory in search of ghost stories, this time, Jiang Yan was not to confront tales of the supernatural, but rather a group of students, idly seeking thrills under the cover of darkness. The psychological pressure stemming from this situation was incomparable, evident in the jester mask on Jiang Yan's face and the tune he hummed. As he entered the building, his attention was immediately drawn to the shards of broken glass littering the floor. While the fragments created a chaotic beauty, a discerning eye could extract significant information from them. For instance, the shards on his far left resembled a weeping woman, while those on the right appeared to form some kind of text. Clearly, this abandoned dormitory was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Delving deeper, he reached the corner of the second floor, where the walls were adorned with derogatory graffiti in various colors, delivering a striking visual impact. After absorbing the sight of these unsightly words, Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown. Was there truly no one to clean up such filth? What, he wondered, were the maintenance staff at Xinlin High School doing? He resolved to report this to Director Li the following day. Upon turning the corner, he still encountered no one, leading him to question whether the students from the Ghost Story Club would even partake in their supernatural games. With a mindset prepared for disappointment, Jiang Yan quietly ascended to the third floor. Unlike the second floor, he was soon confronted by a redwood box standing at the corridor's entrance, unobstructed by any barriers. The light illuminated a doll within, its smile disturbingly twisted. This doll, both chilling and oddly familiar to Jiang Yan, sat in the box with a grotesque posture. The pale-skinned girl doll had long, slightly curled white hair and lips darkened by rusty nails. Her lifelike blue eyes fixated intently ahead. The dress she wore appeared to be a long skirt fashioned from identical hospital gowns, cinched at the waist with a binding bandage. Jiang Yan regarded the eerie doll expressionlessly, recognizing in it the shadow of a girl in a wheelchair. Their resemblance was striking, approximately 85% alike, with the primary differences lying in their faces and attire. After all, the girl in the wheelchair possessed a far more terrifying visage, lacking any semblance of grotesque beauty. Considering that no one in the boys' dormitory would likely collect such a heavy doll, Jiang Yan decided to bypass this uncanny figure and edge along the wall. However, as he took a step forward, the doll's mouth twitched, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unlike previous instances, this excitement felt not like that of a hunter spotting prey, but rather akin to a drowning soul discovering a flicker of hope. It perceived a future in Jiang Yan. If it could seize this chance, perhaps one day it could replace its original and become a true ghost story. Surely it could. It could speak. Do not leave. I beg you, do not depart. Save me, stranger. Save me. The doll's voice resonated sweetly, more enchanting than any sound Jiang Yan had previously encountered. Yet precisely because of this, Jiang Yan quickened his pace, distancing himself further from the doll. The doll mused that even after decades of existence, she had never witnessed such a scene. Did humans not wonder why she could speak? Even upon hearing her plea, they merely quickened their steps. Human, do not depart. I am not a ghost story, merely a replica, incapable of triggering the rules of death. In desperation, the doll revealed her true nature. She was merely a copy, reliant on the life force of her host for sustenance and utterly incapable of action. Upon realizing that Jiang Yan had paused his ascent, the doll, feeling relieved, coaxed. Do not ascend. There is nothing above us. In this building, it is just you and me. Tell me, what can I do for you? And what can you offer me? Jiang Yan responded pragmatically. He was not swayed by the doll's voice or appearance. His purpose in this venture was twofold: to survive and to recover his memories, to unveil the truth. Young man, you currently possess nothing that I desire. I am gambling on your future, one that brings me hope for life. The doll, appearing no older than 16 or 17, became composed. Her azure eyes shimmering with moisture as she implored Jiang Yan to take her along on his journey, promising to provide him with benefits. Your abilities intrigue me. Yet your size is not insignificant. If you intend to accompany me, could you perhaps fit into my backpack? He inquired. No need. I can alter my size, she replied, swiftly shrinking from a half-meter tall doll to a palm-sized charm. Must we leave the box behind? Jiang Yan glanced at the beautifully crafted redwood box with a hint of regret, shaking his head as he had no additional space to accommodate it. No. That is merely a temporary vessel. Once I achieve my goals, I will ensure your prosperity. Unfazed by Jiang Yan's grip, the doll continued. You may call me Belle. I fancy that name. Belle? It sounds quite Western, yet it suits you perfectly. Confirming that Belle did not wish to remain in his bag and would not extract his life force without consent, Jiang Yan opted not to descend but to continue ascending the stairs. Why persist in climbing when I have already warned you that there is nothing above? Belle remarked, her demeanor noticeably brighter with the newfound hope, no longer feigning the guise of a ghost story as she perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, displaying her distaste. Without a thorough exploration, how can one know if anything exists? Besides, you have remained on the 3rd floor. Surely you are unfamiliar with the conditions of the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. That is true, but I have been guarding the staircase. How would I not be aware of whether anyone has ascended? Jiang Yan countered. Are you not aware that the dormitory has an emergency fire escape? Belle retorted, outmaneuvered by Jiang Yan's words as they ascended to the 4th floor. Whether it was due to the increasing cleanliness of the higher floors, the boys' dormitory on the 4th floor appeared far more orderly than the preceding 3, devoid of any traces of graffiti. Chapter 32, Your Ghost Story. Upon reaching the 4th floor and confirming the absence of anyone, Jiang Yan ascended to the 5th floor. His sole task today was to ensure that this abandoned boys' dormitory was free of mischievous students engaging in fear-inducing games. Observing Jiang Yan, who was donned in a mask and diligently patrolling the area, Belle chose to rest on Jiang Yan's shoulder, fixating his gaze on his neck with an expression of envy. As a doll, Belle yearned for vitality, a beating heart, even if it meant sacrificing his legs and some essential aspects of his existence. On the 5th floor, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Jiang Yan. Before he could survey his surroundings, the door of a nearby dormitory swung open, and a hand reached out, pulling him inside. Entering a dormitory where the front and back walls had been demolished, Jiang Yan squinted against the pervasive darkness, illuminated only by a combination of black and red candles. At the entrance stood a student wearing a bear mask, silently observing Jiang Yan. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, another door swung open. A student adorned with a rabbit mask entered, appearing to be a freshman, his youthful demeanor unmistakable. Upon entering, he was startled by Jiang Yan's masked visage. Oh, you nearly scared me to death. Although I knew there would be a ghost story meeting here tonight, could you refrain from wearing such a frightful mask? Don't you realize that scaring someone can be deadly? The youth, whose voice was still in the midst of change, posed no threat. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Yan discreetly unzipped his backpack, signaling for Belle to conceal himself inside, while altering his voice to mimic a higher pitch. As a young man in his 20s, he needed to avoid any vocal discrepancies that might betray his true age. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "It seems I inadvertently selected a rather intimidating mask. I shall rectify this in the future." The rabbit-masked student seemed to recognize the bear-masked student. Gesturing, "Is it just the 3 of us tonight?" "No. My secret signal should be decipherable by several others, who are likely evading the dorm supervisor's scrutiny. They should arrive shortly," replied the bear-masked student, engaging in conversation while casting sidelong glances at Jiang Yan. In this triad meeting, Jiang Yan refrained from further dialogue, wary of alarming the students and losing the chance to apprehend all of them. After all, it was improbable that they had convened in an abandoned dormitory to share ghost stories at such a late hour. If that were indeed the case, what was the source of Director Li's concern? Jiang Yan had little faith that the director would suddenly adopt a benevolent demeanor. Her worries undoubtedly pertained to unforeseen events, which could potentially escalate into a significant incident. Hence, upon learning that Jiang Yan, a newly arrived intern, could manage the cafeteria, She hastily dispatched him to the dormitory to thwart the students' impending mischief. In the ensuing 5 minutes of silence, more students entered, each adorned with masks depicting a bird, a pig, a sheep, and a dog. One might mistakenly assume they were about to host an animal conference or engage in some intellectual games. Feeling increasingly out of place, Jiang Yan resolved to take the initiative and inquired, "Have all the participants arrived? Shall we proceed to the main event?" "Yes, it seems that nearly everyone is here." "It's time to commence," replied the rabbit-masked student, who never hesitated to speak. After selecting a central seat, he gestured for Jiang Yan to join him. "Let us begin." President Bear. As the rabbit spoke, a group of audacious students settled around the candles in an orderly fashion. Sitting next to the rabbit, Jiang Yan immediately detected a pungent odor reminiscent of cheap laundry detergent. Clearly, the rabbit was not the source of any ghostly tales. However, the title of President Bear was quite off-putting. It was perplexing that a group of high school boys had concocted such an odd moniker, referring to each other solely by their masks. What, then, would his title be? Nimber Clown? Feeling increasingly awkward, Jiang Yan wished to rise and deliver a reprimanding blow to each of them. In contrast to their antics, he felt more like a clown indulging children in a game of make-believe. Cough, cough. Our goal tonight is to complete 8 ghost stories before the candles burn out. And to attempt ants, announced the student referred to as President Bear, standing and making his way to the center of the candles. He pointed at the sheep, inquiring, "Have you prepared your horror story? If it does not meet the mark, you know the consequence is expulsion from the group." The sheep, a well-built individual clearly accustomed to physical exercise, nodded and exchanged places with President Bear. After clearing his throat, he began to recount the horror story he had painstakingly crafted over the past few days. "My tale is simple yet true, occurring in the adjacent girls' dormitory. The protagonist, whom you may recognize, is a recently deceased student, Chen Diyue. It is said she was deceived by her roommate and her boyfriend, who both exploited her, leading her to take her own life in the dormitory under mysterious circumstances. Jiang Yan, familiar with the tale, was compelled to award the sheep a passing grade for his storytelling ability. The other students, upon hearing such a chilling narrative rooted in reality, were left utterly petrified. The sheep story was captivating enough that President Bear suggested he should be allowed to join their association. After the game concludes, please remain so we can discuss and ensure I can locate you for the next session. President Bear's demeanor was notably mature. It was evident that this was not his first time hosting such an event. After a brief compliment, he turned his attention toward Jiang Yan, who wore the clown mask. Just as Jiang Yan contemplated how to feign a story, President Bear called upon the pig. "You, proceed with the second story. It must not fall short of the first, or you shall be eliminated." "Not a problem. I assure you my story will satisfy," replied the pig-masked student. Chapter 33. 2 stories. My tale may not be as elaborate, but it is undoubtedly true, having transpired in our cafeteria, the very one we are all familiar with. In the early days of the school's establishment, there was a chef dedicated to innovating new dishes, whose skills in flavor, pricing, and culinary expertise far surpassed those of his peers. The student, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat, sensing no one was paying attention, and hurriedly continued. The chef's prowess endeared him to the students, earning him a reputation that eclipsed even that of the most esteemed teachers. Yet, in this peculiar and distorted environment, tragedy soon struck. Another chef, also from an external catering company, resented the success of the innovator. Why should he toil for a meager salary while the other chef basked in glory, seemingly sacrificing himself for innovation and the satisfaction of the students? Under the influence of such twisted psychology, several chefs in the cafeteria began to create trouble for their innovative colleague, sabotaging his efforts with accusations of uncleanliness or finding insects in the food. Faced with criticism and dissatisfaction from the administration, the perpetually cheerful innovator gradually became obsessed with cleanliness, his smile fading as he turned to drink in silence. The true conflict erupted when the innovator's descent into alcoholism commenced, marking the beginning of the terror that followed. In the stillness of the night, the overzealous chef often found solace in the kitchen, indulging in alcohol while meticulously polishing his utensils and washing the ingredients to the point of disintegration. He muttered incessantly about the need for speed, quality, and cleanliness in his culinary creations, vowing that no foreign substances would mar his dishes again. The peculiar emotional state of the chef weighed heavily on his colleague, who, driven by a sense of conscience and moral obligation, ventured into the kitchen one stormy night with a few bottles of fine wine. He expressed his remorse and promised never to engage in such reckless practices again. Upon hearing the heartfelt apology, the fervent chef smiled, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the other's visage. The empathetic chef, not particularly adept at handling alcohol, eventually succumbed to slumber on the cold kitchen floor. Unbeknownst to him, the gaze of the overzealous chef upon him was fraught with terror, akin to that of a predator observing a lifeless prey. Meanwhile, Belle, captivated by the unfolding drama, was reluctant to remain hidden within the confines of her backpack. With stealthy grace, she unzipped the bag and climbed onto Jiang Yan's shoulder, her azure eyes scanning the vibrant students around her, a sly smile playing on her lips. How intriguing it was to discover a gathering of individuals steeped in moral corruption and bloodshed. With a quiet, sinister intent, Belle unleashed her powers, gradually siphoning the life force from those around her, contentedly perched upon Jiang Yan's shoulder as she savored the climax of the tale being shared by the eager student. The tender-hearted chef was abruptly roused by a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. As he steadied himself and rose to his feet, he found that the overzealous chef had already arranged an array of pots, brewing various broths that, while differing in essence, bore a similar fragrance. Engrossed in his meal, the chef remained oblivious to the fact that the morsels in his bowl were not chicken feet, but rather human fingers and flesh from the arms of the unfortunate. As he prepared to voice his thoughts, the president, donning a bear mask, intended to clarify that this was not merely a ghost story, but a man-made societal commentary. However, a student in a pig mask seemed to sense the president's impending statement and, with a mysterious smile, hastily completed the unfinished narrative. In the end, the overzealous chef mercilessly ended the life of the tender-hearted man, yet he continued to stir the soup, tasting it repeatedly, still dissatisfied, believing it lacked a robust minced meat garnish. In a desperate bid for the admiration of his students, he resorted to severing his own leg and an arm to enrich the broth with his own flesh, ultimately dismembering himself and transforming into a formless spirit, eternally lingering around the cafeteria. As for the broth made from the chefs, the spirit did not waste it, placing it beside the communal soup pot for the students to consume. While this tale may not be as captivating as the first, its authenticity remains a matter of debate. The previously silent bird student nodded in agreement. Noticing the puzzled expressions directed at him, he shrugged and added that during the early days of New Forest High School, a similar incident had indeed occurred. However, the entrepreneur involved was of considerable stature and did not withdraw from the school following the scandal. If he did not exit the institution, what were the consequences of such actions? How would the students who consumed those bodies explain their deeds? It was, indeed, true. The school's handling of such matters has always left students disillusioned while appeasing their parents. In a bid to suppress the incident, the administration resorted to threats regarding academic advancement and financial incentives to sway parents, leaving the instigators powerless. As for the cafeteria's approach, many were aware that the establishment's solution involved assigning a single chef to the back kitchen, with dishes prepared in advance as semi-finished products requiring minimal manpower. If the school truly wished to deal with a troublesome batch of parents and students, given its status and influence, it could easily do so. Yet, over the years, the school had adopted a more subdued approach, emphasizing academic success and humane teaching methods, leading to a lack of parents questioning its capabilities. Chapter 34. The genuine ghost story emerges. The innocent demeanor of the pig student rendered the rabbit student speechless. Glancing at the president, the rabbit noted that he showed no inclination to refute the pig's claims, and thus, he fell silent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as the debate unfolded, affecting those yet to share their stories. They were uncertain if their upcoming tales would meet the standards of the rebellious and thrilling ghost story gathering. Would their efforts to escape the dormitory that night be in vain if their narratives fell short? Under such pressure, even with their masks obscuring their identities, the students' gazes collectively lowered, none daring to meet the eyes of the president, the instigator of the ghostly tales. Well, since no one seems inclined to begin, shall I open with a story? The rabbit student proposed, his vibrant energy mirroring his mask. Go ahead, came the response, as the interaction between the students resembled the exchanges of seasoned adults rather than mere pupils. Jiang Yan, ever observant, maintained his silence, keenly listening to the rabbit's story. Had he suspected that the supervising teacher had overlooked any discrepancies, he might have wondered if this entire scenario was orchestrated for him. As the first two stories echoed his own experiences, with a clap that commanded attention, the rabbit student confirmed that all eyes were on him, and with satisfaction, he began. The story I wish to share involves my roommate. A roommate? Wait, aren't we supposed to be sharing ghost stories? Interrupted the president, his tone turning stern. Remember the rule of the ghost story gathering. Do not interrupt others while they are speaking. Next time, you'll be expelled. Understood, the puppy-masked student muttered, retracting his head. The rabbit student, undeterred by the interruption, smiled and continued. He is a transfer student, 2 years younger than I, excelling academically, often studying late into the night. Initially, we appreciated this atmosphere, as aside from the talented few, most students at New Forest High School are quite bright, dedicating their days solely to study. The rabbit's words received nods of agreement as the students, restricted to their studies, channeled their youthful exuberance into mischief. As for why no one considered romance, it was simple. The school's first rule prohibited relationships, and the consequence of being reported was either expulsion or ostracism. No one dared to pursue romance under such stringent regulations that had existed since the school's inception. As the rabbit's narrative resonated with the others, Jiang Yan discreetly scanned the room, finding his peers attentively engaged in the unfolding tale. However, the pleasant atmosphere did not last long. One night, I awoke to use the restroom and spotted him sitting alone, gnawing on something while writing. Initially, I assumed he was simply hungry from studying late and thought nothing of it. Yet, I soon realized that the situation was far more alarming than I had imagined. One fateful night, I again found myself rising due to excessive thirst. With the aid of the light, I clearly saw that what he was gnawing on was neither bread nor steamed bun, but rather a living, wriggling rat. I was frozen in place, helplessly watching as he tore into the rat's tail, gradually progressing to its head, after devouring the live rodent. My roommate wiped his mouth with satisfaction and scribbled on his study notes, "So delicious, so delicious." After digesting the school's rats, every knowledge point is etched in my mind. They stimulate my brain, compelling me to study further. If I don't, they will turn and consume my brain. My roommate stubbornly wrote until the ink was exhausted before leisurely climbing into bed, while I stood there, oblivious to my need for the restroom, my screams, and even sleep. Lost in a trance until dawn. For reasons unknown, I failed to recount this incident to my roommate during the day, only recalling it come nightfall. Thus, day after day passed until recently, when my roommate gently tapped my back, prompting me to truly realize that after a few moments of discovery, the student known as Rabbit fell silent. The audience held their breath, eager for what would follow, yet Rabbit kept his head bowed, refusing to speak. Given the earlier warning from the president, no one dared question Rabbit further. It was only after a minute had elapsed that the lamb, unable to contain his curiosity, addressed Rabbit. "What on earth happened? Don't waste our time." At this, Rabbit slowly lifted his head. To everyone's shock, dark brown plasma began to ooze from beneath Rabbit's mask, accompanied by the sound of chewing. It was then I discovered that I was the student who consumed mice. The so-called roommate and self were merely figments of my imagination, for I resided alone in room 404. The assembly stared at Rabbit in horror. Even the timid dog nearly fled in fright, only to be saved by Jiang Yan's quick reflexes, preventing the candle and the life of the dog student from being extinguished. Why was it crucial to save the dog's life? Because Rabbit's breath had shifted, now mingled with an unsettling stench of folklore that wafted toward Jiang Yan. Hee, don't be so frightened. I'm merely sharing a tale of the supernatural, and the blood is merely a prop. Why such a fuss? Besides, how many bacteria are on a mouse? I wouldn't dare to consume one, he said, patting Jiang Yan with a clean palm, feigning camaraderie. Now, let us allow the clown to tell a story. What do you say? As Rabbit approached, Jiang Yan caught the scent of blood. Realizing it was not a prop but genuine, keeping his composure, he distanced himself slightly, gazing intently at Rabbit, aiming to pierce the veil of the mask. Rabbit, in turn, met Jiang Yan's gaze directly, revealing no signs of trepidation. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly peculiar, prompting the president to kindly suggest, "Perhaps we should heed Rabbit's words and let the clown tell the fourth tale." Chapter 35, The Story of a Genius. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Yan. Anticipation palpable for the story he had meticulously prepared. Moreover, the clown's mask clashed with the other animal-themed masks, leaving the audience curious whether Jiang Yan's narrative would evoke similar awe. Pushed to the forefront by the president and Rabbit, Jiang Yan felt compelled to rise and take the center position by the candle. At that moment, no one noticed a diminutive doll had appeared on his shoulder. The pallid-skinned girl perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, one hand resting there while the other playfully grasped the thread representing the fate of all present. Look what it has discovered, a collection of delectable souls. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, who stood in the candlelight, the doll had stealthily escaped. I have countless stories to tell, each with its own title. Which one would you like to hear? You have many stories, and you've named them? Surely you jest, the ever-loquacious rabbit remarked, scrutinizing Jiang Yan with keen interest. If you're not merely boasting, why not share their titles so we can collectively choose one? If you truly can narrate it, I believe the president would grant you a permanent spot in our gatherings. This was no idle promise. The bear student, seated nearby, stared intently at Jiang Yan, endorsing Rabbit's proposition. With both urging him on, Jiang Yan felt it improper to decline. He smiled and began to unveil a series of striking titles. The back-to-back in New Forest Academy, The Girl in the Wheelchair, The Camera, Midnight Diner, The Wishing Well, and The Doll from the Abandoned Dormitory. Which tale do you wish to hear? What? Upon hearing these eerie titles, Rabbit and the Lamb were clearly taken aback. Their astonished expressions did not go unnoticed by the other students, who exchanged bewildered glances. The bear president's face contorted with skepticism, confusion evident in his eyes as he pondered how a student could possess such knowledge of these tales. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the titles the clown has mentioned? The dog student shivered, contemplating whether to withdraw from the storytelling session even before it began. Attempting to remedy his earlier hesitation, the bear president turned to Jiang Yan, saying, "Please, tell us the story of the girl in the wheelchair. I am eager to learn about her." I concur. I too am curious about the tale of the girl in the wheelchair. The Lamb and Rabbit exchanged glances, immediately aligning with the president's suggestion, endorsing the story of the girl in the wheelchair as Jiang Yan's entry into the world of supernatural storytelling. Very well. I shall briefly recount the story of the girl in the wheelchair. However, before I proceed, I must advise you that sometimes what one perceives with their own eyes is indeed reality, so always trust your instincts. And so, the story commenced, recounting the experiences of a female student who had been specially recruited to New Forest Academy. Her narrative was lengthy and would include special explanations. So I ask for your patience. The blessings and abilities bestowed upon geniuses often resemble a curse that can never be erased. As evidenced by the events in the girl's life, she was an unremarkable student until, invited to participate in an event, she received guidance from a sculptor. Although her technique had minor flaws, receiving praise from the artist on her first attempt was a significant achievement. Under the artist's tutelage, the girl's learning curve in sculpture far surpassed that of most domestic artists, leading to numerous accolades, and thus she earned her place at New Forest Academy. Aside from her academic pursuits and necessary rest, the girl devoted herself entirely to sculptural art, receiving acclaim within the school that rivaled her peers. Even the aloof artist proclaimed intentions to take her to Paris or France the following year, promising a richer artistic atmosphere that would broaden her horizons and enhance her artistic sensibilities. Pausing for a moment to reflect on the story, Jiang Yan engaged with the captivated audience. Isn't it a beautiful tale? Unable to interject, the audience could merely nod in agreement. Indeed, as Jiang Yan had described, the future of this once ordinary student was worth anticipating. Drawing the audience's attention, Jiang Yan smiled, without any intention of withholding information, and continued. The accolades ignited an unprecedented creative fervor within the gifted girl, transforming her into a dazzling talent in sculpture. It was as if she had become a different person. Her family was initially overjoyed. However, this joyous period was short-lived, as they received phone calls from the school teachers expressing concern. They reported that the girl frequently conversed with statues at night, as if these sculptures were alive. This peculiar behavior alarmed the school psychologist, who attempted to communicate with the girl, but her only response was a singular question. Do you believe the moment of stillness can be deemed eternal? At this juncture, the doll could no longer contain herself, her eyes wide as she focused intently on Jiang Yan, the storyteller. To a certain extent, Jiang Yan's spiritual resonance with the girl in the wheelchair surpassed even her own. This suggested that should the girl appear on campus tonight, she would undoubtedly seek out someone who mirrored her emotions. The doll, still unacquainted with all the rules, naturally could not bear to witness these events. It wished to remain undetected by its original owner, for the penalty of discovery was solely death. With this understanding, Belle intensified its efforts to absorb the life force of others, hastening the erosion of the threads of fate. This night, it was a matter of its survival or the collective demise at the hands of the wheelchair girl. Unaware of the enigmatic resonance engulfing him, Jiang Yan continued to narrate the haunting tale of the wheelchair girl in a somber tone, exposing the scars of this strange legend. The psychological counselor, receiving such feedback, had no choice but to contact the hospital staff, ultimately leading to a notification issued by the girl's parents after a doctor's examination. Such cases were exceedingly rare, and unfortunately, there was currently no cure. In the short term, this ailment would not hinder her daily life, but with the passage of time, It would pose severe challenges both physiologically and psychologically. Thus, close attention was advised. Chapter 36. Talent as a Curse. This proclamation, for an ordinary family, merely affirmed a grim truth. Their child suffered from a mental illness that would only worsen over time. In contrast to her parents' tearful despair, the girl devoted herself wholly to her creative pursuits. Yet, regardless of the brilliance of her creations, the evaluations she received were starkly different from before. A group of onlookers laughed heartily, urging teachers not to impose upon her, for she was now a patient who could not grasp the essence of life, cherishing instead a delusion of eternal existence, which rendered the beauty of life incomprehensible to her. Her body became a prison for her soul. And under the relentless assault of daily life, she began to question the beauty of her sculptures. After a hurried visit from her teacher, the feedback she received was tinged with pity, perhaps due to her tender age, in terms of both physiology and psychology. She required a change of environment to awaken her dormant talent. The implication was clear. The girl was ill-suited to remain at New Forest High School, where her gifts were increasingly buried and her academic performance insufficient. Forced into a hiatus by the weight of social pressure, the girl still found solace in conversing with her sculptures, until one fateful night, her father discovered her speaking to a statue. In a fit of rage, he lifted the statue and hurled it off the balcony. Without hesitation, the girl leapt after it, resulting in paralysis from the waist down. As Jiang Yan concluded this segment, it was uncertain whether his vivid storytelling or the prolonged sitting had rendered the audience's limbs numb, gradually leading them toward a state of insensibility. Sensing this, they hastily adjusted their postures and stretched their legs, continuing to listen as Jiang Yan approached the climax of the tale. The girl's family believed she had gone mad and sent her to a psychiatric hospital. However, her condition did not improve. She began to refuse communication with the living, instead taking everything within reach that could be carved and sculpting identical faces, naming each after herself. A perfect statue emerged, its rhythmic curves and vibrant life force captivating all who beheld it. After an extended absence from school, the girl finally experienced a rebirth. Jiang Yan's expressive storytelling far surpassed that of the pig student, enveloping his audience in an immersive experience. Only the rabbit student behaved oddly, emitting faint squeaks that went unheard by all but himself. Outside the abandoned dormitory, the sound of a wheelchair grew closer. The wheelchair girl, sensing Jiang Yan's resonance, ventured to this forsaken high-rise in search of prey. What did losing her legs matter for the sake of her perfect masterpiece? The wheelchair girl summoned greater strength, transforming the staircase into a sloped ramp, facilitating her pursuit of the quarry. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, he continued crafting a flawless conclusion to the wheelchair girl's tale. Eager to return to school, the girl suppressed her inner impulses, determined to create an eternal masterpiece. Recognizing that hatred yields the richest nutrients, she set her sights on the psychological counselor, luring her to the sculpture room one dark and stormy night. As dawn broke, the counselor had yet to appear in her office. Concerned teachers inquired and reviewed surveillance footage, discovering that the counselor had ventured to the sculpture room in the dead of night. Upon arriving with security to investigate, they found the girl had vanished, leaving behind a completed masterpiece. It was a beautiful female sculpture, assembled from shattered plaster fragments, yet devoid of a head, the body encasing the counselor's remains. Through investigation, it appeared the girl had mastered some mystic Western ritual, sacrificing the counselor to obtain an everlasting body and uncanny sculpting abilities, with the cost being an eternal quest for the perfect work of art. Without such a masterpiece, she would not perish. Thus concludes the tale of the wheelchair girl, rumored to echo through the lower floors of buildings at night. Should one hear the sound of a wheelchair in the campus vicinity, it signifies that the wheelchair girl is near. Upon finishing, Jiang Yan surveyed the audience expectantly, as if awaiting their applause. What a riveting story! This tale is surely enough to secure your permanent membership in the Ghost Story Club, the president proclaimed, rising to commend Jiang Yan's narrative. Yet before he could call upon the next speaker, the black candles in the room extinguished abruptly. The crowd was taken aback, rising from their seats. The timid student, akin to a frightened puppy, trembled, realizing that if he had not been mistaken, there should have been no wind in the room to extinguish the candles. As he grappled with this realization, he was restrained by the excited rabbit student, whose strength had markedly increased, seemingly unnoticed by others. "Don't move, something's coming," warned the sheep student, who had excellent hearing and leaned against the back wall, sensing an odd noise emanating from below. Could it be the wheelchair girl has come for us? The pig student's words detonated like a thunderclap, bathing the room in a blinding light. followed by a resounding thunder that struck at the very souls of those present. Perhaps spurred by the pig student's comments, the bear president altered her earlier composure, her tone turning menacing. Do not speak nonsense. While ghost stories may hold a grain of truth, she is a cripple, incapable of ascending to the upper floors in a wheelchair. The stairs of the abandoned dormitory were steep and daunting, if the wheelchair girl were truly as Jiang Yan described. It was impossible for her to reach this level unless she could fly or someone assisted her. I believe the president makes a valid point, but look closely. The candles are extinguishing one by one, the sheep student pointed out. The others soon noticed the accelerated dimming of the candles. Black signified spiritual communication, and the extinguishing of the black candles indicated a refusal of the soul to engage, rejecting the offering of the black candles as sacrifices. As they witnessed the black candles nearly extinguished while the red and white remained unscathed, the expressions beneath the masks were nothing short of captivating. The wheelchair girl had truly arrived, had she not? As the substitute for the wheelchair girl, Belle could hardly remain oblivious to the original's movements. Chapter 37. Now it's my turn to perform correct. But there is no reward, Belle remarked, propping its face with one hand while delicately grasping the threads of fate with the other, smiling at Jiang Yan. Just a heads up, that entity is already on the 3rd floor. If we don't flee soon, it may become too late. This was the truth. The crowd found themselves trapped within the room, with no exit apart from the tightly shut door. If they did not hasten to find an escape route downstairs, they would inevitably face the fatal decree of the wheelchair girl. As Belle pondered, she suddenly noticed Jiang Yan looking her way, sporting a quintessential gentleman's smile. Almost immediately, his voice reached her ears, inquiring if she would consider dealing with the ghostly girl tonight. Jiang Yan's captivating eyes were fixed on Belle, his excitement palpable, as his heart raced with an unusual fervor. Belle's body reacted before her mind could process, and she instinctively waved her hand, shaking her head. At this moment, I cannot defeat the girl in the wheelchair. Her abilities far surpass mine. After speaking, Belle realized her words seemed to elevate the wheelchair girl while belittling herself, leading to a moment of vexation as she glared at Jiang Yan. For Belle, the most prudent approach to confronting the unreasonable ghostly girl was to bide her time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively, thereby usurping her role. Thus, she did not wish to place herself in a perilous situation, regardless of Jiang Yan's temptations. After all, they had known each other for less than 3 hours, and trust was only just beginning to form. It was folly to leap into grand endeavors so soon. What a pity. I was hoping you would first consume 2 ghosts to regain some strength before we devised a plan to handle the girl in the wheelchair. Since you refuse, then so be it. Belle's thoughts raced as she considered Jiang Yan's proposition to devour 2 ghosts before confronting the ghostly girl. Unable to contain herself, she glanced at Jiang Yan's thin lips and drooping eyes, her expression tinged with frustration. Was he serious? Could he truly provide her with 2 ghosts to consume? And was it possible to successfully capture the girl in the wheelchair? With her mind racing, Belle stood up abruptly, shrinking herself down a size, and hurried to Jiang Yan's ear, her enthusiasm rekindled. Jiang Yan, Belle squeaked, her voice taking on a higher pitch. Jiang Yan instinctively touched his tingling ears, a shiver running down his spine. Could you please refrain from calling my name in such a manner? After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Yan's face, concealed beneath his mask, flushed slightly, and he shifted uncomfortably. Have you come to a decision? If you wish to confront the girl in the wheelchair, now is an opportune moment. However, if you prefer not to, we can withdraw. Jiang Yan's intentions were clear. He had joined this gathering of ghosts primarily to gather valuable information and ascertain that the event's developments remained within anticipated parameters, while also granting some face to the head of the department. After all, until the principal was dealt with, the head of the department was the only apparent threat to Jiang Yan. We can give it a try, but how do you know that ghosts can devour one another? Belle regarded Jiang Yan seriously, her resolve firm as she pondered the implications of his knowledge regarding the supernatural. Don't ask so many questions. Do you see the lamb and the rabbit? I will engage the rabbit first. You ambush the lamb. As for the others who lack the scent of ghosts, let them be. Recognizing the rabbit as the most formidable threat, Jiang Yan decisively assigned the weaker lamb to Belle, opting to confront the more dangerous entity himself. No problem. He quietly approached the unusually behaving rabbit student, standing obediently beside them, casually fiddling with his backpack. This action caught the rabbit student's attention, who glanced at the almost perfect storyteller clown and murmured, "Aren't you going to leave? I have a feeling something is off about tonight's gathering." His own abnormalities seemed to lessen somewhat. Perhaps I'm just being overly sensitive. Let's observe for a while. After all, candles do not extinguish for no reason. The rabbit student focused intently on the black candle on the ground, which was linked to the ghostly tales. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan retrieved scissors and a hammer from his backpack, aiming them at the rabbit student's heart and brain. As swift as Jiang Yan's movements were, so too was Belle's. She leaped from his shoulder, expanding in size at a visible pace. A stunningly dressed doll materialized, successfully diverting everyone's attention. Belle, in the enclosed dormitory. It was no longer humans who had nowhere to escape, but rather the ghosts that thrived on fear and life. As the hammer and scissors pierced the rabbit's brain and heart, the disguise of the ghost, relying on both mice and human brains, swiftly faded away. With the body collapsing, a foul stench wafted from the sewers. Dead. Someone has died. You are a murderer. You killed someone. Let me out. The students, witnessing this pivotal moment for the first time, were thrown into chaos, clamoring to escape. Yet, hindered by the presence of the doll, they could only huddle together in fear, trembling at the thought that they might be next. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the lamb, another ghost, removed its mask. Its once vacant features now entirely stained crimson with resentment. The lamb narrowly evaded Belle as threads and, realizing the danger, prepared to flee through the main door, only to be blocked by Jiang Yan's sudden movement. Don't go. Holding the bloodied scissors in his left hand and the hammer in his right, Jiang Yan felt himself drifting further from the image of a good teacher. Move aside, or you will all perish. The ghost's mouth widened grotesquely, its claws extending as it saw Jiang Yan's refusal to yield. If humans could defeat ghosts, then as an evil spirit, I certainly cannot be weaker. Absorbing the vitality from the mischievous children, Belle's hair, dense and unruly, detached from her head, filling most of the room. Students with lower thresholds for fear immediately fainted, leaving only Jiang Yan, Belle, and the initiator of the ghost gathering, a student wearing a bear mask, standing upright. Perhaps you should faint first? Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to wrap things up. As Belle retracted her dark hair, a satisfied smile gracing her features. The two ghostly bodies within the dormitory disintegrated into ashes, having lost their life force. Next, we shall hunt the girl in the wheelchair. By the way, are you aware of her weaknesses? You could either allow her to create a masterpiece or destroy her wheelchair. Either option will suffice. In other words, Belle was now fully capable of hunting weaker ghosts on her own, no longer requiring Jiang Yan's assistance. Yet, she did not intend to depart alone. Even as an evil spirit, one must adhere to the spirit of contract, mustn't one? That aligns with my thoughts. Now, prepare the props for our performance. Can you break through this wall and secure it with your hair? To ensure the plan unfolded smoothly, Jiang Yan swiftly conveyed his current thoughts to Belle. Descending 2 floors, Jiang Yan unexpectedly found himself face to face with the girl in the wheelchair for a brief moment. Hello? He broke the silence first, greeting her with a youthful smile that belied the tension in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my sole choice for a masterpiece. Rest assured, this time, I will not let you escape. The girl in the wheelchair possessed an ethereal voice, imbued with an unwavering determination. As she raised her carving knife, the distance between her and Jiang Yan diminished. It's rare for you to wander about the campus. Why not focus on sculpting instead of using humans as your experimental subjects? Jiang Yan observed the tragic genius drawing closer, believing she should not leverage humanity as a means to create her eternal masterpiece. The scene before him was tinged with horror. Communication had failed, and he could only continue ascending the stairs, contemplating how to incite the girl's wrath. Only when the composed ghost lost her sanity could he replicate the strategy he had employed against the upside-down ghost, causing her to plummet from the heights. It felt as though the Grim Reaper had already arrived, raising its side high, prepared to reap lives. Do you cherish eternal life? You would adore eternity. For I will be the creator who loves you most dearly. Fragments and sculptures surrounded Jiang Yan, and the collision created a wave of air that filled him with an icy sensation. Eternal masterpieces do not necessarily require the accumulation of life. Reflect upon the significance of your former existence. Is it truly so vital to become a genius? The words were spoken with genuine emotion, devoid of pretense. Jiang Yan, devoid of parents, memories, or a past, could not comprehend the wheelchair-bound girl's transgressions. She possessed so much worth cherishing, such remarkable talent. Yet she was pierced by the compassion in Jiang Yan's gaze. For the first time, the girl set down her carving knife. Her expression twisted in fury. You simply do not understand. My teacher will appreciate me. When he nears death, I will prove to him, adorned with honors, that I am right. You are mistaken. If your teacher were to witness your current state, he might not aid you at all. The ordinarily refined wheelchair girl was consumed by rage. She raised a skull filled with resentment, smashing it to the ground while chanting curses. As the skull merged into the floor, her pallor deepened, triggering the rules of death. All prey that ascends must eventually perish. Only by descending can safety be attained. The altered death rules activated, causing the girl to construct her staircase at double the previous speed. A conflation of love and hatred compelled her to pursue the youth until a corner obscured his location. Squinting, she observed the 5 identical, closed dormitory doors. A cold smile creeping across her lips. Having confirmed that the path was sealed, Jiang Yan felt no urgency to escape. Instead, she slowly propelled her wheelchair, opening one vacant, abandoned male dormitory after another. My obsession, my suffering, is known to no one. Though you, as a human, as a male, may not resonate with my emotions. There is but one outcome for those who provoke me: to become an eternal sculpture, joining the ranks of perfect masterpieces. As each door swung open, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the wheelchair girl finally arrived at the dormitory concealing Jiang Yan's position. Upon pushing the door, she beheld a smiling Jiang Yan leaning against the wall, surrounded by a group of students in a comatose state, posed like mummies. A peculiar sense of dissonance washed over her. Collectibles? An unease gathered in the girl's heart like dark clouds. Are they an accident? Do you believe it? Jiang Yan remained unfazed, glancing at the external wall behind her, which could easily collapse with a gentle touch, should the wheelchair girl dare to approach. At that moment, concealed behind the door, Belle would ensnare the students with her hair, forcing the girl to separate from her wheelchair. Numbers would prove irrelevant, unbeknownst to the frenzied wheelchair girl. The wet wax combined with water on the floor rendered it exceedingly slippery. Counting down, estimating their positions, Jiang Yan called out urgently, "Belle, make your move." "Coming. Is someone behind me?" As the wheelchair girl turned her head, Belle, rushing in at lightning speed, delivered a powerful kick to the wheelchair. Chapter 39. The Unshakable Monster. With unexpected force, the wheelchair, propelled by the dual impact of external power and wax, hurtled towards Jiang Yan, carrying the out-of-control girl with it. As the distance between them diminished, Jiang Yan did not panic. Instead, he launched himself forward, seizing the girl's arm and forcefully flinging her away. Her hand felt like ice, causing him to shiver. Colliding with the wall, the wheelchair girl could only utter a single word in astonishment. "You." This marked the first time the wheelchair girl separated from her chair since becoming a specter, a wave of unease enveloping her, darkening her expression. "You all must die." Just as the girl prepared to invoke the death rule, pulling the graveyard of another world into the abandoned building, a sudden cracking sound emerged from the wall. "Wait." Before she could finish speaking, her entire being plummeted from the 5th floor to the ground floor, producing a cacophony. "Well done." Receiving the communicated signal from Belle, Jiang Yan first examined the wheelchair's material, confirming it was no different from those sold outside, and without hesitation, he grabbed a hammer to strike it. Though he did not wish to act so recklessly, he had no other suitable tools. In order to confront the yet unrevealed principle, Jiang Yan needed ample leverage, whether in the form of allies or specters, anything that could serve his interests. After a series of strikes, the wheelchair remained intact. The hammer in Jiang Yan's hand had warped, demonstrating that the specter's possessions were not easily destroyed. "I suggest you hurry. That wheelchair girl has begun constructing a throne from her sculptures. It's like an elevator and will reach the 2nd floor soon." Belle, always attentive, urged, "Try other parts. Even damaging a little would help." "I am trying." Jiang Yan, diligently hammering every inch of the wheelchair, began to sweat as he observed no visible change. It truly withstands the hammer. Hearing Jiang Yan's lament, Belle, focused on the wheelchair girl's movements, suddenly saw her hair lash out, launching a frenzied assault on the wheelchair. Sharp strands traced shallow lines across its surface. Simultaneously, the wheelchair girl constructing her tower on the ground floor developed numerous faint red marks across her body. "Damn it. Damn it. This is truly infuriating." The specter, having discovered a weakness, descended into madness. The carving knife that had once been raised high was now plunged into her faintly beating heart. As blood flowed into the dagger, the scars on the wheelchair vanished, and it appeared rejuvenated by some mysterious force. "This is difficult." Belle, maintaining an adult-sized form, awkwardly scratched her head. "My strength is insufficient to shake the wheelchair. Without other tools, it will be challenging to destroy it in a short time." Jiang Yan did not respond, merely lowering his head in contemplation. The atmosphere grew tense until Belle reminded, "The tower the wheelchair girl is building has reached the 3rd floor. Our time is running out." Implicitly, This meant there was still time to flee with the students, but once the girl reached the 5th floor, it might be too late. No need. I have a plan. Jiang Yan lifted his head, revealing a wider smile, pulling a crumpled photograph from his pocket. You were right. Combating a specter in such a tense situation cannot rely solely on us two. As Belle prepared an escape route, she exclaimed, Are you insane? This human has lost his mind. Can he really rally others? Belle instinctively wanted to mock him. But before she could finish her sentence. As the photograph landed on the wheelchair, the burning red candles in the room extinguished instantaneously. A cold breeze swept into the room, and to Belle's incredulous gaze, a withered corpse materialized, followed by a vague shadow. You have arrived? To be brief, I need you to activate your ability to protect these students. Jiang Yan gestured toward the unconscious students sprawled on the floor, then indicated the balcony that had lost its wall. The wheelchair girl intended to use the students as sculptures to complete her unfinished masterpiece. Though it seemed nonsensical, these words conveyed the urgency of Jiang Yan's intent to the shadowy teacher, who was devoted to safeguarding the students. The shadow merged with its form, spreading a blood-red curse throughout the abandoned dormitory, activating the Spectre-S ability to trap them in a loop. The scope of this ability was vast, ensnaring even the wheelchair girl constructing her throne. Is it possible that we are trapped within a multi-story looping dormitory, obscuring the wheelchair girl's true form? Understanding the shadowy abilities, Jiang Yan provided a brief explanation to the perplexed Belle, then turned to the worried figure of the shadowy student. Do not fret. They merely played a game of ghost stories and fainted. They will awaken shortly, with the protection of the ability known as Ghost Wall. Jiang Yan no longer felt anxious about damaging the wheelchair. He first informed the shadowy figure of the situation and then handed the reward scissors from the instance to the teacher. Jiang Yan hoped that the corpse would use these scissors to damage the wheelchair, for only then would the safety of Xinlin High School during the night significantly improve. The corpse accepted the scissors and meticulously examined the wheelchair, identifying its weakest structural point. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the building, unmistakably belonging to the girl in the wheelchair. As the wheelchair was damaged, the ghost story sustained considerable harm. Hearing the ghost's anguished cries, the corpse worked with increasing speed, causing the damage to the wheelchair to expand rapidly. Before long, the wheelchair transformed from nearly new to a heap of scrap metal. The girl's screams gradually faded until they ceased entirely. I will find it. As a replica, Belle sensed the dissipating vitality of the girl in the wheelchair and could not contain her impatience, stepping out into the corridor. What? The corpse inquired of Jiang Yan whether to cancel the Ghost Wall ability. Chapter 40. The Devouring of Ghost Stories. No need. Belle can locate the girl in the wheelchair, so we can temporarily retain the ability. What? The corpse nodded, reluctantly returning the exquisitely sharp scissors to Jiang Yan after caressing them fondly. Although she cherished the peculiar scissors and enjoyed wielding them, Jiang Yan, as a human, would undoubtedly have more opportunities to use them in the future. Sensing the corpse teacher's affection for the scissors, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to return them to her. Woo-woo? The corpse teacher tilted her head, her hollow, sunken eyes blinking. Despite her fearsome appearance, Jiang Yan could still feel warmth emanating from this teacher. Perhaps this is the difference between ghost stories. In the dark, silent room, the youth, shedding all defenses, smiled at the corpse teacher, saying, The future is long, and I am unaccustomed to these scissors. While you have a fondness for them, so they are yours. Woo-woo. Though she had lost the emotions of a common person upon becoming a ghost story, the corpse teacher could no longer suppress her feelings upon hearing these words. She covered her face with her hands and began to sob uncontrollably. In that moment, she resembled a young teacher who had suffered injustice, unable to resist shedding her hardened armor in the face of kindness, revealing her fragile inner self. Don't cry. It is unbecoming for a girl. Although the corpse could not shed tears, witnessing the teacher crouched on the ground, hands covering her face, left Jiang Yan helplessly standing nearby, his gaze frantic and unsure. Woo-woo. Comforted by a boy younger than herself, even though the corpse teacher did not consciously consider it, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, she was grateful to be a corpse, devoid of skin color, concealing her true feelings. In the midst of this ambiguous atmosphere, Belle broke into a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. She generously expressed her gratitude to the two, saying, If not for you, I would never have had the opportunity to devour the girl in the wheelchair. Her beige hair cascaded over her doll-like, slender shoulders, and within her azure eyes lingered the remnants of the wheelchair girl's yet-to-be-extinguished spirit. What abilities have you acquired? Jiang Yan, eager to redirect the conversation, inquired about the powers Belle had gained from the girl in the wheelchair. On the surface, the abilities of the wheelchair girl revolved entirely around sculpture. But who could say whether she possessed other powers? I have not yet fully digested the wheelchair girl, but I can briefly outline my abilities to establish a solid foundation for our future collaboration. Raising her hand, the dilapidated wheelchair transformed into a pristine emerald chair. Sitting in the wheelchair, Belle closed her eyes, seemingly utilizing her abilities. Before long, the formerly monochromatic wheelchair had metamorphosed into a light green jade seat. Upon opening her eyes, Belle began to explain the abilities she had just acquired to Jiang Yan. At present, I do not have a death rule, aside from the conjectures of vitality and fate. I have obtained some powers from the wheelchair girl. I can summon the aid of statues to intercept the movements of prey and merge two statues to create an explosion. Additionally, I can conjure a dagger, which when thrown to the ground, summons a realm akin to a statue area that lasts for 10 minutes. Pausing, Belle continued. During the formation of the graveyard, my perspective shifts to a god's eye view, allowing me to summon countless statues to strike my prey or direct them to fuse and explode at my command. Very reasonable. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction after a moment of silence. It was worth collaborating to eliminate the girl in the wheelchair. Belle's abilities have significantly improved, transitioning from a supportive role to a multifunctional contender. Thanks to you, after merging with the girl in the wheelchair, I find your fate line increasingly elusive. She spoke coolly, her voice both icy and deep, akin to a snowflake falling in winter, striking Jiang Yan's heart devoid of warmth. What do you mean? In the darkness? Jiang Yan could not clearly discern Belle's expression, but her words about the fate line were evidently erratic. While I see hope in you, it seems. Belle hesitated, her eyes filled with uncertainty and anxiety. Before Jiang Yan could inquire further, she quickly added, however, I perceive fluctuations in the future. You may become the nightmare of all ghost stories. With that, Belle seemed to retreat, as if wishing to say no more. Shrinking rapidly and diving into Jiang Yan's unclosed backpack, Jiang Yan took several seconds to process Belle's words. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his face, illuminated by moonlight, became inscrutable. If what Belle said was akin to what the vice principal had mentioned, he stifled the impulse to retrieve Belle and nearly collided with the corpse teacher. Woo-woo. Sensing Jiang Yan's emotional turmoil, the ghostly teacher sought to soothe the young man's feelings. Everything will unfold naturally. You shall have your wishes. The comforting words resonated in Jiang Yan's mind, the voice belonging to the corpse teacher. Thank you. With that, Jiang Yan relinquished his obsessions, shouldering his backpack and signaling the corpse teacher to conclude the ghost story rules. As the ghost wall dissipated, the youth removed his mask and donned his own clothing to conceal the school uniform beneath. He then approached a line of unconscious animals, gently removing their masks in sequence and awakening them in turn. Under Jiang Yan's masterful performance, the students, who had experienced dramatic ups and downs, temporarily believed that everything had been a dream and obediently followed their intern teacher out of the abandoned dormitory. As for the memories of the rabbit and lamb students, apologies. But once a ghost story is erased, all traces of its existence vanish, unless one is a ghost story themselves or not an ordinary person. The images of the ghost stories in their minds will be replaced by various reasonable thoughts. They cannot stir up any storm. This is the eerie nature of the instance. The unique allure of ghost stories. With no assigned tasks during the day, Jiang Yan took the time to check in on Sun Ran, Lian Hongge, and others, ensuring that they had not once again attracted the attention of the principal. He then turned his focus to the main quest, finding and defeating the principal. It sounded simple, but the principal's enigmatic nature and elusive persona had left many players searching for 2 days without any directional clues. After a phone call, learning that there was no information about the principal at the security office where Yin Feng was stationed, Jiang Yan could only begin with the students and teachers. Chapter 41. Masterful performance to seek out the principal. There were but 2 avenues available, either to linger at his office or to solicit assistance from the administration. The former option, with the secretary monitoring and providing cover, seemed unlikely to yield results, while the latter offered few prospects. As the only administrator he knew well was the vice principal, who was somewhat aloof and ambiguous in his demeanor toward him. Approaching him for information about the principal would likely be fruitless. Perhaps there was also Belle? As Jiang Yan pondered the current leads regarding the principal's whereabouts, he realized that aside from the guidance he received from the Director of Education, he had no other means of acquiring information. The thought that the director might be a significant secondary antagonist in this narrative left him feeling quite at a loss. Having spent considerable time in this scenario, He had become emotionally invested in his role as a student teacher. He feared that further immersion might lead him to forget the system's initial warning. Never lose oneself within the narrative. The fate of those who lose themselves is merely to become a pawn, dispensable within the story. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yan, in his guise as a student teacher, garnered much praise from the students. Not only that, but even the elusive faculty members at the school began to warm to the new teacher. Gradually, his popularity blossomed, extending beyond what one would expect of an intern. Some students, while dining in the cafeteria, even carelessly remarked that Jiang Yan was more suited to be the principal than Director Li, uttering such reckless words. Rumors began to swirl, and those with ulterior motives were bound to gossip behind the scenes. Upon realizing that the once easily manageable student teacher was gaining traction and potentially overshadowing her, the director of education, long accustomed to being the second most powerful figure in the school, felt compelled to confront him publicly. She intended to remind those audacious students who truly held authority at Xinlin High School. The next day, in the cafeteria, you all eat on the second floor first. I will wash a few dishes and then come back to hear your stories. Jiang Yan, cheerful and decisive, smiled as he picked up his tray, ready to enhance his rapport with the faculty. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find a face smeared with white powder looming behind him. Director Li? Reacting like a frightened kitten, Jiang Yan instinctively took a step back. The director, with her head held high, bore a haunting gaze from her brown eyes that reflected the pallor of the young man's face. Jiang Yan felt as if he were ensnared by some terrifying creature, its cold, clammy presence surveying him like prey. Had the director set her sights on him? The director's delight in his startled response was evident as she noted the remnants of food in her hands. Xiao Jiang, I hear you've been quite diligent these past few days, not only assisting your own students, but also stepping in for teachers from other classes. Is that true? As she spoke, the director's grip on him grew more assertive, pulling him toward the stairwell. Jiang Yan appeared taken aback by the director's boldness, his expression feigning shyness while inwardly feeling repulsed. Stammering, he addressed her, Director Li, what is the matter? As he spoke, he attempted to break free from her grasp, but it was futile. The director, still in her prime and possessing considerable strength, was not someone Jiang Yan could easily contest. With a firm grip on his wrist, she continued, her tone condescending. Xiao Jiang, while it is commendable for an intern to aspire for a permanent position, it is best not to overreach your bounds. Seemingly dissatisfied with the clarity of her message, she added, you wouldn't want to find yourself dismissed, now would you? Perceiving Jiang Yan's sudden tension, she continued her insistent rhetoric, conveying the unspoken message that he should not challenge her authority, for in Xinlin High School, aside from the principal, she was the second in command. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Yan struck her hand away with a sharp motion, placing his hand behind his back in a gesture of innocent grievance. You. The director was taken aback by his defiance, her anger flaring. Do you wish to quit? If so, you may leave Xinlin High School immediately. Having lived for over 30 years, it was the first time the director had encountered such insubordination in the workplace, her fury boiling over like a wild beast. The youth, seemingly aggrieved, adopted a tone reminiscent of a seasoned manipulator. Director Li, I am still young. I do not wish to rely on anyone. Please spare me. I will dedicate myself to teaching. What are you even saying? I never implied such a thing. Enraged, the director pushed Jiang Yan, only for him to smile and take several steps back, unbothered. The director, realizing the shift in dynamics, instinctively wanted to grasp him again, but was too late. She stood frozen, watching Jiang Yan cleverly tumble down the stairs, clutching his head. A group of students and teachers who had witnessed the unfolding drama stood in shock. Meanwhile, below, a crowd of familiar faces began shouting. Someone fell down the stairs. Jiang Yan, having rolled down the flight, appeared pale, his clothing tattered and his skin marred with bruises, exuding an aura of pitiful vulnerability that would surely earn him sympathy. I saw it. I saw it. Director Li pushed Teacher Jiang. A tear-streaked Sunran emerged from the crowd, fiercely pointing at the bewildered director. Teacher Jiang simply didn't want to be your plaything. Why treat him this way? In the bustling cafeteria, students and teachers, discontent with Director Li's usual demeanor, began to murmur amongst themselves. No one had anticipated that she harbored such predilections. Alas, this is disastrous. The school rules not only prohibit early romantic relationships but also strictly forbid relationships between teachers and students, as well as among colleagues. Chapter 42. Forging a Stronger Self. The inevitable consequence of Director Li's blatant disregard for school regulations was dismissal. If the established rules, set since the school's inception, were to be broken publicly, her authority would be irrevocably undermined. Distracted by the whispers of onlookers, the director instinctively sought to explain herself, only to be interrupted by Jiang Yan's pained groans from below. He struggled to push through the crowd, led by Lian Hongge, who sought to assist him. I am merely a poor, unfortunate soul. Do not blame Director Li. I overreacted and accidentally fell down the stairs. It was not her doing. We are innocent. Lian Hongge, astonished by Jiang Yan's remarkable acting skills, recited his lines flawlessly. Teacher Jiang, you have sustained many injuries. You should visit the infirmary. I believe the public can discern the truth. Discern what? Do you think we veterans are blind? This time, even a teacher typically aligned with the director expressed displeasure, reprimanding Lian Hongge loudly. The director, sensing her control slipping, realized Jiang Yan's true intentions and struggled to suppress her rising fury, feigning innocence. However, she had never anticipated that her typically cold persona had fallen into the scrutiny of others. At this moment, her pretense of being an innocent victim only served to solidify the belief that Jiang Yan and his allies were telling the truth. After all, as the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. Ahem, I shall head to the infirmary now. Please continue with your meal. Jiang Yan's voice was weak and feeble, in stark contrast to the deliberately cheerful tone he had adopted a few days prior. A sympathetic young teacher promptly remarked, Indeed, let's take Teacher Jiang to the infirmary. Justice will prevail. With a successful follow-up, Jiang Yan refrained from exerting further pressure on Director Li and departed the cafeteria alongside Sun Ran and others. As the victim of the incident left, most teachers exchanged complex glances at the sullen-faced Director Li before returning to their own affairs. In the office, the director scrutinized her disheveled reflection in the mirror, her once meticulously arranged hair now a chaotic mess. Her entire body trembled, her teeth chattering with a creaking sound. That wretched child, how dare he scheme against me? She cursed Jiang Yan in fury, indifferent to the black liquid seeping from the corners of her mouth. She feared expulsion. As one of the upper echelon, a guardian of the legends at Xinlin High School, she was acutely aware that expulsion meant being erased by an unspeakable existence. At that point, even the principal would be powerless to protect her. Damn the rules. What should I do? For the director, being falsely accused of coveting the beauty of a young teacher was bearable. After all, time would dilute everything. As long as she managed the situation skillfully and spent some of her resources, help would undoubtedly come to her aid. The problem lay in the ironclad rules of Xinlin High School, which dictated that those who challenged them could only meet with death. Unless Jiang Yan was truly willing to speak on her behalf, clarifying the truth before the faculty and students, thereby rendering the rumors baseless. Only then could she remain at Xinlin High School, elevated above the principal and all others as the director. He will not help me. Her mind whispered Jiang Yan's name, a chilling hatred filling her heart. She bit her tongue, feeling the raw flesh against her lips as blood began to flow, but she persisted. Damn it, damn it. Losing her sanity, the director collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Her bizarre hair and protruding forehead marked her as an aberration. Just as the director prepared to fully transform and unleash her fury, a knock echoed through the door. Who is it? Sat on the ground. The transformation ceased as she turned her head, attempting to discern the identity of the visitor through the door. It is I, a benevolent angel. Knocking is my virtue. A sweet voice chimed. In an instant, the wooden door morphed into a magnificent sculpture of weeping. Moments later, the sculpture vanished, revealing a beautiful princess clad in a pristine wedding gown, cradling a skull. Who are you? The director's expression shifted, and after a glance at Belle's visage, she hesitantly inquired. The girl in the wheelchair? It was evident that the director recognized the wheelchair girl, yet uncertainty lingered in her tone, allowing Belle to seize the moment. With a sly smile, Belle raised her hand, blocking the now-vanished door with a marble barrier, then seated herself at the edge of the bed. I am not the girl in the wheelchair. I am a nightmare, sent to discuss a collaboration on behalf of Mr. Encyclopedia. Collaboration? Indeed. Since you are familiar with the girl in the wheelchair, you must have some knowledge of her abilities. Belle settled comfortably on the director's meticulously arranged bed, exuding an air of authority, her nonchalant remarks eliciting a stirring response. Just yesterday, I consumed the girl in the wheelchair, thanks to Mr. Encyclopedia's expertise. He knows the weaknesses of every urban legend, making them easy to handle. This is impossible. The director, without a moment's thought, retorted angrily at Belle. Her expression twisted as she shouted, Get out, do not attempt to deceive me. Do you not believe me? Allow me to provide a hint. As she toyed with the skull, Belle inadvertently revealed numerous details known only to the principal and Director Li. The wishing well was eradicated precisely because Mr. Encyclopedia guided its removal. You should know which church it originated from, correct? And what about the processing plant behind the cafeteria? Would you dare intervene? Mr. Encyclopedia would. What do you know about the dark hospital behind the girl in the wheelchair? She asked, her eyes wide with fear. Does Mr. Encyclopedia know all of this? Naturally. After answering, Belle, in a patronizing manner, pressed her finger against the director's scarred lips. A green glow flickered, and the long-lasting wounds vanished, replaced by the luscious lips of a woman in her 20s. My heavens, is this me? Overjoyed, she overlooked the hint of regret in Belle's eyes. A being once immersed in human identity had relinquished its status. The power it gained was merely ephemeral. A gentle nudge from an external force could obliterate the illusion, leaving only chaos in its wake. Chapter 43. Awaiting opportunity. After much contemplation, the director consented to collaborate with Belle. As long as Belle guaranteed her continued position at the school, the director was willing to offer everything within her power to Mr. Encyclopedia. Approaching afternoon, Belle considered that Jiang Yan had classes, and any delay in their reunion would complicate matters, so she resolved to be succinct. The position of director at Xinlin High School can be yours, but the principal's position must be vacated. Do you comprehend my meaning? Belle rose, her smile widening to an almost manic degree as she proclaimed, Xinlin High School will soon welcome a new era, and we shall be the sole administrators of this institution. Sole administrators? Upon hearing the mysterious being's intention to deal with the old principal, the director instinctively felt the urge to protect and refuse. But the mention of being the sole administrators made her eyes dart rapidly, a trickle of an unidentifiable liquid escaping her lips. Precisely. If you inform me of the principal's hiding place, once our plan succeeds, you shall be the vice principal. Surely, that power surpasses that of the director? Belle toyed with her hair, her tone suggestive. Working with me is far more enjoyable than toiling alongside that wretched man, is it not? Moreover, do you not wish to exact revenge on the intern teacher who humiliated you today? I believe I have awaited this day for far too long. Seemingly entranced by the offer, the director slammed her hands onto the table, gritting her teeth as she declared, this humiliation must be avenged. Excellent. Now tell me the principal's hiding place. As she observed the director's fury, Belle felt a flicker of disdain for being entangled with such a dim-witted entity. After the inquiries concluded, Belle waved her hand dismissively and exited the room. The director, under Belle's instructions, feigned illness, adopting a cold persona of isolation and indifference. Simultaneously, she instructed her subordinates not to speak of the matter, claiming that everything was at the principal's discretion. It must be noted that the unpredictable principal and the act of feigning illness proved quite effective. At least in the afternoon, no one dared to discuss the matter loudly or speculate on when the director might depart. Most maintained a wait-and-see attitude, while a small number of gossipers proclaimed that the director was on her way out, and Jiang Yan was poised to ascend. As for Jiang Yan, who was rumored to be on the verge of becoming the new director, he was happily enjoying an orange in the infirmary. Seated beside him were Sun Ran and Lian Honga, along with the cheerful old-school doctor, savoring fresh melon. You all should head to class. Today's events are enough to render the director unable to face anyone. Although they had temporarily allied to bring down the director, creating an awkward situation devoid of higher management. Caution was still necessary to avoid being caught off guard. All right, Teacher Jiang, please take care. I fear someone may come looking for you tonight. Be careful on your way. With a smile, Jiang Yan bid farewell to Sun Ran and turned to Lian Honga, who wore a troubled expression, as if hesitating to speak. Is something on your mind? Why have you been glum since I arrived at the infirmary? Handing Lian Honga the peeled orange, Jiang Yan stretched his body, puzzled by her demeanor. Teacher Jiang, you really don't need to make such sacrifices for us. After hesitating for a long time, Lian Honga ultimately could not accept Jiang Yan's kindness. After a moment's pause, he expressed his inner thoughts. For safety, Jiang Yan stifled a yawn, got out of bed, and stood beside Lian Honga, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window. With a smile, he said, if there are issues, I shall bear them. It is the school that is decaying, not you. You deserve a bright and promising future. With that, Jiang Yan pushed Lian Honga out of the infirmary, leaving no room for further discussion. Ah, youth is such a blessing, the old-school doctor chuckled, shaking his head. I will fetch some medicine from next door. Could you please keep an eye on the infirmary for me, Teacher Jiang? No problem, he confirmed. Once he ensured that the infirmary was empty, Jiang Yan opened the window, allowing the diminutive Belle to enter. As soon as she entered the infirmary, the palm-sized Belle gradually expanded, eventually settling at a height of around 15 or 16 years. Have you found out? Jiang Yan inquired curiously, addressing Belle, who was seated on the bed. He was uncertain whether the director was aware of the principal's whereabouts or if she had joined their organization, becoming one of them. Albeit temporarily. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. What would you like to hear first? Belle posed a riddle playfully. However, upon seeing Jiang Yan's exasperated expression, she abandoned the game of choice and proceeded to relay the facts. The good news is that the director has decided to join us and will provide all available resources. The bad news is that the principal is not in the school. In fact, he is not in this dimension of the school. What does it mean not to be in this dimension of the school? Jiang Yan was perplexed by her statement. How could Xinshin High School, as a replica, possibly have multiple dimensions? Belle, feeling that her explanation was becoming too lengthy, paused to take a bite of the orange and sip some warm water before continuing. He usually resides in a fixed dimension, enjoying life, only appearing when Xinshin High School requires him to seek offerings. At that time, he emerges from another dimension to inspect and approve of the offerings he finds satisfactory. So how do we find him? Jiang Yan mused. Realizing why the players had been unable to locate the principal, he wasn't even in their dimension. Had it not been for the revelation from Director Li, they might have lost themselves in the replica. You asked the right person. The director mentioned that around 11 o'clock at night, we must go to the third floor of the lecture hall to sleep. Upon waking, we will enter another time space. Although I'm not entirely sure about it. That is indeed what she said. There are no other means to contact the principal. What about the secretary? Jiang Yan fell silent, pondering who had devised such a plan. Did the principal truly not suffer from paranoia? Before grasping the principal's capabilities, enhancing his own survival was undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Chapter 44. Inside the school in the dead of night, Jiang Yan followed the director's instructions and fell into a deep sleep. At some unknown hour, he awoke, filled with an inexplicable sense of agitation. His throat felt parched, and the chill in the classroom caused him to shiver involuntarily. Something is off. Be cautious. Belle's voice emerged from his backpack. As the trump card of their group, she preferred to remain hidden initially to avoid alarming the principal. I understand. But why is it so cold? The eerie temperature of the classroom jolted his mind awake. He wrapped his arms tighter around himself, attempting to warm up through sheer will. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, a boy dressed in black with short hair. He was a small child with a face smeared with blood, and his pitch-black eyes were fixated on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nearly choked in surprise, almost suffocating from shock. Before he could utter a word, the boy blinked and reached out for a hug. Uncle is dirty. Hugging you will soil your nice clothes. Be good and go find your family. Jiang Yan forced an awkward smile, attempting to mask his panic with friendliness. Your clothes will get dirty, right? You wouldn't want to upset your family, would you? After a moment's hesitation, he overcame his aversion to dirt and ruffled the boy's relatively clean hair, half-heartedly saying, Why are you out at this hour? What are you doing at school? As these questions flooded his mind, Jiang Yan realized that according to the layout upon waking, he should still be within Xinshin High School. Yet, why was he encountering a child resembling a character from a ghost story? This was neither reasonable nor logical. For the replica of Xinshin High School outside the main dimension, Jiang Yan's knowledge was nearly non-existent. At this moment, his best course of action was to remain discreet, avoiding the use of Belle's abilities to draw attention unless absolutely necessary. As Jiang Yan contemplated how to handle the situation, the small boy suddenly regained his senses. Looking up at the warm older brother beside him, he whispered, Be careful of the female students. What? Be careful of the female students, kind big brother. After saying this, the boy crawled out of the classroom in an extraordinary manner, leaving a trail of thick blood behind him. What was happening? Why did the principal's hiding place within Xinshin High School seem more complex than the replica itself? Before he could finish his complaints, the mechanical voice he both loved and hated sounded once more. Detecting player entering the inner layer of Xinshin High School. Detecting player capabilities mismatched with inner layer replica. Warning. Warning. The system was thrown into chaos. Having never anticipated that a novice player like Jiang Yan could persuade significant characters within the replica to divulge the principal's hiding place, in order to maintain operations, it had to adhere to foundational logic and established rules. Reluctantly, the system had to revise its plan. Detecting player entering the inner replica. The task to eliminate the principal has been replaced. Players must resolve the corresponding supernatural entities within the stipulated time to obtain the principal's position and re-establish the regulations of Xinshin High School. To better integrate players into the inner layer, the player's age has been adjusted downward, and their identity has been altered. Please always remember your identity as a newly enrolled freshman who has just entered school. Warning, the principal has noticed you. Please ensure not to come into direct contact with the principal before completing the task. Death in the inner replica equates to death in the real world. After altering the rules, the system departed as swiftly as it arrived, eager to avoid further encounters with this peculiar new player. Jiang Yan listened to the system's announcement and calmly relayed the rules to Belle. So, we've shifted from finding and eliminating the principal to eliminating the corresponding supernatural entities? With a head full of questions, Belle peeked out from the backpack, her tone laced with resignation. Although it seems dubious, fate tells me you are not lying. If that's the case, let's go eliminate those supernatural beings. I could use some food to transform from a mere imitation into a top-tier supernatural entity. Simply consuming a wheelchair-bound girl would not suffice. Possessing life, fate, and sculpting abilities, Belle was qualified to become an ineffable existence. Thus, the supernatural entities she needed to consume to gain life force would only increase. Let's first check the cafeteria. Perhaps we can find the supernatural being we are looking for there. Patting her now softer cheeks and adjusting her shrunken clothing, Jiang Yan glanced at the suddenly appeared virtual panel, the needle pointing in the red direction. This was likely the supernatural entity they were to confront tonight. No problem. As they approached the cafeteria, Jiang Yan suddenly felt Belle in his backpack begin to tremble. Initially, it was a slight quiver, but as he drew nearer to the cafeteria, the intensity of her shaking grew more pronounced. From an emotional perspective, Belle's tremors did not emanate fear. Rather, they were imbued with an exhilarating anticipation. Hello, handsome. Are you a new student? You seem quite unfamiliar. What brings you to the cafeteria at this late hour? A senior, seemingly carefree and emerging from nowhere, fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Yan. I was hoping to check the vending machine in the cafeteria for snacks. I didn't have enough to eat at lunch. You won't report me, will you? Report you for what? It's not against the rules to be out at night. New Forest High School is an open and free institution, didn't you know? The senior paused, scrutinizing him with a puzzled expression. Ahem, I haven't closely examined the school regulations. Thank you, senior. Realizing that this New Forest High School differed remarkably from the stifling rigidity he had anticipated, Jiang Yan smiled apologetically at the female student before lowering his head and preparing to head toward the cafeteria. If that's the case, may I accompany you? No, thank you, senior. Ultimately, Jiang Yan declined her offer to accompany him and entered the empty cafeteria alone. He soon arrived at the vending machine on the first floor. It was undeniable that this New Forest High School was unlike any other. Even at 11 o'clock at night, numerous students gathered to enjoy late-night snacks. Jiang Yan glanced around, internally exclaiming in astonishment as he observed students feasting on steak and sipping red wine. The ambience bore no resemblance to a typical school, nor did it evoke the eerie tales associated with it. Chapter 45, 2 red dots symbolically using universal currency from the copy. Jiang Yan purchased some snacks to stow in his backpack and leisurely made his way to the second floor. The cafeteria on the second floor was expansive, adorned with lavish decorations that rivaled those of a five-star hotel. Upon entering, Jiang Yan was greeted by towering floor-to-ceiling windows and meticulously arranged decor, allowing glimpses of the campus scenery outside even in the darkness of night. However, Jiang Yan's mind was not on admiring the night view. Quietly slipping into the kitchen, the alerts from Belle in his backpack ceased, enveloping the space in silence. After confirming that no one was around, Jiang Yan steeled himself and opened the cupboard door. Inside, there were no peculiar items, only neatly arranged jars of condiments. Unperturbed, Jiang Yan retrieved a flashlight and aimed it at the dimly lit corners. After thoroughly inspecting the cabinets for anything unusual, he quietly unzipped his backpack, signaling Belle to peek out and survey the surroundings. Eager for sustenance, Belle cautiously emerged, closing her eyes to sense the latent vitality in the vicinity. In a short while, she tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve, pointing toward a distant corner. Following her indication, he noticed an unmarked iron box nestled there, blending seamlessly with the wall under the dim light. Jiang Yan would have likely overlooked its presence had Belle not detected the anomaly. He illuminated the mysterious iron box with his flashlight, slowly approaching it, handling it with care. He placed it on the table. Its surfaces were pristine, devoid of any markings. Should we open it? Weighing the package in his hands, Jiang Yan deferred the decision to Belle. Let us open it. The box was square, exquisitely crafted, and reminiscent of the one that had previously contained Belle. Oh, it's a chef's malevolent spirit. Look at its back. Recognizing the fluctuations of fate, Belle exclaimed, urging Jiang Yan to flip the wooden box over. Jiang Yan complied and discovered an inscription delicately carved on the back. dedicated to the most esteemed principal. May the malevolent spirit forever protect you. The inscription was faint and somewhat distorted. Jiang Yan strained to decipher it. Why would a malevolent spirit doll dedicated to the principal be found in the kitchen? After pondering for a while and failing to make sense of it, he decided to relinquish the thought and pass the decision back to Belle. Belle did not disappoint Jiang Yan. She gradually transformed, grasping the doll resembling a chef and gently inhaling its scent. Noticing Jiang Yan's look of confusion, she elaborated. It likely belonged to a personal chef dedicated to the principal from some urban legend, although I am uncertain why it lies dormant in the corner. Confined within this iron box, fate does not deceive. After listening, Jiang Yan fell silent for 2 seconds before decisively stating, "Can we consume it?" Given that this chef doll was a malevolent spirit and the personal chef of the principal, it seemed entirely reasonable for Belle to devour it. As if in agreement with Jiang Yan's line of thought, Belle placed the doll on the table and produced a dagger resembling that of the wheelchair girl from her hand. A miniature whirlwind spiraled around the dagger as it materialized. Before long, Belle swiftly and accurately plunged the dagger into the doll's heart. The dagger penetrated deeply, and a flash of white light erupted. "Who are you?" "Principal, Principal, someone is trying to murder me." The malevolent spirit's screams did not escape to the outside world. The kitchen was already shrouded by Belle's deathly rules, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary individuals. As she withdrew the dagger, the chef spirit's voice gradually diminished, until it faded into a mere wisp of sand. Satisfied, Belle extracted a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and let out a symbolic burp, devoid of any decorum. The visage of the wheelchair girl and her eyes began to fade, replaced by that of the chef spirit. Upon opening the panel provided by the system, the red circle indicating the cafeteria dissipated, signifying that Jiang Yan was free to depart and explore a new location. With this in mind, Jiang Yan prepared to turn and leave with Belle when he suddenly heard the sound of a cabinet door shattering nearby. The door to the freezer was riddled with cracks, and a fist-sized hole had inexplicably appeared, with debris strewn across the floor. Yet that was not all. A melodious English tune wafted from an unseen corner. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan decisively led Belle toward the kitchen exit. Initially, Jiang Yan assumed the door would close behind him, invoking the classic horror film trope of an apparition materializing. However, to his surprise, he effortlessly escaped the supernatural scene, securely closing the kitchen door from the outside. Exhaling deeply, he had scarcely begun to relax when he sensed something amiss. The second-floor cafeteria seemed to have taken on an unusual atmosphere. Before Jiang Yan could discern the source of the peculiarities, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Junior, why are you sneaking around on the second floor so late? Were you not planning to sell things on the first floor?" Turning stiffly, he spotted a senior. A few years his senior, standing not far from him, at the staircase leading down to the first-floor cafeteria. This was the same senior he had encountered earlier. The staircase was spacious. Jiang Yan contemplated making a break for it. "Why so silent? Are you afraid of me?" With each word, the senior inched closer to Jiang Yan's position. As if possessing the ability to teleport, she appeared before him in the blink of an eye, almost brushing against his cheek. "Junior, you smell delightful. How about letting me take a bite?" The senior greedily revealed a set of unnaturally sharp teeth, scrutinizing Jiang Yan's pale neck. In response, Jiang Yan quickly thrust the snacks from his backpack into her hands. A gamble well played, realizing that the denizens of New Forest High School resembled urban legends, necessitating adherence to deathly rules. Jiang Yan swiftly shifted his demeanor, adopting a firm yet coy tone. "Senior, do you not fancy the snacks I purchased? If they do not suit your taste, I can always procure something else for you. Let us not just at my expense." With a blend of tea fragrance and an endearing tone, Jiang Yan successfully dampened the senior's appetite. "Disgusting." With that remark, the senior vanished down the stairs, leaving Jiang Yan to shrug in resignation. "If you find it disgusting, return the snacks to me. After all, I did pay for them, right?" Finding himself at an impasse, Jiang Yan descended to the first floor, where he noted a dwindling number of students dining, and resolutely changed his course. His destination was the dormitory. The crimson dot above is considerably larger than that of the cafeteria. Consequently, he arrives at a conclusion: the larger the crimson dot, the stronger the entity's power is likely to be, and the more territory it occupies. He divulges some concealed information to Belle, receiving a reassuring sense of security in return. "Relax, apart from the principal, there is currently no one who can contest me on equal footing." With this in mind, Jiang Yan abandons the notion of searching for the minuscule crimson dot. Burdened with a backpack and clad in a school uniform, Jiang Yan successfully deceives the indifferent dormitory matron and proceeds slowly down the corridor, which is adorned with gray marble tiles. As he walks, he notices the peculiar design of the dormitory building. The doors lining the corridor are fashioned from a wood associated with ghost summoning, while the stark white walls are adorned with numerous mirrors, casting an ominous atmosphere over the entire structure. Furthermore, the corridor's layout is exceedingly irrational, characterized by winding turns rather than a straight path. Although it appears normal from the outside, as he wanders, guided by the pointer's indications, Jiang Yan quickly locates the room pulsating with a crimson dot, room 144. The absence of any alerts from Bell within his backpack signifies that the safety level behind the door is relatively high, and the entity may not pose a significant threat. However, Jiang Yan does not intend to enter. After all, the dormitory's configuration is easily discernible from outside, rendering the need to act as bait unnecessary. Just as he prepares to knock on the wooden door, it suddenly opens a half-width crack. It is night, the corridor lights are dim, and no illumination emanates from within. Before Jiang Yan can focus on the layout inside, he feels a force push him from behind. The hands of his assailant are icy, their temperature shockingly low. Before he can even glance back, he is thrust inside. As he steps across the threshold, Jiang Yan braces himself to confront grotesque and filthy entities. Or perhaps a nightmarish architectural layout steeped in blood. As his eyes adjust to the light, he finds himself in a simple, ordinary, and unremarkable four-person dormitory. However, he is perplexed by the portraits on the walls. The faces of the four individuals are obscured, akin to that of the principal, making them difficult to discern. Prolonged gazing induces dizziness. When his fingers brush against the nearest student's face, a sense of familiarity washes over him, accompanied by an oddly unsettling emotion. Shaking his head, Jiang Yan sits at the edge of the bed, rummaging through his belongings. Since the system has indicated that the crimson dot resides in room 144, it is evident that some hidden entity lurks here. Although he is uncertain why it has yet to trigger any lethal rules or attack him, he understands that the task at hand must still be fulfilled. The sheets appear freshly laundered, and various athletic shoes are stuffed beneath the bed, indicating that the previous occupant was quite fond of sports. In contrast, the shoes under the adjacent bed are few and appear worn, suggesting that the occupant may be impoverished or reluctant to spend money. Just as Jiang Yan prepares to search the cabinet for further clues, hurried footsteps resonate from outside. Chapter 46. The misty entity. The footsteps draw nearer, and in a moment of panic, Jiang Yan conceals himself within the cabinet, leaving a narrow gap to observe the unfolding events. After a series of hasty door openings, the tranquil ambience of the dormitory is shattered. Two tall, gaunt students enter, their expressions grim, one dragging a stool to sit down as they engage in trivial conversation. Old Wang, do you think a healthy person would suddenly convulse and collapse due to the flu virus? Who knows? That person on the ground was convulsing, nearly scaring me to death. And out of nowhere, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the playground. The flu virus and fog? Jiang Yan exchanges a glance with Belle, who has poked her head out of the backpack. They had not encountered any prior warnings regarding fog or flu-related phenomena before their arrival. After a brief wash-up, leaving the lights on for their two absent roommates, the pair swiftly climbs into their respective beds, falling into a deep slumber. Should we venture out now? Believing the system to be infallible, Jiang Yan restrains Belle, insisting they remain silent and motionless in the cabinet. Observing the two roommates succumb to slumber, the two peculiar students' faces grow dark and vacant. The atmosphere thickens with eeriness, confirming that the roommates are indeed in a deep sleep. The two strange students open their mouths wide, and from deep within their throats, tendrils of dark brown emerge. Witnessing this transformation, Belle glances down at the writhing tendrils on the floor, remnants of sanity. Suddenly, she feels her own unprocessed spirit stirring within her, rolling and singing, attempting to induce her to vomit, seeking liberation for her fragmented essence. How peculiar! She must resist the urge to expel it, gritting her teeth against the malevolence. Belle watches as the squirming tendrils on the ground split and sprout new appendages, gradually creeping toward the sleeping students, seizing the opportunity to slip into their mouths. As for the expelled essence, it seems to sense the presence of still living souls within the dormitory, just as it prepares to change direction. Signaling its host to open the cabinet entirely, a chilling gust sweeps into the room, heralding danger. As they invade the host's mind, before any semblance of humanity can manifest or a breath can be exhaled, a nonchalant voice emanates from within the cabinet. The fog has risen. The fog? No, don't come here. Before the tendrils parasitizing the students can emit a signal to escape, they dissipate like steam, becoming nourishment for the entity lurking within the fog. The fog is peculiar. Jiang Yan, be cautious. Understood. Just as they converse, a white mist inexplicably begins to swirl and spread. This fog drifts through the air, even infiltrating the interiors of various dorm rooms, eroding the bodies of the sleeping students, rendering them gradually transparent, as if they are vanishing into thin air. In an instant, the dormitory transforms from a lifeless high-rise into a hunting ground for the mist. Jiang Yan blinks, undeterred by the fear-laden mist. He gazes at the white haze, a smile gracing his lips. His ability to discern entities activates automatically, allowing him to easily see through the misty entity's ruse. The being within the fog is a wholly naked entity, devoid of aggression, relying solely on the characteristics of the mist to claim lives. As long as one does not succumb to fear of the mist, nothing untoward will occur. The surrounding fog thickens to an extent that visibility is reduced to mere inches, and the sound of heavy footsteps resonates ominously. It is evident that the misty entity lies in wait here, anticipating an opportunity to feast. It perceives Jiang Yan and his companions as prey, and Jiang Yan regards it as a malevolent entity that must be eradicated. It consumes flesh. The mist consumes flesh. Rumors of hauntings at Xinlin High School are indeed true. It seems there is a survivor in the adjacent dormitory. He has not become a power source for the mist. The awakened student screams loudly, attempting to rouse his slumbering friends. Yet, he does not realize that such actions will only attract the entity's attention, hastening his demise. Bale, it's up to you. The longer they delay, the more perilous the situation becomes. Jiang Yan resolves not to wait for the entity to present itself, but to take proactive measures. It is the perfect opportunity to test my newfound abilities. Having absorbed the malevolent spirit, Belle waves her small hand, and the dormitory is filled with a flurry of small statues radiating fiery light. These sculptures are imbued with an everlasting golden flame, and the syringes at their tails harbor toxins that exceed volcanic temperatures. Not only can they inundate their prey with molten rock, but they can also ensure a painless death. Imbuing these sculptures with vitality, they acquire the ability to act autonomously, actively searching for targets. The mist evaporates into water vapor, ascending to the heavens, soon transforming into a vast cloud that envelopes the dormitory. The entity within the fog emits heart-wrenching howls, sensing the presence of a superior being. An instinctual fear ingrained in the very bones of the entities. This seemingly harmless entity, capable of disseminating fear and feasting on the thoughts of students, now confronts a terrifying being it cannot withstand. From the latest creation of Belle, the life sculpture, the thought of escape arose in her mind. Echoing through the depths of the ocean, reaching the ears of all marine creatures, a great retreat was imminent, yet Belle would not allow them to flee unchallenged. In that moment, she resembled a conductor guiding an orchestra, deftly maneuvering countless invisible threads of life that animated the delicate sculptures, making them dance gracefully. With zero casualties and no loss of life, wherever Belle's creations traversed, the mist dissipated into vapor, only to reform as ominous clouds in the sky. The air resonated with the haunting wails of the mist specter, manifesting as a unique sonic assault directed at Belle. Unfazed by this auditory onslaught, she stood undeterred, even nonchalantly clearing her ears. It was a bit late to contemplate escape now. With effortless precision, she vanquished the specter, causing the coalesced mist to vanish, transforming the dark clouds into a torrential downpour that engulfed the dormitory building. In the aftermath of the storm, the students, who had been ensnared in a suffocating fog, felt their bodies freed from the relentless drain of their spirits, a sensation of oppression that vanished in an instant. The tension brought by the mist ebbed away, akin to a weary body emerging from a soothing hot bath, washing away all worries. Their souls liberated, they reclined upon soft beds, drifting into sweet slumber. Contentment and comfort adorned every face with smiles. As the red dots faded, Jiang Yan reflected on the significance of his existence. Since Belle had joined him, his interventions had become increasingly rare. Chapter 47. The Dark Priestess with the Mist Spectre dispelled. Silence once again enveloped the dormitory. Belle sensed that no humanoid specters lurked within the corridors, unable to absorb any life force for sustenance. By the time Jiang Yan gathered his belongings and departed the dormitory, escorted by the vigilant dormitory supervisor, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. Just as Jiang Yan stepped out, an unexpected visitor appeared at the entrance. Clad in a flowing robe and hood, their silver-gray hair cascaded freely about their face. A fate-related specter, how intriguing. The hooded figure, possessing 4 eyes, followed the threads of destiny, swiftly maneuvering to overtake Jiang Yan. Upon encountering the specter that seemingly materialized from thin air, Jiang Yan instinctively glanced at the red dots provided by the system, only to find none flickering within several hundred meters. The absence of red dots indicated that this entity was not on the hunting list. So why had it been drawn to him? Observing the ancient and mysterious crystal orb in the specter's grasp, coupled with its attire, Jiang Yan deduced that this being resembled a priestess. What could a Western priestess of specters be doing at Xinlin High School? Jiang Yan found himself at a loss regarding the priestess's intentions, remaining silent as he regarded the exotic beauty before him. The priestess, a high-ranking fate specter traversing various realms, had never anticipated that one day she would be unable to discern the fate of a seemingly weak human. As she scrutinized Jiang Yan, she attempted to unveil his destiny, only to be met with a dense fog that obscured all pertinent information, even his emanating psychic energy, which appeared as a unified entity, impervious to any external probing. It seemed that he possessed a power system that transcended her capabilities, rendering even the crystal orb, stolen from the church with great effort, incapable of revealing his form. Slowly, the priestess caressed the crystal orb, her fingers deftly dispelling the encroaching shadows. The orb lay in her palm, and within it, indistinct dark shapes began to emerge intermittently. These shadows resembled the electronic viruses unique to the human realm, disrupting the priestess's control over the church's crystal orb. Was this a warning from an unknown source? An entity unable to articulate its concerns, merely for attempting to glimpse his fate a second time and to ensnare him in a miniature world? The young man remained unperturbed, the tension emanating from impalpable and genuine. This implied that the influence of the inarticulate force did not rely on his will. Such passivity and ability felt inherently unfair. Faced with this enigmatic situation, the priestess decided to break the silence and spoke first. Intruder, your power over rules is both alluring and fearsome. As we meet for the first time, you may address me as the Dark Priestess. Realizing the stranger was referring to her, Jiang Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What the hell? What did the intruder and the power of rules even mean? Was the being known as the Dark Priestess suffering from some mental affliction, spouting nonsensical logic? The priestess, equally tense, observed Jiang Yan's silence and indifferent nod, momentarily taken aback. After all, she was a distinguished fate specter, possessing the ability to traverse the barriers of time and space. It was rare for her to lower herself to introduce her identity, only to receive a lukewarm response. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? And what of the one in your backpack? Catching the underlying tone, Jiang Yan offered a vague smile, his performative persona resurfacing. Dark Priestess, regardless of whether I need to clarify my identity, your actions, tracking us, scrutinizing us, and hastily activating your rule-based abilities to test us, are hardly polite, are they? I'm not a fool. I clearly saw my reflection flash within the crystal orb before vanishing. This is blatantly you probing into my affairs with Belle. You. The Dark Priestess, incensed by Jiang Yan's demeanor, took a moment to compose herself. Although she could not penetrate Jiang Yan's fate and glean future trajectories from their dialogue, she could still observe her own fate and derive some metaphors. Clarifying her thoughts, she focused on her own fate line, which provided her with a metaphorical revelation. This insight suggested that she should be more direct and not engage in vague exchanges with the youth, which would only lead to unnecessary complications. Furthermore, she received an unexpected piece of good news, one that could shatter her preconceived notions about Jiang Yan and prompt a re-evaluation of the gifts humanity could offer her. In this temporal dimension, the weak were not entitled to engage in discussions of offense with the strong. Weakness itself constituted original sin. The Dark Priestess lowered her hood, revealing her exquisite features, and spoke softly. My purpose in following you was to gather kin of the same fate attribute. But I had not anticipated the enormous surprise you would bring me. A great surprise? Before the Dark Priestess could speak again, Jiang Yan interjected, I do not know you. Nor do I wish for you to disturb Belle. Indeed, we are not kin. Belle, peeking out from the backpack, expressed her discontent. You reek of faith subversion, which is entirely different from me. Her power stemmed from her host, derived from the souls of various specters, relying on mutual consumption and fusion, adhering to the standard and natural laws of the food chain. In contrast, the Dark Priestess's abilities seemed to emerge from deception, betrayal, and a plethora of negative emotions, defying the original tenets among specters. This resulted in a corrupted humanity within her, filled with unclean and ugly thoughts. Say what you will, destiny has compelled our meeting, and it shall ultimately forge us into allies. The Dark Priestess envisioned a future where the Academy thrived due to the youth's influence. where no further malevolent incidents plagued the food processing plant, and where the church's glory would ultimately be hers. By becoming allies, he would undoubtedly assist her. With distorted thoughts, the Dark Priestess smiled faintly, depriving Jiang Yan of any choice. You will act upon this school. Your target is the principal. Therefore, as your future ally, I shall assist you in eliminating some unnecessary troubles. After finishing her words, the figure of the Dark Priestess faded, transforming into a gust of wind that departed from the scene. She was truly peculiar. Belle, did you just glimpse her fate? Jiang Yan, bewildered and profoundly shaken, pondered how he had become the future ally in the Dark Priestess's narrative. He had discerned a hint of her origins linked to the church, suggesting that he too would eventually find himself there. Concealing part of the information, Belle patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder, adopting a tone of seasoned wisdom. Young man, continue to strive. Chapter 48. The dilapidated cabin. Belle's implication was merely to encourage Jiang Yan to persist in resolving the bizarre tales within Xinhua High School. Aiming for the principal's position, Jiang Yan comprehended this notion effortlessly and proceeded to consult the map provided by the system, advancing towards the next site of supernatural occurrences. Soon, Jiang Yan arrived at an artificially cultivated forest. Observing the flickering red dot on the map, he hesitated momentarily before gripping his flashlight and venturing into the woods. The artificially planted trees were not particularly dense, with minimal underbrush and dead branches cluttering the ground, comprising only a few scattered items that harmonized with the overall aesthetic of the school. However, the small cabin nestled behind the trees appeared distinctly eerie. Silently, Jiang Yan illuminated his surroundings with the flashlight, confirming that the ground bore no traps or traces of the supernatural. Initially, he held little hope, for the entities of the inner world were adept at concealment, favoring a stable existence. Yet, not long after, he discovered something unusual. In the moist soil lay intriguing reddish-brown liquid, which Jiang Yan carefully examined. This substance emitted a strange odor and had a sticky, difficult-to-clean texture. Continuing with his flashlight, he soon spotted a peculiar outline in the distance that resembled a female form, albeit missing arms and legs. The silhouette of what seemed to be a female entity appeared as if it had been forcibly dragged into the cabin, sending chills down his spine. Having lost the trail, Jiang Yan scrutinized the incongruous cabin. It seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time, with corners covered in moss and webs ensnaring the remains of insects. While weeds flourished, all signs indicated that the cabin had not been visited or cleaned for ages. After careful consideration, Jiang Yan stepped onto the creaking wooden platform and approached the entrance, cautiously illuminating it with his flashlight. Inside, the reddish-brown liquid was significantly less abundant than in the forest, but distinctly visible. With minimal effort, Jiang Yan deduced an astonishing conclusion based on the markings on the floor. The liquid belonged to the supernatural entity, a forceful one at that. Otherwise, it would not have left deep claw marks at the edges of the wooden floor. Clearly, there had been more than one supernatural presence within this abode. Belle, be cautious, he warned. Understood. It must be said, while the cabin's exterior appeared rudimentary and dilapidated, its interior layout was surprisingly exquisite and elegant, radiating a clean and cozy atmosphere suitable for habitation. The interior revealed several small rooms, with the living room adorned in a style reminiscent of Western aristocracy from the last century. Genuine leather sofas, Western portraits, and an uncertainly functional phonograph. What captivated Jiang Yan's attention, however, was not the antiquated decor but rather the hollowed-out goat's head suspended in the center of the living room. In Western culture, the goat's head is often regarded as an embodiment of nightmares, and it is unlikely that a homeowner enamored with the aesthetics of medieval Western nobility would be oblivious to this fact. Sensing an eerie ambience within, before Jiang Yan could utter a word, Belle abruptly emerged from her backpack. Displaying a look of disdain, she circled the room before suddenly becoming possessed, her body twitching momentarily before she ambled toward a small room with a dazed expression. Jiang Yan frowned and quickly grasped Belle's hand. Perplexed, Belle, what are you doing? As if awakened from a trance, Belle regained her senses, realizing her unusual behavior. Biting her lower lip, she replied, I felt something in that room calling to me, and I momentarily lost my composure. Jiang Yan followed her gaze into the dimness, where a tightly shut red-painted door faced the main entrance, with moss and reddish-brown liquid accumulating in the corner. Let us investigate. The entity that could confuse you must be relatively rare, Jiang Yan remarked nonchalantly, casting a discreet glance around to ensure no lurking supernatural threats were nearby. Ever since I consumed the wheelchair girl, I haven't experienced such an abnormal state again. This supernatural entity appears to be quite extraordinary, Belle observed coldly, her gaze fixed upon the small door, her tone laced with intensity. The two approached the small door, and Jiang Yan gently twisted the doorknob, discovering it was unlocked. Pushing open the unlatched door revealed a cluttered array of items that filled their line of sight. Behind this door lay a chaotic assortment of white-covered books, a crystal ball for divination, a bloodstained dagger, and several discarded broken dolls. Since having consumed the wheelchair girl, Belle had long transcended the realm of mere puppetry. She now embodied a malevolent spirit, more human-like than Jiang Yan himself. If she felt suffocated by the air heavy with malignant intent, then this room, no, not just this room, they had been misled from the very beginning. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze in contemplation, his long eyelashes shadowing thoughtful eyes. As his thoughts crystallized, he lifted his head and offered Belle a faint smile, declaring, "I know where this supernatural entity is hiding." No sooner had he spoken than Belle shivered, inexplicably sensing that nameless malice anew. As a predator, how could she ever become the prey? Confused, Belle hurriedly asked, "Where is the supernatural entity? Is it in another room, or is it concealed among these objects?" She was baffled as to how Jiang Yan had discerned its hiding place, yet upon hearing him suggest to step outside first, she had no choice but to comply. Once outside, breathing in the fresh air, Belle's complexion improved significantly, the unknown malevolence and predatory gaze dissipating. Jiang Yan feigned conversation with Belle, while his peripheral vision remained glued to the cabin. Soon, he spotted what he had been hoping to see. Beside a window long neglected, a crack appeared, revealing a reddish-brown eye. The eye was fleeting, vanishing almost instantaneously, nearly causing Jiang Yan to doubt his vision. Fortunately, his knowledge of supernatural lore was not for naught. In that fleeting moment, he connected with the emotions of that eye, gleaning fragments of the entity's form and some of its abilities. No wonder it existed in the inner world. It was evidently a substitute for the principal's wishing well. However, the peril associated with this substitute far exceeded that of a wishing well. Jiang Yan surmised that the principal would not activate this entity's powers unless absolutely necessary, which explained the cabin's state of neglect. It appeared the principal too feared this supernatural being. Chapter 49. The psychological counselor considering that the supernatural entity might eavesdrop on their forthcoming conversation, Jiang Yan deliberately led Belle away from the woods. He then recounted the entity's hiding place and the strategies to confront it. Belle listened patiently, her understanding deepening. No wonder she felt an inexplicable dread towards the cabin. It turned out the entity was indeed. Having realized this, Belle was eager to return deeper into the woods. Approaching the cabin, she seemed to scrutinize its external structure while secretly burying strands of her hair nearby. The climate of the inner world was notably cold, reminiscent of autumn. The ground was strewn with dead leaves and desiccated branches, combined with easily ignitable hair, creating an optimal material for her purpose. After observing the area around the cabin, Belle extended her right hand, gripping a carving knife, and with a swift motion, she conjured two small sculptures that spun rapidly, igniting the surrounding strands of hair. The dry leaves on the ground caught fire, leading to a conflagration of moderate size that began to engulf the cabin. The tale is far from over, as Belle, having learned from the wheelchair-bound girl, triggers the fatal rules of death. A graveyard enveloping a wooden cabin materializes out of thin air, with the smoke produced by the flames being devoured by the wind, eliminating any concern of an uncontrollable blaze attracting spectators. Before long, agonizing cries emanate from within the cabin, which begins to tremble as if it possesses life, desperately attempting to flee the merciless inferno. Belle stands quietly beside Jiang Yan, listening to the haunting wails of the eerie tale. The night deepens, and the fire rages on. Shortly after, the graveyard absorbs the vitality from the wooden cabin's ghostly narrative, vanishing on its own. The location of the cabin becomes entirely vacant, leaving no trace behind. The disappearance of the red dot signifies that the cabin itself was the ghost story, confirming our deductions were not erroneous. Jiang Yan opens the map, observing that only 2 red dots remain on the academy, nodding in satisfaction. The pace of eliminating the ghost stories tonight is far swifter than the player's attempts to collect them. Indeed, the optimal strategy for dealing with ghost tales is to allow them to consume one another. Where shall we venture next? I can't shake the feeling that if this continues, I might overindulge. Belle gently pats her flat stomach and smiles warmly at Jiang Yan. Do ghost tales also suffer from overindulgence? He glances at Belle's unperturbed abdomen, astonished, and declares, the next location is in the teaching building, not the one we arrived at, but deeper within. No problem, let's set off. Belle dives back into Jiang Yan's backpack, instructing him to move forward. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Yan arrives at the foot of the teaching building. Upon entering, he is greeted by a massive portrait. The inscription honors Teacher Shin, who heroically sacrificed himself to protect his students during a teaching accident. Captivated by the painting and the bold lettering, Jiang Yan leans closer to examine the fine print. The real-world Xinlin High School does not feature such a character. This sudden appearance of the portrait and its description within the realm must have its purpose. Through the introduction, Jiang Yan learns that this teacher, at the tender age of 30, became the school's distinguished psychology instructor. Not only was he refined and academically accomplished, but he was also remarkably handsome. Alas, he is no longer among the living. As Jiang Yan's reflections linger, a half-digested Belle leaps from the backpack. Her expression grave as she fixates on the portrait, remaining silent. Belle's unusual behavior raises Jiang Yan's anxiety, causing him to speak more quickly, asking, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" "I believe congratulations, player, you have triggered a death Easter egg. The scene will now transition. Please prepare yourself and ensure your identity remains undiscovered." The mechanical voice arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. Before Jiang Yan can ready himself, the scene before them shifts dramatically. From night to day, from school to the entrance of an apartment. As he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, Jiang Yan is about to inquire if Belle senses the presence of a ghost story when the apartment door swings open from within. The figure that emerges is none other than Teacher Shin, the young psychology instructor who perished at the age of 30. "You are late. Please ensure to schedule your psychological consultation earlier next time, as it may affect my subsequent engagements." The youthful psychology teacher greets them with a smile, gesturing for Jiang Yan and Belle to enter the room. Very well. Without revealing any vulnerabilities, Jiang Yan leads the considerably diminished Belle into the apartment. For reasons unknown, Belle seems to understand something, obediently following Jiang Yan's lead without making any impulsive moves. They both appear well-behaved and compliant, at least on the surface. Amused by their demeanor, the psychology teacher chuckles softly, extending his hand to lightly grasp Jiang Yan's, saying, "It's rare to see family members together for psychological therapy." He shifts his gaze to the adorable Belle, his light brown eyes twinkling with mirth, as he gallantly extends his hand to shake hers. "This must be your sister?" The remark is quite astute, given the stark differences in appearance between him and Belle. Even claiming a half-sibling relationship would be difficult to sustain. It's simpler to follow his lead and supplement the information. "Is that so? I apologize." After the young psychology teacher offers his apologies, he gestures for them to take a seat while he retrieves a packet of tea leaves and a box of milk from a nearby cabinet. Naturally, he brews a pot of tea and warms the milk for them, taking the opportunity to sit across from them, maintaining his smile. The man before them is undoubtedly a hidden ghost story. All the portraits and descriptions are utterly nonsensical. "Uncle, when do we begin the examination?" It seems that dealing with similar ghost stories is quite challenging, requiring slow and careful unraveling of their flaws before one can indulge in their delights. "We can begin now. Let us start with a simple psychological assessment test." The psychology teacher produces 2 stacks of paper from behind him, handing them to Jiang Yan and Belle in turn, and presents a pen. Accepting the materials, Jiang Yan, bound by rules and settings, must patiently answer each question. After all, she does not believe that this smiling, long-deceased ghost story could hold her accountable for not taking the question seriously. Don't think too highly of yourself. Repugnant ghost story. Chapter 50. The collapsing inner world. Jiang Yan completes the questions rapidly, and soon a freshly minted psychological assessment is handed to the psychology teacher. He receives the evaluation with a pair of gold-framed glasses, scrutinizing it attentively. Although Jiang Yan is aware that this individual is a ghost story, he cannot deny the elegance with which the psychology teacher conducts himself. Graceful and courteous, he is difficult to loathe. A perpetual smile graces the psychology teacher's face as his gaze rests upon the raven-haired youth before him. "Congratulations, there is no need for further testing." "Thank you." With those 2 words, Jiang Yan dismisses the ghost story, feeling a sense of relief as he focuses on Belle, who diligently scribbles away, leaving marks on the multiple-choice questions. "Mine is done as well. Please take a look." The psychology teacher maintains his professional smile, unfazed by Belle's childish antics. For the power of choice has been his from the outset. After scrutinizing Belle's responses thoroughly, the psychology teacher's expression subtly shifts, and he remarks to her, "Your psychological assessment is rather concerning. We may need to investigate further." His eyes fixate on Belle as shadows creep from the dim corners, only to vanish in the light. "I believe you may have some misconceptions about me, dear Dr. Shin." Belle frowns, disagreeing. "I answered the questions diligently. My emotions are mine to dictate. The test merely reflects my current attitude, It does not represent my future. I could feel the same way in the next moment. But isn't your purpose in seeking me out to alleviate psychological distress and mitigate the pressures stemming from emotions? The psychology teacher's words effectively silence Belle. Indeed. Due to the constraints imposed by the ghost story's death rules, as long as Jiang Yan and Belle do not uncover the ghost story's flaws, they must adhere to the game rules. Realizing this, Belle ceases to speak, adopting an expression of acquiescence. The psychology teacher chuckles at Belle's demeanor, removing his glasses and beckoning Jiang Yan to follow him to his study. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan accompanies him into the room. Upon entry, a fragrant aroma of green tea wafts through the air, suggesting that incense is lit within the space, creating an oddly pleasant scent. Teacher Shin, is my psychological assessment not normal? Jiang Yan, puzzled by why the ghost story wishes to converse with him privately, inquires, while subtly feeling for the hammer concealed in his backpack, which offers him a modicum of security. The psychology teacher pauses in his actions of retrieving a book. Glancing at Jiang Yan with a measured tone, your test is fine, but from your choices and reasoning, I have gleaned a piece of information. What information? Jiang Yan is taken aback, observing the psychology teacher impassively, unable to discern the underlying meaning. Your expression of emotions is rather obedient, as if it were a facade. A product of training. The moment the psychologist began to speak, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, stirring the tranquil depths of Jiang Yan's heart. Deceitful evasion was out of the question, particularly when the other party was aware that most of their emotions were feigned. Attempting to weave further fabrications would likely yield counterproductive results. Thus, Jiang Yan straightforwardly queried, you are partially correct, but what is the significance of this matter? If Dr. Shen intended to assist him in addressing his character flaws and emotional deficiencies, it was unnecessary. In the real world, he scarcely believed in the words of doctors. How could he possibly place his trust in the tales of the supernatural within this bizarre narrative? Jiang Yan was not mad. At that moment, Dr. Shen regarded Jiang Yan as one would a patient in dire need of salvation. No need. Thank you, Dr. Shen, Jiang Yan declared decisively as he walked toward the door. Before assessing my flaws, you should first evaluate yourself. The smile vanished from Dr. Shen's face, his light brown eyes filled with astonishment. For a brief moment, his composure faltered. In the next instant, he regained his demeanor, striving to suppress his irritation as he inquired, what prompts such a statement? I wish to know. As a titan in the field of psychology, Dr. Shen never considered himself to be flawed. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to harbor issues, surely. It was Jiang Yan who refused to accept the negative emotions stemming from his emotional deficiencies, spouting nonsense in this place. As a premier psychologist, had he forgotten that he was once a tale of the supernatural, that he had perished, and that the remnants of his memory and soul lingered in this form? Jiang Yan, with a blank expression, pierced through Dr. Shen's pretense. This narrative never required him and Belle to play their roles earnestly. The hints provided by the system were exceedingly misleading. Had Jiang Yan not been vigilant about the flow of time upon entering the narrative, he might have genuinely believed that the key to unraveling it lay in their performances. I am dead? The cold words washed over Dr. Shen's heart, transforming his once vibrant complexion into a pallid hue, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, and finally to an inability to accept reality. A torrent of memories surged forth, and the exposed Dr. Shen could no longer maintain his human form. With a reluctant outcry, he transformed into a photograph, plummeting to the floor. Jiang Yan, are you all right? Belle, sensing the unusual atmosphere in the study, pushed open the door, discovering only Jiang Yan standing there. What about that tale of the supernatural? On the ground. The photograph served as the vessel for his soul. Jiang Yan briefly explained to Belle how he had detected the anomaly in time and unraveled the fatal rules of the supernatural tale. With a spark of understanding, Belle nodded vigorously, skipping to retrieve Dr. Shen's photograph. She held it to her nose, detecting no trace of the supernatural's essence, indicating that the photograph could not be consumed. Her dessert had vanished. A rumble. The ground trembled, and the earth split apart. The structures of the inner world, along with the supernatural entities, including the principal's office, crumbled to dust. A change of ownership was imminent. Chapter 51. The board members. The collapse of the inner world prompted countless concealed supernatural entities to emerge, clamoring in discontent. The principal has deceived us. Wasn't the inner world supposed to be safe? They recalled the principal's promises of a secure New Forest High School, free from external interference. They were to settle here for eternity, hunting at will, resetting time daily, reveling in pleasure until the world's end. Yet now the inner world was disintegrating, and the principal's authority was usurped by outsiders. Their lives were at an end. The inability to reset time and escape the inner world signified the impending conclusion of their existence, a finality so complete that not a trace would remain. Accustomed to a stable life, the complacent supernatural entities descended into madness, rampaging through New Forest High School in search of the former principal, demanding accountability. Within the boardroom, supernatural beings who had come to negotiate cooperation with the principal exchanged bewildered glances, as entities summoned from other realms. Most of them were oblivious to the turmoil at New Forest High School and were uncertain of how to respond. Had they traversed from other worlds, lowering their status to bargain with the principal for superior sacrificial students, only to find their efforts in vain? The rules had inexplicably shifted ownership of New Forest High School to another. The weeping clown, seated closest to the negotiating table, stared blankly at the crumbling scene outside, struggling to maintain the smile that represented the fatal rule. With a grimace more grotesque than tears, the chainsaw behind the weeping clown roared to life. "Principal, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation." Many gamblers, faced with unexpected failure, instinctively ignore their own faults, attributing their misfortune to luck or convenient scapegoats. As a crucial member of the circus, the weeping clown had invested substantial effort to escape the narrative world and arrive at New Forest High School, only to engage in fruitless disputes with other supernatural entities and the principal. Transitioning from the greatest victor to the ultimate loser was a reality the weeping clown could not accept. It slammed its fist against the marble table, revealing a mouth full of golden teeth as it advanced toward the principal. I can explain." The principal, who appeared to be in his 20s, recoiled from the round table, pressing his back against the wall in terror, stammering, "The principal's position belongs to me, even if the inner world collapses. The outside world will not acknowledge the identity of a thief." The self-deceiving principal grew increasingly emboldened, straightening his back and addressing the ravenous supernatural entities with confidence. "What I have lost is merely the title of principal within the inner world. You are all aware of my fatal rules. This is simply an unfortunate incident." Following his proclamation, silence enveloped the boardroom. The other supernatural beings, having arrived from various worlds, fell into contemplation. They pondered the credibility and feasibility of the principal's words. "To express my apologies, I am willing to offer each of you 10 quality students in the future, all at no cost," the principal declared. Noticing the shifting expressions of the gathered entities and hesitating to say more, resorting to blatant temptation. "Furthermore, I will tailor quality students to suit your preferences and worlds. For instance, for the circus, I can provide graceful dancers with exceptional flexibility or special students with kind souls despite their inherent disabilities." Upon hearing this, the weeping clown erupted into laughter, transforming into a blood-red balloon. The balloon floated in midair before bursting with a resounding pop, vanishing from sight. Before departing, the nun left a parting remark: "The gaze of the sanctuary will forever watch over every soul in need of salvation. If you cannot endure, principal, do not resist. Choose to join us." Her cold, ethereal voice resonated throughout the boardroom, igniting discontent among the remaining supernatural entities. A nurse from the asylum, who had long been at odds with the nun, picked up a syringe and cast a flirtatious glance at the principal. Principal, do avoid the sanctuary. For the women there cannot compare to us in beauty or understanding of men. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember to seek me out. I shall provide you with the finest service." With that, the nurse slipped a card bearing her contact information into the principal's hands, ensuring this peculiar, research-worthy human entity retained it. The nurse from the asylum offered a faint smile, injecting a substance into her arm before gradually fading from view. As for the other supernatural beings, they were less concerned with the principal's fate, prioritizing their own safety instead. One by one, they departed the boardroom, leaving behind a principal whose complexion had turned ashen, filled with resentment as he gazed out the window. Most of what he had just spoken was not but a fabrication. The singular truth lies in the necessity for the entire management team of Xinlin High School to cast a unified vote in favor of their own continuance, preventing intruders from usurping their positions. Only in this manner can the principal safeguard his role and, in the future, remain at Xinlin High School, gradually expanding his eternal dream. Intruders, do not let me catch you. The collapse of the inner world of Xinlin High School has concluded, erasing all traces of the bizarre tales, students, and buildings. In a world starkly divided between black and white, only Jiang Yan and Belle remain. At present, Jiang Yan has officially become the sole master of the inner world of Xinlin High School, endowed with the authority to manipulate the rules, construct the campus, and establish new regulations. However, one must heed a crucial warning. Once the inner world of Xinlin High School is constructed, the death rule belonging to Jiang Yan will also manifest, allowing intruders to pierce the rules and ascend as the new principal. At that moment, should Jiang Yan lose his position, only death awaits him. Chapter 52. The King of the New Academy. Once Jiang Yan found his footing, he realized that scarcely 5 minutes had passed since his departure. The surroundings of Xinlin High School were cloaked in darkness, exuding an eerie beauty of profound silence. Only the office building, emblematic of school leadership, glimmered with light in the distance. Having obtained the title of principal in the inner world, Jiang Yan did not hasten to meet the principal who was to be replaced. After a brief contemplation, he conveyed a few instructions to Belle and set off alone towards the abandoned dormitory number 404. Enlightened by the instructions, Belle, brimming with mischief, bounded toward the brightly lit office building. Inside the principal's office, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the fuming and contorted expression of the principal. A group of school executives, awakened in the dead of night, appeared bewildered. Some were prepared to listen to the principal's address, while others harbored ulterior motives. A faction, having gleaned rumors, was already poised for betrayal, with the director of education being the foremost among them, bubbling with fervor akin to an impending volcanic eruption. However, before Director Li could break the ice and remind everyone of her considerable authority, the principal spoke up. Has anyone new arrived at the school recently? The principal's voice, nearly devoid of emotion, swept across the room, his bloodshot eyes scanning the crowd. Are there any peculiar students, teachers, or incidents? His tone bordered on madness, a harshness that seemed incongruous for a young principal who was typically amiable and wielded his authority with a hidden blade. His unusual display of vulnerability rendered the timid half-human creatures silent, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward stillness. Then, the principal's ire ignited. A curse was unleashed, sweeping through the entire office building. Most of the weaker creatures, who subsisted like students, contorted their faces in agony as if their souls were being fried in an oil pan. The excruciating pain compelled one gossip-loving creature to speak first. Principal, a new intern teacher has joined the school, personally welcomed by Director Li. You may inquire with her. Upon learning of the new intern, the principal's gaze fixed on Director Li, his suspicion piqued. He noted her unusual demeanor. She did not inquire about the progress of the Eternal Life Project, nor did she offer the customary tea and pleasantries. Yet, having served him for many years and participated in countless dubious deeds, the principal harbored no significant doubts regarding her loyalty. In the past, upon hearing the principal's youthful voice, Director Li would eagerly regale him with recent happenings at the school. However, after enduring a recent upheaval and having her soul ensnared by Belle's words, she grew increasingly disdainful of the principal, who bore a striking resemblance to a student. Nevertheless, considering that the new intern had indeed caused her some trouble, she reluctantly relayed the information, mentioning sacrifices in the cafeteria. The principal, acknowledging the useful information, nodded while lost in thoughts of drafting a report to expel the new intern. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resonated from the door. Who is it? A nearby creature inquired hesitantly, contemplating whether to open the door. It's me. Who are you? I am who I am. The exchange of such simplistic dialogue, coupled with the principal's rising blood pressure, incited him to shout, "Open the door." The visitor deliberately lowered their voice, leaving the principal unable to discern their identity. However, the most crucial detail was that the voice and presence belonged to a human, not one of the bizarre creatures. The intimidated creatures complied, opening the door to reveal a figure cloaked in a long black robe, hooded, with a weathered clown mask obscuring their face. The impression left on the weaker creatures was that of a young individual draped in black, accompanied by an unsettling glow behind them. Is that a fireman? Before any cries for help could escape, one creature was engulfed in flames, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. He has a problem. Has Teacher Huang been consumed by the fireman? Another creature shrieked, instinctively drawing closer to the principal. The assembly, being high-ranking members of Xinlin High School, were vaguely aware of the titles of the previously sacrificed students. The fireman, notorious for his volatile emotions and deep-seated hatred for their existence, had remained distant due to their proximity to fire prevention measures and the significant damage to his psyche. Has he been brought here? That is impossible. Director Li's mouth fell open slightly as her gaze darted toward the window, her pupils constricting once more. The back-to-back is here as well. The collective focus shifted from the door to the window, where a long-haired girl in a blood-stained white dress gazed at them with a sinister expression. Her crimson nails scraping against the wall, producing an ear-piercing sound. Hee, it's so lively here. I don't mind joining in. From the sewer pipe emerged a mass of flesh, gradually morphing into the figure of a chef. Former students who had suffered at the hands of the school, along with the external creatures intent on dismantling it, descended upon the principal's office in new forms. Seated in his chair, the principal, his face contorted, pointed at Jiang Yan and declared, "It is you, the culprit who has usurped my position in the inner world. The principal's position has been stripped away?" The shock reverberating through the assembly of creatures was profound. They stared at the youth at the center, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Yan's eyes, unmasked, radiated coldness. Yet his subtly upturned lips enhanced his overall presence, elevating his demeanor significantly. In that moment, he resembled a king surrounded by soldiers, poised to witness the execution of the old aristocracy. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, principal." Observing the principal, who bore a striking resemblance to a student, Jiang Yan sighed softly, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. To those capable, the workload increases. It is time for Xinlin High School to be helmed by someone truly competent. "You must be dreaming." The principal, infuriated by the audacity of the mysterious individual, decisively slammed his left hand onto the red button. He intended to unleash the most terrifying creature within the academy, ensuring that these idle souls would perish alongside the intruder. Chapter 53. Countdown to the Instance. Principal. The creatures gasped in astonishment as the principal's abdomen was pierced by a hand, blood splattering forth. The excruciating pain caused him to tremble, preventing him from activating the button that would have released the academy's most formidable creature. "Who is harming me?" The principal struggled to turn his head, his blood-red eyes darting backward, but the hand within him writhed incessantly, the agony rendering concentration impossible. He could only tremble as he repeated over and over again, "Who is it? Why must you stop me?" The principal's voice, laden with pity, was met with nothing but the disdainful scoff of the director of education. The director lifted her chin, gazing at the principal, her crimson lips stretching into a ghastly smile. "Principal, as the director of Xinlin High School, I cannot allow your momentary confusion to result in actions that would impact the entire institution." She licked the blood from her hands, her already vivid lips now even more pronounced, casting a glance at the stunned specters. A smirk danced at the corners of her mouth. "Your mind should not be unleashed. It poses a threat to everyone's safety." Observing the principal's complexion pale and wane further, the director's satisfaction was palpable. She had not chosen the wrong side. Aligning with Mr. Baiki would afford her greater resources and power. After all, why would the neutral specters within the school choose to follow an intruder to oppose a principal who had instilled fear in countless students? If they truly had the courage to confront the principal, they would not have delayed for so long. "You wretched creature, how dare you openly betray the school?" The principal spat blood, enduring the pain as he transformed his appearance to that of a man in his 40s or 50s. He had lost a significant amount of vitality and could no longer maintain his youthful visage as he once did. Under the activation of the death rule, the wound on the principal's abdomen gradually healed, yet it came at the cost of an aged face and graying hair. "Cough, cough, what are you all dawdling for? Quickly deal with the traitor and these disobedient students." The principal, now past 50, spoke with diminished vigor, his frustration directed at the unmoving group of inept individuals. How could Xinlin High School harbor such rubbish? Under the principal's devilish gaze, the specters awakened one by one. Each activated their own death rules, attempting to resist their fellow student specters. Thus began an atypical battle between teachers and students. In the graveyard, a strong gust of wind enveloped the corridor, wrapping the main office building from top to bottom and inside out. As the graveyard was completed, Bayer stood before Jiang Yan, wearing an expression of one who was merely an observer. Tonight's battleground belonged to those students who had once been sacrificed, offered to the principal as part of a longevity scheme. What Jiang Yan and the others needed to do was simply to keep an eye on the principal, ensuring that in the end, the victor would be he and the students. As for the neutral school administration, as long as they did not actively assist the principal and other malevolent specters against the students would not direct their ire towards them. The neutral teachers evidently recognized this and promptly chose to withdraw from the battlefield, each relying on their own abilities to hide in other rooms. With some neutral specters retreating, the remaining malevolent ones exhibited a significant drop in combat effectiveness. After all, the principal, who was a high-tier combatant, had first been expelled from the inner world and then betrayed by the director of education. It was a miracle he was still alive, let alone capable of fighting. Furthermore, as the second highest combatant, the director's abilities were on par with Bayer's. Yet she was so consumed by power and control over the faculty and students that she had neglected the fundamental truth of being a specter, to speak with one's fists. Perhaps due to the principal's waning control over the school, the powers of the specters, such as the fireman, were further enhanced. In no time, those wicked specters attempting to carve out a bloody path were either incinerated by flames, ground into a pulp, or eliminated back-to-back by their abilities. The principal's office descended into a crimson inferno. Fortunately, under Bei Er's manipulation of the air within the graveyard, Jiang Yan, who had a severe aversion to filth, was spared from any overwhelmingly foul stench. Now, only the principal remained, huddled in a corner. Specters that had not activated the time rule could only scratch at their shells, waiting for the principal to exhaust his energy, rendering him a cornered beast. Too slow. Bei Er ignored the sneaky approach of the director and actively commanded rows of statues to strike the principal's shield. The death rule belonging to the principal collided with Bei Er's own. Ultimately, the youthful and powerful Bei Er prevailed. As the principal's death rule came to an end, this shadowy puppeteer behind the operations of Xinlin High School finally met his demise. The principal's death meant a vacancy at the highest tier of authority. With Jiang Yan holding the title of principal in the inner world, he was the unequivocal candidate for the position. The collision of rules culminated in the announcement, "Congratulations to the Spectre Encyclopedia for successfully eliminating the principal. The final settlement of the Xinlin High School instance has been generated. Players, please check your rewards. Congratulations to the Spectre Encyclopedia for receiving the admiration of several elite students and automatically donning the title of principal. Warning. Warning. During the new principal's probationary period, no players are allowed to enter the instance. Surviving players should confirm their belongings and prepare to exit the Xinlin High School instance." The urgent warnings echoed in every player's ears. Groups of 2 or 3 players, bewildered, had no inkling of their effortless victory's conclusion. The Spectre Encyclopedia is a player? Wasn't it the last time that he completed a task beyond expectations and received a system announcement? Truly impressive. I still haven't even gathered any clues about the principal. How did he manage that? This is no longer just impressive, it borders on terrifying. Can a player truly ascend to the highest echelons of the instance? In stark contrast to the commotion among the players, Jiang Yan sat quietly in the now pristine principal's office, diligently drafting new school regulations. The outdated rules of Xinlin High School needed revision. Only through such changes could a clear divide between faculty and students be avoided. From henceforth, they would need only to study diligently, honoring themselves, their parents, and their efforts. With the emergence of new regulations, the old, corrupt atmosphere of Xinlin High School was eradicated. As for the majority of students, who remained oblivious to the events that had transpired and had fallen into slumber, the shackles within their hearts were lifted. Upon awakening, they would forget the occurrences at Xinlin High School. Chapter 54. Dawn with the rules now perfected. A series of pure white walls rose within the boundaries of Xinlin High School. Vines and flowers, rich in death rules, adorned the white walls, forming a natural barrier that entirely obstructed external prying eyes and intrusion. The changes at Xinlin High School were so profound that the specters from other instances could not turn a blind eye. They symbolically attempted to use ancient rituals to smuggle weak, human-like specters into Xinlin High School. In the past, such specters would have been automatically accepted as transfer students within Xinlin High School. At the very least, they could have acted as stowaways, temporarily acquiring a compliant identity. However, this time was different. The specters attempting to cross the barrier were met with a barrage of middle school exam questions before they could even approach the walls. These questions, encompassing 3 core subjects, had been hastily formulated by Jiang Yan overnight to align with the examination standards prior to the world's transformation into a realm of specters. Xinlin High School only admitted students who met the academic requirements, so any prospective students hoping to sneak in without meeting the most basic standards would find their aspirations dashed. Moreover, such regulations adhered to the rules, and even if others wished to object, they would have to weigh their own qualifications. As for those slightly stronger than ordinary specters, who sought to exploit loopholes in the rules to masquerade as intern teachers, they were unfortunately faced with even more challenging questions and harsher penalties. In this back and forth, the specters attempting to partake in Xinlin High School's offerings were forced to abandon their ambitions and cease attempts to infiltrate the campus. In the principal's office, Jiang Yan, unexpectedly receiving waves of life force transmitted from the specters he had sent to their demise, squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Fragments of forgotten childhood memories began to resurface, and he seemed to recall having several close friends. Who were they again? Come in. Jiang Yan lifted his head, looking at the man before him, his tone somewhat flat. I thought you would hide away and never come out, Vice Principal. Cough. You have shaken the long-standing iron rules of Xinlin Middle School, creating such a commotion. How could I feign ignorance and not come to see you? The Vice Principal's eyes revealed a hint of weariness as he slumped on the sofa, gazing out the window. Lamenting, do you perceive me as indifferent? Knowing your identity and your past, yet avoiding you, refusing to meet, even at the last moment? Is it not so? Jiang Yan, perplexed, paused his writing and turned to the weary middle-aged man. Cough. Have you given any thought to who assisted you in secretly dealing with the minions of the sanctuary after you damaged the wishing well? The Vice Principal's remark successfully unsettled Jiang Yan. Indeed, the system had previously warned him to be cautious of the lurking minions of the sanctuary, with dire consequences awaiting those who provoked them. Yet, after enduring a series of events, the forewarned specter had yet to make its appearance. Realizing this oversight, Jiang Yan's gaze towards the Vice Principal transformed entirely. He silently poured a cup of tea, respectfully handed it to the Vice Principal, and softly said, Thank you, teacher. That's more like it. You have grown far colder compared to your high school days. Through this brief exchange, Jiang Yan learned that he had once indeed been a student at Xinlin Middle School, a transfer student who left after just a few months. According to the Vice Principal, during his time at school, he excelled academically and was eager to assist his classmates, earning a reputation as the exemplary child in the eyes of the teachers. However, following the bizarre incidents at Xinlin Middle School, a series of malignant rumors surfaced, leading a mysterious man claiming to be a family member to take Jiang Yan away. Since then, the Vice Principal had not heard any news of him until 2 letters inexplicably appeared on his bedside. Upon opening one addressed to him, he discovered Jiang Yan's subsequent circumstances. This letter, however, remains unopened for now, at least in Xinlin Middle School. The Vice Principal gazed sympathetically at the troubled youth before him, earnestly advising, This is for your own good. I understand. The Vice Principal had not anticipated Jiang Yan's departure would be so swift. Casting a glance at the piles of documents awaiting his attention, he wore a bitter expression. Is it too late for me to run? What do you think, Vice Principal? Free from the tedium of paperwork, Jiang Yan made his way to the cafeteria where Belle and the others were gathered. That fellow Belle insisted on organizing a gathering with Sun Ran and the others, claiming it was to commemorate their survival as students in their impending graduation. Truly, such a peculiar reason for a gathering, yet they all agreed. However, witnessing the students' beaming faces as they laughed and played without a care, Jiang Yan felt the void within him gradually being filled. If only this were reality. Remembering his deceased relatives, Jiang Yan understood the dangers of the bizarre tales and resolved not to immerse himself in them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, his eyes were immediately drawn to Belle, devouring fried snacks, while Sun Ran sipped on a drink, alongside Hong Gu and others. Even Chan Yue sat quietly nearby, occasionally nibbling on snacks to show his support. As for Xia Jiahui, he was in the corner, presumably making a call to his family, not fully grasping how the rules allowed for rationality among the group. Jiang Yan abandoned his thoughts and walked towards them. Observant as ever, Hong Gu noticed Jiang Yan's entrance and quickly waved him over. After all they had been through, the once shy Hong Gu had grown bolder, at least daring enough to greet Jiang Yan. Chapter 55. The Black Chapel. After sharing one last meal with the students and discussing the school's subsequent matters, Jiang Yan, carrying a brown backpack containing Belle, clicked on the option to exit the now concluded Xinlin Middle School instance. Congratulations, player Jiang Yan, for clearing Xinlin Middle School. The system will automatically calculate your instance title. Please be patient. Congratulations, player Jiang Yan, for obtaining the title of Outstanding Principal of Xinlin Middle School. The system will automatically assign you this title. Principal Title Effect grants inherent affinity towards educational type instance characters, such as students and teachers, capable of correcting certain erroneous behaviors. Congratulations, player Jiang Yan, for gaining the attention of the comprehensive vengeful spirit, Belle. It will accompany you until death. Congratulations, player Jiang Yan, for gaining the attention of the food processing factory. Your affinity towards this type of bizarre tale has increased, and the probability of triggering death rules has diminished. The mechanical voice was cheerful and exuberant, reminiscent of a neighboring girl who had just confessed her feelings, brimming with joy and sweetness. Without any expression, Jiang Yan silently listened to the system's conclusion announcement. Once the system's prompts ceased, a crimson mist once again enveloped his vision. Within the mist danced streaks of variously colored lights, each illuminated by distorted symbols. Just as Jiang Yan scrutinized these symbols, The mechanical voice returned. Due to your exceptional performance in the novice instance, you have received a title and may actively choose your second instance, selecting a suitable instance for you. Instance names: Black Chapel, Food Processing Factory, Crimson Asylum, Deep Sea Port. Among the 4 instances, aside from the Deep Sea Port, Jiang Yan had gleaned some basic information from Xinli Middle School regarding the others. The Wishing Well was escaped from the Black Chapel, while the Food Processing Factory collaborated with the school cafeteria. The wheelchair-bound girl had previously been sent to the asylum, a mental health facility for treatment. After careful consideration of the instances, Jiang Yan ultimately decided to enter the Black Chapel instance, not for any other reason, but because this instance's name was steeped in mysticism. A chapel centered on faith should be suitable for Bell and for his quest to recover his memories. Player successfully chose Black Chapel. Instance name: Black Chapel. Within the Black Chapel, the ceaseless sound of weeping echoes, a stark judgment of truth in black and white. Blind followers of faith, here you shall find rebirth in the service of the Great Lord. Instance task: destroy or reconstruct the Black Chapel. Duration: unknown. The crimson mist vanished in an instant, revealing the ominous flowers emblematic of the Black Chapel emitting a radiant glow. The flowers bloomed and withered, dark petals cascading to the ground, forming indescribable symbols. These symbols enveloped Jiang Yan, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him from all sides. The cries and wails of countless souls filled the air, only to dissipate with the tolling of the chapel bell. Not understanding why each instance had to undergo such an ordeal, Jiang Yan internally lamented as he slowly opened his eyes to adjust to the light. The sky, shrouded in a dim haze, imparted a sense of severe pollution. Groups of black crows perched on the trees, their blood-red eyes fixated on Jiang Yan, cawing ominously. Glancing down at himself, he noted, splendid. His modern attire had transformed into a medieval-style gray linen robe, with some of his belongings, including Bell, crammed into a small space. His physique had also shrunk significantly, aging from his 20s to that of a 15 or 16-year-old. Feeling a wave of hunger wash over him, Jiang Yan frowned. Clearly, the rules here were far more stringent than those at Xinli Middle School. Number 54, stop daydreaming. Today is the day of the selection for the Saint candidate. Why are you still just standing there? Number 54? Jiang Yan turned to see a middle-aged woman hastily approaching him, adorned in a nun's attire and a black veil. My apologies, I forgot. As soon as the words left his mouth, the nun before him froze, and everything around them seemed to pause, as if someone had pressed the freeze button, retaining the moment in the previous second. The system's delayed mechanical voice echoed. Now, I shall introduce the game rules. First, your identity serves as your sole authentication within the instance. Please ensure that your actions consistently align with your identity information. If you forget your identity in the dungeon, you shall perish. Unlike the novice dungeon, this time you assume the role of a fortunate child selected from an orphanage. Your singular mission from beginning to end is to survive and ascend to a higher position, either destroying or transforming this suffocating, terrifying church. Each time your identity undergoes a shift, the malice of the church towards you intensifies. It is crucial to understand that sometimes power and obligation do not harmonize well. Ensure that those around you genuinely love you, rather than wishing you harm. You can open the game panel at any time to check your current status. Be aware that a drastic decline in your sanity within a short period may lead to physical discomfort, mental disorientation, and a decrease in physical ability. If your sanity reaches 0, you will die. As the time freeze concluded, the system provided Jiang Yan with no opportunity for contemplation, implanting essential memories into his mind. Soon after, a nun swiftly approached Jiang Yan, grasping his hand without hesitation and leading him through a series of gray-white corridors constructed of brick. While Jiang Yan calmly followed the nun, he rapidly analyzed the unusual aspects of the system's notifications. Unlike the novice dungeon, his task leaned more towards overcoming the operational rules of this dungeon through sheer will. There was no transition or indication that other players existed within the Dark Church's dungeon. The mismatched power and obligation, the higher one climbs, the greater the malice. This seemed to indicate the initiation of a harder mode. As he walked, Jiang Yan noticed that the expressions of those nearby were uniformly frenzied, their work speed remarkably swift, akin to that of automatons. Observing the nun's eager gaze, Jiang Yan instinctively cleared his throat and declared, Number 54, a candidate for the apprentice saint, I implore you, dear nun, and the bishop, grant me an opportunity to prove my worthiness as a saint, and allow me to preach in place of the master. Silence enveloped the room, lingering until the nun's complexion turned pale, causing Jiang Yan to question his existence. Then, a cold, piercing female voice resonated from within. Enter. Hurry, hurry. Upon hearing this, the nun's face flushed crimson, instinctively pushing Jiang Yan through the door. Do well, number 54, she urged, as Jiang Yan silently lamented the lack of opportunity to speak. Turning around, he beheld an immense angel statue standing not far away. It was the most exquisite angel sculpture he had ever seen. A beauty beyond the capacity of words to convey. The statue was draped in a white robe that concealed half of its form, cradling a heart stained with blood. The gilded patterns on its arms seamlessly connected to the torso, and the wings behind it were meticulously carved, appearing lifelike under the torchlight. The surrounding murals and decorations aligned with his preconceived notions of a medieval church, yet unlike the textbooks, the atmosphere here was eerie and tranquil. Moreover, beside this breathtaking statue stood 4 nuns clad in black and white robes. They stood rigidly before the statue, embodying an air of businesslike formality. Their cold gazes sweeping over Jiang Yan. Perhaps it was merely a figment of Jiang Yan's imagination, but he felt an unsettling sense of anxiety emanating from the pupils of the Western nuns, reminiscent of a feline creature. He detected a faint scent of blood wafting from them. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, encountering this iconic scene rendered him speechless. Good day, deaconesses. May the divine always protect us, and may the faith of the dark church spread far and wide. Jiang Yan recited the prescribed words, implanted in his mind by the system, and boldly drew an inverted cross. Indeed, it was an inverted cross. Number 54 meets the cultivation standards of the saint. I find your hair color quite appealing, remarked one nun, adorned with a silver inverted cross around her neck. As she glanced at Jiang Yan's dark hair and nodded with satisfaction. Your words are overly generous, dear deaconess. I must strive harder to be worthy of the church's long-standing investment in me. Shortly after, another nun spoke, your appearance also aligns with the standards of a saint. The church currently needs a male facade. Agreed. Reconsider. After the 4 deaconesses in matching uniforms provided their responses, the first nun approached Jiang Yan, striding with a feline grace. Congratulations, number 54. You may now refer to me as Sister E. I will oversee your daily life and studies. An icy aura enveloped them as the nun, who introduced herself as an, extended her palm, signaling Jiang Yan to place his hand upon it. Uncertain of why the people here favored hand-holding, Jiang Yan complied without protest, resting his hand on Sister Yi's. Observing his obedience, Sister Yi chuckled softly, and a shadow of a black cat flickered in her eyes. She continued, You are now eligible to meet the bishop. Only those who undergo the bishop's baptism can bring blessings to the church. Sister Yi led Jiang Yan to a small door. Entering the bishop's office area, the vice-bishop's room was modest yet exquisitely elegant. Evident from the luxurious animal fur rugs on the floor and the mounted heads of black goats and deer adorning the walls. Additionally, piles of black leather-bound books rested on the vice-bishop's desk, alongside transparent glass vials containing mysterious liquids of varying colors, some of which bubbled spontaneously. This place bore little resemblance to a church and felt more akin to a witch's abode. As Jiang Yan surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether to summon Bell to observe this peculiar room, Sister Yi's previously indifferent facade transformed into fervor as she proclaimed, Bishop, you have arrived. As her words echoed, 2 black cats materialized on either side of the room, each encircled by a deep purple halo at their paws. Following this, a half-meter-high cross appeared on the bishop's crimson chair. Composed of wood, the cross leaned precariously against the chair. The bishop, the sole apostle of the divine, known as an, seated herself with an unearthly swiftness, grasping the wooden cross in hand. Her entrance was extraordinary, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she embodied a tale of horror. With Anne's arrival, the 2 stationary black cats meowed and settled onto the bishop's shoulders and the cross, their beast-like orange-yellow eyes fixated on Jiang Yan and Sister Yi. The pressure was palpable, an overwhelming sensation emanating from this peculiar figure, far surpassing the mental strain of the new forest dungeon. Fortunately, the bishop appeared to resemble a normal human, lacking any eccentricities. Otherwise, Jiang Yan might truly have doubted that the denizens of the dark church felt the need to disguise their monstrous nature. Do not gaze directly at Bishop in number 54. Sister Yi cautioned as she noticed Jiang Yan's unwavering stare, hastily pressing his head down to indicate he should lower it. Jiang Yan obediently complied, avoiding the piercing gaze that seemed capable of freezing human souls. The attire worn by Bishop and appeared more tattered than that of the other nuns, perhaps due to neglect over time. Her skin was an ashen white, adorned with tear-streaked makeup, and her unusually long neck and body exuded an aura of the ultimate horror. Since you are one I have deemed worthy, I shall not inquire further. Let us commence the baptism, Bishop instated, briefly assessing Jiang Yan, lingering on his dark hair for several seconds. With a wave of her hand, the vials and bottles on the table began to stir autonomously. Before long, a glass containing a bubbling pink potion materialized on the table. Drink it. The Archbishop gestured for Jiang Yan to step forward and consume the potion. He cast a glance at the Reverend Sister E, pondering the prospect that if Jiang were to pass this trial, her position might be elevated. Thank you, Archbishop. Sister E said, her face beaming with joy as she nudged the hesitant Jiang Yan, treating him as if he were inconsequential. The number 54 understood. Jiang Yan gripped the cup and, with a single breath, drank down the pink liquid. He felt no trepidation regarding the Archbishop's potential malice. Nor did he fear for his life. For within the realm of this narrative, death was never an absolute certainty, only a fleeting chance of survival amid peril. As long as he seized that chance, even if the rules conspired against him, they would have to relent. Upon swallowing the potion, he was greeted by the icy herbal flavor. Before long, the herbal essence morphed into an indescribable bitterness, and the scene before him began to shift. He beheld a blood-red sun hanging high in the sky. Chapter 57. The Tale of Chuan. The crimson sun radiated a blinding light. Suddenly, a small town materialized before Jiang Yan. The passers-by hurriedly concealed their mouths and noses. Rushing home, their faces etched with a palpable fear of death. The destitute, wandering the streets without shelter, wrapped their garments around their heads to shield themselves from the suffocating dust and wind. Was this the potion's effect? A baptismal trial? An illusion? Before Jiang Yan could attempt to communicate with the townsfolk again, the scene transformed once more. A tempest of red mist swept through the town, heralding a devastating plague. Under the scourge of this plague, countless families, once filled with joy, lost their beloved, parents, children, and the elderly alike. Jiang Yan gazed at the rapidly changing town, perplexed. He could not fathom the potion's purpose. Was it merely to grant him a view of this nebulous, holographic projection? Midway through the plague, Jiang Yan's perspective fixated on a small girl from a harmonious family. Chuan's family were newcomers. Her parents had moved to this town to settle in their twilight years. Having amassed a considerable fortune through business in their youth, free from concerns over sustenance. Moreover, with her mother's high level of education, the girl named Chuan was kind-hearted, gentle, and eager to help. She often accompanied her parents to aid impoverished families unable to afford medicine to combat the plague. However, happiness was short-lived. Despite her mother's efforts to shield herself from the disease, she ultimately succumbed to illness. Even Chuan contracted the sickness, leaving only her father, who busied himself caring for the family. Yet, unlike the usual symptoms of vomiting and fainting that accompanied illness, Chuan's affliction manifested primarily in her eyes and nails. The crimson plague stained her eyes and nails, rendering her an outcast among her peers. Those who disapproved of her family's ways spread rumors that she was the source of the plague. In this town, red had transformed from a color of celebration to one of ominous foreboding. Chuan, with her red eyes and nails, was branded by the agitators as the embodiment of a demon, an ill-fated sorceress. Some even claimed that Chuan's father was not her biological parent, alleging that her mother had been unfaithful. Under the weight of such slander, her father, the family's pillar, could no longer bear the burden. With his wife ailing and the rumors mounting, this once optimistic and helpful father became increasingly despondent, withdrawing from social interactions. He began to adopt the superstitions of the townsfolk, placing his hopes for survival in the hands of a mythical deity. The cat demon was believed to bring health and happiness to the household, invisible to others. Jiang Yan grew intrigued, observing the seemingly sentient statue of the cat demon. Beside him, Chuan gazed at the effigy brought by her father. Unlike Jiang Yan's fascinated observation, Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of unease towards the idolization of the cat demon. From that day forth, her father recited incantations before the statue daily. Chuan felt helpless, attempting to persuade her father to remove the idol from their home. However, her efforts were in vain, and their arguments often erupted into conflict, only to be quelled by her ailing mother's voice, temporarily diffusing the tension regarding the statue. As a mere observer, Jiang Yan rested his chin on his hand, watching the quarrels unfold and witnessing Chuan's mother's gradual decline into despair. Ultimately, death came as no surprise to Jiang Yan. The reasons were plain. The town's gossip had festered, and the familial discord had intensified. When mental anguish arises without relief, the outcome is invariably grim. Yet, witnessing Chuan's mother praying in her final moments, beseeching for her daughter's eyes and nails to return to normal, Jiang Yan could not suppress his ire towards Chuan's father. Had it not been for this man, Chuan's mother would not have departed this world so prematurely. Whether it was Jiang Yan's reproach that reached the father's heart. The once kind man withdrew the idol after his wife's passing, striving to mend his relationship with Chuan. He sought to change, hoping the townsfolk would exhibit compassion and not cast blame upon his daughter. Yet, long-standing rumors would not be dispelled by the feeble efforts of one man. Following the death of Chuan's mother, the townspeople only grew more convinced that Chuan was the true source of misfortune. Chuan felt immense sorrow, yet life must continue. Being inherently optimistic, she persevered despite these trials. Until one day, her father introduced her to a man adorned with tattoos of the demon cat. Her father, with fervent enthusiasm, addressed the man as the archbishop. They conversed late into the night, discussing matters beyond Chuan's comprehension. Influenced by this encounter, her father again presented the idol that Chuan had come to regard as a harbinger of doom. Alone with her father after her mother's death, Chuan felt an acute fear of being abandoned, concerned that her father might follow the man to the church, leaving her to fend for herself. For the first time, the once unflinching Chuan yearned for her father to awaken to reality, to not be deceived. Jiang Yan sensed the aura of the bizarre tale emanating from the man conversing with Chuan's father. It appeared that Chuan's story might be intertwined with the dark church. As he contemplated his next move to delve deeper into the peculiarities surrounding the man, time accelerated once more. Clearly, the system or rules were intent on preventing Jiang Yan from engaging with irrelevant matters or crucial characters within the narrative. In the blink of an eye, Chuan's father too succumbed to the plague, failing to escape the town with his daughter to seek refuge in the mysterious man's sanctuary. News of Chuan's orphan state reached distant relatives, who journeyed to the town, eager to claim her as part of their own family. Did they genuinely care for Chuan? No. They were enamored with the substantial wealth left by her parents, believing that with the inheritance, they could lead a life of comfort. Chuan rejected their advances. Having endured the loss of her parents, she had become indifferent and wise beyond her years. Her blood-red eyes fixed upon the grotesque visages of those who sought to exploit her. Chapter 58. The apostle of the demon cat. Those relatives, seeing their gentle approaches fail, resorted to intimidation. They took advantage of Chuan's isolation, hurling accusations at her blood-red eyes, claiming they were a gift from a demon, bringing misfortune to all who gazed upon them. As night fell, she stood at Chuan's doorstep, threatening to hang him. Amidst the growing public sentiment, the increasingly influential church members joined in this plot of murder. They would sporadically splash Chuan with holy water, shamelessly proclaiming, "The sacred water will cleanse your sins." Daughter of the demon, source of the plague. Ostracized and unable to articulate her suffering, Chuan found herself isolated. As those who were lucid preferred to silently observe this farce rather than speak out on her behalf. Would her fate culminate in death? Jiang Yan lifted his gaze, looking at Chuan with the eyes of a dying person. Young and lacking the strength or courage to resist the unfounded slander, she was plagued by a relentless burden. Under prolonged pressure, she was diagnosed with mental exhaustion, suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations. Stripped of her lifeline, Chuan, rich yet unable to escape her fate, placed her hopes in a divine statue, not the demon cat her father had worshipped, but a true deity that the indigenous people revered. She yearned for divine protection and redemption. Alas, the divine did not exist. Despite her generous donations and hiring workers to renovate the church and erect a new statue, the deity she believed in remained absent. A member of the church, recognizing that Chuan had no more wealth to extract, callously abandoned her. Chuan found herself destitute, devoid of utility and aware of the church's blemish. Her ultimate fate was nothing less than death. On a quiet night, unable to sleep and succumbing to hallucinations, Chuan stealthily approached the church to pray, only to be brutally slain by church members. On that blood-soaked night, a wooden stake pierced her heart. Clad in tattered black garments, Chuan died in the wilderness. Was this the end of the story? Jiang Yan stood beside her, helplessly watching the girl's life slip away. He felt powerless, unable to intervene. A strange space? Where are you? Belle's voice echoed from behind. Don't you know? Jiang Yan was puzzled, curious about how Belle had arrived. After all, everything he was experiencing should be an illusion. There was no reason for Belle to be here. I don't know. All I know is that after you entered the small room, my vision turned dark, and my hearing was nullified. It was only recently that I saw the light and heard sounds, trying to navigate with my hair, only to be sucked in by a strange force and find myself standing behind you. Belle shrugged and pointed at Chuan, questioning, Isn't she dying? Are you going to help her? I cannot save her. I cannot touch her. Jiang Yan explained, extending his hand to reach Chuan. His palm passed through her once more, creating a cascade of both illusory and tangible light and shadow. Upon learning the truth, Belle stepped closer, a look of regret on her face as she gazed at Chuan. What a pity. Humans are so fragile that such a small wound can lead to their demise. The wound is quite significant, Jiang Yan remarked, his eyelid twitching. The wooden stake had indeed pierced Chuan's abdomen. Such an injury was a horrific and fatal wound in both the real world and the realm of tales. Amid their conversation, the nearly lifeless Chuan suddenly beheld the deity her father had worshipped, a demon resembling a black cat. The appearance of this demon sent chills down Belle's spine. This was a tale far beyond her comprehension, and even as a projection, the oppressive aura was enough to trigger her instincts. I can grant you life, grant you power, but you must believe in me wholeheartedly and construct a paradise suitable for my harvest of faith. Will you help me? Tears streamed down Chuan's face, not clear tears, but blood tears filled with resentment and joy. She had never imagined that in her final moments. The one to aid her would be the demon cat rather than the deity of the church. I am willing to become your most loyal servant. Please grant me a name. With that, the 15-year-old Chuan closed her eyes, earnestly awaiting the demon cat's salvation. From this moment, you shall be my apostle in this world. I bestow upon you the name. At this juncture, Jiang Yan realized that Chuan was the bishop of the dark church, the apostle of the demon cat. However, why was his trial to witness Chuan's past? Did the bishop already harbor suspicions about him? Or had his title as an Encyclopedia of Tales altered the trial from an assessment to an exploration of resonant narratives? Unlike before, Jiang Yan now observed him with greater seriousness, hoping to uncover flaws and vulnerabilities in Chuan's past. The resurrected girl transformed the stake that had pierced her body into a wooden cross, limping homeward. Her body underwent a metamorphosis. Her crimson round pupils morphed into orange-yellow vertical ones. Her stature grew taller, and her neck elongated slightly. Even her gait resembled that of a cat, and was transitioning from human to tail. Upon returning home, and opened the drawer containing letters written by her father to a friend. The letter stated, "You tell me that the God I conceived is as foolish as humans, trapped by the inherent flaws of humanity, denying themselves, oppressing their kind in the name of divinity. They excel at fabricating time, using sunlight to mask their folly, while pretending to be saints." Gazing at the letter for a long while, and picked up a pen and continued writing. "I will make all lies pay a price. If there is no sun in this world, then I, along with the deity, will create a black sun, even if it requires sacrificing my heart of truth that symbolizes self." After finishing the letter, and shed her clothes and, moving with the speed of a cat, rushed to the church, slaughtering those hypocritical humans. She donned the nun's habit, took up the cross, and used the power of the tale to amend the scripture, altering the statue. "Deity, humans do not deserve to gaze upon your true form. You must be cloaked in armor to prevent those hypocritical humans from defiling you with their sight." With that, the statue of the true God corroded with black liquid, gradually transforming into the likeness of the demon cat. Once the statue of the demon cat was established, and forged an outer layer of angelic armor to conceal the truth. Only true believers could sense you, my merciful Lord. Chapter 59, The Elixir. One cannot deny Anne's remarkable initiative, having completed the construction of the demon cat's church. She immediately began poring over the books left by the deity. Jiang Yan leaned in to take a look and discovered that the text contained a wealth of esoteric knowledge, surpassing the typical limits accessible to ordinary tales. It is worth noting that the survival of most tales relies on their inherent rules of death, commonly described as the food chain of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. Few tales aspire to emulate apostle and by studying esoteric knowledge. The number of tales capable of achieving true accomplishments is exceedingly rare. Most tales prefer to rely on their innate hunting instincts, consuming living prey, or their kin. Even those with the intellect and capability to learn esoteric knowledge as a secondary means of survival, such as the newly ascended apostle, and face greater challenges in progressing, striving for higher levels of existence. Therefore, Jiang Yan doubted that apostle and could master significant esoteric powers. As time ticked away, despite Anne's deep contemplation and efforts to construct esoteric knowledge, she was unable to extract formidable power from the books left by the demon cat. The only skill she acquired involved potion concoction and the use of tools for divination, prophecy, and even curses. Seeing this, and reluctantly set aside the ancient texts left by the deity to focus on the development of the church. Before that, she needed to deal with some bothersome enemies to establish a kingdom solely for the deity. A dreadful plague has descended, sweeping across the entirety of the Western continent. The death toll has risen sharply due to the epidemic, and the populace, engulfed in panic, has yet to find effective means of prevention and control. Curiously, this plague appears to spread exclusively within certain cities. Even more unsettling is the fact that in every afflicted city, as night falls and silence envelopes the streets, a grotesque figure resembling a distorted head and moving with feline grace emerges, wielding a wooden stake. This being is always clad in blood-stained black attire, with two sleek black wildcats perched upon its back, gleaming with an oily sheen. Let all traitors pay the price. I shall be the most loyal servant of the divine. The last image that Jiang Yan beheld was that of Apostle and viciously thrusting the wooden stake into the body of a member of the Church of the True Deity. Her face was a mask of madness, instilling fear in all who gazed upon her. Thus, it was with astonishment that the indifferent Apostle beheld this scene. After all, those who consumed her concocted potions rarely regained their senses within 5 minutes. The mildest outcome left them forever daft, while the severest resulted in immediate death. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unremarkable number 54 managed to hold on to his senses for 10 minutes. Apostle had long ago grasped a truth. Humanity is frail and hypocritical. They profess faith in the divine and willingly endure hardship within the dark cathedral, yet their true motives revolve around the elusive pursuit of eternal life and divine favor. Trampling upon others in the process, merely putting on a facade to protect the divine from humanity's defilement. She concocted this potion with the intent of preventing all men from becoming true sons of the church and sharing the divine gaze. Yet, how did number 54 survive? What visions did he behold amidst the torment of endless suffering, resentment, and regret? Just as Apostle was preparing to probe Jiang Yan's soul with a unique ability, the suffocatingly anxious Sister E softly inquired, Apostle, did number 54 pass the selection? He has, Apostle replied after a moment of silence, interrupted in her concentration. For those nuns who met her aesthetic standards and was never stingy. After all, within her twisted worldview, it was solely these women, devoted to the divine, who aligned with her entire impression and fantasy of motherhood. Thank you, Your Excellency. Shall I take him down now? Sister E's face radiated joy. Number 54's acknowledgement by Apostle signified that her judgment was as astute as the Apostle's. With newfound confidence, Sister E's gaze towards Jiang Yan softened, a faint smile gracing her lips. Not receiving an immediate response from Apostle, Sister E, brimming with excitement, took Jiang Yan's hand and prepared to leave the Apostle's quarters. However, just as Sister E grasped Jiang Yan's hand, she was abruptly halted by Apostle's voice. E, you're a bit too hasty. And S.I. sharpened, her tone devoid of emotion. You both stay. I have more to discuss. The humanoid enigma exhibited a keen interest in Jiang Yan. I have been too impatient, as per your teachings. Sister E quickly retracted her hand from Jiang Yan's, offering an apologetic gesture towards and observing this, and displayed a gentle smile, extending her slender, pale fingers towards a room within the room. Your position as a deacon requires elevation. Fortuitously, that room contains what you need. Go prepare it, consume it, and take the opportunity to converse more with number 54, the pre-selected son. I can sense that his feelings towards you stem more from unfamiliarity. This is not the atmosphere suitable for a good mother and son. Having uttered these words, Apostle seemed to have urgent matters pressing upon her. Vanishing into the shadows before Sister E could express her gratitude. I understand. Sister E glanced at Jiang Yan, and perhaps due to Apostle's reminder, her demeanor towards him turned cold once more. Nevertheless, she delivered a stern warning. Once we exit this door, you are forbidden from disclosing anything about the Apostle to anyone. Regardless of who inquires, you must feign ignorance. Do you understand? I understand, Sister E. Rationality quietly diminished by 10 points. Bell remained obediently in the space. With a new line of text appearing, in a special domain, release is prohibited. Whether this was due to an S rules or the influence of her mystical abilities, Jiang Yan refrained from making any rash moves, maintaining the pretense of ignorance as he followed the nun. Upon entering a small door, Jiang Yan was astonished by the array of implements within. Countless jars contained various substances, each labeled with dates and times, resembling a modern medical facility where one might study the classification and functions of diverse medicines. Isn't it astonishing? My reaction was similar when I first entered. Sister E remarked as she quickly gathered her rightful materials onto the large table, igniting a flame to prepare her concoction. Chapter 60. The nun's weakness. Preparing one's own potion is indeed a tedious task. After arranging the materials and donning gloves adorned with a purple hexagram, Sister E preheated the pot and glanced at Jiang Yan. Very well, Sister E. The young man settled onto a wooden stool, appearing exceptionally docile and endearing. Sister E nodded in satisfaction, continuing her potion making. While not absolute, A prevailing atmosphere existed among most mothers and apprentice sons within the church, resembling that of a mother and child. The higher the rank and closer to the top of the hierarchy, the less inclined the mothers were to instruct their sons. With number 54 earning Apostle and S approval, having consumed the potion without mishap, Sister E naturally seized this rare opportunity, attempting to foster a harmonious relationship with him, provided he truly regarded her as a mother and refrained from crossing her boundaries. The biological specimens contained within glass vials were primarily lifeless or exorbitantly priced auxiliary materials, requiring only adherence to proportions and sequences for preparation. However, she could not personally handle the final principal ingredient. Number 54, come here. After beckoning Jiang Yan over, Sister E pointed towards a half-latticed wooden box nearby. I need you to retrieve a snake from within, then use a small knife to slice it open and extract its innards for me. Seemingly concerned that Jiang Yan might falter, Sister E added, these snakes are non-venomous and possess small teeth. Do not be afraid. I understand. I will complete the task. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze towards the wooden box not far away, smiling briefly and joyfully. He sensed Sister E's fear. What was she afraid of the snakes within the box? A slight smile graced his lips, revealing genuine amusement as he glanced at Belle's state before striding towards the box containing the snakes. Upon lifting the intricately designed lid of the box, Jiang Yan beheld a writhing mass of snakes within. Were these the so-called harmless creatures Sister E spoke of? Even if Jiang Yan lacked knowledge of snakes, he understood a fundamental truth within the animal kingdom. The more vividly adorned a creature appears, the more potent its toxins are likely to be. Thus, the vibrant array of snakes within the box surely harbored terrifying venom. To attempt to grasp a snake barehanded and dissect it was nothing less than folly. He was no expert in snake handling, capable of seizing the creature by its 7 inches and swiftly decapitating it. Silently retreating a step, Jiang Yan turned to Sister E and inquired, could I have a thicker pair of gloves? I fear I may not hold on to the snake securely, allowing it to escape. All right. Initially intending to refuse Jiang Yan, Sister E decisively retrieved a matching pair of gloves from the box upon hearing the possibility of a snake escaping. Unbeknownst to her, every action she took was keenly observed by Jiang Yan. Wearing gloves, Jiang Yan tentatively extended his hand, brushing against the writhing mass of intertwined serpents. The serpents, unperturbed by the external touch, showed no reaction, and even when Jiang Yan instinctively squeezed one, it merely altered its course, slithering away to a less accessible spot. With the assurance that the snakes would not suddenly reveal their venomous fangs, Jiang Yan confidently retrieved 2 snakes from the box. He swiftly placed one vibrant green serpent into his spatial pocket without a hint of embarrassment or trepidation, while the other serpent was brought closer to the alchemical station. Wait. You will dissect it by the nearby water pool. Do not let it approach me. The expression of Sister E transformed as a massive rat head began to take shape but reverted to its original state when Jiang Yan halted. A rat-type specter? No wonder she feared snakes. Realizing Sister Yi's true form, Jiang Yan changed his tone, speaking with a newfound levity. Could you assist me with the tools and advise me on how to proceed with the dissection of this snake? Are you not adept in this? Struggling against her revulsion, Sister E approached Jiang Yan with difficulty, her aroma undergoing a drastic shift. The stench of the sewers enveloped them, unbeknownst to her. I grew up in an orphanage, never encountering such things. Did you not know? Jiang Yan inhaled deeply, his shoulders slumping as if he had lost all vigor. His pitiful gaze met Sister Yi's. His spirit visibly diminished. My apologies, I did not realize you were selected from a normal household. Sister Yi spoke truthfully, for as a deaconess, she was entirely unaware of Jiang Yan's past. All she knew was that he was designated as number 54, a candidate fitting for the pre-selected saint. It was only natural that those in higher positions cared little for the origins of those beneath them. Thus, Sister E feigned sympathy and regret, while internally harboring disdain for the serpents and for the number 54 who required her assistance in fetching tools. It matters not. I should be the one apologizing. What? Nothing. Jiang Yan caught the scalpel tossed by Sister E, turned on the faucet, and began dissecting the writhing spotted snake. Soon, he extracted its innards, leaving the carcass submerged in the pool. With the snake's entrails as the primary ingredient, Sister E swiftly concocted a fragrant green liquid in a pot. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the liquid, knowing that drinking it would liberate her from the primal fear that haunted her. At that moment, she would rise above her flawed peers, emerging as a formidable force in the new generation of the Black Church. However, it was unfortunate that Archbishop N had mentioned allocating some of the potion to number 54. She ladled the potion into 2 bowls, waiting for it to cool. eager to ascend to a more potent specter. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who stood aside pondering his next move, received a warning from Belle. Do not allow her to drink the potion. If she consumes it, unforeseen consequences may arise. In the Black Church's domain, Belle's ability to observe fate had significantly heightened. The price she paid was her inability to manifest in certain areas, forced to remain in the spatial realm, immobile. Understood. With the hint in mind, Jiang Yan approached Sister E, feigning an interest in the instruments while discreetly releasing the green snake. Perhaps due to hunger, the freed serpent flicked its tongue, sensing the air, and decisively slithered towards Sister E, who was poised to drink the potion. As the green snake reached her thigh, the unsuspecting Sister E was about to sip the potion when Jiang Yan suddenly exclaimed, Sister E, be careful. Chapter 61. A tumultuous battle. Jiang Yan's voice startled Sister E. She failed to comprehend what threat could lurk in Archbishop N's treasure chamber that warranted such a loud warning. Startled, she nearly lost her grip on the potion. In a flurry, she set the potion aside, preparing to chastise Jiang Yan for his lack of decorum, when her peripheral vision caught sight of the green snake advancing towards her upper body. A snake? Sister E could not fathom how it had emerged from the wooden box and made its way to her. In a moment of panic, she resorted to invoking the rule of death. She was reluctant to do so, as the Black Church had strict regulations prohibiting formal members from revealing their supernatural powers to outsiders. The use of such powers could lead to unnecessary complications and potentially tarnish the Church's reputation. However, failing to act against the serpent would exacerbate her own fear of her nemesis, potentially instigating chaos that would result in severe repercussions. Thus, with the invocation of her abilities, Sister E summoned a horde of rats from the vicinity. The rats scurried through the hidden passageways, baring their sharp teeth as they lunged at the green serpent. Within a minute, the unfortunate creature was entirely devoured, leaving no remnants. Taking advantage of Sister E's distraction, Jiang Yan effortlessly drained the potion from the bowls and released Belle. Forget everything you just witnessed. Once she regained her composure, Sister E patted her chest and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yan. With a brisk stride, she approached the altar. Having grown weary of the pain caused by her floss, she needed to resolve this cursed predicament swiftly. Upon reaching the altar and glancing at the bowls, she froze in disbelief. Where's my potion? Where did the 2 bowls of carefully brewed liquid go? The situation escalated, and Sister Yi's composure shattered. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yan, her face contorted with rage. Where's my potion? It was just in the bowl. Was it you? Did you steal it? Before succumbing to madness, Sister E did not forget to scan the rats she had summoned, ensuring none had consumed the potion. After confirming that the rats were innocent and there were no intruders, she turned her gaze to Jiang Yan, who remained calm and silent, utterly devoid of explanation. This pushed her over the edge. Congratulations, player. You have thoroughly enraged the Rat Queen, Lady Ishu. One of the hidden rules of the Black Church, killing any specter that violates the iron rules will go unnoticed. Conversely, players who are killed will also remain undetected. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Yan grasped that his previous actions had indeed been a gamble worth taking. After all, the structure of the Black Church's domain differed vastly from that of the New Forest Academy, imposing significant restrictions on players' movements and identities, thus providing potential means of resolution and loopholes. Driving the specters to madness and stripping them of their established roles served as the greatest protection for players. However, this came with the caveat that players must retain the capability to defend themselves and defeat these entities after provoking their ire. As Jiang Yan pondered this, an enraged Sister E summoned several deceased rat carcasses. The remnants were hurled into the air, and in an instant, Sister Yi's head morphed into a furry rat's head, her crimson eyes flickering ominously. The carcasses coalesced into 3 complete rat bodies that circled around Sister E. With a piercing scream, Sister E unleashed the 3 corpses toward Jiang Yan. Their speed in the air rivaled that of a cheetah, striking Jiang Yan within a second. However, at the moment Sister E unleashed her scream to attack, Belle had already shielded Jiang Yan with her hair. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rather than Jiang Yan being bitten, Sister E watched in horror as the assembled rat carcasses were ensnared and crushed by the hair that had emerged from nowhere. The already fragile carcasses, effective only for stealth attacks, were obliterated, splattering dark green blood across the ground. This scene rendered Sister Yi's already grotesque rat head even more repugnant. She could hardly fathom how fragile, powerless humans could wield mysterious powers. It was known that her mice could move at speeds beyond the perception of the human eye. Thus, Even if Subject 54 possessed some arcane abilities, it should not have been so effortless to withstand her. You are no ordinary individual. What is your true purpose for joining the Black Church? Sister Ease, with her menacing agape, spoke in a voice that reverberated with an unsettling echo. But it mattered not whether you spoke or remained silent. As long as you revealed your transgressions to Archbishop On, my ascension would be assured. With that, she summoned more corpses of mice to assail Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, she remained vigilant, carefully surveying her surroundings to ensure that those damned strands of hair were not nearby. Mice of varying sizes attacked Jiang Yan from multiple angles. However, before they could reach him, they were ensnared by a multitude of strands, drawn in and rendered as sustenance. Regardless, even if Sister Ease attempted to close in on Jiang Yan for a direct assault, she would find herself repelled by the strands emerging from her robe. As a low-level urban myth who had not properly studied the rules of death, Sister Ease was no match for Belle. Before long, the massive head of the mouse could no longer utter its taunts. Breathless, Sister Ease temporarily ceased her onslaught, her crimson eyes reflecting disbelief. This cannot continue. I cannot outlast this accursed Subject 54. Indeed, even at this juncture, Sister Ease remained obstinately defiant. She merely perceived Subject 54 as a test of endurance, failing to recognize that death was imminent. In her impatience, Sister Ease resorted to her ultimate trump card. In her hand appeared a pure white monkey skull, a treasured relic gifted by a secluded nun deeply devoted to her craft within the depths of the Black Church. This artifact was a one-time use item of great rarity, hence, Sister Ease would never employ it unless absolutely necessary. What a boon for you. Gritting her teeth, Sister Ease pressed her hand upon the skull, deliberately activating the curse contained within. Wisps of violet energy seeped from the skeletal head, gradually coalescing into a curved dagger, poised to strike at Jiang Yan's heart. Upon witnessing this dagger, Jiang Yan's heart involuntarily convulsed with pain. This might involve an artifact that touched upon the realm of souls, compelling Jiang Yan to retrieve an item from his spatial inventory. It was an ancient tome he had acquired after founding the New Lin Academy. The book bore the imprint of a deep brown eye, appearing rather intimidating. A gift from him. System notification. This artifact may only be utilized thrice per week. Exceeding this limit will result in the user becoming a page within the ancient tome, their past, present, and future cataloged by its master. Chapter 62. The power of the ancient tome within its pages lay powers beyond human comprehension. However, as a newly appointed principal, Jiang Yan had yet to master its intricacies. For now, he could only unleash the energies contained within. As for the source of this power or its unique effects, he could not guarantee anything. In simpler terms, the tome would provide the user with the type of ability they sought. What Jiang Yan required at this moment was merely the strength to counter the monkey skull. Immediately thereafter, a deep purple dagger was hurled by the nun, aimed directly at Jiang Yan's heart. A sharp sound pierced the air as the protective barrier shattered, dissipating into the atmosphere. The nun's confident, unstoppable curse was abruptly dismantled. The skull, having lost its cursed potency, began to crack, with deep violet smoke vanishing without a trace from its eye sockets. Clearly, as a one-time use artifact, the cursed skull had fulfilled its purpose and was rendered entirely obsolete. How could this be? This is impossible. The deity you worship seems to hold you in such high regard. What merits do you possess? Sister Ease, who had envisioned Subject 54 being pierced through the heart by the cursed dagger, succumbing to a state of feigned death, was utterly shattered. As a fervent devotee of her deity, Sister Ease sensed the inexplicable aura that surrounded Jiang Yan. She could not accept, nor would she believe, that Subject 54 could wield divine power so effortlessly. That unfamiliar force instilled within her an overwhelming sense of dread, mingled with jealousy and envy. Ah, are you mistaken? Jiang Yan remarked, perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the singular use of the ability recorded in the ancient tome, he had taken no further action. Though he was unaware of the identity of the deity to which the nun referred, nor why it might favor him, such details were of little consequence, were they not? You blasphemer! By what right do you receive divine favor? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's indifferent remark, Sister Ease's body began to contort unnaturally. The fabric of her garment was pushed aside by a dense, gray fur, gradually bending her form into a hunched state. Her limbs transformed from human arms into sharp, clawed appendages reminiscent of rodents. Sister Ease emitted a primal, inhuman roar. For her, this day marked the most tumultuous and incomprehensible moment of her existence. A person accustomed to a life of misfortune, suddenly confronted by the legendary luck of the untouchable, would undoubtedly experience a surge of blood pressure. Sister Ease was the embodiment of that heightened tension. You shall perish. As Sister Ease underwent her transformation into a true urban myth, she writhed in agony, her screams echoing through the air. Jiang Yan made no move to intervene, remaining still as he awaited the inevitable. This was not an indication of his reliance on the tome's power. Rather, Belle had already executed a lethal maneuver. Just as Sister Ease completed her metamorphosis, her claws entwined with the disease of the plague, her eyes clouded with chaotic malady, Belle struck. Clad in a flowing, white gown reminiscent of the Middle Ages, she melded seamlessly with her surroundings as she launched her assault from behind. A statue-like screw, entwined with strands of hair, descended upon her target from above. First, the screw crashed down upon the skull of the mouse, splattering a wave of crimson. Subsequently, the statue-like hammer, effortlessly lifted by Belle, descended upon the screw's point of impact, delivering a second strike. The screw embedded itself perfectly within the brain of the mouse nun, its strands rapidly siphoning away every absorbable essence from within. Not content with this, the strands greedily exploited the orifice in the skull, burrowing deeper into the nun's mutated form. In no time at all, the once massive rat shrank significantly, due to Sister Ease's violation of the rules resulting in her demise. There was no need for Jiang Yan or Belle to clean up the aftermath. The rules automatically concealed her remains. Moreover, Jiang Yan and the others present in the instance could barely recall her visage, demeanor, or even the sound of her voice. Only a select few core urban myths within the Black Church instance retained a vague awareness, having received some intuitive hints concerning the unfortunate incident. This was the power of the rules. You have slain the most devoted follower of the Black Church. Your actions have displeased a certain deity. But due to the constraints of the rules, it is unable to exact retribution upon you. Next, please proceed to the guidance center of the Black Church within half an hour, affirming that you have received Archbishop An's endorsement and have distinguished yourself among the selection of prospective saints. The system notification resonated with precision, seemingly trivial, yet imbued with profound significance. From this statement, Jiang Yan deduced that the deity of the Black Church was not a true god. Otherwise, the title would not bear a crimson hue, but rather a divine one. Nevertheless, the thought of being observed by a deity-level urban myth was hardly a pleasant notion. With a sigh, Jiang Yan took Belle and left, but not before conducting a brief sweep of the collection vault from it. Although he had no use for these items in this instance, they might prove beneficial in the future. After all, the space in his backpack was quite ample, so it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Following the guidance to the focal point of the Black Church, Jiang Yan was captivated by a peculiar sculpture nearby. It bore a striking resemblance to a tortured soul, standing in stark contrast to the ambience promoted by the Black Church. As Jiang Yan approached to scrutinize the enigmatic sculpture, a system alert accompanied by blood-red text suddenly flashed before him. Warning: do not explore or observe the 4-star sculpture unrelated to the current instance. Jiang Yan halted his advance. At that moment, a woman clad in black veils, her face partially obscured by a scarf, appeared before him. Coldly, she inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 63. 6 Selections. Who are you? The woman in black veils repeated, interrupting Jiang Yan's contemplation. The aura she exuded was saturated with an unsettling vibe, her murderous intent almost palpable. Briefly summarizing the situation seemed prudent, Jiang Yan spoke without hesitation. "I am number 54. One of the prospective holy sons personally selected by Bishop An." After stating this, he felt compelled to emphasize that it was the bishop who had sent him here for training, with hopes of him becoming a holy son of the Black Church. While the earlier statements were factual, the last one was pivotal. From Sister Yi's reaction, it was clear that Bishop An held a position of great esteem within the Black Church. Thus, most of the supernatural beings would likely refrain from provoking her. Upon learning that Jiang Yan was a chosen candidate for the Holy Son selection process, the woman in black veils momentarily appeared taken aback, before adopting a more amiable demeanor, her gaze scrutinizing him as if he were a rare artifact. Her attention lingered on his black hair and dark brown eyes. It seemed that black held a special significance within the Black Church, having been appraised multiple times by such a familiar gaze. Jiang Yan surmised that his hair and eye color might very well be the key to breaking the impasse, as these supernatural beings appeared to favor such traits. "Since you are a pre-selected holy son chosen by Bishop An, I shall not pursue your tardiness," the woman in black veils remarked, a glimmer of light flickering in her covered eyes, her smile mingling with a hint of concealed malice. With an elegant turn, she rested her left hand on her hip and, with her right, produced a black leather book from an unknown source, adopting a posture as if to peruse its contents. "Follow me inside, number 54. Jiang Yan followed closely behind the woman, stepping through the grand entrance reminiscent of a palace. The interior, akin to a lavish guest house, was adorned with black carpets that seemed to stretch endlessly. The corridor was long and spacious, devoid of decorative embellishments. However, the lighting was adequate, as sunlight streamed through the windows, clearly illuminating the outside scenery. After walking alongside the woman for several minutes, they reached a brightly lit corner on the right, where the illumination was significantly more pronounced than in the corridor. Jiang Yan intended to utilize his age advantage by hiding behind the woman in black veils to observe the interior scene. Yet, as he approached the doorway, he was met with an overwhelming sense of malevolence emanating from within. Indistinct, hostile gazes had already fixated upon him. In such a precarious situation, attempting to conceal himself would undoubtedly prove imprudent. Merely peeking in could lead to being perceived as an easy target by those harboring ill intentions. Thus, Jiang Yan decisively altered his strategy, stepping forward confidently from behind the woman. Without the human shield, he could now discern the interior layout. Rows of wooden long tables and benches were neatly arranged, leading toward a central sculpture, divided into two columns. Seated upon the benches were 5 youths, all of whom appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Yan in this instance. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the selected prospective holy sons. The atmosphere here was notably more oppressive than outside, with the walls uniformly painted a deep crimson, adorned with murals commonly found in biblical texts. However, unlike the real world, most of these murals depicted angels and demons. The audacious color palette combined with the distorted artistic style evoked an immediate sense of discomfort. The stifling environment was compounded by the fact that the grand classroom contained only one window, allowing minimal sunlight and breeze to enter. It was no wonder that the lights had to remain on in this room. Who is he? He looks about our age. Is he here to compete for the Holy Son title? I hadn't heard of such a person being in the church before. His hair color is so strange. I don't like it. The boys, noting the silence from the woman in black veils, instinctively began to discuss the identity of the newcomer. Silence. Have you forgotten the etiquette I instructed you? The woman in black veils, unfazed by their chatter, wore a stern expression. Her left hand gripped a teaching rod she had taken from the wall, each of her movements exuding a mysterious elegance tinged with severity. Apologies, Lady Kata. As Kata's demeanor grew increasingly serious, the prospective holy sons hastily apologized, fearing they might become the subject of her harsh teachings. You, sit next to him, Kata instructed, pointing to an empty seat in the first row on the far left. Jiang Yan obediently walked over, offering a polite smile to the slender boy seated beside him before taking a seat. As soon as he settled in, the boy leaned in conspiratorially, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. Hey, what's your name? I'm number 74, but you can call me Xiaogu. The slight tremor in Xiaogu's body was not due to fear of Jiang Yan, but rather excitement, as he typically found himself marginalized by the other 4 prospective holy sons. The sudden addition of another candidate filled him with exhilaration. 54. Jiang Yan had not intended to converse much with Xiaogu, but upon seeing his innocent, bright eyes, he added, You can call me Xiao Jiang, like the river. Oh. Okay. Got it. Xiao Jiang. Xiaogu beamed, but as Kata approached the center, he quickly masked his smile. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan and Xiaogu's brief exchange, Kata, now at the center, cleared her throat. Today marks the first day of the official selection of holy sons for the Black Church, and the commencement of the elimination process. An examination will be conducted every other day, and those with the lowest scores will be eliminated. Do you all understand? Under Kata's scrutinizing gaze, the others nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their comprehension. A faint smile graced Kata's lips as she continued, Today's agenda is extensive, so I will have your matron bring you meals. After this meal, you will have no further opportunities to eat today. Is that clear? Understood. The other 5 prospective holy sons nodded in unison, while Jiang Yan quietly raised his hand after hearing Kata's announcement. Number 54, do you have something to say? Kata frowned, impatiently signaling for him to express himself. Kata, I have yet to be assigned a matron, so my meal. Jiang Yan offered an awkward smile, glancing at Kata with uncertainty. I'll arrange for an extra portion to be sent. Upon learning that Jiang Yan had not yet been assigned a matron, Kata displayed little emotional reaction and turned her attention back to other important matters, confirming that the prospective holy sons understood without needing further explanation. Kata instructed them to memorize the doctrines of the Black Church before proceeding to supervise the matrons in preparing the meals. Initially, the boys around Jiang Yan diligently recited the doctrines, but as time passed, the more playful, restless youths could no longer sit still. Chapter 64. Meals and Tasks, the Unexpected Transfer Student. In response, a small group, already familiar with one another, approached Jiang Yan with ill intentions. Among them, a rather burly young man who appeared to have matured earlier than his peers took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hey, newcomer, what's your number? How did you manage to get selected by the matron midway through?" Jiang Yan slowly replied, "I am number 54. As for my sudden entry, you might want to ask the bishop rather than me. You should be more courteous. Our elder brother is the most qualified to become the saint," chimed in another boy with a gap-toothed grin, puffing out his chest and looking down at Jiang Yan disdainfully. "Cough, cough, cough, keep it down," interjected a boy with number 33 embroidered on his clothing, his mood slightly brightening, a smile of confidence returning to his face. "Well then, I wish you success in becoming the saint." Jiang Yan half-heartedly congratulated him, as he had no desire to become the saint of the demon cat. Who knew what peculiarities that eerie entity might possess? You. Number 33 was taken aback by Jiang Yan's indifference, his triumphant expression quickly darkening. Before long, Lady Kata entered, pushing a wooden cart laden with cream bread, fresh milk, and even beef. The mingled aromas created a delightful symphony of fragrances. As the enticing scents wafted through the air, Jiang Yan felt an intense pang of hunger, or perhaps it was not merely an illusion. There was something amiss with the food. To confirm his suspicions, he instinctively asked, "Lady Kata, may I inquire if we are allowed to eat the food on the cart? It's not that I don't want to eat, but I believe such offerings should be prioritized for the divine, as we may not be worthy." His voice trailed off, yet his eyes betrayed a longing for the meal. In response, Lady Kata pulled out a small notebook and awarded Jiang Yan 3 points. The others, though envious of Jiang Yan's added points, were primarily focused on their hopes of indulging in these otherwise unattainable delicacies. Aware that the food might be compromised, Jiang Yan refrained from further inquiries and glanced at number 74, who also yearned for the feast. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yan leaned closer and whispered, "After the usual rations, refrain from touching anything else. Those foods might be problematic." "Huh?" Number 74, slender and seemingly uncoordinated, displayed a sharp intellect. Upon Jiang Yan's considerate warning, he comprehended that Lady Kata's earlier remarks might signify a form of assessment. Today's test likely revolved around endurance and self-control. Those who succumbed to temptation would inevitably face elimination. As their contemplation lingered, the cart was pushed forward. Those lacking discernment had already begun to seize the food, quite literally. Even if they could not consume such quantities, they were unwilling to leave any for others, particularly for the newly arrived Jiang Yan and the usually timid number 74, who were sure to receive special attention. Lady Kata observed this scene with a detached demeanor, refraining from chastising their behavior, which starkly contradicted the expectations of a saint. When the cart finally reached Jiang Yan, the milk and cake were gone, leaving only some scraps of meat and the usual dry bread. Taking a piece of black bread and a cup of seemingly innocuous water, Jiang Yan began to eat leisurely, ignoring the childish boys behind him who chewed loudly and obnoxiously. He concentrated on the dry, tasteless bread in his hands. "Number 54, do you want some cream bread? Just call me Big Brother and I'll share," one boy taunted. Noticing that Lady Kata was not focused on their antics, he doubted anyone could resist the allure of the noble delicacies. Number 54 is no noble. What is he pretending for? "Big Brother, if you don't want your share, just give it to me. Why waste it on him?" A dim-witted boy in the back chimed in, his face smeared with remnants of cream and milk. "What he said makes sense. It's better to give it to me." "I don't need it," Jiang Yan retorted coolly, taking another sip of water before casting a disdainful glance at the boys behind him as he continued to nibble on his small piece of bread. The insulted boy's lips moved slightly, as if cursing Jiang Yan, but with his head lowered and his mouth full, Jiang Yan could not discern any meaningful words. Before long, the abundance of food was devoured, and as mealtime concluded, Lady Kata instructed them to wipe their faces with the towels beneath the cart. "Today, we will engage in practical lessons. Everyone line up according to your numbers and follow me." Under the harsh light, Lady Kata's visage appeared both loathsome and imbued with an inexplicable air of mystery. The others, who had never dared to defy her, quickly arranged themselves in a line, trailing behind her as they exited the room. As they traversed the lengthy corridor and halted before a passageway of iron gates, the bewildered gazes of the selected candidates met Lady Kata's. Her voice shifted into a manic tone. "This is the realm where traitors to the master are confined. Today, your task is to instill doctrine within them, ensuring every word reaches their ears without omission. Upon witnessing their fearful expressions, she added, to guarantee your safety. The matron has already administered anesthetics to them. They are incapable of movement, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. If anything arises, simply ring the bell and call for me, and I will remain here until you voluntarily emerge. Do you understand? Understood. Initially apprehensive, the group, upon learning that the traitors were sedated and posed no threat, eagerly prepared to enter the cages to impart doctrine. After all, today was elimination day, and one among them would inevitably be cast out. No one wished to be expelled, especially after having savored the culinary delights reserved for the nobility. Excellent. Line up according to your numbers and stand at the corresponding doors. As each candidate entered their designated room, the wall above Lady Kata suddenly warped, replaced by a massive oval eye. Inside the prison-like environment, the illumination from the lights dimmed abruptly, suffusing the air with a stifling atmosphere. Lady Kata made no further movements, silently permitting the eye's presence. Each person was observed by an eye, quietly scrutinizing their conduct within the room. To them, the prison doors were merely a thin veil, a deceitful illusion to mislead the weak. Within the cage, as the dimness enveloped the space, Jiang Yan waited by the door for half a minute, allowing his eyes to adjust to the surroundings before cautiously stepping inside. The seemingly compact cell revealed a surprisingly spacious interior. After several tentative steps, Jiang Yan still did not see any prisoners and distinctly felt the temperature dropping. Rubbing his slightly chilled arms, he muttered under his breath, "What a dreadful setting. Why indulge in such nonsense?" As he continued forward, a faint light emerged, though visibility remained poor, and he still could not discern any figures ahead. However, what was that shadow lurking beside the light? Jiang Yan's steady breathing faltered. As he advanced deeper, the indistinct silhouette contorted in a manner uncharacteristic of a human, seemingly cowering from the candlelight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Yan's forehead, freezing him midair before it could touch the ground. The temperature here seems to be manipulated by some mysterious force, rendering human body heat and the temperature of objects completely disparate concepts. Jiang Yan gradually approaches the shadowy figure. Throughout this process, he alternates between blinking, fearful that the motionless shadow might suddenly launch an attack. The difficulty of the Black Church instance is significantly higher than that of Xinlin High School. One must remain perpetually calm, ensuring they are situated at a safe threshold to avoid triggering the death rules of the urban legends. Just as Jiang Yan believed he had maintained a relatively safe distance from the shadow, one that allowed for communication, the figure crouched on the ground to evade the candlelight suddenly vanished. Where could it have gone? Jiang Yan could hardly believe it. Despite alternating his blinking and slowing the frequency, the shadow could still disappear from his sight. Were the others facing similar entities? Was this instance merely designed to create trouble for the players? It was said that all the prisoners inside had been sedated and rendered immobile, though he grumbled internally. Jiang Yan did not forget to observe his surroundings. There was no trace of the shadow to his left, right, or above. Holding his breath, he approached the candle, noticing two inconspicuous black lines beneath it. Following the direction of these lines, Jiang Yan realized they led behind him. A chill crept down his spine as the frigid air poured down from above. Since entering the instance, he had rarely experienced such a heightened sense of alertness. If he were to be honest, he preferred those urban legends that thrived on violence over this eerie stillness. Regulating his breath to ensure his body remained agile, Jiang Yan slowly turned his head. "Hello?" he greeted, raising the doctrine in his hand, a tome bestowed upon them by Lady Kata, containing the doctrines and histories of the Black Church along with a plethora of heretical information. "Greetings, stranger," the indistinct shadow replied almost simultaneously to Jiang Yan, who stood beside the candle. "I am here to recite the doctrine. Although I understand you may not be fond of it, it is Lady Kata's wish, and I hope you can be understanding." The voice emanating from the shadow was a soft feminine tone. In response, Jiang Yan maintained his composure, opening the tome with a smile, attempting to influence her with a friendly demeanor. "I would prefer not to listen. Could you refrain from speaking?" Just as he spoke, the shadow stepped into the candlelight. The mysterious black veil enveloping her evaporated, granting Jiang Yan a clear view of her true form. She was a gaunt woman, her hair resembling a tangle of dried grass. Cracked lips and bloodshot eyes made her look akin to a patient recently released from a psychiatric hospital. Jiang Yan momentarily set aside the tome he had raised and, after a brief silence, addressed her. "I apologize, but this is my task. I must adhere to Lady Kata's demands if I wish to leave this place." "Why do you wish to leave?" The emaciated woman tilted her head, rising from the dusty ground and extending her arms as if preparing to embrace Jiang Yan. Isn't it better to stay here with me in this cell? Those outside are all deceivers, all villains. Do not trust their words. She spoke gently, yet her gaze bore the reflection of an entirely different reality. It was evident she was ready to consume Jiang Yan. In this world, there are no absolutes of black and white. Therefore, rather than believing your words, I would prefer to trust my own judgment. Please do not trouble yourself. Jiang Yan neither denied nor affirmed the woman's statements, leaving her death rules unfulfilled. Compelling her to endure in silence, her gaze twisted and morbid as she conveyed her thoughts. How can you say such things? Look at my body. Tormented by this grotesque and twisted group, you still do not believe my words. The woman wept, attempting to ensnare Jiang Yan within her verbal trap. You must be in league with them. I see it now. You are their accomplice. Madam, please cease your weeping. Can we not first complete the recitation of the doctrine before delving into this matter? Without allowing her to respond, Jiang Yan began to read from the first page of the tome. This boy truly deserves to die. One must understand that the doctrine of the Black Church, in a sense, serves as a counter to their death rules. Deprived of the upper hand, the woman, unable to tear Jiang Yan apart using the death rules, could only suffer through his recitation. As long as he completed the recitation without haste, granting her a moment to breathe, she would undoubtedly feast upon him. The gaunt woman listened dully to Jiang Yan's reading. He perceived the shift in her murderous intent to one of hatred, momentarily abandoning the notion of verbal persuasion. Though he did not comprehend the rapid changes occurring, he knew he must finish the recitation to escape. Thus, a strange tale unfolded as an urban legend coexisted harmoniously with a reciting youth for an extended period. Eventually, Lady Kata and the all-seeing eye investigated, discovering no disturbances, and left in disappointment. In the midst of this, Jiang Yan remained oblivious to the presence of a grayish cat that had appeared within the cell. This seemingly materialized gray cat licked the dust from its front paws, curiosity flickering in its pale green eyes. Soon after, the cat's awareness was seized by its master, the infamous Black Priestess. She was intrigued by Jiang Yan's abrupt departure from Xinlin High School towards the Black Church, which thrived on twisted faith. However, after surveying the area, the Black Priestess concluded that Jiang Yan's youthful appearance was likely due to his unauthorized intrusion into the Black Church, resulting in his being bound by its rules. Furthermore, she realized that the urban legends within the church were somewhat deranged, leading her to believe he had been brought in as an employee. Habitually licking her paws, the Black Priestess sensed the presence of urban legends outside the cell. Detecting two rather weak, yet barely adequate urban legends, she discreetly employed her power to alter the surrounding prison. She intended to assist Jiang Yan, aiming to dismantle the long-established church in her own fashion. Whether Jiang Yan could utilize her help or how he would confront the released urban legends was not her concern. After all, there was a saying in the urban legend community: she was a harbinger of uncertainty, adept at bringing misfortune to those around her. Having completed her small gift for Jiang Yan, the awareness of the gray cat returned to her form. After the Black Priestess departed, the gray cat meowed in dissatisfaction before vanishing alongside her. Simultaneously, the prison space underwent a transformation. The all-seeing eye and Lady Kata, positioned outside, distinctly sensed an invading force disrupting the rules. It appeared that the shackles binding the urban legends within the prison had been erased by this mysterious power. Save them. If we can save even one, we must select a qualified saint among them this year to offer to the divine. Lady Kata experienced an unusual surge of emotional turbulence, sending waves rippling around her. It seemed she genuinely cared about the fate of these individuals, at least for the moment, ensuring they would not all perish at the hands of the urban legends. The all-seeing eye, not idle, ventured into the adjacent cell to rescue the fortunate ones. As for Jiang Yan, he was unfortunately positioned at the back of the cell. By the time Lady Kata and the all-seeing eye arrived to assist, he would likely have only a few minutes left. During this interval, he would have to rely solely on himself. Let us converse amicably. Please refrain from any violent actions. Within the cell, the emaciated woman gradually began to take on a fuller form. Her body became infested with countless crawling insects, and her mouth elongated grotesquely like that of a legendary slit-mouthed woman, her teeth becoming razor-sharp. Her speed was astonishing, almost as if she were about to take flight. Had it not been for Jiang Yan's early detection of the anomalies within the cell, where he hastily discarded the grand ceremony, he would have been seized by the suddenly enraged woman. Yet, even so, the distance between them continued to diminish at a visibly alarming rate. Jiang Yan attempted to approach the entrance, but the woman would rather take a longer route to intercept him than allow him to move in that direction. The once firm concrete floor beneath him transformed into a yielding surface as crimson tongues emerged from the depths, ensnaring him as he lifted his foot. Jiang Yan found himself in an intimate encounter with the ground. Had he not redirected his movement, he might have had an indescribable contact with one of those tongues. His body crashed heavily onto the surface, devoid of pain, instead enveloped by its softness. By the time the woman arrived before him, Jiang Yan was ensconced by the ground, leaving only his feet capable of movement. Glancing at the wooden platform beside him, and then at the woman, he resolved to take a risk. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed her, "Sister, shall we sit and converse slowly? Must we resort to violence?" "No, disobedient children are devoured by adults," she replied, licking her lips. Her gaze fixated on the immobile Jiang Yan. "Relax, I shall preserve your tongue, fashioning it into my most exquisite masterpiece among these tongues." Her nails elongated menacingly, tracing Jiang Yan's body, contemplating where to commence her feast. To this, Jiang Yan calmly responded, "Since negotiation is off the table, might you crouch down to speak? I wish to behold your visage before my demise." "You wish to see my face? How peculiar," she said, indifferently crouching at his feet, beneath the wooden table. Indeed, upon witnessing her crouched position, Jiang Yan swiftly overturned the table, causing the candles atop to tumble onto her head. She shrieked, clutching her head in anguish. "Cursed be this candle, specially crafted by the Black Church. Its wick fashioned from the umbilical cords of deceased infants renders it lethally potent against her kind. Had she not been bound by black lines, preventing her from obliterating the candle, she would have reduced it to ashes long ago. Yet now, due to her momentary oversight, she was hastening her own demise. Subsequently, the resilient ground returned to its normal state, signifying the complete nullification of the woman's powers. She was nearing death. Jiang Yan coldly observed as flames consumed her form. Just as he intended to call for Bell, the sound of a lock turning echoed from outside the door. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Yan rolled on the ground, grasping a heavy tome, and cowered in a corner, trembling. Thus, when Lady Kata entered, she found a pitiful figure huddled in the corner. Her gaze first fell upon Jiang Yan, and upon confirming his survival, she scanned the other corners of the cell. Lady Kata noticed the overturned table and the extinguished candles. Yet the unbroken spirit of the untamed urban legend was conspicuously absent. What transpired here? She inquired as she approached Jiang Yan, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before lifting him to meet her gaze. "Do not fear, number 54, speak of all that you witnessed." Though she feigned patience to soothe the frightened Jiang Yan, she secretly initiated a subtle hypnosis. The power of the hypnosis entered Jiang Yan's being, only to be devoured by another mysterious force within him. Sensing an anomaly within himself, Jiang Yan exhibited little reaction, obediently raising his head to recount the events that had transpired. Initially, he had been imparting the doctrine to the woman, but she had inexplicably succumbed to madness. She had overturned the table, causing the candles to spill upon her. Chapter 67. They are coming. The subsequent proceedings required no elaboration from Jiang Yan. As one of the candle's creators, Lady Kata understood why the urban legend had vanished without a trace. It had been utterly consumed by the flames of the candle. Deprived of life, shaking her head, she cast a light curse of forgetfulness upon Jiang Yan, erasing the effects of the hypnosis. "Your assessment has concluded. Follow me." "Very well." Lady Kata. Clutching the hefty tome, Jiang Yan maintained a composed visage as he trailed behind her from the shadowy confines of the cell. He shifted the weighty volume from his left hand to his right, discreetly shaking out his left. While the rejuvenated physique was advantageous, his grip had diminished due to the adjustments and rules. At present, he found himself unable to adeptly manage this still-maturing form. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yan finally rounded a corner to behold the boys standing ahead. Each one appeared markedly different from their previously lively and energetic selves. Now, their faces were pale, and the fear and confusion occasionally flickering in their expressions rendered the atmosphere of the group rather oppressive. Clearly, they had encountered experiences within the cell akin to Jiang Yan's. 1, 2, 3. Alongside Jiang Yan, their number had dwindled from 6 to 4. Did this imply that the other two candidates had become sustenance for the urban legend? Such misfortune was indeed lamentable. Jiang Yan cast a sidelong glance at Lady Kata. Those two unfortunate boys, devoid of luck, had ultimately perished at the hands of the urban legend. In the dim light, even though they had all been subjected to a brainwashing curse, erasing all recollection of prior events, the physical repercussions were undeniable. Lady Kata expressed her inability to remedy the situation. While she wielded certain curses bestowed by deities, none possessed the power to alleviate the negative emotional burdens borne by human bodies. Were there such a cure? It would not be termed a curse, but rather a form of healing. Did we pass? One boy exclaimed. Lady Kata wouldn't deceive us. We truly succeeded. But aren't eliminations supposed to take only one? Why are two missing? As the seemingly composed 25 began to analyze the situation, Lady Kata, already irked by the loss of two candidates, grew increasingly agitated. With a scowl, she leaned toward 25 and coldly remarked, "Someone has breached the rules, resulting in their simultaneous elimination. Do you harbor any grievances regarding this outcome, 25? Forgive me, Lady Kata. It was my error. I should not have questioned such inconsequential matters." 25, who had never been so close to Lady Kata, hastily apologized, wishing to vanish into the ground or slap himself in self-reproach. Why speak so foolishly and provoke her ire? Let there not be a next time. Otherwise, you too shall face early dismissal. The Archbishop's insistence on seeking the souls favored by the demon cat from this group of males was indeed perplexing. The male saint, forever less reliable than the saintess. 25 lamented his fate, realizing that losing a competitor was a fortuitous turn of events, yet he had chosen to make a fool of himself. The two surviving fortunate souls shot a glance at 25 before turning their attention to the taciturn Jiang Yan, departing together. Their seemingly unbreakable friendship was but a fragile bubble, easily punctured. This was evident from their earlier defense of their leader, the boy who was notably larger than the rest. The elimination of their peer was a cause for celebration for them. Likewise, they remained oblivious to the fact that their absurd actions were a source of celebration for Jiang Yan. This indicated that at their core, they were merely twisted individuals intent on harming others for their own self-aggrandizement, posing no threat that Jiang Yan needed to treat with caution. Following them, they arrived at the temporary resting area on the 4th floor. On his journey, Jiang Yan, having encountered the solitary figure labeled 25, casually sought refuge in a vacant yet tidy room. After gently closing the door behind him and conducting a thorough search for any irregularities, he summoned Belle. As soon as Belle appeared, her gaze resolutely fixated on the plush bed, unburdened by the potential repercussions that Jiang Yan remained acutely aware of. After all, the mere fact that Jiang Yan had consented to her presence indicated that the present environment was relatively favorable, or at least suitable for hunting some feeble urban legends. "You certainly have a spirited disposition, unlike my tireless efforts laboring in the realm," Jiang Yan remarked, genuinely astonished as he observed Belle reclining on the bed. "Not at all. You are the esteemed principal of Xinlin High, whereas I am merely a minor urban legend toiling beneath you. I cannot compare to your stature," Belle replied. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the vanity mirror and its accoutrements. The room appeared to be tailored for a female occupant, and Belle took the opportunity to admire her reflection. "Your words are rather sardonic," Jiang Yan mused, initially hoping to seize the moment for some much-needed rest. However, just then, the system's notification chime echoed in the room. "Players, please be advised that the Black Cathedral Dungeon will welcome 10 new players tonight at midnight, initiating faction conflict mode. Prepare accordingly. Players, please note that an unexpected visitor will arrive tonight. Be prepared to receive her, as her demeanor will directly influence your subsequent gaming experience." Jiang Yan felt as though the game was toying with him. While the sudden entrance of 10 players into the Black Cathedral Dungeon was already bewildering, the prospect of a mysterious visitor was perplexing. He considered himself merely an unremarkable worker, a candidate among the prospective saints of the Black Cathedral. Overwhelmed by confusion, he collapsed onto the bed, only to discover a sharp pain near his ankle. Upon inspecting the area, he found 2 coin-sized bruises, likely remnants from inadvertently kicking a table. Earlier, he had been entirely focused on survival, momentarily neglecting his ankle's condition. With a sigh, Jiang Yan informed Belle of his intention to rest before succumbing to slumber. Around 6 o'clock that evening, he awoke to find Belle gazing pensively out of the window. Struggling against fatigue, he inquired, "Was there anything unusual while I was asleep?" There was no disturbance. However, a card was slipped beneath the door. "You may wish to take a look. It bears no traces of urban legends," Belle replied, handing him a thin piece of cardstock she had retrieved from the vanity. "Very well, I shall examine it." Accepting Belle's assurance that the card bore no ominous signs, Jiang Yan unfolded it and began to read its contents. The card contained neatly pinned lines, stating, "Due to the elimination of 2 candidate saints today, all remaining candidates are free to move about from the moment of elimination until 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Please be advised, however, that movement is restricted to the public areas of the cathedral, Unauthorized entry into restricted zones will result in immediate disqualification. The essence of the message was clear. The remainder merely indicated that if hunger struck, candidates could dine in the public areas or seek assistance at the mother's usual residence. Dining was not on Jiang Yan's agenda. He dismissed the idea, setting aside concerns over the food safety. Navigating through several restricted zones to reach the dining area at night would prove too taxing. It would be wiser to remain in his room and contemplate his next course of action. Primarily, he needed to choose an appropriate faction for the night and seek the endorsement and assistance of the mysterious visitor. Furthermore, he was determined to eliminate the remaining candidates, establishing himself as the sole saint of the Black Cathedral and ultimately dismantling the decaying institution. With this realization, Jiang Yan shared his unrefined thoughts with Belle, receiving her affirmation. He then retrieved the ancient tome, meticulously perusing the recorded powers of urban legends. Although he possessed a valuable tool capable of activating corresponding powers at the user's discretion, the inherent randomness of its activation introduced significant uncertainty. As someone who had spent years navigating the survival game world in search of memories and identity, Jiang Yan knew he could not rely solely on chance to trigger the appropriate powers. Thus, he continued to leaf through the tome, gaining insights into various extraordinary powers corresponding to different abilities. As dusk descended, Jiang Yan lit a lamp in the room. Just as he heard the creaking of a door from the neighboring room, the sound emanated from the right, while the left housed the individual who had previously unwittingly clashed with Lady Kata. Jiang Yan quietly extinguished the candle and peered through a small hole at the door. Candles had been lit in the corridor, illuminating the space. Through the flickering light, he observed 25 crouching at the door, glancing around while holding what appeared to be a bundle of black thread. Puzzled, Jiang Yan wondered why 25 was not resting in her room but rather loitering at the door. As he prepared to inquire, he noticed 25 crawling along the ground, her behavior strikingly abnormal. Dismissing the idea of questioning her, Jiang Yan continued to observe. In his line of sight, he saw 25 scatter the black thread towards the end of the corridor. Subsequently, he witnessed her door, which had been closed, swing open on its own. Without hesitation, 25 slipped inside, vanishing from Jiang Yan's view. This indicated that she was not alone in her room. Lady Kata had previously mentioned that although any room on this floor was fair game, each could house only a single occupant. Candidates were forbidden from visiting one another's rooms, engaging in conversation, or forming alliances. 25, seemingly timid yet astute, would not likely violate the ironclad rules set forth by Lady Kata. Yet, the evidence suggested that another presence lingered within 25's room. It appeared that a mysterious figure had instigated 25 to scatter the black thread in the corridor without alerting anyone. Although the significance of the black thread remained unclear, Jiang Yan was not alone in this moment. He had Belle at his side. After carefully examining the black thread, the exquisite doll offered her insights. This black thread is a lure for a certain type of urban legend, imbued with curses and distorted beliefs. Though it puzzles me how 25, being human, could possess such an item, caution is advised, Belle concluded, to which Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, since 25 can procure cursed items and distribute them in our shared corridor, it suggests that tonight will not unfold peacefully. At the very least, some unusual events are afoot. To ensure he could hear or observe any disturbances in the corridor, Jiang Yan meticulously fashioned small peepholes around the wooden door, sealing them with strands of hair crafted by Belle. This way, the holes would remain inconspicuous from the outside while allowing him to monitor the surroundings effectively. As time slipped away, the clock's hands moved swiftly from 7 to 11 o'clock, leaving just an hour until midnight. A faint scent of something charred wafted up from the lower corridor, enveloping Jiang Yan and Belle in its unsettling embrace. Intrigued by the aroma, Jiang Yan approached the door, pressing his body against the wall to scrutinize the unfolding events outside. A man bound to a cross emerged from the stairwell, his form reminiscent of the fireman from Newland Academy, ablaze with an eternal flame that would never extinguish. However, unlike the fireman, the flames engulfing this man were of a pure white hue. At first glance, the burning fire seemed exceptionally pristine, creating an illusion that captivated the eye. The figure on the cross knelt laboriously on the ground, his face devoid of any hesitation, as he focused intently on a black line on the floor, extending his tongue to lick it into his mouth. After consuming the black line, a flicker of light returned to his lifeless eyes. While the once vibrant white flames began to wane, their intensity gradually diminishing. Encouraged by the taste, the man exerted himself further, kneeling to slowly ingest the remaining line. He drew closer to Jiang Yan with each passing moment. Before long, he reached the door of Jiang Yan's room, halting his crawling posture. He seemed to sense something, tilting his dust-covered head toward Jiang Yan's door. Jiang Yan, who was peering through a hole to observe the eerie man, instinctively held his breath, refraining from any rash movements. Glancing down, he noted that the door had been locked from the inside, and he continued to watch the man burdened by the cross through the peephole. Outside, the man leaned closer to the door, feeling an inexplicable attraction to something within, yet unable to ascertain precisely what that something was. The flames that engulfed him stirred a sense of agitation within, leaving him restless and unable to contemplate his next course of action. Should he break down the door, consume whatever lay inside, or should he finish devouring the black line on the ground first? After a moment of contemplation, he pressed his palm against the wooden door, leaving a dark, smudged imprint. Though he had made a choice, the mark on the door signified his unwillingness to relent. Perhaps, once he had consumed the black line, he would return to trouble Jiang Yan. Observing the man kneeling again to lick the black line, Jiang Yan remained motionless, still holding his breath. The deep imprint left by the man on the door seemed to writhe, as if attempting to worm its way through the crack and infiltrate the interior. Fortunately, Belle's sculpting abilities were not to be underestimated. Sensing the handprint's intent, she decisively activated her supernatural powers. The man, engrossed in consuming the black line, remained oblivious to any irregularities. Had he been aware of Belle's abilities, he would have surely abandoned the merely thirst-quenching black line and forcefully breached the wooden door to investigate. Silently giving Belle a thumbs up, Jiang Yan observed the man with the cross on his back. Presently, this entity had crawled to the entrance of room 25. To his surprise, the man paid no heed to the door of room 25, merely glancing at the door number before lowering his head to continue consuming the black line. Thus, both room 25 and room 32 remained undisturbed. Eventually, the man reached the end of the corridor, arriving at the entrance of the first room on that floor, where room 41 was occupied by a freckled individual known for his loquacious demeanor. He was an accomplice of room 32. Previously, they had clustered together, chatting and dining. Indifferent to passers-by, was this creature intending to prey upon room 41? Was room 25 planning to eliminate another individual tonight? Jiang Yan pondered. Observing the previously expressionless man suddenly contort his features as the flames enveloping him reignited, now soaring over 2 meters high. The carpet beneath his knees ignited instantaneously, a charred odor wafting through the peephole and into the room. Even from such a distance, Jiang Yan could detect the acrid scent, let alone the unfortunate soul closest to the man. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, before the door had even opened. The brash voice of room 41 rang out from within. Who the hell is lighting a fire at my door in the dead of night? Don't they fear getting caught by the nuns? He was doomed. Jiang Yan's mind raced. He had no means to rescue room 41 and was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. The prompt was unmistakably clear. He needed to distinguish himself among the members of the Black Church to become the rightful son and reshape this place, whether through destruction or reconstruction. Thus, the current course was to patiently await the means and opportunity for resolution. In the moment Jiang Yan closed his eyes, the door to room 41 twisted open from within. Who are you? Upon opening the door, room 41 found himself face to face with a maniacally grinning figure resembling the cross-bearing man, nearly having his soul frightened from his body. Instinctively, he attempted to slam the door shut and shout for help, hoping to attract the attention of his companions or the nuns. As a key member of the Black Church, room 41 was privy to some of the darker secrets conveyed by the matriarch. Thus, his reaction to strange occurrences was already far superior to that of the average person. Yet, this action proved futile against the man. Scalding red chains materialized from thin air, ensnaring the boy tightly, following a wave of indescribable odors. The remnants of room 41's undigested bones turned to dust, cascading to the floor. Sated, the man groaned, his expression markedly more animated than before. Just as he intended to continue his hunt for prey, perhaps knocking on the adjacent door in search of surprise, a haunting melody echoed from the stairwell. The tune was chilling, imbued with an indescribable sorrow, reminiscent of a woman lamenting a tragic love affair. As the song grew louder, a hint of barely perceptible terror crossed the man's face. Sensing the singer's voice drawing closer, he hastily flung open the window and leapt from the upper floor. Another supernatural entity had arrived? Jiang Yan quietly inquired of Belle, nearly driven mad by the incessant la-la-la of the melody. How could such a desolate and tragic sound exist in this world? As a patient devoid of emotions, Jiang Yan found it impossible to endure this soul-piercing sound, let alone the others. Strangely, their rooms remained utterly silent. Sound? I didn't hear anything, Belle remarked, observing Jiang Yan's troubled expression, which seemed genuine. She quickly hopped off the bed, touched her head, and checked her pulse with her hair. This frequency of sound seems to only be audible to you? The malevolent spirit was alarmed. She had never encountered such a supernatural entity, one that could kill with its unique auditory interference. It was simply too unreasonable. Belle raised her hand, summoning a small graveyard, preparing to disrupt the surrounding audio to aid Jiang Yan in escaping the current predicament. Yet, just as she conceived this thought, the La 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 melody began playing in her ears as well. My apologies, I got a bit carried away and sang for a while. I hope you will forgive me. The voice ceased. The wooden door transformed into a viscous, dark sludge from which emerged a pale hand, adorned with red nail polish. It clutched a Japanese fan, concealing a sharp blade within its folds. As the fan unfurled, a woman of graceful stature, clad in a striking red kimono, stepped through the door. Her every smile and gesture was perfectly executed, as though rehearsed countless times. Who are you? Belle expressed her disdain for the woman before her, regardless of her beauty or sweet voice. On our first meeting, you may call me Miss Chico. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Miss Chico, with her long, lustrous black hair and exquisite features, smiled gently as she adjusted the Hanya mask atop her head. The smile accentuated her enchanting figure and impeccable demeanor, exuding an unparalleled charm. Noticing Jiang Yan and Belle gazing intently at her, Miss Chico cleverly used her fan to shield her features, revealing only half of her face and her crimson lips. Please don't look at me like that. Otherwise, something rather unpleasant may occur. With that, Miss Chico emanated a hint of menacing allure. Jiang Yan, this is Belle. May I inquire about Miss Chico's purpose for intruding into a gentleman's quarters at such an hour? In the Western adaptation, a creature resembling a geisha has emerged, which seems quite reasonable. In my view, you still appear to be an immature child, hardly a mature man. Chapter 70, The Agreement, a small token of sincerity. I hope both of you will graciously accept. As Miss Tomoko spoke, a butterfly emanating a deep green luminescence appeared before them. The butterfly fluttered its wings, scattering a fine powder. The dreamlike hues of the powder floated in the air, forming an image. Within this image was a shivering man, the same one who had fled the scene earlier. Might I inquire if you would accept this gift? Miss Tomoko opened her folding fan, concealing her face with a smile. The gracefulness of her every gesture was enough to captivate countless men and women, driving them to madness. I would be delighted to accept. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Yan? The malevolent spirit, Belle, whose essence and form were intertwined with the existence of this world, sensed that Miss Tomoko's true nature was quite similar to her own. Seizing the opportunity, she proactively sought reconciliation, pulling Jiang Yan into her machinations. A living creature could provide her with considerable power. Moreover, men are the original entities of this realm. Should she consume him completely, she might be accepted by the rules and freed from her constraints. Thank you for your consideration, Miss Tomoko. Since Belle has taken the initiative to speak, Jiang Yan followed suit, offering Miss Tomoko a gentle way out, subtly displaying his intent for peace. I appreciate your kindness. While the soul butterfly can still restrain him, perhaps. Miss Tomoko looked at Belle with a radiant smile, leaving the thought unspoken. Thank you for the reminder. I shall attend to matters on the balcony first. The clever Belle guided the soul butterfly with a sculpted tray to the balcony, creating an enclosed space with the graveyard structure and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. This left Miss Tomoko and Jiang Yan in solitude, with one less observer. Miss Tomoko slightly lowered her fan, revealing her tender, watery eyes reflecting Jiang Yan. May I sit down and converse at leisure? From her demeanor upon entering to her current tone, Miss Tomoko exuded the essence of a consummate geisha. In such stark contrast, Jiang Yan found himself at a disadvantage in the conversation. Of course, my oversight, Miss Tomoko. Jiang Yan pulled out a chair, allowing her to sit before he gradually took his seat. Considering her prior remark about disliking direct stares, he deliberately focused his gaze on her crimson lips, just below her chin. This action pleased Miss Tomoko, and she chose not to further test Jiang Yan. Thus, she spoke directly. My late-night visit is somewhat presumptuous, but I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Jiang Yan did not immediately refuse but inquired cautiously, what assistance do you require? Miss Tomoko smiled in cooperation. I would like to ask you to help me kill someone and, in addition, retrieve an item from the forbidden zone of the Black Church. Excessive probing could easily incite a man's wariness. She was well aware of this and spoke plainly, laying her request bare. Anticipating that Jiang Yan might be reluctant to risk himself for her, she first explained her reasoning. I am not human. I am a vengeful spirit. Similar to that lady, but fundamentally different. My body is sealed deep within the church by that man's special abilities. I cannot seek revenge or retaliate against the church that was once a place of marriage and vows. Players, please note, you have triggered the hidden side quest of the Black Church, the Bloody Wedding. The Bloody Wedding. A young woman dressed in a red kimono dances at a banquet, while a young man of high status admires her performance with a wine glass in hand. He falls in love with her at first sight and, under the witness of the Black Church, vows fidelity. Please choose whether to assist Miss Tomoko in completing her revenge for the Bloody Wedding. This choice will directly impact the subsequent setting of the Black Church instance, including Miss Tomoko's attitude towards the player. From the system's prompt, it is evident that the Black Church once hosted a grand wedding for Miss Tomoko and another gentleman. However, following the ceremony, the man seemingly broke his vow, abandoning Miss Tomoko and transforming her into a vengeful spirit. He even sealed her body within the forbidden zone of the Black Church, condemning her to eternal torment. This narrative unfolds as a tale of a scoundrel and a lovesick woman, culminating in her dark transformation. Considering Miss Tomoko's exhibited abilities, Jiang Yan, without hesitation, chose to accept this hidden quest. Congratulations, player, on gaining Miss Tomoko's goodwill. By choosing to assist her, you are automatically categorized as a member of the rebel faction opposing the Black Church. Rebel faction, please note, once players choose to oppose the Black Church, the opposing faction's players and creatures will harbor increasing animosity towards rebels over time. Exercise caution and strive to befriend members of the rebel faction. They will serve as your strongest support. The system automatically assigned Jiang Yan to a faction, which was to be expected. After all, Miss Tomoko was, in essence, a vengeful spirit harboring hatred towards the Black Church and seeking revenge against that scoundrel. I am willing to assist you, Miss Tomoko, but not at this moment, as I still need to pass my assessment to be selected as the son of the Black Church. Jiang Yan feared that Miss Tomoko might misinterpret his words and hastily added, this is a requirement for me as a candidate. If I do not comply, that Archbishop may very well eliminate me. Elimination means death, and Jiang Yan was certain Miss Tomoko understood this. The flesh of the deceased is sealed deep within the church, while the soul transforms into a vengeful spirit that endures in this world, making Miss Tomoko acutely aware of the church's operational rules. After hearing Jiang Yan's concerns, Miss Tomoko nodded and smiled lightly. That is acceptable. Your willingness to assist me is enough, and I shall not waste my treasured possessions in exchange for your help. Exchange? Jiang Yan's eyelid twitched, realizing that it wasn't merely Miss Tomoko who sensed Belle's anomalies and was drawn to her, but rather she had made some kind of transaction with another entity aware of him. Do not worry. She is like me and poses no significant threat to you. We prefer to befriend you. As a being sustained by resentment, Miss Tomoko had a keen sense for discerning people and matters. In her upward slanting fox-like eyes, Jiang Yan radiated a lang of various emotions projected by different creatures and humans. All these emotions were positive, even some willing to sacrifice their lives for him. This was exceedingly rare for her. Vengeful spirits lack rationality and normal logic. While some may appear human in form and mannerisms, they have never experienced positive emotions. Understood. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries about that individual, recognizing Miss Tomoko's desire to avoid the topic. Chapter 71. The library. Their conversation did not last long. Soon, Miss Tomoko's form began to dim, resembling a wilting flower. Before departing, she specifically handed Jiang Yan the mask of the Hanya she wore. This mask was a precious one-time artifact that could evoke the user's dark side, transforming them into a demon. The demon form would last for approximately 10 minutes, serving as a powerful tool for survival. At the same time, a satiated Belle emerged from the balcony. She glanced at the compact mask adorning Jiang Yan's wrist and lamented, "How unfortunate. She left just after I finished eating." The kind-hearted spirit, yearning for sustenance. Noticing Belle's singular focus on Miss Tomoko, Jiang Yan sighed. It's not fair. The creature I helped capture for you far exceeds the one Miss Tomoko provided. Thus, am I not diligently following you? Understood. Just moments ago, he received a system notification indicating that 10 players had successively entered the Black Cathedral dungeon. Their identities and factions shrouded in mystery. The unknown players in their faction settings were reminiscent of an elaborate offline game of werewolf. Those who falter would face elimination. How could one hope to present their best self for tomorrow without adequately replenishing their energy? Tidying up his belongings, Jiang Yan climbed into bed and extinguished the light. Morning dawned, and the previous night was anything but peaceful. Each chosen saint required vigilant care, even in the absence of directives from the higher-ups. The overseers who aspired for the chosen saint's advancement had arrived early, prepared with simple tasks to familiarize themselves in a plethora of indoctrinating rhetoric. Naturally, the unfortunate disappearance of the chosen saint was soon discovered by the corresponding overseer, who swiftly reported it to Lady Kata. No one is permitted to leave until I have given my orders. Standing before room 41. The veins on Lady Kata's forehead throbbed as she could no longer suppress her reprimand towards the administrator. How could you allow a perfectly fine person to vanish without any response? The administrator, chastised by Lady Kata, turned pale, his expression akin to one who had ingested poison. He had indeed failed to guard the floor last night, adhering to the routine of patrolling repeatedly. This was due to the belief among the staff that the Black Cathedral would remain undisturbed, and moreover, that the upper floors housed the chosen saints, cherished by the divine. Thus, they assumed no supernatural occurrences would dare disrupt them. Yet, who could have foreseen that chaos would truly ensue last night? What is your response? A barrage of inscribed curses enveloped the administrator's body. As he felt the pain, he finally reacted, shouting desperately at Lady Kata, spare me, please." No sooner had he uttered these words than the curses violently erupted, and his blood was swiftly absorbed, leaving no trace behind. The overseers waiting for instructions trembled, particularly the overseer of room 41, who feared that Lady Kata might implicate her in this incident, leading to her erasure like the administrator. Once the bothersome administrator was dealt with, Lady Kata scrutinized the expressions of the gathered overseers. With her icy demeanor softened, she addressed the trembling overseer of room 41. "You shall remain as the administrator. You need not engage in menial tasks any longer." The overseer of room 41 rejoiced at these words. Lifting her head to praise Lady Kata, "You are ever so merciful. Praise the divine, praise you." Delighting in the flattery, Lady Kata smiled, casting a glance at the other overseers, and sighed. "As for the rest of you, ensure the proper guidance of the chosen saints. And remember to inform them that the assessment will occur tonight at 8 o'clock, wherein 5 other chosen saints will also compete." Understood. The overseer responsible for Jiang Yan possessed golden hair and emerald green eyes, her attire a touch more vibrant than that of her peers. Her tone towards Jiang Yan was considerably more amiable than that of her predecessor. For this type of overseer, Jiang Yan found no need to trip her up. He complied with her requests, agreeing to assist with tasks and make appearances. Jiang Yan felt elated, and the new overseer shared in his joy. It was her first encounter with a member of the chosen saints, and she had expected it to be challenging, requiring communication and rapport, but to her surprise, Jiang Yan was remarkably obedient. Moreover, his rare, silky black hair was something she longed to touch. "Overseer? Overseer?" Jiang Yan waved his hand, blinking his captivating doe-like eyes, and inquired, "Do I simply need to go to the library to find a book for the noble in room 304 of the quiet room?" "Precisely." The overseer, regaining her composure, flushed slightly but quickly adjusted her demeanor, advising earnestly, "Be cautious of the librarian and the books. Some may not be as harmless as they appear." "I will be careful." Taking note of the pertinent information, Jiang Yan dressed and stepped outside. As for the meal prepared by the overseer, apologies, but he would not consume anything toxic or harmful, even if he was quite famished. However, there was no need for concern. As long as the Black Cathedral maintained its facade of human-like illusions, edible sustenance would certainly be available. After all, where else could the black bread and drinking water he had consumed come from? While traversing the path, the ominous figure of number 25 emerged from the shadows, maintaining a deliberate distance behind Jiang Yan. This intentional space, marked by politeness yet strangeness, raised alarms within Jiang Yan. He suspected that the entity trailing him was not number 25. Perhaps the real number 25 had already been claimed by the ominous tales. Such a notion was not far-fetched, given that the new Forest Academy dungeon harbored similar supernatural entities like the wheelchair girl and the wishing well. They were, to some extent, intruders that had stealthily infiltrated the campus. Jiang Yan found it hard to believe that the Black Cathedral was free of such intruders. Hence, as he made his way to the library, he remained acutely aware of number 25's every move. Fortunately, number 25 appeared to harbor no intentions of aggression. The two reached the library entrance without incident, where an elderly nun scrutinized their robes, cross-referencing some information before closing her clouded eyes and permitting them to enter, basking in the sunlight thereafter. Upon stepping into the library, a wave of frigid air enveloped him. The atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to the dungeon he had previously occupied, dark and cold. Countless books lined the wooden shelves, inducing a dizzying sensation. It was no wonder the nun had tasked him with finding a book. This would indeed be a monumental endeavor. Chapter 72. The Recuperation Zone. After some exchanges, Jiang Yan gathered that the book he sought had a later catalog number, necessitating a deeper venture into the library. As he progressed further, the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, as if someone had intentionally activated the air conditioning to instill a sense of retreat in him. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan did not falter. Continuing to scan the shelves for the tome he sought, the book in question pertained to fairy tales, titled The Red Shoes. According to the overseer's prior description, this book appeared quite old, with yellowed pages. Yet, most of the books on the shelves were well preserved, resembling new volumes. When would the search come to an end? Feeling the chill intensify, Jiang Yan gazed upwards, attempting to locate a source of sunlight. Alas, the library's lighting was inadequate, compounded by the black cathedral's shadowy geographical positioning. Achieving even a modicum of warmth seemed nearly impossible. However, Jiang Yan's luck had always been fortuitous. As he glanced upward, he spotted a high shelf that seemed to house the red shoes. Blinking to confirm he was not mistaken, he noticed the book's weathered cover, yellowed pages, and a vague red design that resembled a shoe. Was this not the very book he sought? Upon locating the volume, Jiang Yan hastily fetched a nearby stool, climbed atop it, and retrieved the book. Just as he was about to depart for the quiet room to deliver the book, a voice called from behind him. "Excuse me. Could you help me find a book?" The voice of number 25 startled Jiang Yan, raising the hairs on his neck. How had he not sensed number 25 approaching? The footsteps were utterly silent, despite the library's marble floors. Even Jiang Yan, accustomed to walking quietly, could not guarantee he made no sound at all. "What book are you looking for?" Jiang Yan replied naturally. Gradually approaching him, number 25 offered a disingenuous smile and responded, "A fairy tale book titled The Red Shoes. I'm sorry, but the overseer instructed me to deliver items promptly. The fairy tale books should be around here. You might want to look for them yourself." Jiang Yan resolutely declined, unperturbed as he tucked the book behind him. This was to prevent number 25 from seizing the book, after all. The very volume they sought was clutched in his grasp. He could hardly believe such a coincidence existed, that a library would house two identical fairy tale books. Number 25 surely harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps they were not human at all, but rather some unknown specter. "However, I require your assistance. I cannot possibly locate the book alone." Number 25 implored Jiang Yan to stay, feigning innocence, stating, "I believe you wouldn't harm me. I merely wish to survive and not be eliminated so soon." Jiang Yan firmly opposed, articulating bluntly, "Yet we are adversaries, and I have already found the book. I must fulfill the task set by the matriarch and cannot assist you." "Very well." Understanding that excessive solicitation might provoke suspicion, number 25 tactfully relented, offering an awkward smile. Refraining from further pleading for Jiang Yan to stay and help find the book. Good luck. Unencumbered by entanglements, Jiang Yan took the lead in departing, distancing himself from the tumult. After registering his borrowing information with the librarian, he exited the dim library, stepping into the sunlight, bathing in the warm rays. Jiang Yan felt the chill within him dissipate, even alleviating his hunger. As he gazed at the worn fairy tale book in his hands, his curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the person who sought it. Surely, an adult should not consider a children's fairy tale book as a means to pass the time during convalescence. Just then, Belle's voice emerged from within his robe. "This book is peculiar. It would be wise not to open it." To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Belle had shrunk herself significantly, transforming into a doll no larger than his thumb. She nestled within the collar of Jiang Yan's robe, positioned near his collarbone, able to peer out and observe everything unfolding before him. Thus, she sensed the book's strangeness. In what manner is it peculiar? Jiang Yan's fingers grazed the book, finding nothing amiss, feeling perplexed. There lies a curse within. Anyone who finishes reading it will be compelled to don the red dancing shoes, dancing to their demise. Belle, attuning to the book's essence, affirmed, "This volume constitutes a tale of horror, devoid of sentience, a product of death's decree." "I see." Upon hearing Belle's elucidation, Jiang Yan arrived at the convalescence room. Two young nuns, clad in black cloaks, stood at the entrance. Instead of the sacred scriptures, they wielded fearsome long staffs, iron rods bristling with spikes. A blow from one would surely strip flesh. "I am here to deliver a book to room 304. I kindly request you announce my arrival." Jiang Yan halted, standing on the steps not far from the entrance, politely conveying his intentions to the impassive nuns. At that moment, a flicker of regret flashed in both nuns' eyes. Sensing their emotions, Jiang Yan pondered what they lamented. Regret for not crossing boundaries? For not transgressing the rules? The next second, the nun on the left provided him with an answer. The nun on the right added, "You may enter, but you have only half an hour. Should you fail to exit within that time, you shall face our punishment." With that, the nun stepped aside, gesturing for Jiang Yan to proceed. In response to their words, Jiang Yan decisively replied, "Understood," and swiftly entered the convalescence room. Thud, thud. The instant Jiang Yan stepped into the convalescence room, something in the shadows opened its eyes, observing the newcomer from behind layers of confinement. A newcomer? Who sent them? And for whom is this meal prepared? A cacophony of voices, both male and female, clamored chaotically. Some beings are truly unfortunate. Can't they hear the newcomer proclaiming their purpose? They are clearly on a mission. Do you dare to consume them? The disorderly din was abruptly silenced by a commanding voice from the upper floors, restoring tranquility. Chapter 73, Perfume and Women. As Jiang Yan traversed the hall, he glanced upwards towards the second floor, then back at the nuns stationed behind him, his gaze deepening. Upon entering, he distinctly sensed the eerie aura emanating from the nuns, mingled with the pervasive negative emotions in the air. This signified that the majority of individuals within the convalescence area were not human, but rather specters. Thus, was the recipient of the book also a specter? With this question lingering, Jiang Yan hastened towards the stairs leading to the upper levels. Approaching the third floor, he instinctively quickened his pace. Successfully reaching the third floor without encountering any specters, Jiang Yan took note of his surroundings. Every few meters, a candelabrum stood, with candles identical to those found in a prison cell. The only distinction was that these candles remained unlit. However, the wax of the deeper candles had been significantly reduced, indicating they had previously been ignited. Passing the first door marked 301, a potent stench of blood assaulted him. Even without intent, the scent surged upward. 302, 303. And then he arrived at room 304. Jiang Yan knocked gently on the door, and a faint female voice responded from within. "Cough, cough, the door is unlocked. Please come in." As he opened the door, Jiang Yan was rendered speechless by the scene before him. The room's decor bore no resemblance to an ordinary convalescent bedroom. The space was adorned with an array of flora, and the walls displayed rows of medieval perfume bottles. The mingled scents were not only bearable but rather delightful. Furthermore, a large pot occupied the center of the room, bubbling as if it had just been boiled, emitting steam. Above it, a ventilation duct filtered the vapor, entwined with unidentifiable vines, creating a picturesque display. Approaching the pot, Jiang Yan glanced at the unknown herbs swirling within, inhaling their aroma without uttering a word. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the bedroom. "Are you here to deliver my book? Please bring it in." Hearing the owner of the voice, Jiang Yan abandoned his exploration of the living area and approached the ajar door of the bedroom. Before entering, he signaled to Belle to prepare for combat, as he could not guarantee whether this unknown woman was a specter or what her intentions might be. Preparedness would ensure he faced no issues. Receiving a responsive gesture from Belle, Jiang Yan took a deep breath and opened the partially ajar bedroom door. Upon entering, he was captivated by the room's structure and the woman reclining upon the bed. In the bedroom lay a woman appearing to be in her 20s, clad in a fitted white knee-length dress, adorned with intricate lace and layered golden trim that exuded an air of nobility. Over her dress was an ethereal purple overlay, the gossamer fabric and delicate design suggesting an exorbitant cost. Even more astonishing was the bed beneath her, resembling a crafted flower petal, enveloped in a soft pink mist. For a moment, Jiang Yan could not discern if he was ensnared in a dream or reality. "Cough, cough, I apologize for my mobility issues. I must seem foolish to you. It is my duty to deliver this book entrusted to me by the matriarch." The momentary awe dissipated as Jiang Yan, acutely aware that beauty often conceals danger, prepared to retreat. He had no desire to linger in the presence of such a being. Moreover, who could ascertain whether the pink mist wafting by the bedside was toxic? "Not so fast. I require your assistance with a few matters." The woman opened her eyes, her soft golden irises reflecting Jiang Yan. "Please fetch me the perfume from the shelf, the third bottle on the second row. This one I hold is nearly empty, and I am in need of a new fragrance." With a mere fragrance in hand, Jiang Yan was more than willing to comply. He stepped outside his chamber, surveying the array of perfumes on the shelf, and successfully retrieved the sapphire-hued bottle as per the woman's description. However, fate intervened when an errant butterfly, seemingly emerging from nowhere, collided clumsily with a nearby bottle. The bottle, already precariously positioned at the edge, shattered upon impact, its fragments scattering across the floor. The sharp sound caused Jiang Yan's eyes to dim, and he, along with the unsuspecting Belle, was drawn into a surreal realm by an unknown force. In the bedroom, the woman, roused by the commotion, sat up abruptly. Her gossamer gown fell away, imparting a fragile and delicate aura that elicited sympathy. Her formerly short hair cascaded down her shoulders, transforming her appearance entirely. Rising to her feet, she glanced disdainfully at the curse prepared by the dark church and tossed the book aside. A swarm of butterflies radiating a soft blue light fluttered to the book, absorbing its curse. Despite the pretense of having a leg ailment, the woman had no physical issues. She simply wished to avoid working for the dark church, feigning a disability instead. As a singular and extraordinary entity, she would not yield to the oppressive deities of the dark church. Thus, the unfolding drama ensued. Exiting the bedroom, she inhaled the fragrant concoction simmering in the pot and turned her gaze towards the motionless Jiang Yan, offering her thoughts. I apologize, but until I ascertain whether you are an accomplice of the deities, you shall remain ensnared in this illusion. Once I complete this batch of perfected perfume, I will restore your normalcy. With that, she bent down to inspect the shattered glass bottle on the floor, eager to ascertain which fragrance had ensnared Jiang Yan and what kind of illusion and what experiences awaited him. However, to her dismay, upon noticing the bottle that should not have existed, a vessel resembling a purple butterfly, her expression twisted in shock. She never anticipated that the summoned butterfly would collide with this particular perfume. She distinctly remembered having hidden this bottle. How could it possibly reappear here? Lost in confusion, she failed to notice a gray cat walking upside down on the ceiling, blinking before slipping away through a conduit. In the garden, the moment Jiang Yan caught a whiff of the perfume, he was transported to an endless pastoral expanse. It bore resemblance to the fictional environments associated with Archbishop An. Belle emerged from his attire, transformed into a girl of similar height to Jiang Yan. Utilizing the unique vision afforded by the peculiar narrative, Belle pointed ahead and calmly declared, "There is a disturbance. Let us investigate." Agreed. The two set forth towards the heart of the flower field. At the center, two identical little girls stood hand in hand amidst the blossoms, capturing moments with a camera. One was exuberant, while the other was shy, yet their bond was unmistakably close. Chapter 74. No regrets. Thus, Jiang Yan could only discern two indistinct figures. Suddenly, the scene shifted, transporting him to a grand medieval ball. Beside him stood two elegantly attired ladies, akin to nobles, who fanned themselves while engaging in hushed whispers. Have you heard? That girl Chloe is truly peculiar. Instead of mingling within noble circles, she insists on learning the art of perfumery from common merchants. Does she truly believe herself a genius? Indeed. She pales in comparison to her sister, Vera, whose elegance and charm have captivated many a suitor. Their whispers reached Jiang Yan's ears as he turned his gaze to the twins at the center of the ballroom, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. From their descriptions, the perfume-loving sister must be Chloe, while the socially adept one was Vera. Observing the smiling Vera in the spotlight while Chloe cowered in the corner, he gained a clear understanding of their personalities and interests. As the ball progressed, the energy of the attendees only heightened. Even Chloe was reluctantly drawn into the fray, dancing with a noble scion from a friendly family. Yet, her talents lay not in dancing, as evidenced by her missteps that led to her toes landing upon the noble's feet. Following the performance, the onlookers murmured among themselves. For them, a girl who could not dance, no matter her beauty, would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, Chloe was not an only child. She had a sister, the equally stunning and exceptional Vera. The perfect embodiment of noble expectations, Vera danced with grace and poise, making her the target of admiration and praise. Naturally, Chloe found herself sidelined, retreating to the shadows as she listened to the criticisms around her, while witnessing her sister bask in adoration. The seeds of jealousy took root within her heart, for only twisted and profoundly negative emotions could give rise to deadly tales and malevolent spirits. As the incantation concluded and his eyes reopened, the scene had indeed transitioned to another setting. This time, the atmosphere was devoid of conflict or negativity. He appeared to be in Vera's chamber. Without question, the layout of the room reflected an aesthetic reminiscent of the elder sister, aligning perfectly with Jiang Yan's initial impressions of Vera. At this moment, Vera had shed her finery, donning a pure white nightgown, diligently seated at her writing desk, composing her journal. In an age where nobles often exhibited flamboyance and impatience, few could maintain the discipline to write at night amidst such an ambience. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yan hesitated before taking a few steps closer to Vera's journal, knowing that this might unveil crucial insights regarding the peculiar narratives. Leaning in, he carefully perused the entries. The contents revealed, Chloe possesses the dreamlike talent of all perfumers. She ought to be more confident. Although Chloe's behavior today was somewhat odd, I find her charming. For reasons unknown, our parents always compare me to Chloe, which has caused her to distance herself from me. Even Vera, who garnered widespread acclaim, retained a youthful frivolity in her writings. Her journal resembled a candid outpouring of thoughts, chronicling noteworthy events of the day. Contemplating such entries, Jiang Yan found it hard to envision Vera's reaction upon learning of Chloe's transformation into a dark tale. The sister, absorbed in thoughts of her sibling, would surely be heartbroken. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chloe's chamber, the lights blazed brightly. Driven by her passion for perfumery, Chloe had not abandoned her quest for mastery in this art. The words surrounding her served as a stark reminder. Women would never concoct exquisite perfumes. They could only inspire the masters. Since time immemorial, it was the essence of women that had sparked the creativity of perfumers. This revelation struck Chloe, who possessed the talent for perfumery yet had yet to shine, like a heavy blow. Nevertheless, her love for the craft remained unwavering. She was determined not to relinquish her aspirations. Time swiftly passed. Jiang Yan and Belle had observed the fates of the two sisters closely. They reached a consensus that the elder sister would become the family steward, while the younger sister would be relegated to minor enterprises, perhaps establishing a subordinate relationship with the family's shopkeepers to bolster the family's ventures. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. Chloe had finally gained recognition from her family. She had earned the favor of the shop's management, allowing her untested perfume to be displayed for sale. Although the sales figures seem minuscule compared to the family's income, they nevertheless begin to reveal a glimmer of talent. Do they not? With newfound confidence, Chloe concocted a unique fragrance for her sister, Vera. The blend consisted of 2 parts rose, 5 parts sandalwood, 1 part geranium, and 1 part rosewood, culminating in a scent that epitomized her sister. Only Vera was willing to listen to her earnestly and support her in those peculiar experiments that others deemed eccentric. This bespoke perfume for Vera was gifted by Chloe, who noticed a spark of gratitude, tinged with something more, in Vera's eyes upon receiving it. Vera planned to assist Chloe in establishing herself within high society, provided she first refined her own presentation to serve as a prelude for her sister's debut. At that moment, all the nobles and merchants would marvel at Chloe's olfactory prowess. As the scene shifts, Vera made a stunning entrance at a high society banquet, adorned with the perfume. Consequently, under the media spotlight, she became a beacon of confidence within the perfumery world, and her signature scent garnered immense praise from industry insiders, leading to a flourishing new perfume shop. Jiang Yan exchanged glances with Belle, perplexed by Vera's motivations. Was it truly so difficult to straightforwardly inform the elite that this was her sister's creation? Why must she first associate the fragrance with herself, allowing the uninformed press to propagate erroneous narratives? Had she considered how her already volatile sister would perceive such a novel media reaction? Gazing at Chloe's position, the clipping that should have conveyed joyous news bore the marks of having been torn and hastily reassembled. It seemed that Chloe's descent into darkness was imminent. Years earlier, the seeds of resentment and hatred buried within her heart had finally found the nourishing rain to break through the surface. Chloe resolved to exact her revenge. She would take vengeance. Trust and familial bonds had evaporated. The only entity she could rely upon was herself. In secret, she began to practice her vocal skills in her sister's manner. As her hair grew long, mirroring Vera's, the rainy night arrived. Armed with the enchanting fragrance and a sharp dagger, Chloe entered the dwelling to complete her revenge. She personally ended her sister's life. Sister, from this day forth, I shall be you. As for the mysteriously vanished Chloe, I doubt anyone will care. Chloe left a note indicating her departure, convinced her parents would only mourn for Vera, who had become the epitome of the perfect lady in the eyes of the aristocracy, successfully transforming into a renowned perfumery master. Meanwhile, the sister who had once delighted in the art of fragrance, lacking the demeanor of a noble, faded further into obscurity. From that day forth, Chloe supplanted Vera in the public's perception. At the new ball, Chloe emerged as the focal point of the crowd. Vera, surrounded by admirers outside the perfume shop, displayed an air of haughtiness and elegance. A hint of mockery and enjoyment gleamed in her gaze. Belle sighed, unable to comprehend the twins' mindset. In her view, had Vera merely communicated with her sister beforehand, the outcome would undoubtedly not have been tragic. Vera would not meet her demise, and Chloe could bask in the limelight under her own name. But perhaps patience was in order. Jiang Yan refrained from passing judgment on who was right or wrong. merely observing as the scene transitioned to Vera's room, where she discovered a journal. Accustomed to wearing a mask, Vera was unable to withstand the shock of the journal's revelations. Gripping her hair and softly screaming, she realized her grave mistake, but it was too late, for not all errors can be rectified. Mourning the loss of the only person who truly loved her, she felt profound sorrow. Yet, more painful was her realization that she had become accustomed to the life that belonged to that person. Then, a swarm of butterflies appeared in her vision, fluttering around Chloe. Seated upon a throne, Chloe cast a cold glance at the awakening youth, her tone unfriendly. "What did you glean from my perfume?" It was precisely this connection that drew the attention of the Black Church, leading her into a trap from which escape seemed elusive. Resonating with Chloe, Jiang Yan involuntarily activated the powers bestowed by his title linked to urban legends. He perceived that the butterflies and fragrances before him were manifestations of Chloe's dominion over rules. Butterflies represented reincarnation, while fragrances encapsulated emotional memories. Common individuals exposed to excessive vessels of reincarnation or perfumes steeped in emotional memories risked descending into madness. In that case, perish. Chloe's gaze shifted as countless butterflies surged from behind her throne, launching an assault on Jiang Yan. As if that were not enough, a pink mist enveloped the room, forming a natural barrier to protect Chloe. She was determined to prevent anyone from uncovering her past, unleashing her most ferocious offense against Jiang Yan. She did not contemplate whether such an attack would attract the attention of the nuns or the prying eyes of the Black Church. Wishing death upon others is hardly a virtuous habit. Jiang Yan struggled to evade the onslaught of butterflies. Anticipating the rudeness of the opponent, Belle summoned a small army of stone sculptures to collide with the exquisite butterflies. Although the butterflies embodied reincarnation, they remained delicate creatures, lacking the hardness of stone. Consequently, it was not long before a significant portion of Chloe's butterflies lay vanquished, their forms shattered and incapacitated on the ground. "You will perish due to your incessant chatter." A chill descended from behind, as hidden butterflies skimmed the ground, unnoticed by Jiang Yan and Belle, who were preoccupied with the aerial assault. The butterflies struck Jiang Yan's waist, ushering the souls of the deceased into his body, beginning to fulfill their intended purpose. "Damn it!" Jiang Yan stifled a grunt as he sensed something warm escaping from his waist. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, yanking the butterfly to the ground and stamping it out, averting the complete ingress of the creature and the memories of reincarnation it carried. As Jiang Yan pondered, an unusual sensation enveloped him. Everything around him seemed to freeze, the atmosphere growing heavy and viscous. The mask of Prajna hanging from his wrist involuntarily expanded and flew to his face. His entire demeanor underwent a transformation. Belle, alarmed, distanced herself from Jiang Yan, regarding the familiar yet strange youth with trepidation. The victory that had seemed assured to Chloe now felt uncertain. She sensed an overwhelming contrast. An uncontrollable accident had occurred. Chapter 75. The state of evil spirits. Jiang Yan's face became obscured by a grayish-blue mask, his robe shifting from brown to gray. His physique elongated, forcibly reverting to his youthful form. She sensed something amiss with Jiang Yan. The aura he exuded was beyond her capacity to withstand. Even with the impending perfume at her disposal, fleeing through the doorway, Chloe shattered the vial in her hand. The enticing aroma that thrilled the urban legends wafted through the air, successfully attracting a throng of them. They shed their human disguises, revealing their true forms, which the Black Church typically forbade, opening the doors to ascend to Chloe's floor. Simultaneously, some entities endowed with the ability to imprison and warp time and space ensured that the anomalies in the sanctuary went unnoticed by the nuns. Before the nuns could perceive the unfolding crisis, they intended to indulge themselves in a grand feast. "Did you awaken those urban legends?" Jiang Yan moved, addressing Chloe, who was preparing to depart through the doorway. "We originally had no conflict, but your actions have directly precipitated this issue." Unfazed by Jiang Yan's inquiry, Chloe provocatively produced another vial of perfume from her pocket, beckoning him with a taunting gesture. "Your gaze is one I find rather distasteful, reminiscent of those who once looked down upon me, unable to discern between true beauty and mere stones." Chloe, in her role as Sister Vera for many years, has seldom faltered. Thus, addressing the indifferent Jiang Yan, she continued, "Survive amidst this restless throng of bizarre tales. If you manage to endure without attracting the nun scrutiny, I believe I shall sit down and have a proper conversation with you." Trying to escape? With that, Jiang Yan sprinted towards the door, his speed so swift that Belle could scarcely perceive him. "I am not adept at combat, so I shall take my leave." As Jiang Yan swiftly approached, Chloe's smile widened. She waved her hand, her form wavering like a mirage, becoming ethereal and vanishing from their sight. With her disappearance, the room transformed, her belongings morphing into butterflies of various colors and sizes that danced in the air, fading away in the blink of an eye. Only the overly calm Jiang Yan, now resembling a malevolent spirit, and the helpless Belle remained. Fate whispered to me that the surrounding malice was intensifying. The bizarre tales sensed our presence as newcomers, perceiving us as easy prey, and one by one, they came forth. Belle, toying with her carving knife, paid no mind to the low-level bizarre tales lurking. At this moment, her concern lay solely with Jiang Yan's state, whether it was good or ill. In his malevolent form, Jiang Yan's gaze fell, his eyes as deep as the ocean, seemingly dismissing all external stimuli. After a long pause, just as a small group of bizarre tales was about to attack, he slowly uttered, "Since they have come, let us eliminate them all." His manner of speaking was as if two different individuals inhabited him, prompting Belle to touch her non-existent goosebumps and sigh. She hoped Jiang Yan would soon extricate himself from this malevolent state. Otherwise, she feared she might lose her sanity. Fresh humans indeed. A man, bound in bandages, entered the room, his eyes glowing red. Years of suppressed emotions and primal desires in this sanatorium had finally found a release. The bandaged tail approached Jiang Yan with a sinister grin, intent on extinguishing the life of the man before him. The frenzied tail, blinded by its own madness, failed to notice the anomaly surrounding Jiang Yan, remaining oblivious to the aura that even Chloe feared. "Come, let us merge. You shall attain immortality, human." The tail believed Jiang Yan was paralyzed by fear. It laughed heartily, enveloping Jiang Yan in its embrace. The rules of death were invoked. The bandages of the tail encircled Jiang Yan, preparing to draw him into its being. "Ah, the taste of flesh. At last, I can feast." The words cut off abruptly. Jiang Yan lifted his head, gazing gently at the bandaged tail. Through his fathomless eyes, the tail watched in disbelief as its bandages began to decay and become tainted. What followed was even more shocking. Jiang Yan smiled slightly, his hand as sharp as a blade, effortlessly piercing the tail's heart. "No, it cannot be. No one can defy my rules." The bandaged tail was incredulous. Its weakness had never been its heart. Since becoming a tail, it had seldom felt pain, save for those few cursed nuns who could invoke the agony of its human past. But why? Why could this young man, who smiled so innocently and bore no trace of a tail's essence, erode its proud abilities? Its body trembled, a primal response of every tail on the brink of death. The tail, enduring the pain, forced a conciliatory smile. You, spare me." 3 seconds later, the bandaged tail succumbed to death. Its existence was entirely erased, along with the room's door number and its identity recorded in the Black Church's case files. Black Church rule. Any being that violates established rules has its information obliterated upon death, rendering all who remember it forgetful. The system's notification successfully captured Jiang Yan's attention. He had nearly forgotten the rules of the Black Church after a prolonged period of discomfort in New Forest High School. Violating tales would have their existence erased, ensuring that all living beings who remembered them would forget. Such an ironclad rule favored Jiang Yan's actions, as long as he remained undetected by key figures within the instance. He could leverage his malevolent state to secure an initial kill. "Belle, let us proceed." All right. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. From the initial aggressive approach of the tails to their eventual retreat upon sensing danger, the entire process lasted approximately 5 minutes, surprisingly smooth. Within this time frame, Jiang Yan successfully eliminated 5 tails, while Belle dispatched 8. Jiang Yan vented his frustrations, and Belle reveled in the thrill. Having cleared the floor and vanquished a portion of the unobservant tails, a faint fragrance reemerged in the air. The aroma masked the scent of blood, soothing Jiang Yan's heightened state induced by the vigorous exertion. Chloe was ahead. This intuition was a gift from his malevolent state, one that would not lead him astray. Recognizing that Chloe might be the key to unraveling the instance, Jiang Yan urged Belle to follow him as they sprinted forward. They approached the junction between the 3rd and 4th floors, a site besieged by numerous tails. Chapter 76. The Great Keeper. The guiding scent faded, and to locate Chloe on the 4th floor, Jiang Yan would need to open tightly shut doors for reconnaissance. During this endeavor, he was highly susceptible to attacks from tails lurking within. Finding no useful information, they continued to repeat their previous actions. Belle followed closely, mimicking Jiang Yan as he opened door after door, each revealing nothing of consequence. These rooms bore no signs of habitation, the bedding neatly stacked atop the beds. until Jiang Yan opened the door to room 408. Inside room 408, a coffin was placed near the entrance, surrounded by an array of flowers and black curse candles, forming a striking tableau. Curse candles? Observing the black candles identical to those in the dungeon, Jiang Yan hesitated to act recklessly. He understood that black candles were crucial tools for the Black Church personnel in subduing tales, and the multitude of curse candles surrounding the coffin indicated that whatever lay within was no ordinary tale. What curse candles? They are not even lit. What is there to fear? Only the bold Belle dared to approach the nearly 2-meter-tall black coffin. She found Jiang Yan's malevolent state amusing. Despite having acquired extraordinary powers, he still behaved like a timid human in the face of peculiar circumstances. The black candles might serve a deterrent effect. If they were currently burning, we ought to flee, Jiang Yan remarked, moving closer to Belle and pointing to the candles on the floor. Look, these few candles show signs of having been burned. Upon your mention, that does seem plausible. Approaching the coffin, a sense of discomfort washed over Jiang Yan, prompting him to frown. Let us leave. Chloe is not here. Temporarily in his malevolent state, Jiang Yan's senses were heightened, and he felt an urgent need to vacate the area, as lingering could lead to unforeseen calamities. Yet, these calamities did not seem personally directed at him. Instead, they felt aimed at the Black Church instance itself. As his forehead throbbed, a growing sense of unease compelled Jiang Yan to hasten his departure. Observing Jiang Yan nearly teleport to the door, the careless Belle, bouncing as she left, accidentally knocked over 2 black candles. With the sound of the candles rolling to the ground, the remaining candles absorbed the blackness, transforming it into white. The black coffin, nourished by the curse, began to tremble slightly, escalating into violent convulsions. The creature within relentlessly battered against the coffin, sending waves of unbearable thuds resonating in Jiang Yan's heart. Immediately, the heavy coffin split open at its center. Within Jiang Yan's line of sight, he beheld a man standing with closed eyes and hands clasped before his chest. Clad in impenetrable black garments, the oil lamp at his waist, the withered iris flower upon his chest, and the shovel resting at his feet were undeniable markers of his identity. He was a gravekeeper. The man, whom we shall refer to as the gravekeeper, appeared to suffer from albinism, with strikingly red eye sockets, limp, pale yellowish silver hair, and skin so pallid that it seemed far removed from that of a healthy individual. The gravekeeper, the albino, the breathless corpse, given the context of the dark church's setting, Jiang Yan was certain that the white-haired man's identity was anything but ordinary. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. His immediate task was to escort Belle away from this place before formulating further plans. With minimal unnecessary movements, Jiang Yan grasped the bewildered Belle and exited the chamber of the gravekeeper. As soon as they departed, the eyes beneath the gravekeeper's eyelids began to rotate incessantly, his withered form gradually regaining vitality. At least, he no longer resembled a mere animated specimen. He opened his eyes and surveyed the room. The memory sealed within the gravekeeper surged back to life. He remembered. It was the dark side of the church that had cast him aside, transforming him into this in-between state of neither human nor ghost. Those wretched souls, even after he chose to be buried alongside the church's remains, had not spared him. They had placed his body in the rehabilitation area, suppressing and intimidating those discontented with the church's dominion. As Jiang Yan approached the 5th floor, seeking refuge, he heard the sound of a shovel striking the ground emanating from within the room. Turning to look, he saw the muddy gravekeeper standing in the corridor, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The gravekeeper exhibited a profound desire to wreak havoc upon the dark church, and the surrounding cursed candles had all become sustenance for his newfound vitality. The black candles visibly shifted from black to white, as the gravekeeper's aura of life grew increasingly robust. As hatred festered, the rehabilitation area, deprived of the gravekeeper's suppression, became a cauldron of unrest among the specters. If the earlier probing entities had been feeble, those now stirring were far more formidable. Their prior hesitance stemmed from the gravekeeper's presence, which rendered them weak under the imposed rules. Yet now, the gravekeeper's intention to betray the dark church and absorb the weakened black candles had unleashed chaos. Different rules of death triggered one after another, drawing even the 2 nuns guarding the entrance to notice the disturbances. Their forms transitioned from that of humans to ghostly nuns, their expressions growing increasingly ghastly. Their weapons morphed into staffs strung with skulls, from which anguished cries occasionally emerged. Transformed into ghostly nuns, they emitted piercing shrieks towards the building, attempting to warn the agitated entities while simultaneously alerting others that the subjects in the rehabilitation area had begun to stir. Covert operatives of the dark church began to mobilize, heading towards the rehabilitation area. As for the entities within the building, their desire to consume their kin outweighed any inclination to cause chaos. They had long been deprived of the opportunity to slay their kind and replenish their strength. And venturing beyond the rehabilitation area would only serve to bolster the church's experience points. Though they were devoid of reason and driven by a primal urge to slaughter their kin, the instinctual response of the food chain remained intact. Among them was a fearless female specter who became entangled with the gravekeeper's aura. She approached him, seated herself beside him, and attempted to seduce him with the allure of her own rules. The lustful entity sensed the gravekeeper's aura was pure, akin to that of a maiden. Such creatures were often the most susceptible to her temptations. However, to her dismay, as she revealed her prized form, countless black threads erupted from the gravekeeper's shovel. The gravekeeper's gaze remained fixed upon the direction Jiang Yan had departed, never once straying towards the woman. She was pierced innumerable times by the black threads, a gruesome sight that elicited a sense of revulsion. For the first time, the specter felt the agony of being gnawed upon from within, her death rule automatically dissolving. "What are you? You have no heart." The excruciating pain drove the specter to despair. She knelt at the gravekeeper's feet, pleading, "I would be your servant. Please spare me. I can assist you against the dark church. I could easily eliminate those male members." The woman spoke truthfully before her capture by the church. She had held the title of the Widowmaker. She was a goddess revered by men and a demon feared by women. No prey she desired ever escaped her grasp. "You are unworthy." The reticent gravekeeper spoke, raising his shovel to deliver a crushing blow to the woman's head. The specter was absorbed by the shovel, and the gravekeeper's pallid complexion began to improve. His demeanor toward the two who had aided him softened, and his thoughts grew increasingly warped. Why did they flee after helping him? Was he not deserving? The mixture of malevolent spirits within Jiang Yan, his specter title, and the rewards he had previously acquired coalesced, leading the lonely, distorted gravekeeper to mistakenly believe that Jiang Yan and Belle were his closest and only friends. Their hasty departure to save their friend must surely be due to the dark church pursuing them. It had to be so. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, the gravekeeper's warped perceptions led him to this conclusion. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he encountered Chloe, who was seated in the corridor, tinkering with bottles and jars. Momentarily forgetting the chaos of the 4th floor, the dark-haired youth, driven by the obsession to complete the dungeon, quickly approached Chloe, joining Belle in blocking off the front and back exits to ensure the perfumer would not escape easily. In contrast to the turmoil within the rehabilitation area, the recently arrived players in the Dark Church dungeon, having formed small groups, engaged in discussions during their downtime. They exchanged information about the church while speculating about each other's chosen factions. Yin Feng, known for his misfortune, was conversing with a prominent figure in the dungeon when a nearby player, clutching a crystal ball and mysteriously probing the church, suddenly declared, "Someone has died." The players, drawn to this revelation, quickly gathered around the one with the crystal ball, clamoring with questions. Who died? Was it a player? That team just left not long ago. The deceased was the bespectacled man who had recently departed with the nun, his flame of life extinguished shortly thereafter, without even a signal for help. Players familiar with the Spectre dungeon had gained titles and abilities that elevated them beyond the vulnerability of newcomers, rendering them less likely to fall victim to ordinary specters. Chapter 77. The Underlying Currents of the Church. Perhaps a player had discovered a conflict between the bespectacled man's chosen faction and their own and had acted covertly, for it was unlikely that he would perish so swiftly. A player who had identified himself as a protector of the Dark Church interjected into the discussion, casting a wary glance at the surrounding players. As seasoned players of survival games, you should understand that faction choices directly influence the Spectre's attitudes. While the mission may seem to place us at odds, it does not necessitate mutual slaughter from the outset. A failed faction choice does not equate to death. It only incurs penalties. I hope we can coexist peacefully and refrain from sabotaging one another. Indeed, I too am a player who chose to assist the Dark Church. Who would have thought that upon entering the dungeon, I would be targeted by those nuns? I believe most of us would prefer to aid the Dark Church in repelling intruders. The bald man beside them, visibly impatient, lit a cigarette. Noticing the hesitation on the faces of the players who had yet to express their stance, his irritation morphed into a rather unsightly demeanor. You all act like children, dawdling endlessly. Forget this. I'm off to find a nun to accept a quest. I can't be bothered to squabble with you literary types. His departure left the remaining scholars, who had not yet shown open hostility, in an awkward silence, with no one daring to break the stillness. Yet, a few players, in agreement with the bald man's viewpoint, chose to follow him. After all, not everyone selected for the survival horror game possessed high academic qualifications or a cultured background. Nor did they all enjoy engaging in verbal sparring. Compared to expending mental energy to converse with other players, this group, proud of their brute strength, preferred to act, relying on their might to conquer the horrors and unlock greater powers. The dungeons harbored great malice towards humanity, yet they were hardly lenient towards the horrors either. Here, pre-established rules held the utmost authority, followed closely by the peculiar regulations of those self-proclaimed apex predators. "Let us depart," declared the rude bald man. "He is right. We should complete the main quest before contemplating other matters." Several players, having come to this realization, left in succession. The remaining individuals, unwilling to sit idly, busied themselves with their own affairs. Thus, the demise of the man with glasses concluded without clarification. Apart from a few overly sentimental players who still harbored thoughts of him, no one else mentioned it afterward. Meanwhile, the Dark Priest, covertly observing the movements of the Black Church personnel, successfully eliminated and replaced a mid-level horror during the ensuing chaos in the rehabilitation area. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes filled with suspicion, the Dark Priest led a young girl adorned in a black veil and a delicate dress, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, to the nun's enforcement office. After explaining their intentions to the lead ghost nun, they were directed to the Chamber of Penance by another ghost nun. This chamber, exclusively reserved for the lower-tier ghost nuns of the Black Church, served as a training ground for honing their skills. It was also the source of the negative emotions that the Black Church utilized to forge cursed candles for the deities. Thus, the majority of nuns, who were not often seen by players, spent their time in rigorous penance here. As expected, upon reaching the semi-central area, the Dark Priest encountered the head of the penance chamber. This individual, a middle-aged nun with flaxen curls and a necklace of hand bones, bore a hawkish nose. Perhaps due to the dim lighting of the chamber and the presence of the young girl transformed from a gray cat, the head nun failed to notice anything amiss. She resembled an unfeeling, pedantic elder, rambling nonsensically. "I wasn't informed that 2 more nuns were arriving. There isn't enough space. Do you really think the Black Church can easily obtain negative emotions? Where did this little girl come from? Can someone so young truly be a ghost nun?" Seeing that the Dark Priest paid her no heed, the middle-aged nun grew irate. Her emaciated hand reached out towards the young woman in front of her. A chilling wind swirled, and sounds like wailing spirits erupted from her palm, sending a curse-laden gust towards the Dark Priest. Coincidentally, a group of ghost nuns emerged from the penance chamber, carrying the cursed candles they had forged, just in time to witness this scene. "The head nun is bullying the newcomers again. Keep your voices down. Do you want to die again?" whispered the pale-faced ghost nuns, blood seeping from the corners of their eyes and mouths, creating an exceptionally eerie atmosphere. In response, the Dark Priest sighed and shook his head. "It has been many years. Allah, you still enjoy wielding power over others. No wonder Archbishop holds a low opinion of you." Raising his hand, the pathogens in the air were effortlessly dispelled, causing the onlooking ghost nuns to erupt in commotion. They were not unfamiliar with the head nun's capacity for torment. Such a force was not easily brushed aside. Unless, of course, the newcomer proved to be more formidable than the head nun herself. Upon hearing the unfamiliar woman effortlessly utter her true name, the middle-aged nun's expression grew increasingly grim. "Who exactly are you?" Her inquiry was abruptly interrupted when the previously silent girl lifted her veil and met her gaze. The girl's pupils resembled those of the black cat raised by Archbishop, their colors identical. The outer ring of deep black instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. Just one glance left her feeling momentarily suffocated, rendering her cursed adornments ineffective. Though she had a notoriously bad temper, her role in the penance chamber, where she tortured and trained ghost nuns, stemmed from her past as a devotee of the deities, showcasing her exceptional abilities. While she might not rival the rising stars of the Black Church, her efficiency in handling matters related to death and emotional scope was commendable. Without having offended the higher-ups, the middle-aged nun gradually shifted from the forefront to the shadows, taking on the unseen, arduous tasks. Yet, who was this woman before her, and why did she recognize her? "I am Serena, the clandestine head of the rehabilitation area of the Black Church, as well as the sole mother of the saint." Saint? Both the middle-aged nun and the whispering ghost nuns nearby were taken aback. They had paid little attention to the fact that the Dark Priest was the head of the rehabilitation area, focusing instead on the girl's identity. The group of horrors shifted their gaze from the Dark Priest to the little girl, their expressions revealing envy and suspicion, much to the delight of the usually inconspicuous gray cat. Indeed, She is the saint acknowledged by Archbishop, and if you do not believe it, you may gaze into her eyes. Having raised a cat for a lifetime, one must utilize a cat in the moment. The dark priest lifted the veil, exposing the gray cat's distinctive eyes to the public eye. With the unique feline gaze as evidence, coupled with the dark priest's disguised identity, even the middle-aged nun, who was typically prone to suspicion and prone to reporting minor grievances, had no choice but to acquiesce. Given that the head of the rehabilitation area naturally held a higher rank, combined with her status as the only mother of the saint, the consequences of not bowing would likely result in her exclusion from the fold. Chapter 78, The Definition of a Friend. Upon realizing this, the middle-aged nun swiftly adjusted her demeanor, no longer daring to reveal her true thoughts. What brings you to the penance chamber? Following the rules set forth by Archbishop, you possess the authority to mobilize these ghost nuns, including all available resources within the penance chamber. I require a team of intelligent and capable ghost nuns to assist me in capturing the sewer rats. Since Archbishop has departed, there are now outsiders within the church. Have you not noticed? This revelation left her stunned, realizing that outsiders had infiltrated the church, and the head of the rehabilitation area had detected it. Without allowing the middle-aged nun to contemplate further, the impatient dark priest casually selected several ghost nuns. You, and a few others, accompany me. The rest may continue their training. The rehabilitation area will soon require a large quantity of cursed candles. Yes, my lady. The chosen ghost nuns displayed excitement, swiftly gliding to the dark priest's side to form an escort. As the dark priest spoke, the previously sullen and melancholic middle-aged nun suddenly brightened, waving her hand respectfully. Safe travels. Once the dark priest departed, the middle-aged nun reverted to her unruly demeanor, pointing at the unselected nuns and scolding, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and produce cursed candles. Do you need me to remind you repeatedly?" As she spoke, the middle-aged nun feigned to raise her hand towards them, pretending to cast a curse. We will definitely exceed expectations in delivering cursed candles for you. That is more like it." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the rehabilitation area, Jiang Yan quickly gained the upper hand in conversation. As he was merely a courier delivering books to Chloe, he had no intention of getting to know her. Besides, the perfume was knocked over by the butterflies summoned by Chloe, so he bore no blame. After exchanging words and finding no advantage, Chloe's smile faded as she forcibly shifted the topic. "Shall we pause for now? Perhaps consider how to deal with other horrors later?" Jiang Yan blinked his doe-like eyes devoid of emotion, leaning down to poke the perfume bottle resting on the ground with his slender fingers. With a slight upward curve of her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous delight, she conceded, "Very well, but the chaos of the tales is also your doing. If you wish for my collaboration, you must concoct a few bottles of perfume for Belle, while ensuring that you will not oppose us. At least not within the confines of the Black Cathedral. Is that agreeable? Do I possess the right to refuse?" Chloe sighed in resignation, acknowledging her misfortune. "What type of perfume do you require? It is imperative to clarify that my rules are not infallible. If you seek something outrageous, I lack the necessary materials to create it." Chloe spoke the truth. Some perfumes imbued with the power of rules were beyond her capabilities. Had she been able to craft such a perfume, her sister, Vera, would not be lying in that garden crafted from flora. "Can you create a perfume that retrieves forgotten memories?" After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yan posed his query to the master perfumer before him, harboring a glimmer of hope. If Chloe could indeed produce a scent that would help him reclaim lost memories, he might escape the world of tales and retire early. The long-absent system notification chimed in, cautioning Jiang Yan not to overthink. Survival in this game was far from a simple pastime, where players could come and go at their whim. Ignoring the system's warning, Jiang Yan focused on Chloe's response. "Certainly, that's quite simple. I can do it right now." Before she could finish, Chloe, seated on the ground, suddenly realized something and sprang to her feet, swiftly gathering the scattered perfume bottles. Almost simultaneously, the sound of a shovel striking something echoed from the staircase. A grotesque figure, a tail gone awry, was thrust by the gravekeeper from the 4th floor to the 5th. Following closely, a strikingly handsome gravekeeper ascended to the 5th floor, coldly observing the contorted, still-breathing tail. With a single blow of his shovel, the tail met its end, and the gravekeeper turned his gaze towards Jiang Yan's position. Their eyes locked, and through this silent exchange, Jiang Yan felt as though he had been transported to an empty graveyard, where loneliness and other negative emotions surged within him. Chloe blinked in surprise, witnessing the gravekeeper's demeanor shift as he regarded Jiang Yan, his twisted heart growing increasingly fond of him. This affection, however, was not of a romantic nature, but rather a childlike joy at encountering someone of a similar age who could potentially become a friend. Thus, the inarticulate Greykeeper, clutching his shovel, approached Jiang Yan, his mind echoing a plea for friendship. If they were not to be friends, he mused, he would simply entomb Jiang Yan in a coffin. He would be a diligent gravekeeper. Feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine, Jiang Yan was unable to voice a word before his arms were seized by Belle and Chloe. In unison, the two women admonished, "What are you dawdling for? If you don't leave now, you'll be flattened by the gravekeeper's shovel." They could hardly contend with the tales of the care facility. Surely, they could evade them. "Wait, you two hold on." Jiang Yan attempted to interject, but was swiftly pulled upstairs by the two women. An evildoer, a villain who steals friends. In the blink of an eye, the gravekeeper had transformed Belle from a friend of a friend into a villain who snatched friends away. As for Chloe, he had heard her voice from within the coffin and caught a whiff of the nauseating perfume she bore. Naturally, Chloe too was marked as a villain in the gravekeeper's eyes. Chapter 79. Chaos within chaos, even with two companions in tow. Their speed was akin to that of a swift steed as they fled. Jiang Yan found himself dragged up another flight of stairs. The doors on this level were markedly different from those on the previous ones. Wooden doors had been replaced with iron ones. Moreover, each iron door was fortified with a layer of barbed wire. The cursed candles lining the corridor were not only more numerous than those on the lower levels, but perilously. They were all alight. Within their line of sight, every cursed candle burned fiercely, the flames imbued with the power of rules, causing the carving knife in Belle's hand to vanish without a trace. The air surrounding Chloe, adorned with butterflies, became stifling, and she covered her mouth and nose, too apprehensive to breathe deeply. There was no further ascent possible. A gut feeling warned Jiang Yan that proceeding upward might lead them to encounter tales even more formidable than the Gravekeeper, risking a premature catastrophe within the Black Cathedral's quest. At such a moment, the main task might very well be altered, transformed into an insurmountable challenge. "What do you propose we do? We cannot simply be dispatched by the Gravekeeper's shovel." Chloe rolled her eyes in irritation, scrutinizing the layout of the level before exclaiming, "How has the chapel's decorator managed to create a care facility with such an elongated corridor and not a single window? I could forcibly breach the walls, but that would incur the wrath of the rules. These candles are exceedingly bothersome." After a brief silence, Belle offered a solution. She could forcibly shape the graveyard in sculptures, breaking through the walls of the care facility to escape. Though tempted by Belle's suggestion, Jiang Yan believed they could exploit the tales within the care facility for their advantage, especially considering the closed doors on this level, which could serve to distract and delay the Gravekeeper, creating confusion. "I will extinguish the candles while you two find a way to open a few doors and draw the Gravekeeper's attention." Not being a tale himself, Jiang Yan was immune to the cursed candle's effects and easily approached them, blowing out each flickering flame. With each candle extinguished, the power of the rules flowing through the air diminished significantly. This indirectly caused the tales on this level to become restless, emitting piercing noises and unsettling sounds that drew attention from the outside. "Let us open that door. It feels manageable and unlikely to lead to immediate peril." As Jiang Yan extinguished the candles, Belle and Chloe utilized their abilities of fate observation and good luck perfume. They successfully selected a door from the array of iron gates that posed little threat, yet was sufficient to capture the Gravekeeper's interest. With a tremendous crash, the barbed wire, soaked in cursed wax, was obliterated by the sculpture, shattering into countless pieces. The tale within sensed that the external shackles had been removed and, finding no formidable adversary outside, was overwhelmed by hunger, easily breaking through the seemingly flimsy iron door, emerging into view. A little girl with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, cradling a doll and dressed in a pristine white gown, tilted her head and beamed at them. "Are you here to play with me?" With her doll in hand, she surveyed the two older sisters and the young brother, deeming them perfect companions for a game of house. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Jiang Yan and the others instantly wore expressions of discomfort. It was not that her voice was unpleasant, but rather that it evoked a profound sense of loss regarding their own childhoods. Filled with regret and longing, they were ensnared by a fabricated fantasy of their childhood, implanted in their minds alongside the accompanying emotions. This invasive rule was akin to a rogue, utterly inescapable unless they fled the tainted area or vanquished the corresponding tale. Otherwise, as time elapsed, their memories would undoubtedly be manipulated by the tale, rendering them mere puppets at its mercy. "Come play with me." The golden-haired girl, encountering someone with such formidable mental fortitude for the first time, raised her voice once more, striving to capture Jiang Yan's attention. Her voice, like a virus, infiltrated Jiang Yan's mind, and delusions began to dance before his eyes. The care facility morphed into a toy room from his childhood, where a blurred figure, indistinct features hidden, sat beside him, accompanied by playful children. With eyes devoid of life, Jiang Yan approached the golden-haired girl, followed closely by Belle, and finally Chloe trailed behind. Upon opening the door, she was greeted with 3 toys, a delightful surprise for a ghoul in a state of hunger. She stood at the entrance, signaling the 3 to enter. These delectable treats were solely hers to savor, leaving no room for others to covet. Immersed in her thoughts about the 3, the ghoul remained oblivious to the presence creeping up behind her. It was only when the Grey Keeper raised his shovel, poised to strike her at the back of her head, that she reacted, attempting to shield herself with the doll. Yet, her reflexes were no match for the Grey Keeper's swiftness. The shovel struck the golden-haired girl, sending fragments of her brain matter flying onto Chloe, who was positioned at the back. Highly sensitive to odors, Chloe awakened at once, horrified to see her exquisite attire stained. She glanced at the Grey Keeper, whose excitement was palpable, and let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Grey Keeper, you wretched creature. My clothes, my precious clothes. Where did this lunatic come from? The Black Church is truly merciless." Her shrill cries jolted Jiang Yan from his stupor. He instinctively covered his ears and turned towards the source of the commotion. To his dismay, he witnessed a grotesquely grinning Gravekeeper engaged in a fierce confrontation with the golden-haired girl. The narrow doorway could scarcely accommodate their struggle, and blood and flesh from the girl splattered everywhere, leaving no room for Jiang Yan and the others to evade. Fortunately, he was at the forefront, having entered the room, with Belle and Chloe acting as shields. He remained relatively unscathed by the bloodshed. Damn it, you all shall perish." Chloe, unable to endure the horror, began hurling perfume bottles with reckless abandon, disregarding the exorbitant costs and the painstaking process of crafting the fragrances. In an instant, the corridor was awash with an indescribable emlang of scents. Memories intertwined with various emotions flooded the minds of both the Gravekeeper and the ghoul. Before long, the Gravekeeper, having devoured many of his kind, overpowered the golden-haired girl, slamming her lifeless body onto the floor. After dispatching the ghoul, the Gravekeeper, not in a hurry to absorb her essence, wiped the blood from his face and directed his gaze towards Jiang Yan. The excessive inhalation of Chloe's concocted perfume further muddled the already chaotic state of the Gravekeeper's mind. Chapter 8. The past. The Gravekeeper lingered at the doorway, stalling any further action, leaving Jiang Yan hesitant to advance. The shovel in the Gravekeeper's grasp was an intimidating sight, capable of easily dispatching a formidable ghoul. Amen. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he could ask Belle to shatter a window, summoning the statues to leap from the upper floor to evade the Gravekeeper's blockade. With the right execution, he might even sustain a minor fracture in his arm, thus crafting a narrative of a preordained saint. Having jumped from a building to escape a deranged patient, sustaining an injury in the process. Surely, the characters in the Black Church's narrative would believe such a tale. Refining his lie, Jiang Yan tugged at Belle's sleeve, preparing to obscure their conversation with Chloe's figure. Suddenly, the disoriented Gravekeeper lunged into the room, flinging the furious Chloe out the door and positioning himself between Belle and Jiang Yan. The Gravekeeper's intense gaze fixated on Jiang Yan's hand, which still held Belle's sleeve. Reluctantly, he let go, raising an eyebrow while creating distance. Since the Gravekeeper had been inadvertently awakened by him and Belle, he seemed relentlessly determined to track their whereabouts. Logically, this was rather peculiar. Jiang Yan's gaze inadvertently met the Gravekeeper's bewildered stare, triggering his ghoul encyclopedia ability once again. The light and shadows within his vision began to shift, and soon he found himself beside a narrow path. It was midday, and a carriage stood by the roadside. A middle-aged man with a disingenuous smile, a woman clad in a nun's attire, and a juvenile version of the Gravekeeper, resembling a child suffering from leukemia, were present. Through the conversation between the two adults, Jiang Yan learned that the middle-aged man was the director of an orphanage, managing it with the help of the children's crafts and adoption subsidies. The Gravekeeper was an anomaly among the orphans. He shunned crafts, avoided interaction with peers, and did not seek the favor of nobles who admired his unique appearance. Under pressure, the orphanage director chose to send the Gravekeeper to the church, which also sheltered unusual children, for the sake of the orphanage's reputation and the wishes of the other children. He genuinely cared for the Gravekeeper. It was not merely the church's monetary incentives that motivated him. "All right, Director Jim, I believe you are a good caretaker of the orphanage. Rest assured, we will properly educate Andrew. When he grows older, we will ensure he visits you if the opportunity arises." The nun interrupted Director Jim's incessant ramblings, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing her features. Cough, cough, cough. "With your assurance, I, as the principal, can rest easy handing him over to you." With that, Director Jim insincerely placed his greasy hand on Andrew's shoulder, half-heartedly stating, "Andrew, be sure to heed the nun's teachings at the church. I have high hopes for you." To Andrew, it mattered little where he went. He cherished only the solitude of his own company, particularly at night, which was incredibly forgiving to his eyes. Beside them, a white horse stomped its feet, impatiently blowing a large bubble from its nostrils and scratching the ground with its front hoof. The nun, displaying just the right amount of contrition, retrieved a pocket watch and glanced at the time before extending her hand towards Andrew, saying, "It is time for us to leave." The nun led Andrew into the carriage, departing the orphanage en route to the church. The carriage sped swiftly, soon arriving at the church. From the outside, the black church appeared modest, with few staff members, a far cry from the current iteration of the black church-esque narrative. Upon disembarking, the nun guided Andrew into the archbishop's lounge. After a brief examination, the archbishop's expression brightened. She sensed a peculiar power akin to that of a ghoul within Andrew, a force well suited for unsavory tasks, such as managing the graveyard and eliminating the weak, resentful ghouls that sought to revive. Though the black church was never intimidated by the incursions of weaker ghouls, their presence could occasionally hinder the church's construction progress. Eager to erect a church of divine proportions, the archbishop could not afford any setbacks in her plans. Hence, she was willing to expend significant effort in searching for rare talents like Andrew. Regrettably, Andrew's albinism was untreatable. He likely had only a decade or so left to live. The archbishop lamented this, but quickly considered that a decade would suffice for the black church to solidify its foundation and emerge as an independent divine realm. By that time, Andrew, having outlived his purpose, could serve as a relic, a mascot guarding the church. The nun nodded fervently in response to the archbishop's instructions, drawing an inverted cross over her chest and respectfully assuring, "I pledge to fulfill this task," nurturing Andrew into a devoted servant contributing wholeheartedly to the church. Outside, the scenery was splendid, yet the darkness within the church sent chills down Jiang Yan's spine. After overhearing the ghouls discussing Andrew's future, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at him. By sheer coincidence, Andrew, who had been staring at the ground lost in thought, lifted his head, and their gazes met. In that fleeting moment, an absurd notion bloomed within Jiang Yan. Did Andrew just see him? Yet, it was also plausible that the inherently extraordinary Andrew could sense souls, an uncertain possibility. He wondered if Andrew would still meet his gaze again. What if it happened a few more times? It can no longer be described merely as coincidence. While Jiang Yan was lost in thought, the nun had already led Andrew into the forbidden area of the church's backyard. Here, countless tombstones were intricately carved, surrounded by pure white flowers and black curse candles. It was evident that this was the place where the black church dealt with the burial of supernatural entities, and it would be Andrew's future post to guard. Ensuring that Andrew felt no fear or other superfluous emotions regarding the graveyard, the nun nodded in satisfaction and pointed to a small hut that had appeared beside the graveyard. "You will reside here from now on. I will arrange for your meals to be delivered on time. During this period, you are to remain within the confines of this hut, studying the knowledge contained in your books. You must not wander about, especially as night falls. Should you hear any sounds, do not open the door. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chapter 81. Side quest. Andrew obediently nodded, entering the hut to take a cursory glance at its structure before picking up a book on how to become a qualified Grey Keeper, patiently beginning to read. The young man with albinism exhibited a demeanor of unusual calm and obedience for his age, which greatly relieved the nun, who was not fond of male humans. Had Andrew been disobedient, she might have transformed into a vengeful spirit, using her sharp nails to teach him how to be an obedient child. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Andrew had grown from an inconspicuous child into a young man of 16 or 17. Under the careful guidance of Archbishop and others, he had learned how to handle the bodies of supernatural entities alone, burying them one by one in the graveyard. Even at night, he could wander the dark graveyard, armed with a shovel and a light. However, his albinism remained untreated, perhaps due to the intervention of the Archbishop and others. After all, the medical resources of the Black Church were far more abundant than those in the outside world, especially with the presence of supernatural entities within. Jiang Yan was confident that, even if the supernatural could not completely cure Andrew's albinism, they could at least delay its progression. Thus, without the aid of external medical treatment, Andrew soon found himself ambushed one night while on a sweep, sustaining severe injuries that rendered him incapable of continuing his duties in the graveyard. He was sent to the infirmary for treatment. The so-called treatment was merely a prelude to crafting a coffin tailored for Andrew, ensuring that his body and soul would not dissipate after death while he was administered restorative potions. A week later, the accumulated potions within him began to take effect. Before he could utter a sound, a nearby nun pulled him up, helped him into suitable clothing, and placed him inside the coffin. As the nuns busily filled the coffin with items, Jiang Yan stood silently nearby. He was uncertain whether it was the excessive psychological suggestions he had imposed earlier, but he felt as though Andrew inside the coffin was continuously watching him, even until the moment the coffin was sealed and nailed shut. Considering this might be the last time he would see Andrew as a child, Jiang Yan unusually approached the coffin and whispered, "You will become an extraordinary gravekeeper, one who will unveil the true nature of the Black Church and personally bring about its destruction." The lifeless Andrew's fingers twitched slightly, but the coffin remained tightly sealed, and no one noticed this peculiarity. The voice of the dark-haired youth intertwined with the memories of his younger self, trembling with the absence of companionship. Having been treated as a mere tool since childhood, congratulations, player, on completing the hidden side quest and gaining the favor of the Greykeeper, an important figure within the Black Church. Please eliminate the supernatural entities in the infirmary within the designated time frame to avoid being expelled from the instance. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the Gravekeeper's aura, which grants resistance against corpse-related supernatural entities, with a chance to ignore their death rules. The system's notifications rang out one after another. After patiently listening to the tasks assigned by the system, Jiang Yan managed to maintain a smile and said to the Gravekeeper, "Since you remember me, why not join me in cleansing the floors? Let's eliminate the supernatural entities." Agreed. After a brief moment of excitement, the Gravekeeper reverted to his previous stoic demeanor. Armed with a shovel, he disregarded the curses of the barbed wire and began to open the doors of rooms housing supernatural entities to commence the cleansing. Only Belle and Chloe were left, bewildered. Chloe, thrown against the wall, stumbled over to Jiang Yan, now devoid of her previous elegance. Her clothes were wrinkled, her hands bore several cuts, and her complexion had grown pale. "Did the Gravekeeper's memories change because of you? How did you accomplish that?" As a top-tier perfumer, Chloe could easily discern the scents emanating from individuals. Relying on these fragrances to identify emotions and perceive the complex and diverse feelings of people was a daily practice in her perfume crafting, even though she appeared disheveled. With bloodstains scattered across her, her masterful sense of smell could not deceive. Chloe sensed a significant shift in the emotional fragrance of the Gravekeeper. However, her rule-based perfume had a fatal flaw. It could only serve as an observer, unable to directly or indirectly interfere with the past. Such a powerful fragrance and its rules should not exist in this world. Yet today, she glimpsed a possibility of that fragrance in Jiang Yan, which undoubtedly represented a glimmer of hope for her sister, Vera. Under Chloe's eager gaze, Jiang Yan awkwardly stepped back 2 paces and explained, "This is related to my abilities. I recently interacted with the past of the Greykeeper, establishing a basic impression of one another. Later, because I unlocked the coffin with Belle, it resulted in a connection of memories for the Greykeeper. This mental reconstruction directly led to the system issuing a new task, the previously mentioned hunting plan." Tap, tap. Just as Jiang Yan was explaining, footsteps echoed from below. The first batch of ghostly nuns arrived at the infirmary, commencing their assignments. The nun in the lead moved with remarkable speed, her staff emanating a thick aura of darkness. The nuns following her moved at a slower pace, but they wielded larger and more potent black candles, which exhibited exceptional effectiveness in restraining supernatural entities. Not only the ghostly nuns, but even the large-eyed entity that had previously participated in the preliminary assessment of Jiang Yan and others also arrived on the scene. It began assimilating the scattered mirrors on the first floor, allowing their contents to be projected live to the other nuns preparing for an assault. The conditions of the first, second, and third floors were all displayed. Lady Kata smirked coldly, her anger reaching a boiling point. "Very well. All the supernatural entities are dead. Our efforts over the past 6 months have been in vain." Cough, cough, she added. "But haven't we also captured some humans with greater research value?" Chapter 82. Discovered the more valuable humans referred to by the staff nearby were, in fact, players who had entered the instance. The unfortunate bespectacled man, who had followed the nuns to the infirmary, unwittingly encountered the large-eyed entity and other aberrant supernatural beings along the way. Unsurprisingly, He was captured by the supernatural entities for research, temporarily stripped of his vitality, leading players with crystal balls to mistakenly believe he had perished and spread false information. An intriguing human could hardly compare to the majority of supernatural entities with potential utility. Lady Kata shot her a fierce glare, reminding every church staff member present. Do not forget, the infirmary is not merely a holding ground for the useless. Some compatriots have paid handsomely to be here. Though the Black Church appeared outwardly independent and exclusive, internally it maintained strong collaborative relationships with various supernatural entities from different dimensions. The Newland School, previously a focal point for the Black Church's careful observation and nurturing, unfortunately suffered due to the incompetence of its former principal, leading to the premature termination of the Archbishop's collaboration. As a last resort, they were compelled to recruit individuals from the outside world who met the specified age and gender criteria to select a suitable saint for divine consumption. Upon considering the prospect of a saint, Lady Kata swiftly identified the matron responsible for the saint's training from the crowd and summoned her to her side with her powers. I ask you, she demanded, how many pre-selected saints are there, and where are they located? Amidst the turmoil in the healing area, it was imperative to safeguard the fragile and insignificant human beings to prevent further calamity. The nun, brought forth, swallowed hard and stammered. One pre-selected saint is in the healing area, another is in the library looking for books and has yet to arrive, while the remaining saints have provided suffocating answers. Unable to contain her inner fury any longer, Lady Kata viciously twisted the nun's head a full 180 degrees. Everyone, suppress the tales of horror. If that saint is still alive, remember to bring him before me, and ensure the safety of the saint in the library, making certain he survives today. With her resolve to cease nurturing saints, Lady Kata issued her commands, prompting those on standby to spring into action. Do you intend to directly transform those two pre-selected saints into saints? The wide-eyed one questioned, blinking in confusion. This contradicts the jungle laws espoused by the Archbishop. And the divine selection criteria are clear. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? If you wish to wait until we discover that not a single pre-selected saint can be found, then I agree with your proposal. Lady Kata had lost all desire for conversation, waving her hand as she departed the first floor, leaving the wide-eyed one pondering her words. In the tumultuous floor, the gravekeeper wielded a shovel, unhesitatingly striking down every horror that presented itself. He was responsible for the blows, while Belle focused on consumption. Their coordination became increasingly seamless, resulting in a rapid decline in the number of horrors within the floor. Just then, a gust of cold wind interrupted their motions. Jiang Yan lifted his head, coincidentally locking eyes with a ghostly nun soaring towards him. The ghostly nun, her feet aloft, appeared exceptionally gaunt, wielding a stick that emitted piercing shrieks sporadically, sending chills down one's spine. The inverted crosses hanging from their necks emitted a faint glow, while small eyes, divided and parasitic, twisted incessantly, broadcasting live updates to the church personnel below. Upon recognizing the apparition as a ghostly nun of the church, Jiang Yan instinctively donned a clown mask from his backpack to prevent any discerning eyes from identifying him as a pre-selected saint. At the moment Jiang Yan donned the mask, the ghostly nun received an order through the eyes: eliminate all intruders before her and send their bodies and souls to the embalming area to endure eternal torment. With the command received, the ghostly nun let out a piercing scream, the sound wave nearly rupturing Jiang Yan's eardrum. These ghostly nuns were not classified as horrors and could not employ the rules of death. Instead, they used the most primitive methods of sonic harassment and blunt force, relying on speed and the suppression of cursed candles to achieve victory. The sounds generated by the ghostly nun's stick made Jiang Yan wary of direct confrontation. Noticing Jiang Yan's agility, the ghostly nun adjusted her previously brutal attack style, utilizing her low-altitude flight and the chilling temperature of her presence to wear down the human before her. As a ghostly nun, as long as the candle remained lit, she could engage in an endless battle. This was the true strength of the Black Church. Jiang Yan? After dispatching a troublesome horror, Belle caught a glimpse of Jiang Yan battling the ghostly nun. His intended feeding action abruptly halted. The church personnel have reached this floor? With no time for further contemplation, Belle beckoned the gravekeeper, who was preparing to open a blind box, to assist him. With the support of sculptures and shovels, Jiang Yan swiftly plunged his scissors into the heart of the ghostly nun. There were no signs of bloodshed, accompanied by the ghostly nun's scream. Her body burst like a punctured balloon. The human form nun clutched her chest, suppressing discomfort as she declared, I have discovered the intruders. They are nearing the top floor. The top floor? In response to the nun's full disclosure, the wide-eyed one pondered for a moment before relaying this information to every church member adorned with an inverted cross. Upon receiving the message, the other church personnel hastened towards the floor where Jiang Yan was located. Not for any other reason, but because the intruders were approaching the top floor, where the clientele receiving care were individuals of significant importance, even warranting the utmost caution from the archbishop. Perhaps due to the collective movement of horrors converging on a single floor, Jiang Yan's previously unwavering sanity had diminished considerably. His sanity, which had been nearly full, dropped from 99 to 80, indicating a shift from an excellent state to a merely satisfactory one. This was not a promising development. Contemplating this, Jiang Yan inquired of the gravekeeper, who had paused in his cleansing efforts, to confirm whether their thoughts aligned. Shall we proceed upward? If we delay, those nuns will soon arrive. Yes, I know of a secret passage leading to the top floor, the other end of which opens to the graveyard. In terms of qualifications, Gravekeeper Andrew possessed far greater knowledge than Lady Kata. Only he and the Archbishop, along with a select few high-ranking officials, were privy to the early secrets of the Black Church. Chapter 83. Lady Kata. The survival game of horrors is inherently reasonable, favoring those players who make the right choices. For instance, a fortunate player like Jiang Yan not only navigated the healing area without pain but also encountered the perfumer Chloe outside the instance and Gravekeeper Andrew within it. Standing at the stairway, Jiang Yan made one last confirmation that there were no hidden living beings within the floor before allowing Bell to summon a massive sculpture. The collision of sculptures produced a thunderous sound, generating numerous shards that were difficult to clear. The debris fused with the ruins of the damaged walls, complicating matters for the horrors arriving behind, making it challenging for them to pursue the lead group. In a minute, through the exaggerated and seemingly magnified steps, Jiang Yan reached the highest point of the healing area, the lounge reserved for the Black Church's esteemed guests. Upon entering, Jiang Yan immediately sensed something amiss. The decor of the top-tier healing area was excessively opulent. Rare greenery adorned the corridor, while the floor was covered with fine cashmere carpets. The chandeliers above, resembling gems, emitted a gentle, comfortable glow, even in broad daylight. This floor felt as though it had been reserved by medieval nobility, far more extravagant than in the past. Standing beside Jiang Yan, Andrew spoke in a low voice. Shall we take the secret passage or meet the guests here? For Andrew, the horrors of the Black Church were not particularly daunting. Eliminating them merely required time. The only entities he truly feared were the Archbishop and her divine deity. The former had lived for an eternity, possessing countless secrets, while Andrew had never encountered the latter, only hearing church members speak of it incessantly. Jiang Yan could tell that Andrew was eager to meet the guests on this floor. Initially, he intended to exit via the secret passage before making further plans. However, neither Andrew nor Bell seemed inclined to leave immediately. After careful consideration, Jiang Yan maintained a steady demeanor and said, "Since we are here, let us see who the guests are." In the past, he would have avoided stepping into murky waters, engaging in matters unrelated to the instance that could easily lead to trouble. The guest room was easy to find, not for any other reason, but because it was the only room on this floor marked with a door plate and a "Do Not Disturb" sign. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Yan once again heard the system's prompt echoing in his ears. Player's Urban Legends Encyclopedia has completed the time-limited task, Cleanse the Healing Zone. Reward for the Cleanse the Healing Zone task: players cannot be identified by any creatures outside of the church faction, and they cannot relay any information regarding the denunciation of players to the church staff. Warning: the upper layer of the healing zone in the Black Church is not to be pried into by outsiders. Players are advised to be mindful of their behavior. Please note, you are in a danger zone. Please retreat. The system's notification arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Upon hearing the rewards of the dungeon and the system's warning, a profound sense of crisis surged from the front. Jiang Yan raised his head, and there stood Lady Kata not far away, expressionless as she gripped her teaching staff, coldly observing them. Indifference, distortion, and cruelty flooded her pupils. When Jiang Yan discovered the inhumanity of Lady Kata, she did not move directly. She remained proudly upright, tilting her head as if gazing down at a group of dying lab rats. Shortly thereafter, the gravekeeper also sensed the malicious gaze and beheld Lady Kata's lofty demeanor. Silver-white strands of hair flashed past Jiang Yan. With a raised shovel, the gravekeeper, enveloped by the ethereal shadows of tombstones, was ready to engage seriously. The release of the death rules was sufficient proof of his deep-seated hatred for the higher-ups of the Black Church. Outrageous. A potent aura of death surged towards Kata. who wielded her staff as a weapon to fend off the void tombstones summoned by Andrew, while feigning indifference. She was internally shocked by the sheer abnormality of Andrew's abilities. It was well known that her seemingly light strike required substantial force. In her estimation, Andrew should not have been able to withstand the power of the whip easily. Andrew, as someone who once benefited the church, you still have time to cease your actions. Kata concealed her hands behind her back, signaling with her large eyes, her tone carrying a hint of casual admonition. I am aware of how many enemies you buried for the church and the merits you accrued. Thus, isn't it a pity to sacrifice your second life for these intruders? Facing Andrew, Kata deepened her stereotypical perception of male foolishness. Despite Andrew's awakening as an urban legend and possessing an almost infinite lifespan, why would he choose to oppose the Black Church? Had he forgotten the strength of Archbishopin and the teachings of the divine to the faithful? Contemplating this, an expression of utter bewilderment crossed Kata's face. She would not let this ungrateful wretch escape. If you truly cared for me, you would not disregard my request, allowing my body and soul to attain eternal slumber. Andrew spoke nothing but the truth. Had the Black Church not clandestinely thrust him into a coffin to serve as a guardian of the healing zone, perhaps his hatred for the Black Church would have diminished significantly. Upon hearing Andrew's obstinate remarks, Kata's expression soured further. At the same time, she sensed the large eye approaching through a secret passage, alleviating much of her pressure. If that is the case, let the divine and the Archbishop cleanse the sins that cling to you. With that, Kata swiftly advanced towards Andrew. Observing her movements, Andrew raised his shovel, charging forward naturally. He knew all too well that the people of the Black Church were hypocritical. They spoke of reconciliation while secretly plotting ambushes and kills. May you meet your demise. Andrew spoke calmly, delivering the harshest words to Kata with utmost seriousness. Kata staggered back a few steps, her staff insufficient to contend with the shovel that absorbed so much of the urban legend's vitality. The disparity in combat power was evident from their weapons. As a cerebral commander among the higher ranks, Kata was not adept at close combat. She preferred to hide behind the thick-skinned ghostly nun army, occasionally engaging in small assassination tricks. To confront the Gravekeeper directly was indeed a challenge for her. Fortunately, reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 84. A Choice Between Two. The entrance to the secret passage leading to the upper layers revealed a colossal eyeball before them. Within the pupil of this eyeball floated numerous unknown microorganisms, densely woven with cyan blood vessels throughout. The rear end of the large eye connected to two long tentacles, each adorned with countless sharp teeth within their suckers. Even standing several meters away from the large eyeball, one could sense the putrid, rotting stench that threatened to erode their sanity. Jiang Yan assessed the large eyeball and felt a loss of 5 sanity points. Friendly reminder, players should avoid gazing directly at the distorted urban legend that should not exist. This entity does not belong to the player's targets for elimination. The capabilities of the Urban Legends Encyclopedia will have no effect on this urban legend. Players are advised to maintain their distance. Meanwhile, the large eyeball slowly extended its tentacles from behind, disrupting the virtual graves surrounding Andrew. Its swaying eye observed the group before Lady Kata for a moment before erupting into an indescribable laughter. Kata, are you now so weak that you cannot even defeat a former gravekeeper abandoned by the church, along with a couple of crawlers? As a regulatory urban legend, the large eyeball naturally assumed Andrew was easy prey. It could not comprehend how Kata, as an executive officer, could not manage even this group and required its distant assistance. Silence. Is your vision impaired? Do you not see that the shovel in Andrew's hand has devoured an entire floor's worth of experimental subjects? He has long surpassed the low-tier capabilities set by Archbishop and humiliated by her colleague's mockery. Lady Kata was furious. She pointed at the illusion and snapped. What does defeating a few illusions prove? If you have the ability, go capture it and present it to the Archbishop. Fine, let us do that, you, who are always chattering and neglecting to explore your own rules. Now find yourself in a predicament and seek my help. The large eyeball retorted against Lady Kata, not forgetting to extend its tentacle to attack Andrew. The scene of the two Black Church employees bickering was perplexing to Jiang Yan and the others. However, with the urban legend blocking their escape from the floor and the ghostly nuns pursuing them with debris, they had little choice. Should they fail to defeat Lady Kata and the large eyeball swiftly, they risked being surrounded by the pursuing urban legends. Jiang Yan was not naive enough to believe that merely relying on Andrew and Belle would suffice to navigate the Black Church dungeon. That would be grossly underestimating the survival game of urban legends. Belle, assist Andrew with the graveyard, and Chloe, please see if you can find any perfume that weakens urban legends and hurl it at them. With a durable dagger in his left hand and an ancient tome from the divine realm in his right, Jiang Yan stood at the back, outlining strategies for team coordination. Understood. Belle, equally armed, licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the large eyeball. I have never tasted eyeball sashimi. I must savor it later. Alas. Had I known, I would not have stirred up trouble. What a pity for my limited edition perfume. Dressed in a new outfit, Chloe reclined on her perfume throne, propping her head with one hand while tossing a bottle of blue perfume towards the enemy with the other. This blue perfume symbolized the ocean, infused with Chloe's emotional resonance from years spent among dockworkers. Chloe, do not be obstinate. Just as the perfume was about to touch the ground, the agile Lady Kata darted between the large eyeball and Andrew like a wraith. In the final second before the perfume landed, she gracefully bent her slender waist and caught the blue perfume bottle in her palm. Holding the perfume, Kata, who had previously learned about the perfumer's abilities from Archbishop An, smiled triumphantly. As long as the perfume remains intact and the scent is undetectable, the rules of the perfume will not affect her. Chloe, you always falter at critical moments. She always knew that Chloe was a burden, of no real use yet feigning an air of indifference. My perfume has never faltered. Rather, it is some who lack discernment. Upon finishing her words, the perfume bottle in Lady Kata's hand shattered perfectly. The pale blue liquid was quickly absorbed by her palm, and the heated fragrance wafted around Big Eye and Andrew. At that very moment, the perspective of the onlookers shifted. The luxurious corridor of the therapy area transformed into a bustling ship dock, imbued with the unique essence of the sea. Beams of light from colossal vessels pierced directly into Big Eye's gaze. Overwhelmed by the intense illumination, Big Eye experienced a cascade of overlapping illusions. Light pollution, accompanied by an inexplicable white mist, obscured the figures of Jiang Yan and the others. Feeling the swaying wooden planks beneath her feet, Lady Kata peered through the gaps, catching a glimpse of the monstrous shadows lurking beneath the sea. Having never ventured beyond the mainland, her encounter with the ocean's eerie tales felt disconcertingly foreign. In an instant, a powerful sense of dissonance surged within the minds of the two spectral entities, accompanied by Chloe's unabashed laughter ringing in their ears. A certain oceanic rule seemed to be attempting to invade their thoughts, striving to transform them into laborers of the dock. As Lady Kata struggled against the pain to focus on Big Eye, she noticed a similarly grave expression reflected in his eyes. It was evident that he too had been affected by Chloe's perfume, losing his sanity and severing his connection to the Black Church. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yan pondered whether to harness the power of ancient tomes, alongside Andrew and Belle, to eliminate the two troublesome spirits. To kill one, my shovel is already overworked. I can only choose one of the two. Upon saying this, Andrew, fearing Jiang Yan's disbelief, raised the shovel in his hand. The shovel was marred with deep purple cracks, exuding the impression that it could shatter with the slightest misstep. I agree to eliminate one first. The ghostly nun is on the verge of dismantling the sculpture fragments I left behind. If we wait any longer, we may not be able to leave. Given the current circumstances, eliminating one spirit seems the most prudent choice. As for which one to eliminate, it ultimately depends on Jiang Yan's decision. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Jiang Yan instinctively expressed his choice. Lady Kata appeared to be the more manageable target compared to Big Eye. Very well. Chapter 85. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Having received the answer, Andrew swiftly approached the spirit, raising his shovel, which was on the verge of breaking from overexertion. He aimed to strike at the moment of the spirit's greatest vulnerability, exerting all his strength for a swift kill. Though Lady Kata, ensnared by the rules of the perfume, could not perceive the external situation, her body instinctively resisted. The veins on her body were prominently visible, each vessel and pore resisting the approach of death. Now, sensing Lady Kata's momentary distraction, Andrew brought the shovel down forcefully upon her head. A wave of intense pain coursed through her neural pathways, radiating to every corner of her body. She did not resist, not from unwillingness, but from the sheer speed of the attack. The shovel gradually absorbed Lady Kata's vitality, emitting dazzling bursts of light. Observing this, Andrew revealed a genuine smile. Sleep now in the grave, Lady Kata. He emphasized the word sleep heavily, for he had never been a magnanimous person. The prior dismissals of the church's personnel were merely his way of diminishing his presence. However, times had changed. He had been reborn and had formed bonds with friends he could truly call companions. The long-repressed nature within him was finally liberated today. The shovel completely drained Lady Kata of her life force, the cracks in its surface multiplying to the point of alarming Jiang Yan. Yet Andrew was unperturbed. He shrank the shovel and affixed it to his waist, then raised his head and inquired, Shall we go? We must depart, for if we linger any longer, I will escape from this illusion. Chloe added, leisurely passing by Jiang Yan. I can manage. As a player in this spectral survival game and a pre-selected member of the Black Church, Jiang Yan had to prioritize the main quest. Only by advancing the primary quest could the side story potentially conclude. Otherwise, the longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of the demon cat spirit, referred to as a deity by Archbishop, descending upon the Black Church. When that time came, the difficulty of the side story would undoubtedly escalate significantly. I will accompany Jiang Yan. Belle replied swiftly, her mind racing as she grasped the underlying implications of Chloe's words. Chloe, do you have further plans once we exit? Not too dim-witted, are you, little imp? Chloe chuckled, explaining, since we have already made an enemy of the Black Church, why not be direct and destroy it to prevent any prolonged troubles? So what do you intend to do? Following Andrew into the dimly lit passageway, Jiang Yan inquired about the perfumer Chloe's plans for dismantling the Black Church. Chloe was fearless of the heavens and the earth. Yet she dreaded being without suitable perfumes as tools for distraction. Before coming to the church, she had not brought along many lethal perfumes. This directly resulted in her diminished combat effectiveness against the church's employees, forcing her to remain behind Belle and others, utilizing only auxiliary perfumes. Do we need to do something? As an elegant perfumer, she was reluctant to confront those grotesque creatures directly. There must be a few servant-like figures ahead to shield against the encroaching spirits. Understood. The secret passage was not long, and soon they arrived at the church's rear garden. The rear garden of the Black Church led to various locations. Traversing it would bring them to the cemetery where Andrew had previously resided. As for the front and left sides, they corresponded to the secret exit leading outside the church and the vicinity of the library, respectively. Standing at the garden's entrance, the group temporarily parted ways. As they left, Andrew did not forget his promise to Jiang Yan, ensuring the dark-haired youth appeared severely injured. In reality, the bloodstains and grime on Jiang Yan were entirely due to Chloe's perfume and the dust from the exploding sculptures, ensuring the authenticity of his simulated wounds. Jiang Yan displayed acting skills worthy of an award as he limped toward the exit. Passing through the flower bushes, he even took a branch as a makeshift cane. Meandering toward the door, the long-awaited sunlight illuminated the garden, yet Jiang Yan felt anything but comfort. Instead, he found the atmosphere around him increasingly eerie. He maintained the guise of a frail individual, teetering on the brink of death. As he ambled forward, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, ensuring no lurking wild spirits awaited him. The dense greenery of the garden obscured his view, making it impossible for him to discern whether any aberrant beings lurked within the bushes. As for Belle, who could sense the presence of spirits? At this moment, Jiang Yan could only rely on himself. Holding a sense of impending doom, he cautiously exited the rear garden of the Black Church. Along the way, he encountered no attacks from any spirits. Approaching the library, Jiang Yan's keen eyes soon spotted the ghostly, nun-like church employees. Is anyone there? Mother? Archbishop in? Lady Kata? Someone help me, I don't want to die. His heartfelt cries successfully attracted the attention of two ghostly nuns. A chill wind swept by, and the two nuns materialized beside Jiang Yan. They scrutinized the unfamiliar male human, momentarily at a loss for words. Who are you? Based on his soiled clothing, they could vaguely discern that he wore the universal attire of the pre-selected saints. However, according to information from the front lines, there was only one pre-selected saint from the Black Church, and the unfortunate soul who had gone missing in the therapy area had yet to be found. Chapter 86. The nun never doubts the information conveyed by the church. She merely assumes that the visitors harbor ill intentions or are deliberately deceiving her. With a heightened sense of vigilance, the nun instinctively raises the instrument of punishment in her hand, displaying an attitude that if Jiang Yan does not provide a satisfactory explanation, he will meet his maker. Jiang Yan falls silent for 2 seconds before suddenly breaking down in tears. Before the two nuns can react, Jiang Yan, addicted to theatrics, reaches out to tug at the nun's garment, smearing his tears and the dirt from his clothes onto her. The nun, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, stands bewildered. Her previously sharp mind rendered momentarily vacant as she watches Jiang Yan rub his tears onto her attire. As a nun with a relatively low presence in the church, she has little experience with men, let alone a boy like Jiang Yan, who is youthful and possesses a deceptively innocent appearance. For the first time, her heart, which seldom beats with emotion, quickens as a surge of maternal instinct arises within her. Please, don't cry. Tell me what happened, and we will help you. Her demeanor towards Jiang Yan is now markedly different, much gentler and more compassionate. The other nun, not particularly bright, wears a look of incredulity. Clearly taken aback by her colleague's unexpected softness. An intruder. The intruder killed Lady Kata. Jiang Yan trembles as he clings desperately to the nun's garment. His voice choked with sobs echoing in her ears. What did you say? The other nun's expression shifts dramatically as she hastily puts down her instrument of punishment and forcibly separates her colleague from Jiang Yan. The younger nun interjects, positioning herself between them, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gasps, Lady Kata is dead? How could this be? Speak clearly. Take your time. If you are spreading false information, I cannot protect you. I am number 54, a pre-selected holy child of the church. I was sent by the matron to deliver books to a patient, but on my way down, I encountered a strange man wielding a shovel who knocked me unconscious at the door. After a brief pause to steady his breath, Jiang Yan continues, when I woke up, I saw Lady Kata being devoured by that monster. Next to him was a massive eye. As Jiang Yan vividly illustrates the size and shape of the eye, he notices the shock in the two nuns' eyes. It is evident that his dramatic recounting has convinced them entirely. How did you escape? Why didn't you inform the staff downstairs? The older nun, ever perceptive, quickly identifies a flaw in Jiang Yan's story. If he truly witnessed Lady Kata's death, he should have found a way to flee downstairs and join the others rather than dragging his injured body to the library. Having anticipated this line of questioning, Jiang Yan responds without hesitation, the path downstairs was already blocked by rubble. I had no way to go down. And how did you come down? The nun, astonished by the mention of the blockage, does not forget to relay the information to the church. This serves two purposes, to verify the truth of Jiang Yan's claims and to leverage his situation for her own benefit. I tied together curtains from several vacant rooms to create a rope and climbed down from the shelves, Jiang Yan explains, gesturing to the blood and dirt on his clothes. His face pale with fear. I nearly fell to my death. The nun examines the wounds on the dark-haired holy child and assesses his breathing, concluding that his account does not seem fabricated. If it were a lie, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly be a master of deception rather than an ordinary human. Just as the older nun contemplates how to accommodate Jiang Yan, the inverted cross she carries emits a series of unintelligible whispers. Accompanied by these whispers, a subtle darkness flickers in the eyes of both nuns. Place number 54 in the library, ensuring his safety alongside the other pre-selected holy child. Lady Kata has been confirmed dead, and her demise aligns closely with 54's account. She was indeed slain by the former church gravekeeper. May she rest eternally in the realm of the divine. Furthermore, the archbishop, far from here, has learned of this matter and is greatly angered. It is highly likely that he will seek to confirm the safety of the holy child and ascertain that they have not been contaminated by the intruder. Exercise caution. The large eye, awakened from its profound slumber, transmits this information to every church staff member bearing the inverted cross. It is filled with rage but also relief. Relief that the intruders chose to kill Lady Kata instead of themselves. However, surviving the hands of traitors does not exempt it from the archbishop's wrath. Understanding the precariousness of its existence, the large eye resolves to sell the weakened intelligence of the Black Church to the enemy. Standing in the recovery area, the large eye hesitates before knocking on the door of the elusive Black Church guest, who had not been disturbed by Jiang Yan and his companions. The traitor requires more bargaining chips to ensure its survival. Whether the enemy can rival the Black Church or defeat the archbishop is of no concern to it. For this being, which should not exist in this world, the outcome holds no significance. Thank you, dear nuns. Pretending to have been saved. Jiang Yan limps after the nuns until they arrive at the library's entrance. There, he finds a gathering of unfamiliar faces, both men and women, of varying heights and builds. These newcomers are players of the game, standing obediently at the entrance, waiting for the matron and the gatekeeper to conclude their discussions before being allowed to enter and acquire knowledge. Understanding this, the players, upon seeing Jiang Yan, refrain from whispering amongst themselves, instead exchanging knowing glances. After their silent communication, they conclude that none of them recognize Jiang Yan. He is not a player but is likely of significant importance to the storyline. This sentiment resonates with all players present. Thus, the group, adept at gathering information, feigns indifference while their peripheral vision remains fixed on Jiang Yan, attempting to glean useful insights from his battered appearance. Chapter 87. Regrettably for the numerous players, Jiang Yan, clad in the church's robes, does not linger at the entrance for long. The dark-haired youth is swiftly ushered into the library by the two accompanying nuns, vanishing from the player's sight. In that moment, those waiting outside suddenly comprehend the truth. The players who are aware of the situation direct their piercing gazes at the back of the connection, enveloped in a tide of resentment. Jiang Yan, sensing the weight of negative emotions surrounding him, wonders which player he has offended. Number 54, let us first get you into clean clothes and tend to your wounds. One nun, acting upon the large eyes command, addresses Jiang Yan with kindness, her demeanor reflecting the understanding expected of church personnel. The older nun nods in agreement, saying, "Indeed. You should change your clothes and treat your injuries. It would be quite improper for others to see you in such a state." Unbeknownst to them, the nuns do not realize that the Holy Child is a sacrificial tool chosen by the Archbishop and higher-ups for the divine. This leads them to subconsciously view Jiang Yan as an object of potential favor, possessing immense investment value. After all, his performance far surpasses that of the inept individual who remains in the library, unable to even locate a book. It is evident who among them has a greater chance of becoming the Holy Child of the Black Church. "I appreciate your concern," Jiang Yan replies, maintaining a neutral expression as he deduces the nun's sudden shift in attitude and decides to relish in their service. "Please, lead the way. I was unaware that the library contained areas for changing clothes and recuperation. Despite its designation as a library, the interior space is far more expansive than one might imagine. Thus, the presence of designated lounges and medical facilities is not surprising." The younger nun took the initiative to speak, her tone laced with a hint of indoctrination. A testament to the allure of the Black Church, no organization can rival its grandeur. Her words dripped with arrogance, suggesting that, aside from the Black Church, the rest of the world is merely a barren wasteland devoid of worth. After listening to her boastful claims, Jiang Yan smiled, opting not to respond, his assessment of the Black Church's indoctrination increasing significantly. With Jiang Yan remaining silent, the nun chose not to elaborate further. She guided him to the changing room, selecting a suitably tailored robe. Subsequently, she retrieved a medical kit, covered in a layer of dust, from the medical area, along with medieval diagnostic instruments to examine Jiang Yan's injuries. Indeed, every nun transformed into a ghostly figure must not only hone her combat skills but also immerse herself in a myriad of books from humanity's past. Occasionally, those who excel in their studies and possess extensive knowledge are dispatched to form unions with similar beings who enjoy masquerading as humans, thereby enhancing the Black Church's influence. The younger nun, a seasoned medical practitioner, meticulously sterilized the instruments and inspected the gruesome injuries on Jiang Yan's body. Lost in her examination, she failed to notice the faint scent emanating from Jiang Yan, a hallucinogenic perfume gifted by Chloe before her departure. Prolonged exposure to the fragrance induces hallucinations, leading the inhaler to believe the user's statements are infallibly correct, thus impairing their judgment. As a result, during her examination, the nun, despite recognizing that Jiang Yan's injuries were largely fabricated, maintained a demeanor suggesting that he was gravely wounded and required ample recuperation. After the bandaging and treatment concluded, the entranced young nun furrowed her brow, her expression unusually grave, advising him to cherish his health, to refrain from vigorous activity, lest he develop an irreparable condition. Indeed, she had fully embraced the persona of an elderly physician, earnestly advising her patient, Jiang Yan, to prioritize his well-being and to be cautious during the recovery process. "I understand. Thank you," Jiang Yan replied with a genuine smile, devoid of any theatrical pretense. The nun had never witnessed a young man so strikingly handsome, with hair and eyes that perfectly aligned with the aesthetic standards of the Black Church. Smile sincerely. Momentarily taken aback, she soon felt her heart, which should not have been racing, and reached out to gently pat the head of the dark-haired youth. "All right, let me take you out to explore and peruse some books. The Archbishop may come to collect you shortly. Who will you be taking me with? Where are we going?" Jiang Yan paused, questioning the nun. He was untroubled by the Archbishop's visit to the library, but was concerned about being taken away with another individual. The other person was number 25. Who had remained in the library without leaving and had recently been punished by the matron for inefficiency in his duties. The nun pondered for a moment before stating, "As for whether the Archbishop will come, it remains uncertain." Unwilling to elaborate further due to the ambiguity of the situation, she changed the subject. "Come with me. Let us sit inside the library. I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay here with you." Despite her desire to chat with Jiang Yan, she needed to switch shifts with her companion and could not linger in the library. "All right." Seeing that she could not extract any further useful information, Jiang Yan obediently donned the fresh robe and followed the nun, who deliberately slowed her pace, toward the library's central area. Halfway there, the young nun was called away by another companion, seemingly to address an urgent matter. Jiang Yan, standing aside, overheard commotion at the entrance. with mentions of the presence of certain humans. Coupling this with the players he had previously encountered, he surmised that a faction of extremists was unwilling to wait and was preparing to engage in actions that contradicted their established personas. Such behavior would undoubtedly trigger the library's hidden rules, prompting the nun to hasten toward the disturbance, likely intending to quell violence with violence. He silently lit a few metaphorical candles for those ill-fated players, waving his hand in understanding. "Nun, you may attend to your duties. I can remain here and read. Especially since number 25 is here with me." After hearing Jiang Yan's considerate words, the nun promptly followed her companion away, watching her retreat further. Jiang Yan instinctively sighed and turned to seek a secluded spot to attempt summoning Bell. The thought of the Archbishop's impending arrival always filled him with unease. Just as he turned and took a few steps, a chill wind swept behind him, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. "Who goes there?" Number 25 appeared to be in a rather disconcerting state, his expression as grim as if he could wring water from it. His arms bore fresh red marks, unmistakably the result of whipping. It seemed the matron had a penchant for inflicting punishment with a whip. Chapter 88, The Spider Chase. Having said that, number 25 scrutinized the pale-faced Jiang Yan, emitting a series of disapproving clicks. It appeared that he intended to discard his facade of innocence and harmlessness. Before his words could fade, a sinister breeze surged from his vicinity. Jiang Yan's expression shifted. His first instinct was to evade, quickly sidestepping. Hiss. A swath of white spider silk adorned the nearby bookshelves, possessing potent corrosive properties, and in the blink of an eye, a book on the shelf was completely eroded. "Silence is acceptable." Number 25 stood beside Jiang Yan, revealing grotesque spider limbs, his countenance tinged with an unsettling hue as he chuckled softly. Having transformed from human to a grotesque entity, number 25 evidently feared no repercussions from the librarian for disregarding their FAAD. Jiang Yan, employing a modicum of reasoning, deduced that the librarian and the nun were likely preoccupied with the disruptive players, leaving the central area's anomalies unmonitored. Unfounded arguments. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, Jiang Yan summoned a dagger into his pocket, calmly observing the grotesque figure, and inquired, "Are you intending to confront me within the library? Do you not fear retribution from the nun and the Archbishop afterward?" He emphasized the Archbishop's title. "What significance does the Archbishop hold?" Number 25 scoffed, casting a disdainful glance around the empty library before beckoning forth the small spiders concealed within his form. Multicolored spiders scuttled between the bookshelves, voraciously siphoning sustenance from those cursed tomes. 54. "Do you truly believe I haven't noticed that the book you possess is precisely the one I seek?" The voice dripped with malice as the well-fed spiders grew restless in their hiding spots. 3 or 4 of them attempted to spring forth, descending directly toward Jiang Yan, their mandibles aimed at his brain and eyes. The dark-haired youth narrowed his eyes, swiftly drawing scissors from his pocket, and within moments, he divided the overzealous spiders in two. The twitching bodies of the diminutive spiders scattered across the floor. Despite being cleaved in half, they remained alive, a testament to their resilience and strength. Jiang Yan's actions were swift and decisive, as if he merely swatted away a few insignificant nuisances rather than exterminating venomous, nimble spiders. "Excellent. It seems I am not the only one concealing my true strength. You are, too." Number 54. Number 25's eyes gradually turned crimson, and with each step forward, the stench of blood intensified. His body had fully transitioned from human to a colossal spider, retaining only the shape of his head. "You are repulsive." With that statement, Jiang Yan hesitated not for a moment, decisively sprinting deeper into the library. "You wretch, you must die." In a state of agitation, the 25th hurriedly pursued, a murderous intent nearly spilling from his eyes. The library structure was not particularly complex, yet the rows of identical bookshelves easily induced a sense of disorientation. Coupled with the dim illumination provided solely by candles, one lacking a sense of direction could easily become lost within its confines. As Jiang Yan ventured deeper into the library, a growing chill enveloped his body, seemingly linked to the secrets that lay hidden in its depths. Hiss. 54. "If you have the guts, stand still. Running about does not make you a hero. Were it not for the fear of the loud crash that might alert the librarian and the nuns, the 25th would have already scaled the walls and pierced 54's heart with a spider spear." "Damn it, stop right there." The voice from behind grew increasingly irate, the spider-like creature's fury palpable to Jiang Yan. "I shan't. Catch me if you can." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yan slightly closed his eyes, sensing that the rationality of the 25th had nearly vanished. He swiftly seized a book exuding a dark aura from the side and hurled it toward the pursuing spider creature. As he ran, when confronted by an object, the instinctive reaction was to clear it with his hands, and the same applied to the creature. When the 25th swiped at the book, the lingering vengeful spirit manifested, delivering a powerful blow that left an indelible scar on its forelimb. "Ah!" the spider creature cried out, its speed diminishing. The distance between the two widened considerably. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yan hastened to the steps ahead, casually spilling the wax from the burning cursed candle onto the ground. Narrowing his left eye, he raised his hand to gauge the distance, confirming his plan before standing still, awaiting the oncoming spider creature. The deranged 25th charged forward. Upon seeing Jiang Yan remain stationary, the first thought was not one of suspicion, but rather a contemptuous realization of human frailty. It had taken mere moments for him to tire. "Yes, just like that. Stand still and wait for me to kill you." The 25th's gaze was fixated solely on Jiang Yan, hurtling forward at full speed, oblivious to the slick, cursed wax beneath. Naturally, just before reaching Jiang Yan, the injured forelimb of the 25th slipped on the cursed wax. The force of the curse combined with the slippery ground led to an inevitable fall. The creature crashing heavily before Jiang Yan, its head striking the marble with a resounding thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yan plunged the scissors into the creature's head, then placed the burning black candle atop its body. A cacophony of terror and despair mingled with the scent of roasting flesh wafted into the distance. The 25th endured a despair that was unwarranted for its age. Jiang Yan, however, made no unnecessary movements, merely standing still to confirm the creature's demise rather than mere immobility, before attempting to summon Bell to feast upon the roasted meat. Chapter 89. The return of the Archbishop, perhaps due to the absence of the librarian. Bell, who had previously been unable to be summoned, unexpectedly appeared before Jiang Yan. Upon opening his eyes, Bell beheld the delectable sight of the roasted spider creature on the ground, his expression brimming with delight. "You've grown stronger, able to slay a medium-sized creature alone? Eat up. If you don't, the librarian will arrive, and there will be nothing left for you." Jiang Yan urged Bell to quickly consume the remnants of the spider creature to avoid any lingering complications. "I know. I can handle this little morsel." Facing a creature many times his own size, Bell patted his belly and began to devour the residual life force. "What are you doing?" A voice devoid of emotion emerged, as an elderly man, adorned with glasses, appeared before them. He held a silver cane, half a meter long, its tip stained with dark crimson blood. The librarian Jiang Yan wished to avoid had arrived. "Who permitted you to wander into the back of the library alone? Do you not realize that venturing further leads to a forbidden zone?" The librarian scrutinized Jiang Yan, ensuring there were no signs of theft before raising his cane and striking it heavily against the ground, exuding an air of seriousness and sternness that could not be dismissed. As the librarian seemed poised to erupt in anger, Jiang Yan quickly produced the nun as a shield, claiming, "The nun allowed me to explore the library to clear my mind, and I inadvertently wandered here. I apologize." The pale-faced youth, wrapped in bandages, emanated an aroma characteristic of the Black Church's special ointment. Such a facade sufficed to support Jiang Yan's excuse, especially since the librarian was aware of his status as the chosen one and a potential saint. The librarian first cast a wary glance around the nearby bookshelves, finding no utility in inspecting the shelves, before fixing his murky gaze intently upon Jiang Yan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan promptly expressed his compliance. "Understood." On their way back, the librarian's attention was solely on the rows of bookshelves, with no intention of engaging in conversation with Jiang Yan. A silent journey was precisely what Jiang Yan desired, as he had just dealt with the 25th and lacked the energy to contend with the scheming librarian. For wherever one might be, the elderly posed a considerable threat. Their accumulated experience and the weight of time could easily overwhelm most youth. As they walked, the librarian suddenly halted, staring intently at a distant bookshelf. Jiang Yan, too, came to a stop, following the elderly man's gaze. On that row of shelves were traces of web corrosion, subtle yet discernible to the keen-eyed librarian. Narrowing his eyes, the librarian approached the corroded shelves, poking at the decayed wood with his cane. He then rubbed the residue in his palm and brought it to his nose for inspection. "Spiders? Did you notice anything unusual on your way here? Perhaps creatures that should not be present in the library?" In that moment, Jiang Yan realized that the elderly man was beginning to harbor suspicions, suspecting him of bringing in something foul that had damaged the library's cabinets. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at the elder with confusion, asking, "Is something the matter?" The words spoken by the black-haired youth were genuine and entirely truthful. "Nothing much. Merely wanted to inform you that these spiders are venomous. It would be prudent to keep your distance." The elderly man set down his cane and ambled forward at a leisurely pace. It seemed that while dealing with the refuse outside, a thief had disguised themselves as a spider and stealthily infiltrated the library through a crevice. This year had proven to be troublesome for the Black Church. It was burdensome for him, at his age, to contend with the upper echelons. With such thoughts, the old man quickened his pace, his aged voice resounding. "You may join the nuns shortly. No need to linger around me." "Understood." As he departed from the central area of the library, the surrounding chill dissipated significantly, and Jiang Yan's complexion improved considerably. It was not long before he encountered the two nuns he had previously met. The elder nun was gently wiping the blood and flesh curses from the instruments with a deep black towel, while the younger nun busied herself with dental care. With keen eyesight, Jiang Yan easily discerned the remnants of flesh between the younger nun's teeth, clearly indicating that their methods of handling players were markedly divergent. Pausing for a moment of silent tribute for the unfortunate players, Jiang Yan approached the younger nun, cheerfully greeting her. "Hello, sister." Upon hearing the commotion, both nuns lifted their heads simultaneously, their initial murderous intent giving way to a calm demeanor. Upon recognizing Jiang Yan, their tranquil eyes revealed a flicker of joy. By observing their facial expressions, Jiang Yan could surmise that they regarded themselves as allies, having shifted from a neutral stance to one of friendliness. Of course, this camaraderie was predicated on his loyalty to the Black Church and his successful election as the Holy Son. Otherwise, as an ordinary human, he theoretically lacked the qualifications to befriend the ghostly nuns. The young nun chuckled and teased, "I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down." After uttering these words, Jiang Yan lowered his head. In the eyes of the two nuns, this was a sign of the black-haired boy's shyness. Little did they know, the true reason for Jiang Yan's lowered gaze was to conceal the expression he found hard to maintain. After all, the pre-selection for the Holy Son had dwindled from 6 candidates to just him. Even if it had no intention of allowing him to be the Holy Son of the Black Church, she would still need to consider whether there were any other suitable candidates. Moreover, even if there were, a new selection process would need to be conducted. The competition's overseer, Ms. Kata, had long since departed from this world, leaving no one to find suitable pawns or a replacement overseer. Chapter 90. The Great Hall. This farce had persisted long enough. It was time to find an opportunity to conclude it. Jiang Yan thought to himself, raising his head to address the two nuns. What about the 25th? Surely no one has informed him that he is to meet His Excellency the Archbishop? The two nuns exchanged glances, realizing that no one had yet communicated this to the 25th. The library was vast, and if the 25th were in a remote area, they might not be able to locate him within the stipulated time without utilizing their abilities. The older nun rubbed her brow and anxiously asked her companion, "Where is the nun responsible for the 25th? Where is she now?" The place of ascetic training was far from the library. Even if she transformed into a ghostly nun and dared to rouse him, she might not catch up to the schedule set by the Archbishop. Not to mention, after rousing the irritable nun, she would still need to search the immense library for a mere human. As such, they could only trouble the librarian for assistance. Reluctantly, the older nun fished out a finely crafted black curse candle from her robe. She placed the black candle on the front desk and lit it, allowing its fragrant aroma to fill the air. After completing this act, fearing Jiang Yan might perceive something amiss, the older nun confessed, "This is a special means of communication bestowed upon us by the divine. Once you become the Holy Son, you too shall master this divine skill. The divine is with us. Thank you for your notification," Jiang Yan replied, mimicking the prayer form taught by the matriarch, earnestly drawing an inverted cross upon his chest. This gesture successfully endeared him to the nuns, who, as fervent devotees of the divine, appreciated his attitude and actions. Before long, the enigmatic elder, leaning on a cane, appeared before them as expected. He first glanced at the exquisite candle on the front desk and then turned his gaze to the leading nun, inquiring, "Sister Luna, what brings me here? Is it those disobedient newcomers seeking rebellion again?" The librarian had not sensed any unfamiliar presence outside the door, leaving him puzzled as to why Sister Luna had summoned him with the precious cursed candle. Sister Luna provided the answer. "The lamb has not attempted to strike the shepherd with its tender hooves again. I have summoned you to assist us in finding someone." Finding someone? Upon hearing that the 25th had remained within the library, Sister Luna's purpose in seeking the pre-selected Holy Son was now clear. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the elder did not refuse. He turned and tapped his cane against the ground, saying, "Give me a minute." Understanding the elder's strength, Sister Luna slightly bowed her head in respect. "We appreciate your assistance." As time ticked away, when the minute hand completed its circle, the elder reappeared before them. However, he was not accompanied by the seemingly frail and injured 25th. Librarian, where is the 25th? The young nun, unable to contain her impatience, instinctively took a couple of steps closer to the elder. He is not in the library. He is either dead or has left. In response to the young nun's query, the elder showed little reaction, merely gazing with his clouded eyes at the slightly older Sister Luna. I understand. Let us depart. Sister Luna sighed, aware that the elder's words were unlikely to be false. Thus, she no longer lingered, turning to leave while pulling along the young nun, who still wished to inquire further. Jiang Yan, who had remained obedient and motionless, followed behind the two nuns as they exited the library. Before long, they arrived at the most iconic structure of the Black Church, the Great Hall. This hall was entirely supported by marble columns, each wide enough for 3 to 4 people to embrace. The smooth surfaces of these columns were adorned with vivid and engaging artistic reliefs. When you meet His Excellency the Archbishop, remember to greet him first. Currently, you are the only pre-selected Holy Son, so you must strive for perfection to avoid inciting the Archbishop's doubt or anger, Sister Luna earnestly advised Jiang Yan, emphasizing the importance of winning the Archbishop's favor. Otherwise, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. I understand, Sister Luna. I will perform well. Though he said this, Jiang Yan could not guarantee he would earn N's approval. He had glimpsed N's memories from his human days and understood N's preferences during that time. However, this did not guarantee that after many years of becoming a legend, with beliefs distorted, and still retained those original likes, all he could do was aim to avoid angering and maintain his established persona. The rest would rely on the capriciousness of fortune. Ah, let us perform well, he sighed. With that, Sister Luna took long strides up the steps, leading the way deeper into the Great Hall, followed closely by the silent, tense young nun, and lastly, Jiang Yan, beneath the divine sculpture, and hummed his favorite childhood tune, tending to the church's sacred white hydrangeas with scissors while stroking a black cat. Upon arriving beneath the sculpture, Jiang Yan beheld this scene. He could not help but marvel at its formidable mental fortitude. Despite the lower regions of the recuperation zone being largely devastated and the overseer, Miss Kata, having been slain by an intruder, and still engaged in the art of floral arrangement, a pastime favored by noble ladies. You have arrived. N's every movement exuded elegance, seemingly unperturbed by the fact that only Jiang Yan stood before him. Were it not for the pressure imposed by the large-eyed figure, Sister Luna, merely tasked with overseeing the library area, would not have needed to report such matters to the Archbishop. The strict hierarchy of the Black Church made it perilous to disclose such information without cause, for the consequences could be dire. I am aware of all these matters. The death of Kata and the recent turmoil within the church are attributed to the heretics. I will arrange for personnel to cleanse the heretics. Finishing his work on the hydrangeas, N's unforgettable gaze shifted to the black-haired boy cloaked in a hood. Chapter 91. The Holy Son and the Count. N's ethereal voice resonated, devoid of any warmth. I remember you, the special and fortunate little boy. I never expected you to be the last one remaining. N's eyes seemed to penetrate through Jiang Yan himself, gazing at another person, without a trace of anger, and continued, the divine requires a spokesperson, a church. Thus, I and the Black Church have come into the public eye. Now, you will become the new spokesperson, walking the world on behalf of the divine, experiencing the reverence of all beings. The young nun, trembling in the middle, wore a dazed expression and cast a sidelong glance at the impassive black-haired boy. Unable to contain herself, she stood and tugged at Jiang Yan, urging, hurry and thank His Excellency the Archbishop. These words undoubtedly signify that the 54th has become the saint son of the Black Church, the divine emissary, enjoying a status nearly equivalent to that of the Archbishop. Under the gaze of the masses, grateful for the Archbishop's appreciation, I shall devote everything for the divine and the Black Church, living up to the title of Saint's Son. As Jiang Yan's voice faded, a timely notification from the system resonated. Congratulations, player, on preliminarily completing the main storyline task and becoming the sole and final Saint Son of the Black Church. Please continue your efforts. Upon the completion of the main storyline task, you will obtain the title of Saint Son, which will merge with the title of the Encyclopedia of Strange Tales, becoming your new exclusive title. Please be advised, every word and action you undertake will represent the Black Church and the divine. Players from the neutral and rebel factions will harbor disdain and contempt for you until you disclose your faction identity. Conversely, players from the Black Church and its allied factions will cherish and believe in you until they unveil your true nature. Oh, The title of Saint Sun can actually merge with that of the Encyclopedia of Strange Tales? Jiang Yan was astonished that such an irreplaceable exclusive title could indeed be upgraded. The next moment, as he lifted his gaze, he found the Archbishop standing before him, her hand pressed against his neck. Cold fingers coursed a formless, indescribable black liquid. This dark fluid lingered upon Jiang Yan's fair neck, gradually forming a black cat mark. I bestow upon you the mark of the black cat. Any being of higher status than the Saint Sun must acknowledge their submission upon seeing this mark. The Archbishop's voice was soft yet resonated with authority, heard by all within the Black Church. Simultaneously, the mark of the black cat, along with the appearance of its bearer, manifested in the vision of the strange entities. A black-haired youth cloaked in a hood, his presence enigmatic and unidentifiable. A human. The Saint Sun is a human, the lowest tier of the food chain. The strange entities within the Black Church, who harbor a disdain for humans, when utterly mad, their faith in the divine stemmed from the Church's unique advancement system. The high-ranking entities, including the Archbishop, had concocted irresistible comfort zones for the strange entities by blending human concepts. But now, a human had risen above them. Must one show respect to the Saint Sun? On what grounds? The audacious strange entities began to hurl insults at Jiang Yan, threatening to dismember him as a toy should they ever cross paths. A considerable uproar ensued. In response to this, the Archbishop merely snorted softly, stroking the head of the black cat. An imperceptible darkness entered the black cat's body, then shifted from its pupils to the large-eyed creature. Understanding the Archbishop's intent, the large-eyed creature promptly enacted its rule of death. In an instant, those strange entities who had seized the opportunity to insult the Black Church were obliterated, literally blown apart. The unruly strange entities transformed into vibrant hydrangeas, rolling across the ground as the approaching ghostly nun army collected them, depositing them into the penance chamber to extract negative emotions. Thus, a final repurposing was achieved. This sudden event revealed that while the Black Church possessed remarkable indoctrination capabilities, a small fraction of strange entities were compelled to comply with the Church's dictates due to pressure. Deep down, they yearned for a lawless, chaotic existence governed by their own rules. However, such thoughts could only remain as musings, as long as the Archbishop and the Black Church existed. They must adhere to the Church's regulations to survive. The Church was undergoing a transformation, and the black-haired youth we had seen earlier had now ascended to the role of the Saint Sun. Unable to withstand the backlash from the crystal ball, a player, bleeding profusely from the nose, collapsed onto a companion's shoulder, intermittently reporting the news to the remaining survivors. Upon hearing this news, one rather robust man expressed his confusion. If you could detect such information, does that not imply that the black-haired youth who successfully claimed the title of Saint Sun is, like us, a player? His words opened a new avenue of thought for the players present. If they could ascertain that the black-haired youth was indeed a player, then the identity of the Saint Sun would be sufficient to protect them and aid in their survival. The players who chose to guard the Black Church felt fortunate, while the rebel players, driven by chance, wore grim expressions. An opportunity to engage with the other side had presented itself. Truly, in the game of life, one could only feel inferior when compared to others, as they remained mere subordinates while he had already become the Saint Sun, enjoying immense status and power. While the players engaged in fervent discussions regarding the Saint Sun, Jiang Yan in the hall was attentively listening to the Archbishop's teachings. The Archbishop was continuously instilling the principles of the Black Church into Jiang Yan, imparting essential information in the daily duties of the Saint Sun, from the humble act of worshipping in the hall to the grander scope of diplomacy. Indeed, not even an hour into his new role, Jiang Yan was about to be dispatched by the Archbishop to engage in diplomatic talks with a noble. According to the Archbishop's description, Jiang Yan learned that the esteemed guest with whom the Black Church sought to collaborate was an earl, a hereditary earl. The significance of such a title should not be underestimated. Hence the Archbishop hoped that Jiang Yan would seize this opportunity wisely. Confounded by the heavy responsibility entrusted to him, Jiang Yan directly voiced his concerns to the Archbishop. Archbishop, if this noble's identity is so esteemed and the Church requires collaboration with him, why am I the one designated to handle this negotiation? According to the identity assignment rules, his current physical age could barely be deemed 16. A 16-year-old Saint Sun, venturing alone to a manor to negotiate with a hereditary earl. Surely, the Archbishop intended to use this opportunity to eliminate him or concoct a convenient excuse to blame him. The Earl has a penchant for all things youthful and vibrant, and you, as the youngest active member of the Black Church, are the only one suitable. The archbishop chuckled softly, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yan's black hair as she offered an ostensibly reasonable explanation. Chapter 92. The Seamstress Granny. Jiang Yan dared not voice any dissent against the archbishop's commands. Moreover, the system had also laid out a new side quest, with the rewards for the hidden task being exceedingly tempting, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. Congratulations, player, on triggering the hidden task, the Earl's Marvelous Manor. Background description: a wretched soul, having fled from a foreign land after losing his brethren and parents, exchanged a revered identity and wealth rivaling nations from the king. Choosing to hide within a mysterious manor, shielded from prying eyes, year after year, until eternity. Task description: as the saint's son representing the Black Church. Please visit the Earl's Marvelous Manor in splendid attire, uncover the secrets belonging to the Earl, and strive to gain his favor. Eliminating significant strange entities within the manor will reward you with a fragment of your lost memories. Memories, to Jiang Yan, held immense significance, and he had no reason to refuse the hidden task. Thus, he complied with the archbishop's arrangements, promising to pack his belongings and depart for the Earl's manor early the following morning. Only upon reaching his esteemed position and experiencing the church's concealed intricacies would he fully comprehend that the Black Church's operations must never cease. Should they halt, the consequences would be unfathomable. Therefore, upon learning of the church's loss of Lady Kata, who maintained its order, the unexpected revival of the former gravekeeper, and the apparent slackness of the large-eyed creature, the archbishop needed to swiftly arrange for new personnel to assume the vacancies left by Lady Kata's demise. Simultaneously, before the esteemed guests arrived and the newly invaded world sensed abnormalities, the archbishop had numerous matters to manage. Consequently, after handling the affairs of the saint's son and organizing subsequent tasks, the archbishop bowed in reverence to the divine and departed the grand hall, accompanied by the peculiar black cat. As the archbishop exited, the elderly nun, who had remained largely silent from the beginning, raised her head, gazing enviously at the mark upon Jiang Yan's neck, her attitude shifting once more. If Sister Luna's previous kindness towards Jiang Yan was merely superficial, appearing somewhat distant and polite to outsiders, then her current demeanor can only be described as fervent, even more affectionate than that of a mother towards her own son. Given that the esteemed archbishop has recognized your potential and appointed you to oversee a significant matter concerning the collaboration between the Black Church and the Count shortly after your appointment, there is no room for error. Observing Jiang Yan's attire, his pale complexion, and the faint scent of medicine surrounding him, Sister Luna, with an understanding of human nature, kindly advised him to first visit the church's tailor to have several suits crafted for the Son of God, and to arrange for a few young attendants to assist him. One must present oneself in the best possible light when visiting the hereditary count. Would such actions contravene the church's doctrines and the divine rules set forth? Not at all. As the newly appointed Son of God, you are entitled to the privileges that accompany your status. Before Sister Luna could speak further, a younger nun interjected. The treatment afforded to the previous saints of the church far exceeded what is available now. They resided in grand villas and enjoyed a lifestyle akin to that of the nobility. Did they truly live so splendidly? At this, Jiang Yan feigned envy, attempting to lower the guard of the two nuns. He then pretended to be puzzled, asking, "Why, then, do we not see them? Nor have we heard any mention of them from other nuns?" From the nuns, Jiang Yan learned that the church had nurtured many saints, yet throughout his journey, he had never encountered a portrait of any saint or any accounts of their stories. Where did these saints ultimately go? Why is no one speaking of them? Although Jiang Yan had a general idea, it never hurt to inquire with a nun who might be privy to the truth, whether saints or the Son of God. Their tenure seldom exceeds 5 years, after which they may choose to leave the church or comply with the archbishop's arrangements, marrying into a suitable minor noble family to become a blissful bride. Sister Luna silenced the other nun with a glance and took it upon herself to clarify Jiang Yan's doubts. As the nun spoke of 5 years and brides, Jiang Yan, who bore the title of a connoisseur of peculiar tales, sensed something amiss. An indescribable scent of blood wafted through his mind, and amidst his reverie, he seemed to hear the sound of a woman weeping. It appeared that the nun's words were deceptive. The fate of those saints was merely to be offered to those who favored the pampered and cultured denizens of peculiar lore. Understanding that the Black Church, much like the New Forest Academy, exchanged humans for resources, Jiang Yan maintained a composed demeanor. He feigned a moment of realization, jesting lightly to divert the conversation. "So, can I choose a noble wife to marry in 5 years? I hope my treatment won't differ from that of those saints. If you wish, The church can certainly assist in selecting a suitable noble for your matrimonial alliance, Sister Luna replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. Well, time is of the essence. It is time to take you to the tailor to have some appropriate garments made for the Son of God. With that, Sister Luna resumed her role as the guide. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the tailor's establishment, which Sister Luna held in high regard, where garments filled the room and an elderly woman was engrossed in her reading. The old woman, clad in a dress that did not conform to the church's style, pedaled her sewing machine while humming a tune. Upon noticing visitors, she did not rise but cast a glance at Jiang Yan, soon spotting the black cat mark on his neck. A new Son of God? What a rare visitor. To come to my humble tailor's shop shortly after your appointment, is it for tailored garments? With a warm smile, the elderly woman stood, donning a somewhat outdated pair of glasses. Please assist him in making a few suitable garments for the Son of God. They should not be too plain nor overly extravagant, as he will soon be staying with the Count for a few days. As a long-serving member of the church, Sister Luna, despite her modest rank, had accrued enough experience to discern whom within the church to respect and whom to avoid offending. The librarian and the tailor were among those whom one should never cross. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. So you're truly here for the Son of God's attire. Come, follow me, and I shall help you select a few suitable pieces. Chapter 93. Her scheme in contrast to the spacious grand hall, the tailor's room, devoid of windows, imparted an oppressive and confining atmosphere. A multitude of threads lay scattered by the door, seemingly placed there by the elderly woman intentionally. A moment's carelessness could lead one to tread upon the tangled threads. Following the elderly woman through a small door, Jiang Yan discovered an abundance of garments within, far exceeding those outside. Raising his gaze to the noticeably lower ceiling, an indescribable scent of fabric filled his nostrils. Jiang Yan frowned. The environment here seemed excessively deplorable. The elderly woman appeared kind and gentle, yet the state of her workspace was shockingly dilapidated. Was the church truly lacking in funds? Would it not be better to renovate and tidy up? Let me find some threads and a measuring tape. I believe they are over here. The silver-haired old woman opened a cabinet, carelessly storing fine silk within an antiquated wardrobe. Even without an understanding of fabrics, Jiang Yan could deduce from the silk's smoothness and sheen that their worth was undoubtedly significant. Should I assist you in finding them? He inquired. Please do. Otherwise, that little Luna will certainly think I'm too old and slow. The genuine kindness radiating from the elderly woman's eyes, coupled with her playful banter, alleviated some of Jiang Yan's initial wariness. He opened a nearby wooden cabinet, about 2 meters tall, and unlocked. Dusty from disuse, the cabinet revealed neatly folded luxurious silks, along with the measuring tape and threads the old woman had mentioned. Suspended above the silks was a palm-sized hairy spider, likely startled by the commotion. The spider scuttled down from its web, lunging towards Jiang Yan's face. Had it been anyone else, they might have been frozen in shock by the sudden turn of events. However, as Jiang Yan opened the cabinet, he deftly sidestepped the spider's assault. The spider, propelled by inertia, fell to the ground. And before it could ascend the wooden door again, the elderly woman swiftly crushed it beneath her foot. Annoying spider, always lurking in my territory. I should have exterminated them all from the start. The elderly woman's movements were quick and decisive, her tone reminiscent of a spirited young girl, betraying none of the composure and slowness one would expect at her age. Observing this elderly woman, Jiang Yan was struck by the realization that she seemed less human and more akin to a black widow spider in the jungle, disdainful of the weaker intruders within her domain, preparing to elegantly consume them. This measuring tape and the black threads are what you needed, correct? Recognizing the elderly woman as a high-level being of peculiar lore, Jiang Yan became increasingly compliant, daring not to engage in any other antics. Ah, the youth are indeed remarkable, finding what I need in an instant. Now, allow me to take your measurements so we can craft your garments swiftly, with the essential tools in hand. The elderly woman smiled and gestured for Jiang Yan to raise his arm, ready to take his waist measurements. All right. Following her instructions, Jiang Yan provided the necessary measurements for his tailored garments. The adept seamstress then inquired about his preferred color for the thread. While the Son of God's attire was to be predominantly black, this did not preclude the inclusion of other colors for embellishment. A wholly black ensemble presented to the Count might lead one to mistakenly believe he was attending a funeral or a wedding. After some contemplation, Jiang Yan decided to leave the choice to the elderly woman, trusting her judgment. You may choose, for I believe your discerning eye will not lead me astray. Otherwise, Sister Luna would not have sung your praises throughout. It has been proven that sweet-tongued children are rewarded with candies. Even as a high-ranking figure among the peculiar tales of the church, When Sister Luna praised her exquisite craftsmanship, a bashful expression emerged. Ah, how delightful it is to discover that Luna possesses such flattery in private. I have yet to hear her commend my skills to my face. After a brief chuckle, the elderly man gazed reflectively at the last closed door in the corridor. Please wait outside. Within an hour, I shall have 3 sets of garments ready for you. Thank you, Jiang Yan acknowledged, noticing the door at the corridor's end and observing the old man's reaction. Despite his awareness of the peculiarities that might lie behind that door, he refrained from indulging his curiosity. Sometimes it is the cat's curiosity that leads to its demise. Thus, he chose not to be an inquisitive cat, foolishly inquiring about the secrets behind that door. What if the old man invited him in for a chat? Would he accept? Consequently, Jiang Yan turned without hesitation to meet the 2 nuns with whom he had developed a rapport, leaving the old man alone in the dimly lit room, quietly holding the fabric. The newly appointed son possesses quite a keen intuition. It is rare indeed, came a voice from beneath the old man's feet. The atmosphere in the room shifted into something eerie. Your ambush was unsuccessful. It is only natural that he remains vigilant. The old man shifted his foot, observing the unperturbed spider beneath him, and suddenly chuckled. After Jiang Yan departed, the once benevolent old man shed his facade, revealing cracked, decrepit skin. From the abyss of those fissures emerged spiders, identical to the ones sprawled on the ground, as if they were mere copies. Your creation number 25 could not even best him, perishing within the beloved library of the librarian. What a disgrace. Upon hearing this, the old man's countenance twisted, yet it soon transformed back into a benign smile. He glanced at the fine fabric in his hands, carelessly tossing it aside, commanding the spiders to commence their work. A mere initial setback does not signify my perpetual defeat. I have plotted within the church's hierarchy for many years, even resorting to becoming an old man in this dimly lit tailor's room for this very moment. Once the newly appointed son dons the splendid attire crafted from spiders and departs the church for the count's manor, within 3 days, that fortunate human son's skin shall rot, and within it, the eggs of insects shall hatch. At that time, the son shall become my puppet, assisting me in tasks beyond my reach. A chilling laughter resonated, abruptly ceasing with the opening of the last door. The old man lifted his gaze toward the door not far away. This was her lair, where she unwound and recuperated. Free from her guise, how could anyone have entered without her knowledge? Waving her hand, the arachnid army, busy transforming garments, halted their tasks and began marching toward the lair. Olagia, your spider nest is quite filthy. Allow me to tidy it up a bit. I trust you won't mind? Chapter 94, Negotiation. The Black Priestess leaned against the wall, seemingly unperturbed by the approaching spiders. She raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in her tone. After all these years, your spider subjects remain as grotesque as ever. Before her stood the Black Priestess, clad in blood-stained garments, a heretic who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the church's deities years ago. She was an enigma, an anthropomorphic tale that Olagia found difficult to decipher. The Black Priestess extended her hand, revealing a crystal orb that shimmered with clarity. Within the orb, something appeared to be writhing, captivating Olagia's attention. What is your purpose? Olagia calmly inquired, attempting to glean useful information from the woman's expression. You've discerned my ulterior motive? The Black Priestess feigned surprise, her crimson lips parting slightly, a grin forming at the corners. She was pleased, delighted, even, that despite the passage of years, Olagia's intellect remained sharp. She relished engaging with the astute. Olagia sensed that the Black Priestess's sudden visit to the tailor's room was driven by ulterior motives. But she was taken aback by the boldness with which the other woman voiced her intentions. Speak plainly, or I shall summon assistance. Not wishing to engage with a kindred creature, Olagia withdrew a cursed candle, ever ready to ignite it with her fingertip. My intentions are quite simple. I hope you will craft a few harmless garments for that son, and temper your designs of turning him into a puppet. The Black Priestess was determined not to let years of meticulous scheming be interrupted by Olagia. Jiang Yan represented a glimmer of hope for dismantling the church, one of her most significant allies. Thus, sensing Olagia's intention to conceal a parasite within the garments through the crystal ball, she wasted no time utilizing her spatial powers to arrive at the other's lair. As for why she sought to destroy Olagia's abode, it merely amused her. The newly appointed son? Upon hearing this, Olagia's expression became one of intrigue. She had not anticipated that the Black Priestess would dare to plot against the son ahead of time. Did this individual truly succeed? Had Anna failed to notice? Indeed. I share a peculiar bond with that human son, which is why I hope you will dutifully create a few ordinary garments, understanding the necessity of reciprocity. The Black Priestess rose, extending the crystal orb toward Olagia. Gazing at the floating orb, Olagia refrained from grasping it immediately. Instead, she instructed a nearby spider to ensnare the radiant orb with silk. Once the spider confirmed its safety, she cautiously extended her aged hand to accept the chilling orb. This contains 6 high-quality souls of ghostly nuns. I propose this as a fair exchange for your temporary cessation of harm against that sun. The Black Priestess casually tossed this equivalent bargaining chip, her casual demeanor contrasting the weight of her proposition. 6 high-quality souls of ghostly nuns in exchange for a human son of uncertain future and potential discovery by Archbishop N. To Olagia, who resided in the tailor's room. This was undoubtedly a lucrative bargain. After a prolonged silence, Olagia gazed deeply into the determined, blood-stained visage of the Black Priestess. After a moment, she acquiesced, very well. Satisfied with the response, the Black Priestess, embodying her current persona, executed a graceful bow in gratitude before her figure slowly dissipated into the air. As beings of equal intellect and cunning, their agreement required no formal contract. Having agreed to refrain from immediate action, it was certain that neither would undertake any petty maneuvers. Otherwise, Olagia would feel unworthy of her former title as the Queen of Schemes. Human, your backing appears to be more formidable than I could have imagined. The elderly form of Olagia swallowed the fist-sized crystal orb, content as she directed her spider minions to expedite the completion of the garments required by the sun. Before long, for garments devoid of concealed parasites were ready. Holding these 4 sets of attire, not overly heavy yet undoubtedly suitable for presentation, Olagia cradled her belly and strolled leisurely to the door. The souls prepared by the Black Priestess were indeed of the highest quality, each imbued with suspicion, resentment, and confusion. Embodying the essence of superior ghostly nuns. Coupled with the orb's inherent collectible and alchemical value, Olagia had indulged herself, satiating her longings. Cough, cough, cough. Here are the garments you requested. Please check if they fit. If all is well, do make haste, for I must close the door and rest. With that, Olagia casually exuded the aura of death, successfully deterring Luna's inclination to engage in conversation. Seeing the elderly woman's pallor, Sister Luna, somewhat belatedly, took the initiative to pick up 4 garments and gestured for Jiang Yan to stand straight. After a brief assessment of the clothing sizes and finding them to fit perfectly, Sister Luna let out a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to Olga. Similarly, Jiang Yan, noticing Olga's complexion had changed since earlier, though perplexed by the events of the past hour, quickly emulated Sister Luna's gratitude for Olga's hard work upon witnessing her reaction. Well, as long as you like it. Let's move on, the elderly woman remarked. I need to rest now. With the high-quality nun's soul within her, she could comfortably enter a state of slumber until her soul rejuvenated and her body returned to its youthful state. At that time, she would easily break the curse of aging and escape the small house that had confined her for decades. Outside the door, holding 4 garments that belonged to him, Jiang Yan inquired of Sister Luna, where to next? To the house prepared by Bishop and for the new saint, situated near the back garden. It's a standalone villa. Sister Luna, walking ahead, explained to Jiang Yan, reminding him, once we arrive, you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings and see if any supplies are lacking. If so, just let me know, and I'll have someone bring them over. Understood. They walked in silence, and after passing 3 iconic buildings of the Black Church, Jiang Yan finally beheld the villa Sister Luna had described. Upon entering the villa, Jiang Yan was taken aback by the warm and comfortable layout. He had not anticipated that the Black Church would prepare such an unexpectedly splendid residence for the saint. Were this house to be sold in the real world, it would surely fetch at least an 8-figure sum. In comparison to the dilapidated apartment he had previously occupied, this was a remarkable upgrade. Sister Luna, noticing Jiang Yan's fondness for the house, smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Jiang Yan nodded eagerly, very satisfied. "Good. If you ever need assistance, simply light this divine candle. And we shall arrive promptly," Sister Luna said, producing an exquisitely crafted spirit candle from her pocket and handing it to the raven-haired youth. Her intention was to cultivate a more harmonious relationship with the saint, for establishing rapport was essential to eventually replace the unknown matron who had fortuitously risen to prominence, becoming the new caretaker of the saint. Confused but compliant, Jiang Yan accepted the cursed candle and placed it on the entryway step before laying the garments on the rectangular European-style sofa. After completing these tasks, he scratched his somewhat disheveled hair and shyly announced, "I plan to freshen up. I hope that's all right." "I understand," Sister Luna nodded, reminding him that dinner would be served promptly at 6, before departing with the quietly attentive young nun. Watching the 2 nuns disappear from view, Jiang Yan finally felt the weight of his defenses lift as he collapsed onto another sofa devoid of clothing, exhaling a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, hidden upon Jiang Yan, the nearly invisible Belle magnified to a size comparable to his own and surveyed the new dwelling, nodding in satisfaction. Your living situation keeps improving, she quipped. How so? Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat disheartened, rubbed his aching limbs in confusion. Belle counted off on her fingers, recalling the places Jiang Yan had previously resided. From your dilapidated teacher's apartment to the temporary saint's lodging, and now to this independent villa. Isn't it an improvement? Jiang Yan pondered. It does seem to have a point. Could it be that as the scenarios shift, my living conditions will only get better? Lost in thought, he gazed at the ceiling for several minutes before rising once more from the soft, comfortable sofa. I'm going to freshen up. Please remind me if anyone arrives. Sure. Belle reclined contentedly on the sofa, playing a game with indistinct sculptures. The villa was spacious, and after searching through several rooms, Jiang Yan finally located the bathroom. He had to admit that the bathroom prepared by the Black Church for the saint was indeed grand. He estimated it to be over 20 square meters, if not 30. However, as he turned his gaze toward the bathtub, his body halted abruptly. Inside the bathtub lay a skeleton resembling a human. Its head was human-like, yet its arms were unnaturally elongated, and where hands would normally be, there were blossoming flowers. The circular floral skeleton exuded an artistic essence, its smooth, white bones gleaming under the light. The lower half was more akin to a normal human's, albeit with feet resembling those of amphibians, reminiscent of a frog. Faced with such a mysterious skeleton, Jiang Yan found himself at a loss as to whether he should light the cursed candle and seek the nun's assistance. Just moments before, he had praised the Black Church for providing such a splendid private villa for the saint, and now he was confronted with this perplexing entity in the bathtub. Belle, come here, he called, but received no response. Frustrated, Jiang Yan raised his voice once more, calling for Belle. He hesitated to leave in search of her, fearing that the skeleton might vanish while he was away. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Aren't you supposed to be bathing? Belle's voice approached, laden with skepticism that tested Jiang Yan's patience. You don't expect me to join you for a bath, do you? The proud evil spirit would never submit to a human. We have no future. Mimicking the girls from New Forest High, Belle crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes welling with tears as she approached the exasperated Jiang Yan. Seeing the absurd spirit about to speak again, Jiang Yan quickly interrupted her. I called you over to help me check what's in the bathtub. What on earth are you thinking? Jiang Yan exclaimed, exasperated by Belle's antics and her theatrical demeanor. Upon entering the bathroom and seeing the skeleton in the bathtub, Belle was taken aback. You have quite the taste. Where did you steal this specimen from? Belle. Jiang Yan's face darkened as he brandished the indestructible scissors and mysterious ancient tome before her. All right, I won't joke anymore. Let me see if this skeleton has any supernatural aura. Belle surrendered, approaching the skeleton in the bathtub to examine it closely. She was emboldened by the skeleton's pristine appearance, resembling an art piece from a museum rather than a decaying relic unearthed from the depths of the earth. This one doesn't seem to be a ghost story. It appears more like some native aberration, she mused. As Belle inspected the skeleton, a flash of blue light flickered in the shadowy depths beneath the bathtub, unnoticed by Jiang Yan, who remained deep in thought about her words. Based on his extensive experience with the survival games involving supernatural tales, Jiang Yan surmised that within the parameters established by the system, there were essentially three types of entities: the natives, the supernatural beings, and the players. Should one delve deeper, they could be categorized into four factions: natives, supernatural beings, and players, further divided by their attitudes: neutral, benevolent, or malevolent. Logically, within the framework of the Black Church scenario, it should only encompass players, natives, and supernatural beings. The natives would merely consist of ordinary humans or those masquerading as such. How could an entity that was neither human nor supernatural suddenly appear, especially in the form of a skeleton resting in the saint's bathtub? The implications of such a presence were utterly confounding. I am uncertain as well. However, this skeleton bears no trace of life. If you do not mind, I shall proceed to eradicate it. With that, Belle prepared to place her carving knife against the skeleton. This knife possesses the ability to shatter and assimilate any non-living entity. Thus, a mere skeleton is but a trifling matter. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan resolved to eliminate the skeleton to prevent any future complications. Chapter 96. The Saintess of 30 years ago. Just as Belle was about to pierce the skeleton with her knife, a powerful beam of light erupted from beneath the bathtub, wildly darting towards the bones. For a brief moment, Jiang Yan found himself blinded by the sudden radiance, his eyes watering, rendering him incapable of gazing upon the skeleton within the bathtub. He stepped back, maintaining his composure, positioning himself protectively in front of the rigid Jiang Yan. Belle was utterly perplexed. The skeleton showed no signs of supernatural phenomena or concealed life. Why then did this faint vitality suddenly arise? Moreover, from whence did this light emanate? And what transformation would the illuminated skeleton undergo? Lost in her thoughts, Belle conjured a dark sculpture to shield against the light. Under the illumination of the white beam, the skeleton began to sprout flesh buds. The bluish-gray growth spread from its feet, gradually enveloping its entire form. The once lifeless flesh transformed from a pallid hue to a soft pink, fresh blood and tissue reconstituting the skeleton. Soon, the hollow eye sockets were filled with a pair of beautiful golden eyes. The figure, no longer merely a skeleton, revealed a woman whose eyes conveyed confusion. She began to sit upright, curling her body, resembling a forlorn and homeless girl, huddled in the bathtub. Perhaps the beam's entity had sacrificed most of its vitality to restore life to the skeleton. The once blinding white light diminished in intensity, exhausting its final remnants of life. It materialized into a simple long dress that adorned the woman. With that, the brilliant illumination akin to a 1,000-watt bulb disappeared without a trace. Rubbing his stinging eyes, Jiang Yan opened them once more, only to find the bathtub devoid of any skeleton. Instead, a living human emerged, a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years. With golden hair and golden eyes, clad in a modest off-white gown, her gaze vacant and bewildered as she curled up in the tub. The sight was indeed surreal. It is well known that Jiang Yan is a relatively composed adult, especially after experiencing the New Forest High School scenario, where he became a life mentor. Known for his understanding and willingness to help among many students, he excelled at communicating with gentle individuals and even with supernatural entities. Observing the young girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a regular human and lacked any trace of her previous skeletal form, Jiang Yan cautiously approached her, taking 2 tentative steps forward. Receiving no response, he placed a hand over his mouth and feigned a cough. "Hello, may I offer assistance?" Jiang Yan inquired, suppressing an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, earnestly asking the girl curled up in the bathtub if she required help. Upon hearing his voice, the girl lifted her head. Her gaze still clouded as she looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "What year is it now?" Although he did not comprehend why she inquired about the year, he deemed it best to provide an honest answer. Thus, he replied, "It is October 21st, 1942, around 5:40 in the evening." "Ah, it is already 1942. The girl murmured softly, before bowing her head again, her arms encircling her legs as she began to weep quietly. "Please, do not cry. Let us speak calmly. There is no need for tears." Belle, unable to bear the sight of the beautiful girl crying, hurried to the edge of the bathtub, gently patting her back in comfort. She had discerned that although the girl was not a supernatural entity, getting closer allowed her to perceive the temporal essence surrounding her. "Do you know who I am?" the girl asked, still sobbing, yet willing to divulge her identity for Jiang Yan and Belle's consideration. "I do not know," Jiang Yan replied honestly, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, he added politely, "However, if you wish to share, we would be more than willing to listen." It became apparent to him that completing her bath and cleansing herself before the nun's arrival was no longer a feasible aspiration, given the circumstances. It seemed prudent to hear the secrets of the enigmatic girl, who had transformed from a non-human skeleton, perhaps due to Jiang Yan's previous demeanor and Belle's calm reaction. The girl, burdened with immense secrets, contemplated for a moment before deciding to share her information with the two. As she raised her head to meet their gazes, she noticed the skepticism reflected in their expressions. With a faint smile, the golden-haired girl summoned her courage and continued, "This is the Black Church, is it not? I was the 5th saintess of the church, Angelina, later offered as a marriage prospect to a noble in a distant land." Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the golden-haired girl, his expression inscrutable. As the holder of the title Encyclopedia of Supernatural Entities and the new principal of New Forest High School, he understood the implications behind her words. Perhaps the girl herself was unaware, but Jiang Yan, having ventured into the second scenario, recognized that this indicated a flaw in the rules governing the world of supernatural beings. "How terrifying," he remarked. "Please continue, but I can assure you of one thing. We are not among those who would aid the Black Church in its malevolence. Thus, the dagger concealed behind your back may be revealed, lest it inadvertently wound you. You noticed?" The golden-haired girl was taken aback that Jiang Yan had discerned the dagger bestowed upon her by the light, despite her efforts to conceal it. Surprised yet relieved to learn that Jiang Yan and Belle were not allies of the Black Church, she willingly placed the dagger on the floor. As the former saintess groomed by the Black Church, Angelina was no fool. 5 years of diplomatic experience had honed her ability to discern friend from foe. Moreover, she had delved into the world of supernatural entities during the year she learned of her fate. Chapter 97. Anne's weakness. Angelina was acutely aware that her time was limited. Even divine-level supernatural beings could not permit a deceased soul to linger indefinitely. She recounted her story as the fifth saintess of the church as succinctly as possible, reserving ample time for the secrets she intended to divulge. These secrets were rooted in the skeleton that housed her soul. The original owner of this skeleton had once been the church's night watchman, a mid-tier supernatural entity. The death rule governing the skeleton's owner mandated the safeguarding of secrets, compelling them to eliminate any transgressors unwilling to uphold the church's mysteries. Consequently, the previous night watchman had covertly executed countless outsiders, including innocent saintesses who, unwittingly probing the secrets, sought to reveal them. Before Angelina, 2 previous saintesses had failed to serve a full 5 years, having been erased by the night watchman's death rule. The preservation of the fifth saintess' soul was entirely contingent upon the preceding night watchman. Jiang Yan, perplexed by how their fates intertwined, inquired, "Then who killed it? And how is your soul able to reside within it?" Belle, who had been silently listening, shared his curiosity. From Angelina's words, it was evident that she and the night watchman should theoretically occupy opposing realms of existence. How then? Had her soul managed to inhabit the night watchman and remain concealed within the bathtub? Previously, Sister Luna had mentioned that this small villa was specifically constructed for the newly appointed saint. Therefore, the individual responsible for renovating the bathroom could not have overlooked such a sizable skeleton, unless there are acquaintances of Angelina within the church. Her plight has been assisted since she ascended to the position of the fifth saint. It is difficult to articulate my thoughts, but I can assure you that the night watchman's heart is not inherently malevolent. After slaying countless intruders seeking the church's secrets, his soul has been tainted by those inclined towards goodness, causing his inner turmoil to waver, his subconscious now reluctant to aid the church and continue its nefarious deeds. Your soul is truly beautiful and radiantly kind. I find myself willing to assist you in shattering the chains that bind both your body and spirit within the church, as a means of atoning for my own sins. Unlike the night watchman of ghost stories, he once confessed in such a manner. Given her current state, where death has transformed her into a spectral entity, Angelina could only surmise that the archbishop and others sought to extract more information about the nobility from her. Even in death, her spirit is subject to deception. Yet, regrettably, the night watchman genuinely intends to aid her, even at great cost, seeking out a priest capable of observing fate and adept at bringing misfortune. At this thought, Angelina instinctively raised her head, her lovely eyes fixated intently upon Jiang Yan. She has never feared death. Having experienced life's tumultuous ups and downs, the fifth saint has long since regarded mortality with indifference. Thus, rather than death itself, she fears the ever-expanding ambitions of the church and the archbishop, which will inevitably render more innocent sisters and kind-hearted souls into mere stepping stones for this voracious institution. With 5 years as the church's saint, Angelina understands the naivety of those benevolent sisters and humans. They are easily deceived by the church's rhetoric, often committing acts that harm their friends and loved ones. Among these tragedies lies the sorrowful tale of the sixth saint. However, time is of the essence, and she can only impart critical information to Jiang Yan. Do not approach the library. What lies concealed within is more terrifying than the deities of its faith. Avoid the grand hall at midnight, especially when alone. If you encounter a black cat, flee at once. I implore you to visit the graveyard. The remains buried in the 3rd plot of the 4th row serve as my final testament in this world. Please help me place the bones outside the church, even if they scatter along the way. As she conveyed these warnings, Angelina remained oblivious to the gradual fading of her corporeal form. Her body seemed to be transitioning towards a state of transparency. Is there anything else to say? I shall keep your words close to my heart. Jiang Yan sighed, his gaze falling upon the girl's legs, where flesh had long since vanished, revealing eerily white bones. This dark church replica was far more distressing than New Forest Academy, which merely involved students. The latter entangled far too many elements. Lastly, the Saint Angelina concluded, appearing rejuvenated as she gazed tenderly at him. My weakness has never been myself, but rather the statue of the deity in which I have placed my unwavering faith. If the opportunity arises, please, before the eyes of many, tear away the statue's facade to reveal the true visage of that so-called divinity. Inadvertently, Angelina had provided a detailed strategy for navigating the dungeon. Once the true face of the false god is unveiled, the facade maintained by An and the church will be exposed to all, marking the moment of An's greatest vulnerability and helplessness. At that time, the boy with black hair had never anticipated that An's weakness stemmed from the deity's true appearance. Jiang Yan contemplated, reminiscent of the night watchman who later embraced virtue, as described by the enigmatic priest. Angelina seemed to have an epiphany. A smile gracing her features as she waved at Jiang Yan and Belle, her gaze resolute and warm. "Farewell, my time has come. It has been a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Yan fell silent for a brief moment, a twinge of sadness enveloping him, yet his expression remained unchanged. Still bearing a hint of compassion as he spoke, "Goodbye, Angelina. May you have sweet dreams." Upon hearing this, Angelina, whose flesh was on the verge of vanishing, paused, then smiled brightly, "Good night." As her soul departed, the skeletal remains that had endured began to fulfill their purpose, vanishing from the bathtub. Now, only Jiang Yan and Belle remained, standing motionless in the bathroom. "My reaction is somewhat normal, isn't it?" Jiang Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly, speaking earnestly. "Oh, you humans are so complex and emotional. Unlike our chaotic and disordered existence, it's quite dull. Please don't summon me for such matters again. I am, after all, a wicked spirit." The disgruntled spirit turned away, leaving the bathroom. Chapter 98. Journey to the graveyard due to the lengthy conversation. To avoid arousing suspicion from the nun delivering meals, Jiang Yan could only change into a brand new outfit belonging to the saint in the living room and sat on the sofa, entering a contemplative state. He needed to carefully organize the information provided by the fifth saint, Angelina, lest he forget the key points after his subsequent visit with the count. Knock, knock, knock. A series of rapid knocks echoed from outside the door. As the sofa was positioned close to the entrance, Jiang Yan immediately rose to open it. Simultaneously, Belle, who had been lying on the sofa, shrank to an inconspicuous size. Upon opening the door, a nun he had never seen before stood before him, pushing a food cart. This nun exhibited no emotional expression and seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, merely observing Jiang Yan at the door. "Is this the meal prepared for me?" Jiang Yan asked, breaking the silence. "Yes, it is the dinner prepared for the saint by Sister Luna. Would you like me to assist you in bringing it inside?" For some reason, as Jiang Yan looked at this nun, especially during their brief eye contact, he felt an unsettling impression that she was neither human nor one of the familiar ghostly figures, but rather a soulless automaton, dutifully completing tasks on schedule. "I'll handle it myself. Thank you for delivering the meal." After confirming the nun's odd behavior, she left, and Jiang Yan sighed again, pushing the food cart inside. Once the door was closed, Belle returned to her original form, eagerly hopping off the sofa to join Jiang Yan. Lifting the iron lid off the cart, what greeted their eyes were some fresh fruits, a single serving of drinking water, as well as cream-covered bread and meat. "Is this all there is?" Belle complained, clearly dissatisfied with the meager offerings. Jiang Yan, as a legitimate saint, found it unacceptable that the church would prepare such a paltry dinner for him. "Is it possible this was specifically prepared for me, and the nun was unaware of the gluttonous spirit residing in this room?" Thankfully, Jiang Yan was not particularly hungry. He casually picked up a seemingly harmless piece of cake and a bottle of water. Then, gesturing towards the remaining dinner on the cart, he kindly said, "You can have these." "How generous of you," Belle exclaimed, swiftly devouring the remaining food on the cart. Having eaten her fill, Belle reclined lazily on the sofa, attempting to use her ability to observe the movements around the church. Watching Belle, full of energy and seemingly with no intention of sleeping, Jiang Yan inquired, "Aren't you going to rest early? Tomorrow is the day you leave the church to negotiate with the count at the manor. Have you considered that we were sent from the manor by An, and that the gravekeeper hiding in the cemetery is unaware?" Jiang Yan remarked, pulling back the curtains to observe the darkening sky. He intended to seek out the gravekeeper before night fully descended upon the church and the patrols began. "Your point holds some merit." Belle paused for a moment before continuing with the unspoken questions that lingered in the air. "But tell me, do you genuinely intend to negotiate on behalf of the church with that count?" "No, if it were possible. I would rather that the count harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the church." At this juncture, Jiang Yan's expression grew considerably grave as he added, "Since An harbors a certain fear of the count, it indicates that the count is likely a formidable entity, a specter capable of instilling dread within the Black Church. If we were to facilitate their collaboration, it would severely undermine our subsequent plans to eradicate the Black Church. However, should the negotiations falter, and will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. This was not a mere threat from Bell, but rather an unvarnished truth. Given An's profound regard for the church's reputation and the Count's stature, it was improbable that he would allow Jiang Yan, who had caused the negotiations to collapse, to escape unscathed. Particularly since Jiang Yan was, in name, the church's holy son, a public fallout would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, Jiang Yan required the support of the church's upper echelons to secure his standing within its ranks. Upon hearing Bell's words, Jiang Yan, who was also contemplating the matter, struggled to devise an immediate solution. Bell was not surprised by this. The current mission of the church was a double-edged sword for Jiang Yan. Should he navigate it successfully and bring the collaboration to fruition, he would inadvertently invite trouble from those who sought to overthrow the church. Conversely, a misstep that led to the cancellation of the Count's collaboration would diminish the authority he was entitled to as the Holy Son. Putting those thoughts aside, he resolved to take things one step at a time. It would be prudent to first ascertain the nature of the Count, how the church intended to engage him, and the specifics of their collaboration upon reaching the estate. After all, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments. Having gathered his belongings, he prepared to depart. The path leading to the cemetery was deserted, devoid of any spectral presence. However, perhaps due to the news of his status as the Holy Son, numerous scattered cursed candles surrounded the quaint villa. It is well known that such candles serve to ward off malevolent spirits. Jiang Yan, being a living male human, was the church's only male holy son at present. Thus, the cursed candles placed around the villa were merely a protective barrier employed by the church to shield him from extreme supernatural disturbances. Upon hearing Bell's explanation, Jiang Yan's expression turned peculiar. He said nothing and silently stepped outside. Today was unlike any other. As the Holy Son, he found himself in need of the church's protection through black cursed candles. The church truly was a source of despair. By the time Jiang Yan arrived at the cemetery, darkness had fully enveloped the landscape. This expansive burial ground, home to countless malevolent entities, was dotted with innumerable gravestones, making it impossible for Jiang Yan to discern one from another. Who occupied the front row or the first plot was likely known only to those familiar with the area. Chapter 99. On the brink of departure, a guest has arrived. Within a dilapidated tile-roofed house, a gravekeeper disguised in dark attire, carrying a weathered oil lamp, suddenly caught the scent of Jiang Yan and Bell. Rubbing his nose, the gravekeeper, Andrew, cast a reluctant glance at his beloved abode before stepping outside with a partially restored shovel. In the rear section of the cemetery, devoid of any signs of life, Andrew navigated through rows of old gravestones with the help of the soft earth. Before long, he found himself beside Jiang Yan, who appeared to be flitting about like a headless fly. Having just parted ways, what compelled him to visit the cemetery at such an hour? Upon reaching Jiang Yan's side, Andrew immediately sensed something amiss. This anomaly did not stem from the supernatural or the cemetery, but rather from the garments adorning Jiang Yan. As a former key member of the church, Andrew instantly recognized that Jiang Yan's attire was crafted by the church's tailor for the nuns and holy maidens. Thus, he had no doubt that the dark-haired youth before him had successfully ascended to the status of the church's holy son, acquiring the power that came with it. I have come to convey that it has assigned me a task, and thus I must temporarily represent the church and travel to the estate of a hereditary count to discuss collaboration. The peculiar behavior of the individuals he referred to were merely the remaining players yet to be eliminated. Should players from the church's faction discover Andrew's presence, they would undoubtedly report his whereabouts to the church to fulfill their own missions. Jiang Yan was certain that if the church personnel were to learn of Andrew's location, they would summon specters of Andrew's caliber to apprehend him. At that point, they, as rebels against the Black Church, would find themselves in an utterly passive position. Those humans? Andrew's expression grew nuanced as if recalling something. Have you encountered them? Jiang Yan's heart tightened. These players were truly ubiquitous, leaving no place unexamined, not even the cemetery. I have indeed, but I transformed into bricks and melded with the house, which is why those seemingly eccentric humans did not detect my presence, Andrew replied. Initially, upon spotting 3 living humans in the cemetery, he had nearly been taken aback. This was not surprising, as the Black Church held a deep disdain for useless humans. Save for a select few like the Holy Maiden, the rest lacked the qualifications to tread upon the church's sacred grounds, let alone meander about in groups, chattering incessantly. That's good. You must avoid engaging with them or revealing your identity. Many among them belong to the church's faction. Sighing in relief, Jiang Yan took it upon himself to educate Andrew on the nature of these players, elucidating the lengths they would go to achieve their objectives. I understand. The next time I encounter them, I will either remain hidden within the house or within the oil lamp. The gravekeeper nodded, having grasped the player's character and faction. He had once been human from an orphanage. As a former human, Andrew understood the inherent flaws within humanity, but his past experience rendered him more discerning. Thus, after listening to Jiang Yan's counsel, he did not harbor extreme thoughts of exterminating every player he encountered. Before I go, may I inquire if you know the whereabouts of the gravestone of the fifth holy maiden? The fifth holy maiden of the church? Andrew's mind raced, quickly connecting the dots based on Jiang Yan's information. If I recall correctly, the fifth holy maiden was named Angelina, and her gravestone is located not far from the holy maiden's courtyard. Why do you ask? The once indifferent gaze of the gravekeeper now brimmed with curiosity as he regarded Jiang Yan, perplexed by why he, who had only recently entered the church, would suddenly mention the fifth holy maiden. This requires a lengthy explanation. The house the church has prepared for me is peculiar. There lies the skeleton of a specter within the bathtub. Summarizing Angelina's tale as succinctly as possible, Jiang Yan hoped that Andrew would assist him in retrieving the holy maiden's remains. Understood. Wait a moment, I shall go fetch it for you. With that, the gravekeeper seized his shovel and gently dug into the soft earth, revealing a tunnel wide enough for a person, extending into the depths of the ground. Before Jiang Yan could utter a word, he witnessed the gravekeeper leap lightly, disappearing into the tunnel without a trace. Jiang Yan mused, that is his supernatural ability. An embodiment of the rules of death, which certainly facilitates a swift escape. Beside him, Belle, who had remained mostly silent throughout, began to elucidate Jiang Yan's lingering queries. The shovel that the gravekeeper Andrew wields is a crucial tool for manifesting his supernatural abilities. Thus, excavating tunnels and burying individuals is a task he can accomplish with ease. On a cement floor or one adorned with a marble structure, the carving knife inherited by Belle from the wheelchair-bound girl could achieve the same. It appears that my understanding of your capabilities requires deeper exploration and analysis. Jiang Yan nodded, acknowledging his comprehension. Upon concluding his endeavors in the church dungeon and returning to Xinlin High School, he vowed to seek out literature pertaining to the abilities associated with supernatural tales and enhance his knowledge. During their conversation, the gravekeeper, who moved with ease through the cemetery, emerged once more from the underground passage. The silver ash urn bore the name of the fifth saint of the church, Angela. Everything aligned perfectly. Understanding Angela's heartfelt wish, Jiang Yan solemnly accepted the urn handed to him by the gravekeeper. That night brought no dreams. Early the next morning, having awakened and stretched his limbs, Jiang Yan was suddenly alerted by sounds coming from outside his door. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the door and peeked outside. A luxurious carriage, impeccable in appearance, was parked by the roadside, where a middle-aged gentleman, unfamiliar to him, sat alongside Sister Luna, a figure he recognized. The two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, oblivious to Jiang Yan's presence. Chapter 100. The steward of the manor having packed his belongings, Jiang Yan stepped outside once more. You awakened quite early, Sister Luna observed, noticing his readiness and nodding with satisfaction as she introduced the black-haired youth to the driver beside her. This is the holy son appointed by Archbishop, and as we make our way to the Count's estate, I trust you will take good care of him. Greetings, driver. I appreciate your assistance on our journey. From Sister Luna's demeanor, it was evident that the driver held a significant position within the church. Thus, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation to cultivate a favorable rapport. You, holy son, are remarkably polite, far more so than the previous saints. The driver, who had remained silent since Jiang Yan's emergence, smiled broadly, affectionately patting his noble steed. You flatter me. Now, time is of the essence. Please stow your belongings in the carriage, and should any issues arise along the way, do not hesitate to consult the driver. He will provide assistance. Sister Luna, unable to leave the church, earnestly advised Jiang Yan to prioritize safety and avoid any verbal disputes with the Count. Jiang Yan committed these points to memory before boarding the opulent carriage. The carriage was a marvel, reaching a height of 25 feet and a width of 2 meters, lavishly accommodating only Jiang Yan. The interior was adorned with a plush carpet, a fruit bowl, and a tea set affixed to a table. Observing the luxurious decor, Jiang Yan couldn't help but envy the church's financial resources. After ensuring that he had not forgotten any essentials, Jiang Yan leaned out of the window and informed the driver that they were ready to depart. Upon hearing this, the driver expertly guided the carriage from the church's entrance. During their journey, Jiang Yan overheard the voices of players. From their conversation, he gathered that they were again out at night, engaging in activities that contravened the church's regulations. Upon being discovered, the Night Watch nuns had punished them by making them clear weeds by the roadside. Surviving this ordeal was a stroke of luck. Thus, Jiang Yan refrained from drawing back the curtain to observe the disarray among the players and instead closed his eyes to contemplate how he might negotiate collaboration with the Count upon reaching his estate. To this day, he remained unclear about the specifics of the church's collaboration with the Count. Only upon arriving at the manor could he unveil the box to inspect the contract and the detailed terms of cooperation. Though tempted to comment on the secrecy surrounding this arrangement, Jiang Yan was wise enough to avoid opening the box en route. Who knew what curses or supernatural entities might lurk within that metallic container? To risk igniting disaster would be folly. Therefore, he resolved to exercise patience until he reached the Count's estate to fully understand the nature of the partnership. As the driver was a specially trained supernatural entity of the church, the carriage moved with remarkable swiftness and silence, causing no disturbance along the road. By the time Jiang Yan pulled back the curtain to glimpse the church's entrance, he was astonished to find himself within a dense forest. Describing it as a forest felt inadequate. The sight before him was more akin to an ancient primeval jungle, with towering trees stretching towards the heavens. Unsure of how the church had carved a path through such formidable nature, Jiang Yan took note of his surroundings. It was his first venture beyond the confines of a dungeon, and he felt it imperative to observe keenly, lest he squander this opportunity. Fixated on the scenery, Jiang Yan noted the eerie absence of life beyond the natural flora. No insects, butterflies, or small fauna typically found in such dense woods were present. All that surrounded him were towering trees and flowing streams, and before long, fatigue began to set in. He lowered the curtain, resigning himself to rest his eyes. The carriage continued its smooth journey. During this time, Jiang Yan consumed all the provisions laid out in the carriage. It was not out of hunger, but rather a precaution. He feared that the food provided by the Count might be problematic, so he chose to satiate himself beforehand. The morning passed swiftly, and just as Jiang Yan began to drift into slumber, the driver's voice rang out from ahead, announcing their arrival and permitting him to disembark. Very well. I shall be there shortly. Startled from his near slumber, Jiang Yan hastily gathered his belongings, maintaining the composed demeanor expected of a holy son as he descended from the carriage. This performance was for the Count's benefit. One could never be certain whether a steward awaited at the manor's entrance or if there were prying eyes lurking nearby. Upon stepping down from the carriage, Jiang Yan was greeted by a marble sign declaring the estate as the St. Berlia Manor, the hereditary estate of Count Joseph Seabar. Isn't this a bit extravagant? His gaze shifted to the manor itself, and he was taken aback. The description given by Sister Luna and others had not conveyed the sheer scale of the Count's estate, which rivaled that of a small town. The expansive lawn stretched beyond the horizon, obscuring the entirety of the manor from view. Truly the domain befitting a count. It could easily be mistaken for a palace. The Count's wealth was comparable to that of the church, and Jiang Yan was well aware not to underestimate him. It is quite remarkable, indeed, the driver remarked, a blend of admiration and nostalgia in his tone. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement, uttering words befitting his role. As the Holy Son, I shall represent the church in a fruitful discussion with the Count. No sooner had he spoken than the towering iron gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat, sporting a fashionable white mustache. He stepped forward, casting a glance at the luxurious carriage before appraising Jiang Yan with keen eyes. True to his role as the Count's steward, the man spoke with eloquence and exhibited impeccable manners. Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, arranging to meet the driver again in 3 days before stepping into the manor. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the iron gate closed behind him with an air of mystery. The steward extended a gloved hand to assist Jiang Yan with his luggage. Right this way. Chapter 101. A grand scene. The meticulously manicured lawn was adorned with flowers of various hues, while a cobblestone path connected the orchard to the estate's buildings. These structures included accommodations for the staff, a storage facility akin to an underground wine cellar, and recreational areas. In the eternal estate of Count Joseph, one can find all imaginable types of architecture and houses typically seen in small towns. Walking along the cobblestone path, Jiang Yan could discern the opulence of the earl named Joseph through this array of splendid buildings. This also implied that since Joseph could command such a vast estate and wealth in a region that bore little relation to the main storyline, his power must have earned recognition by the governing rules. Continuing along the road leading to the castle, a grand fortress, symbolizing the hereditary legacy of the earls, stood majestically at the center of this vibrant area. To the distant guests, allow me to provide a brief introduction to the castle and its origins. As they approached the castle entrance, the elderly steward paused, turned to Jiang Yan, and began recounting the tale of the castle. This was likely a narrative every new guest was expected to learn. Thus, While the middle-aged steward maintained a polite demeanor, the undertone of his words was undeniably authoritative, which Jiang Yan keenly perceived. "Please, I would be most delighted to hear your story of the castle," Jiang Yan expressed, feigning a keen interest to elevate the steward's favor. Having conducted prior research, the steward was aware that the seemingly youthful boy before him was indeed the new saint of the Black Church. In the context of an era where the divine path predominated and royal authority was secondary, his status was akin to that of an established noble. Consequently, the steward's regard for the new saint grew steadily. "Ahem, let me be succinct to avoid keeping you at the door for too long." With a warm smile, the steward adopted a formal tone and began narrating the history of the castle. Under his patient guidance, Jiang Yan learned that this estate was the largest known earldom. Currently, it had but one master, Count Joseph. This earl bore a uniquely significant family crest, the symbol of the 9 Muses. This emblem was designed by the earl's father, incorporating elements of musical notes and a harp to honor his wife, a composer. Those who wore the symbol of the 9 Muses were individuals who had contributed to the estate and were favored by the earl. Jiang Yan was advised that if he encountered anyone bearing such insignia during his stay, it would be prudent to avoid conflict with them, as the earl was known to be protective of his loyal subjects. With no family left, the earl relied solely on his devoted servants and a throng of ambitious sycophants vying for wealth and status. Additionally, the steward cautioned him against approaching the right edge of the estate, where a fire had occurred over a decade ago, consuming a significant portion of the area. Following the extinguishing of the flames, investigations revealed that the deaths of the servants during the incident were not related to the fire itself. A few survivors had been found unconscious, positioned in a manner suggesting they were partaking in some mysterious ritual. The earl, deeply troubled by this revelation, had since sealed that area, advising Jiang Yan to refrain from venturing there alone, lest it evoke painful memories for the earl. "A ritual, you say? Why not summon members of the church to investigate? We are quite adept at uncovering and analyzing rituals involving mysterious forces." Sensing something amiss in the steward's demeanor, Jiang Yan attempted to leverage the church as a shield, hoping the middle-aged man would divulge more about the fire incident from years past. His curiosity was not merely idle. He recalled the ghostly disturbances that had plagued him during his selection as the saint, which were linked to that very fire. "This is a delicate matter," the steward replied, his expression revealing an inner conflict. At that time, not only the estate's personnel but also impartial outsiders conducted thorough investigations. However, the area devastated by the fire was rendered unrecognizable, yielding no clues, and there were no bodies matching the suspected owner's profile among the charred remains. As for why the church was not called in at that time, I am unable to disclose. The steward's face betrayed his embarrassment, hinting at deeper reasons for his reticence. Not wishing to press the steward further, Jiang Yan shifted the conversation. "Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, may I enter the castle to meet the earl?" "Ahem, I have conveyed all pertinent information. You may certainly enter the castle now, however, the earl is currently resting. Please, allow me to escort you to the guest room he has prepared for you." With that, the steward clapped his hands, and the castle doors were opened from within. A group of men clad in medieval armor strained to pull the formidable door ajar using thick ropes. Once the entrance was opened, 6 gatekeepers secured the ropes and bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Welcome, saint of the church, to our estate." The atmosphere at the entrance was undeniably awkward, tinged with an air of youthful exuberance. Jiang Yan, caught in a silent standoff with the guards, felt compelled to ease the tension and let out a forced chuckle. Addressing the steward, "This welcoming ceremony is quite unprecedented for me." The steward, interpreting Jiang Yan's remark as praise for his preparations, beamed with delight and replied, "This is merely the beginning. As the saint of the church, it is my duty to ensure your reception is nothing short of exceptional." Producing a small bell from seemingly nowhere, the steward shook it gently, summoning a group of uniformly dressed young servants from a distance. A handsome young male servant approached bearing a bouquet on his left, while an equally attractive young female servant carried refreshments on her right. Surrounding Jiang Yan, they greeted him with a warmth akin to that reserved for family. "Welcome, saint." Jiang Yan pondered. "Am I truly stepping into some peculiar establishment? How could an earldom have such an extravagant welcoming protocol?" Overwhelmed, he waved his hands dismissively, signaling the attendants to step aside. And with a strained smile towards the jubilant steward, he said, "Please, lead me to my guest room. I wish to compose myself first." "Certainly, right this way." The steward replied, evidently pleased, as he led Jiang Yan further. As Jiang Yan followed the steward toward the staircase leading to the second floor, the servants stood silently at their posts, casting discreet glances as they departed. Traversing a long corridor, Jiang Yan soon arrived at the room prepared for his 3-day stay. Although designated as a guest room, its opulence and size rivaled that of half the grand hall of the church. The floor was adorned with plush velvet carpets. And not far from the bed, fresh flowers freshly harvested filled the space with an enchanting fragrance, mingling with the specially concocted aromas of the room, soothing the weariness from his journey. It seemed the Earl did not harbor any ill will toward the newly appointed saint. Otherwise, he would not have arranged such meticulous accommodations. Are you satisfied with the room we have prepared for you? If the flowers do not meet your preference, we can remove them at once, the steward inquired. Noting Jiang Yan's lingering gaze upon the floral display, after hesitating to ascertain his feelings about the blooms. Typically, most men would not appreciate an abundance of flowers in their sleeping quarters, Jiang Yan mused internally, yet his spirits began to lift. His gaze shifted from the uncertain steward to the open window nearby. After a brief pause, Jiang Yan spoke. I appreciate your kindness, but starting tomorrow, there is no need to prepare these flowers for me. Rather than a fleeting affection, I would prefer them to remain in the greenhouse, allowing their bloom to last longer. He was never one to indulge in the pleasures of life. If Jiang Yan were fond of material comforts, he would not have willingly entered the survival game of bizarre tales in search of memories that held little significance for outsiders. I understand. You share a similarity with the master. Instead of plucking flowers for a transient display, the master prefers those that can withstand the test of time, achieving eternity. Thus spoke the butler, who had been loyal to Count Joseph Saber for over 20 years, as his gaze fell upon the luggage at Jiang Yan's feet. It is getting late. I must prepare for tonight's banquet. I hope you will forgive me. There is no need for such formality. If you have matters to attend to, please do so, Jiang Yan replied, a hint of helplessness in his smile. I am quite accustomed to solitude in the church, unless there is something pressing. There is no need to summon anyone to attend to me. Understood. I shall not disturb your rest. When dinner is ready, I will send someone to fetch you. The middle-aged butler, grasping the implication of Jiang Yan's words, bowed respectfully before thoughtfully closing the door behind him. At this point, Jiang Yan was left alone in the room. He quietly approached the door, listening as the butler's footsteps gradually faded away. With a sigh, he retrieved the large box from his luggage. Placing it on the bed and observing it from various angles without discernible insight, Jiang Yan decided to open it. Having arrived at the Count's estate as promised, he was now entitled to unveil the contents entrusted to him by Sister Luna. Peering inside, he discerned the church's proposed collaboration with the Count. Contrary to his expectations of extravagant effects or miraculous divine interventions as the church publicly claimed, the contents were rather mundane. As he successfully opened the box, Jiang Yan discovered a letter sealed with red wax. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively unfolded the correspondence. Before he could thoroughly examine the text, a system prompt suddenly emerged. Congratulations, player, for successfully entering the Eternal Manor. The following 4 points outline the restrictions for exploring the manor. Please keep these in mind, as infractions will lead to one inevitable consequence: death. 1. Players are prohibited from leaving Count Joseph Saber's Eternal Manor before completing their tasks, even if the church personnel come to assist. 2. Players are forbidden from inflicting severe harm or causing the death of any characters within the Eternal Manor. Being discovered by the Count will result in fatal consequences. 3. Players must heed the warnings of important narrative figures such as the butler or the Count, and may not explore the manor alone. Being caught will lead to immediate death. 4. Players must ensure the progression of their tasks and do everything possible to thwart Count Joseph Saber's secret plans. Should any of the above prohibitions be violated, the player will face immediate annihilation. Jiang Yan speculated that the Count's secret might be connected to the manor's mysteries. The 4 pieces of information provided by the system were inherently linked to the manor's key figures and primary locations. As for the nature of the secret, for some reason, Jiang Yan felt an instinctive belief that the Count was seeking the essence of immortality. This intuition struck him as peculiar. Logically, if the Count was indeed a formidable being requiring the church's favor, then based on the survival game's established rules, powerful entities typically possessed an almost infinite vitality. As long as they did not provoke beings far more powerful than themselves, they remained immortal. Why, then, would Count Joseph Saber, as the lord of the manor, covet the secret of eternal life? Unless, perhaps, Jiang Yan was misinterpreting the situation, and the Count's secret bore little relation to immortality. Pushing aside his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Yan squinted and refocused on the letter's content. The handwriting was hasty, not characteristic of church clerical staff. Upon reading the text thoroughly, Jiang Yan suddenly grasped the truth. The church's intention for him to negotiate with the count pertained to expanding the church's influence in this world. The archbishop and other high-ranking church officials unanimously believed that the church needed to grow further. Only through expansion could their deity attract more followers. The church's ambitions hinged on the count's estate, as it was the only convenient route to the larger region. Additionally, his authority could sway other noble families. To facilitate further growth, the church needed the count's backing. The letter also explained why Jiang Yan had been chosen as the church's representative. According to years of observation, it was noted that Count Joseph Saber preferred engaging with the youth and harbored disdain for entrenched middle-aged figures. Moreover, the church had somehow learned of the count's preference for individuals with darker hair and eye colors. Thus, after careful consideration, the church determined that only Jiang Yan met the criteria for negotiation. Firstly, his status within the church was sufficiently elevated to demonstrate their sincerity in seeking collaboration. Secondly, his youth and alignment with the count's aesthetic preferences would facilitate a favorable outcome. Chapter 103. Dinner according to the higher-ups. As long as Jiang Yan could negotiate successfully within the expected parameters, the endeavor would be deemed a success. For instance, the church might discreetly promote the count and his estate's reputation, with the bulk of the expenses borne by them, while a small sum would be covered by the count himself. After all, the Black Church was not merely a group of idle nobles. They frequently engaged in charitable activities. As cold-blooded entities, they were more concerned with the continuous influx of hidden benefits, such as enhanced power, an expanding reputation, and an increasing number of human followers for their deity. Only by growing stronger could the Black Church aspire to elevate its status and revel in the service of human acolytes. At that point, even the most lowly of ghostly nuns within the church would likely find themselves in high demand among the masses. However, Jiang Yan had discerned the church's true ulterior motives. To ensure the smooth completion of both side and main quests, he would not grant the church any opportunity to expand into a colossal entity. After neatly organizing the letter and placing it beneath his pillow, he proceeded to the private bathing chamber to tidy his attire, awaiting the commencement of the banquet. During this time, he refrained from releasing Belle for a breath of fresh air. The reason for not allowing Belle to emerge was simple. Jiang Yan feared that the yet unrevealed count might have sent someone to monitor him. Some entities could conceal themselves in shadows even during daylight, remaining undetected as long as they did not reveal their lethal nature. Before long, a brief knock echoed at the door. "Greetings, Your Excellency. The butler sent me to inform you that dinner is ready, and the count awaits you in the dining hall. May I assist you?" Perhaps due to the butler's repeated admonitions, the voice outside sounded anxious and stuttered. Jiang Yan replied, "Please go ahead. I will be down shortly once I finish dressing." He was reluctant to walk alongside the manor's servants, especially when he could sense the fear in the woman's voice. This discomfort made him, an outsider to this world, feel quite uneasy. Of course, he understood that this was not the fault of the girl delivering the message. As the rules of the narrative dictated such dynamics, it was best to avoid confrontation without further complaint. Descending the staircase alone, he followed the guidance of the male servant standing nearby. Jiang Yan soon arrived at the dining table, where the master of the manor sat in the main seat. His hands clasped under his chin, watching him with keen interest. The master, who had not made an appearance until now, had a head of short silver hair and pale blue eyes that sparkled like gems from a salt lake. His blue tailcoat appeared to be embroidered with golden threads, perfectly accentuating the contours of his slender waist. The master looked even younger than Jiang Yan had imagined, so youthful that Jiang Yan momentarily forgot to speak. Upon Jiang Yan's entrance to the dining room, the butler, who was preparing to serve, quickly set down the plate he was holding and graciously pulled out a chair for him, indicating that he should sit. Jiang Yan sat down slowly, whispering a thank you to the butler. Meanwhile, Count Joseph Saber observed Jiang Yan with a gaze full of meaning, his light blue eyes seemingly lost in thought. Feeling slightly uneasy under the scrutiny, Jiang Yan took his seat and first wiped his already clean hands with a warm towel. He then looked up and addressed the Count in a cool yet polite tone. "Good evening, Count Joseph Saber. You may call me Jiang Yan. I hope to leave you with a pleasant impression representing the Black Church in the coming days." Since the Count had not initiated conversation, Jiang Yan felt compelled to find a topic to break the ice in order to fulfill his side mission. Count Joseph Saber nodded slightly and then spoke. His voice somewhat aged, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. "You must be the latest chosen saint of the Black Church, to be selected by that fellow Anna. You must possess some abilities. I quite liked your self-introduction. You flatter me, but rather than your fondness for my introduction, I hope you will appreciate the collaboration proposal with the church," Jiang Yan replied. As he mentioned the word proposal, the Count's well-formed eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he said, Let us dine first. We shall discuss the collaboration later. It appeared that Count Joseph Seber was not particularly keen on discussing business matters during dinner. Deciding to wait until after the meal to probe further, Jiang Yan picked up his knife and fork, calmly enjoying the sumptuous dinner that could rival a state banquet. The butler, noticing that Jiang Yan had yet to touch the meticulously prepared ribs and milk, exchanged glances with the count, who continued to eat in silence. Seizing the moment, the butler picked up the milk jug and warmly suggested, "Sir Saint, this is a special jug of milk provided daily by the manor, freshly heated with sugar cubes. Would you care for a glass?" As he spoke, Jiang Yan activated the abilities he had acquired from the kitchen of New Forest High School, as well as the title of Tales of the Strange. The kitchen's ability informed him that this jug of milk contained a special additive that had a 50% chance of making the drinker drowsy. However, due to his immunity ability, that probability was reduced to around 10%. As a fortunate individual, Jiang Yan believed that drinking a glass would pose no significant issue. Moreover, the automatically activated Tales of the Strange ability allowed him to glean the butler's thoughts. Despite the butler's generally kind demeanor at this moment, he was secretly thinking, if he drinks this milk, I can take the count's place tonight to check the rooms. I want to see if this trash from the church is hiding anything detrimental to the manor. The malicious thoughts crashing into Jiang Yan's mind caused him to momentarily hesitate. After the butler's considerate second prompt, Jiang Yan smiled and reached for an empty glass without any beverage, handing it to the butler. I happen to be a bit thirsty. I was going to enjoy a sip of red wine like the count, but since you are so thoughtful, I shall have milk first. Jiang Yan spoke with rapidity and clarity, and just as the butler filled the glass with milk, he found it snatched away by Jiang Yan. Holding the glass, Jiang Yan took small sips of the milk while keenly observing the food on the table, successfully identifying several dishes laced with various additives. There were steaks that induced truth-telling, fruit platters that caused forgetfulness, and seemingly edible foods that harbored hidden secrets. Chapter 104. Reconnaissance and Counter-Reconnaissance. Having discerned that some of the food on the table was tampered with, Jiang Yan grew increasingly cautious after finishing the milk and finding no adverse effects on his body. He decided to eat whatever Count Joseph Seber consumed, maintaining a quiet demeanor throughout the dinner. Aside from the butler occasionally approaching Jiang Yan to inquire about the flavors of the dishes and whether he desired more, no one else interrupted the meal. As dinner drew to a close, Count Joseph Seber set down his knife and fork and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "Come to my study later," he instructed, leaving the dining room without waiting for Jiang Yan's response. In the eternal manner, everything revolved around Joseph Seber's priorities. When he indicated that Jiang Yan should wait to find him in the study, the butler immediately replied, "Yes, my lord, I will arrange for the study to be prepared." The swift actions of both master and servant left Jiang Yan momentarily stunned, as he had not reacted quickly enough. At the table, he put down his utensils and asked the still-present butler, "How long should I wait?" Although Count Joseph Seber had instructed him to wait in the study, he had not specified how long that wait would be, compelling Jiang Yan to inquire with the knowledgeable butler. The summoned butler quickly instructed the awaiting servants and then returned to Jiang Yan's side, speaking unhurriedly, typically, after dinner. "The master spends about half an hour in the art studio. You may go to the study to discuss collaboration with him after that time." The scheming butler seemed eager to see evident signs of drowsiness in Jiang Yan's expression, as only by detecting such signs could he infer Jiang Yan's susceptibility to the drug, which might lead to a mishap during the conversation with the count. However, Jiang Yan was oblivious to the butler's intentions. A portion of the rewards he received from his task included immunity to ordinary death rules, rendering the butler's hidden drug utterly ineffective against him. Not only was Jiang Yan not drowsy, but he also felt more alert than before. Having read the butler's thoughts with his Tales of the Strange ability, Jiang Yan was well aware of the butler's true intentions. Nevertheless, he deemed it unwise to confront him directly at this moment, especially since he had not suffered any ill effects from the spiced milk he had consumed. After learning from a servant the general location of Count Joseph Seber's study and the approximate time it would take to reach from his room, Jiang Yan returned to his quarters without idleness, retrieving an ancient book to utilize one of its skills. With the cooldown period for using the ancient book nearing its end, it would be a tremendous waste not to make full use of this divine artifact. Naturally, he selected the abilities of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance from the ancient book. The reconnaissance ability would allow him to gain a clearer, more intuitive understanding of the secrets of the eternal manor, while the counter-reconnaissance ability was designed to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. After delineating the general scope of the ancient book's abilities, Jiang Yan placed it beneath his pillow to avoid attracting attention with its unusual glow. Approximately 10 seconds later, an unexpected and bizarre creature emerged from under the pillow. The creature resembled a dog-shaped doll favored by girls from the primitive world, but unlike ordinary dolls. Its forelegs bore a striking resemblance to the spider spears from spider-themed tales, appearing quite peculiar. Its teeth and eyes were pitch black, seemingly harboring some unknown virus. Rule manifestation. Counter-reconnaissance. Death. Doll sentinel. Crimson letters appeared within Jiang Yan's field of vision. Immediately, fragments of information belonging to the observer flooded into Jiang Yan's mind. According to the synchronized description of the imagery and text, Jiang Yan realized that the seemingly unassuming dog-shaped doll possessed formidable supernatural abilities. It exhibited remarkable speed. Capable of striking before an ordinary person could even react to its presence. The biological information of any creature bitten by the observer would automatically transmit into the user's consciousness, allowing them to effortlessly identify the intruder encroaching upon their territory. Furthermore, the toxins within the observer's fangs would induce a cessation of vital signs in the bitten creature, perpetuating a cycle lasting 7 iterations. Should the bitten individual fail to vacate the observer's line of sight within the stipulated time frame after this cycle, they would succumb to a rapid heartbeat, ultimately leading to their demise. The observer's counter-surveillance rules necessitate that it must visually perceive its prey. It is only capable of traversing flat surfaces to pursue and bite its quarry. Thus, while the observer's utility is neither insignificant nor overwhelmingly grand, it is particularly suited for guarding Jiang Yan's chamber. Beyond that, its efficacy may diminish. After all, the castle is riddled with numerous staircases, and should the observer venture outside to patrol, it risks being detected by others. At that point, it would cease to be a supernatural entity endowed with counter-surveillance capabilities. You shall guard my room, preventing any intruders, Jiang Yan commanded the observer, as the drooling dog-shaped toy opened its mouth wide, barking twice before swiftly darting to the door and curling up behind it. Pleased with the observer's capabilities, Jiang Yan was about to retrieve an ancient tome to examine the nuances of its surveillance abilities when an odd item tumbled out from beneath his pillow. Indeed, compared to the dog-shaped observer, the newly emerged entity could only be described as a bizarre creature, the manifestation of the rule observer in the shadowy recesses. And I remained vigilant, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Encased in black, fleshy tissue, the eye stood erect, fixated upon Jiang Yan, who was transfixed by its gaze. The observer quivered with excitement, its body oscillating with fervor.